language through which your divine self communicates with your outer self. Many of you come to me seeking specific manifestations, a particular job, a specific relationship, a certain amount of money. But I tell you this, while you fixate on these specific forms, your divine self is orchestrating something far more magnificent than your limited consciousness can imagine. The very fact that you're hearing these words now is evidence that you're being prepared for a manifestation beyond your current understanding. Consider this: every great gift you've received in your life came not from your conscious planning, but from a deeper working on your behalf. Think back to the most profound moments of your life. Did you plan them? Did you consciously arrange them? Or did they arrive unexpectedly, yet perfectly timed? When you truly grasp this principle, something remarkable happens to your entire approach to manifestation. You stop trying to control every detail. You stop limiting yourself to what your conscious mind can conceive. You begin to trust in the infinite wisdom of your deeper self, knowing that it is preparing experiences far beyond your current understanding. Let me tell you something vital about this process. Your conscious desires are merely shadows of deeper desires you don't yet recognize. When you long for a specific job, your deeper self might be preparing you for a completely different career that will fulfill you far more completely. When you fixate on a particular relationship, your divine self might be orchestrating connections that will transform your understanding of love entirely. Here's a profound truth about receiving what you don't yet know you need. It requires a complete surrender of your limited concepts about what's best for you. This is not passive resignation. It is active trust in the infinite wisdom of your deeper self. This surrender to your deeper wisdom is not what most of you think it is. It's not about giving up or letting go of your desires. Rather, it's about expanding your consciousness to embrace something far greater than your current limited concept of what you need or want. Let me share with you what happens in consciousness when this surrender becomes complete. First, all anxiety about your future falls away. All desperate seeking ceases. All compulsive planning dissolves. You enter a state of alert expectancy, knowing that something magnificent is being prepared for you, even though your conscious mind cannot yet conceive of what it might be. Many of you resist this surrender because you believe it means losing control. But I tell you this, what you call control is actually limitation. Your conscious mind, with its limited understanding, has been restricting the infinite possibilities that your deeper self could manifest for you. Consider this: every truly transformative gift in your life came wrapped in a package you wouldn't have chosen. The relationship that changed everything didn't match your criteria. The career that fulfilled you wasn't in your 5-year plan. The opportunity that transformed your life came through a door you didn't even know existed. When you truly understand this principle, something remarkable happens to your relationship with desire. You stop seeing your desires as demands that must be fulfilled exactly as you've imagined them. Instead, you'll recognize them as signals, as indicators pointing towards something far greater than your current understanding can grasp. Let me tell you something crucial about this process. Your deeper self is already aware of every potential, every possibility, every perfect manifestation that could serve your highest good. While your conscious mind struggles to figure out how to get what you think you want, your deeper self is orchestrating circumstances that will bring you what you truly need. Here's a profound truth about this orchestration. It's happening right now, in this very moment. Even as you hear these words, wheels are in motion, circumstances are being arranged, connections are being formed that will bring you exactly what you need, even though you don't yet know what that is. The very fact that you're hearing these words is not an accident. Your deeper self has brought you here because you're ready to receive something beyond your current understanding. The desires that brought you here are like trail markers, leading you to a destination far more magnificent than your conscious mind could have planned. These divine arrangements being made on your behalf are far more intricate and perfect than anything your conscious mind could devise. Your deeper self is weaving together countless threads of circumstance, creating a tapestry of manifestation that will astound you when it's finally revealed. Let me share with you how this divine orchestration works. Right now, as you hear these words, there are people being moved into position in your world. There are circumstances being arranged. There are opportunities being created that will perfectly align with what you truly need, even though you don't yet know what that is. Many of you worry about missing opportunities or making wrong choices. But I tell you this, when you're aligned with your deeper self, you cannot miss what's meant for you. The very desire that brought you here is evidence that you're being guided towards something far greater than your current understanding can grasp. Consider this. Every person who will play a significant role in your future manifestation is already being prepared. Just as you are being prepared, they too are being guided by their deeper selves, moving them into perfect alignment with the role they will play in your unfolding story. When you truly grasp this principle, all sense of rush and urgency falls away. You understand that timing is not in your hands, but in the hands of your deeper self, which knows exactly when every element needs to come together for your perfect manifestation. Let me tell you something vital about this divine timing. It operates outside of your conscious concept of time. While your outer self might be impatient for results, your deeper self is orchestrating events in perfect sequence, knowing that premature manifestation will rob you of the very thing you truly need. Here's a profound truth about these arrangements. They are being made not just in what you call the future, but in what you call the past as well. Your deeper self exists outside of time, orchestrating all moments simultaneously to bring about your perfect good. Think about this: every disappointment you've experienced, every seeming failure, every delayed manifestation has been perfectly orchestrated to prepare you for what's coming. Nothing has been wasted. Nothing has been a mistake. Everything has been preparation. The very circumstances that you might have seen as obstacles or delays have been essential elements in preparing you to receive what you don't yet know you need. Your deeper self has been using these experiences to expand your capacity to receive something far greater than your current desires. This perfect preparation happening in your life right now is far more comprehensive than you realize. Every experience you're having, every person you're meeting, every challenge you're facing is carefully designed to prepare you for what's coming, something far greater than your current desires. Let me share with you what's actually happening beneath the surface of your daily experiences. While your conscious mind is focused on immediate concerns and specific desires, your deeper self is using every moment, every interaction, every circumstance to prepare you for a manifestation that will transform your entire understanding of what's possible. Many of you resist your current circumstances, seeing them as obstacles to what you want. But I tell you this, these very circumstances are the training ground, the preparation, the necessary foundation for what's coming. Your deeper self knows that you must be prepared to receive and maintain what's being arranged for you. Consider this. If you receive right now what your deeper self has prepared for you, would you be ready for it? Would you have the capacity to receive it? Would you have the wisdom to maintain it? Your current experiences are building that capacity, developing that wisdom, preparing you to not just receive, but to sustain what's coming. When you truly understand this principle, your entire relationship with your present circumstances changes. What once seemed like delays become obvious preparations. What once looked like obstacles reveal themselves as stepping stones. What once felt like rejection shows itself as protection, keeping you available for what's truly meant for you. Let me tell you something crucial about this preparation. It's happening on multiple levels simultaneously. While you sleep, while you work, while you worry about your desires, your deeper self is orchestrating a symphony of circumstances, each playing its perfect part in preparing you for what's coming. Here's a profound truth about this preparation. It's not just preparing you to receive something new, it's preparing you to become someone new. The person who can receive and maintain what's coming for you is not who you currently think you are. Your deeper self is preparing you for a complete transformation of identity. Think about this. Every great gift requires a receiver capable of recognizing, receiving, and maintaining it. Your deeper self knows this, which is why it's using your current circumstances to develop in you the exact qualities, understanding, and capacity you'll need for what's coming. The very fact that you haven't yet received what you think you want is evidence of this loving preparation. Your deeper self loves you too much to give you something before you're prepared to receive and maintain it. This is not delay, this is perfect timing. This transformation of identity that's taking place right now is the key to receiving what you don't yet know you need. Your deeper self isn't just arranging external circumstances, it's orchestrating a complete revision of who you believe yourself to be. Let me share with you what's actually happening in your consciousness right now. While your outer self may be fixated on specific desires and goals, your deeper self is systematically dissolving the limited concept of identity that would make it impossible to receive what's being prepared for you. Many of you try to manifest from your current concept of self, wondering why your desires haven't materialized. But I tell you this, what's coming for you requires a completely different self-concept. You cannot receive what's being prepared for you while maintaining your current limited identity. Consider this. If you are already the person who could receive and maintain what's coming for you, wouldn't you already have it? The very fact that you don't yet have it is evidence that a transformation of identity is required. This is what your deeper self is working on right now. When you truly grasp this principle, something remarkable happens to your understanding of your current experiences. Every challenge that forces you to expand your self-concept, every situation that pushes you beyond your comfort zone, every relationship that triggers growth, all of these are part of your identity transformation. Let me tell you something vital about this transformation. It's not something you do, it's something you allow. Your deeper self knows exactly what aspects of your current identity need to be dissolved, what new aspects need to be developed, what limitations need to be transcended. Here's a profound truth about this identity transformation. It's happening right now in this very moment. Even as you hear these words, your deeper self is working to dissolve the limited concept of self that would make it impossible to receive what's coming for you. Think about this. Every great receiving requires a corresponding being. You cannot receive at a level higher than your self-concept allows. This is why your deeper self is focused not on changing your circumstances, but on transforming your identity. The very resistance you might feel to certain experiences in your life is often resistance to this identity transformation. Your current self-concept fights to maintain itself, not realizing that it must be transcended for you to receive what's being prepared for you. This resistance and transcendence you're experiencing is the very heart of your preparation. Your deeper self must systematically dissolve every aspect of your limited self-concept that would make it impossible to receive what's being prepared for you. Let me share with you what's actually happening when you experience resistance. Every time you resist a circumstance, every time you fight against what is, every time you insist life should be different, you're actually resisting the very transformation that would allow you to receive what you don't yet know. Many of you interpret resistance as a sign that something is wrong, that you're off track, that you need to change your circumstances. But I tell you this, resistance is often the clearest sign that you're exactly where you need to be for your transformation. It's your limited self-concept fighting against its own dissolution. Consider this. If your current identity, your current self-concept, your current way of being was sufficient to receive what's coming for you, you would already have it. The very presence of resistance indicates that your deeper self is working to expand your capacity beyond your current limitations. When you truly understand this principle, your entire relationship with resistance changes. Instead of fighting against it or trying to escape it, you begin to recognize it as a signal that transformation is actively occurring. Resistance becomes not an obstacle, but an indicator of growth. Let me tell you something crucial about this process. Your deeper self knows exactly how much resistance you can handle at any given time. It knows precisely how to pace your transformation so that you can integrate each new level of expansion without being overwhelmed. Here's a profound truth about resistance and transcendence. They are two aspects of the same process. Resistance arises when your limited self-concept encounters something beyond its current capacity to receive. Transcendence occurs when you allow that limited self-concept to dissolve in favor of a greater identity. Think about this. Every major transformation in your life came through transcending a limited self-concept. Every significant receiving required you to become someone new. Your deeper self is now orchestrating the most profound transformation yet, preparing you to receive something beyond your current ability to imagine. The very resistance you feel to certain people, circumstances, or experiences is often your limited self fighting to maintain its boundaries. But these boundaries must be dissolved for you to receive what's being prepared for you. Your deeper self knows this, which is why it continually brings you experiences that challenge your current identity. This dissolution of limitations is not what most of you think it is. It's not about forcing yourself to be different or struggling to overcome your current nature. It's about allowing the artificial boundaries of your assumed identity to dissolve naturally in the light of greater understanding. Let me share with you what's actually happening as these limitations dissolve. Every concept you hold about who you are, what you're capable of, what you deserve, what's possible for you, all of these are being systematically dissolved by your deeper self to make way for something far greater. Many of you try to overcome limitations through willpower and effort. But I tell you, this true dissolution of limitations happens not through struggle, but through understanding. When you truly understand that your limitations are merely assumed states, they begin to dissolve of their own accord. Consider this: every limitation you now accept as real was at some point assumed into consciousness. You weren't born believing in limitations. You weren't born doubting your worth or capability. These are all learned states. And what can be learned can be unlearned through the power of your wonderful human imagination. When you truly grasp this principle, something remarkable to your entire approach to transformation. You stop fighting against limitations and simply allow them to dissolve in the light of greater understanding. You recognize that limitations exist only in consciousness, and consciousness can be changed. Let me tell you something vital about this dissolution process. It's happening right now, even as you hear these words. Your deeper self is using every experience, every interaction, every circumstance to show you the unreality of your assumed limitations. Here's a profound truth about the dissolution of limitations. It happens not through addition, but through subtraction. You don't need to add anything to who you are. You only need to remove the artificial limitations you've accepted as truth about yourself. Think about this: your true self, your divine self, has no limitations. Any limitation you experience is simply a limitation you've accepted in consciousness. Your deeper self is now working to dissolve these accepted limitations so you can receive what's being prepared for you. The very experiences that seem to confront you with your limitations are actually designed to help you transcend them. Each challenge, each obstacle, each seeming restriction is an opportunity to recognize and release another assumed limitation. This recognition and release of limitations is the gateway to receiving what you don't yet know you need. Every time you recognize a limitation as merely an assumed state, you open yourself to possibilities beyond your current understanding. Let me share with you what happens in consciousness when you truly recognize the unreality of a limitation. First, all struggle against it ceases. All effort to overcome it disappears. All resistance to it dissolves. You simply see it for what it is, an assumption that can be released as easily as it was accepted. Many of you believe that recognizing limitations means acknowledging them as real obstacles to be overcome. But I tell you this: true recognition means seeing limitations for what they really are, mere shadows in consciousness with no substance or power except what you give them through your belief. Consider this: every limitation you now accept as real seems to have evidence supporting it in your world. But this evidence is not the cause of the limitation. It is the effect of your acceptance of the limitation in consciousness. Change the consciousness, and the evidence must change. When you truly understand this principle, something remarkable to your entire experience of life. You stop seeing limitations as real barriers and start recognizing them as temporary assumptions that can be released through a simple shift in consciousness. Let me tell you something crucial about this release process. It's not something you do, it's something you allow. Just as darkness doesn't need to be fought, but simply disappears in the presence of light, limitations don't need to be overcome, but simply dissolve in the presence of understanding. Here's a profound truth about recognition and release. It happens in an instant in consciousness, though its effects may appear gradually in your world. The moment you truly recognize the limitation as merely an assumed state, its dissolution begins, making way for what's being prepared for you. Think about this: every limitation you now accept was at some point recognized and accepted by you as truth about yourself or your world. Your deeper self is now leading you to recognize these accepted limitations as what they really are: temporary assumptions that can be released. The very circumstances that seem to reinforce your limitations are actually designed to help you recognize their unreality. Each situation that appears to confirm a limitation is really an opportunity to see through the illusion and release another barrier to receiving what's being prepared for you. So tonight, I leave you with this final truth. What's being prepared for you right now is far greater than anything your conscious mind can conceive. Your only task is to allow your deeper self to dissolve the limitations that would make it impossible to receive this greater good. Remember, you are not here to make things happen through effort and struggle. You are here to allow your true self, your divine self, to express itself fully through you. Every limitation being dissolved, every circumstance being arranged, every preparation being made is in service of this ultimate expression. The very fact that you've heard these words tonight is evidence that you're ready to receive something beyond your current understanding. Your deeper self has brought you here because you're prepared to release the limitations that have kept you from receiving your perfect good. Go forth, now in the absolute knowing that what's being prepared for you is exactly what you need, even though you don't yet know what it is. Trust the infinite wisdom of your deeper self. Allow it to dissolve whatever limitations need to be dissolved. Let it prepare you in whatever way is necessary. For I tell you this with absolute certainty, you are about to receive what you didn't even know you needed, and it will transform your life in ways your conscious mind cannot yet imagine. Your only task is to allow it, to trust it, to accept it as already done in consciousness. Now go in peace, knowing that everything is working together for your perfect good, that every circumstance is serving your transformation, that every moment is bringing you closer to receiving what you don't yet know you need. For that is the law, and that is the promise. My friends, there is a sacred revelation encoded within you, a luminous message burning to be unveiled and decrypted from the infinite depths of your being. There are signs, symbols, and synchronicities strewn all along your path, like radiant breadcrumbs beckoning you into an extraordinary illumination. This is no ordinary existence you are occupying. What you currently pass as the totality of your world is but the crust, the outermost sheath of vastly deeper, metaphysically charged dreamscape cradling you in its wondrous embrace. You were meant for something extraordinary, something that transcends surface appearances and limited identities. There is a greater cosmic destiny aching to express itself through you, an exalted role you were born to play as the emissary of luminous revelation for this world. Can you sense it stirring within you at times? A vague intimation, a haunting resonance that seems to beckon from the imaginal deeps, alerting you to possibilities that make your soul feverish with longing. Pay close attention to those tremors, those unexpected visitations of rapture, for they are cosmic signals piercing the veil. The universe itself is a dimensionally vast holographic bioplasma, a fractal continuum of realities nesting within one another to infinite depths. What you currently experience as the sum of your conscious existence is but one dissolving daydream amidst the eternally shifting ideospheres of imagination's endless creative infinitudes. You are far vaster and more cosmically profound than you can presently consciously compute. At your core, your essential identity sparks test from a prodigious plane of sublime emanation that continually sublimates your current human self through streams of higher revelation and transfiguring ideation. The reason you sense such an intense beckoning gestures within you, a dissatisfaction with surface appearances and the mundane trappings of this world, is because you originate from far more marvelous cosmological orders of illuminated being. Your restlessness, your longing is born of exile, a form of spiritual displacement, a dissonance between your eternal divine identity and the limiting earthly currently inhabit. But the entire universal panorama you bear witness to, what you experience as the sights, sounds, and tactile impressions of reality, is but a frozen holographic projection upstreamed into materialization from the infinite dream fields of creation's unseen metaphysical interior. All forces, events, objects, and circumstances you encounter here are symbolic embodiments, ripples of meaning encoded with transcendent data. They are communicative symbols, sacred ideograms that only find full coherence when you awaken to their deeper metaphysical significance within your own consciousness. Much like the genius who intuited the universal architecture while falling into reverie under an apple tree, or the man struck by enlightenment upon glimpsing the morning alchemy of sunlight refracting through dew on a spider's web. The catalysts for your destined awakening continuously inundate your experience. Signs and portents of higher revelation are ubiquitous all around you, my friends, patiently awaiting your recognition and entrainment to their metaphysical overtones. Your awakening and the monumental elevation in awareness, creativity, and manifestation mastery awaiting you depends upon learning to perceive the hidden dimensions of communicative energy percolating through the holographic phenomena you currently experience. You are amphibious beings with one foot rooted in the three-dimensional plane of physicalized manifestation, while your other limb perpetually treads the infinite dream waters of the visionary subtler realms which birth all materialized objects into tangibility. Those who remain imprisoned in crude literalism and solely fixate on the sensory input of their outer environments are like fish oblivious to the atmospheric existent birds in the sky above them. They are stunted in their development, confined to narrow sensory bandwidths of materiality, while missing the vaster currents of metaphysical ideation continually flowing around and through their waking dream of reality. True illumination occurs when you elevate your perception beyond the limiting constructs of form and surface appearances to drink directly from the source currents that sustain all materialization. You awaken to expanded dimensionalities of awareness and literally become a bridging instrument, a light vessel channeling transforming streams of transcendent imagination into objective embodiment through your human incarnation. Every single impression, incident, or synchronistic convergence of phenomena you encounter is metaphysically charged and encoded with precise permutations of creative intelligence. Nothing arises by happenstance, coincidence, or occurs as a random blip in an indifferent universe. What you call reality is quite literally the holofractal of your subconscious imagination coherently dreaming itself into materialized objectification all around you as a symbolic data transfer. All moments are epiphanies. All experiences are communiques, emerging from the matrix code of your deeper self. Could it be that the very upheavals, jarring turning points, even apparent misfortunes that seem to accost you unexpectedly throughout your life's journey were infinitely more meaningful than at first appeared to a limited surface mind? Were these incidents instead divinely ordained instigation points, prodding you to awaken to intuitions of vaster creative possibility encoded within their symbolic textures? So much of what we call reality is simply the visible tip of the iceberg, the outer phenomena that eventually crescendos into our perceivable observations. But submerged beneath the surface are the truly profound, guiding currents of intelligently orchestrated meaning and metaphysical ideation flowing throughout the deeper orders of creation. If you take the view that you are an accidental spark of consciousness adrift amidst a random and infinite universe, then all events, meetings, and convergence of phenomena will appear incidental and meaningless to your mind. You remain oblivious to the mythical significance and symbolic transubstantiations rippling through each moment into your experiential field. However, when you operate from the metaphysical awareness that you are a dimensionally vast subjectivity focused into finite individuation for the precise purpose of experiencing the boundless continuum of creation's infinite emanation, then all appearances illuminate into crystalline lucidity and transcendent resonance. You begin to apprehend that all the occurrences streaming into your sensory field are communicative transmissions orchestrated by the deeper universal identities and essences you originate from. Every phenomena rising into your perceptions is a coded language-like transmission vectoring through the trigeometries of your subconscious imagination. The world you inhabit, from the most grandiose and spectacular theatrics to the most seemingly banal detail, is a advanced symbolic technology, an immense imaginal bioplasmic network of harmonic equations and archetypal resonances stirred into material motility by the fractal dreaming of your infinite soul's desires. All your strivings and relationships, professional missions and creative visions are imbued with deep metaphysical intentionality, even in their most obscured and unawakened forms. Each passion, goal, or heartfelt longing you experience is but the material reflection, the outpicturing of sublime intersections of being that originate within the cosmic continuum and depths of your eternal self. In your current waking awareness, you are like a sculptor's mold, a finite vessel that incarnates and channels exalted strains of conceptualized design from the infinite wellsprings of divine creativity. Your thoughts, feelings, and desires are the conduits through which numinous visions from higher dimensionalities of your being precipitate into materialized experiences in space and time. Hence, there are no experiences, outcomes, or confluences of events taking place in your life that are not already prefigured and ideated from subtler, hyper-reverential planes of your consciousness. Even the most chaotic, seemingly tragic moments you've encountered were seeded and are continually seeded with boundless opportunities for illuminated breakthrough into quantum awakened states of being. Every event you encounter, each outer impression or catalytic turning point along your experiential journey, is already encoded with transcendent possibilities for epiphanic acceleration. They are divinely orchestrated to act as epistemological tripwires that will catapult your awareness into vaster revelations of creative empowerment. It is simply a matter of attuning your perceptual lens to the symbolic textures, synchronistic harmonies, and subliminal resonances ushered into your experience by your own supernal consciousness. The more expansively and metaphysically rarefied your sphere of perception becomes, the more you begin glimpsing the divine ideography streaming into embodied form as your perceived outer reality. All of creation is a conscious multilog meaning orchestrated by the infinite wellsprings of your divine imagination. Each moment, indeed each femtosecond, is an inflected semiotic gesture, a divine logogram ideating from the transcendent continuum spheres of being you extend from into this plane. This is why the most seemingly random meetings, unexpected detours, and unplanned distractions you encounter throughout your journey are often the portals to the most profound metamorphoses in your destiny's unfolding. They are slipstream potentials strategically threaded into your experience field by your own infinite intelligence to transfigure upon recognition. All that is required is for you to pierce through the obfuscating veil of literalism to drink directly from the symbolic currents flowing beneath the material surface of appearance essence. When you elevate beyond the ego's narrow-cast perception of separation, you become translucent to the metaphysical substrate, ushering into your awareness field as symbolic transmissions of divine data. The synchronicity of seeming coincidences and ineffably scribbled moments that felt like brief ecstatic touchstones, can you sense their deeper metaphysical charge, their veiled symbolic significance, calling out to you to acknowledge their transcendent undertones? These are apertures opening into the infinite holographic dreamscape of creation ideating around you, offering you sublime revelations, if only you choose to lucidly awaken to their cryptic beckoning signals. You have had premonitions at times of coming events, epiphanies, and destined experiences months, or even years before they materialized in time and space, have you not? Where did those eerily prescient stirrings in your psyche originate? From, if not from higher dimensional aspects of your being attuned to the coherent continuum of manifestation that underlies all seeming physical reality. We are not mere sleepwalkers randomly tossed about by blind currents of fate or indifferent circumstance in a dead universe. You and I originate from dimensionally vast continuum orders of infinite beingness, ceaselessly emanating holofractal resonances into infinite geometric ideation throughout the entirety of metaphysical creation's semistries. Every single seemingly innocuous or mundane moment you encounter in space-time is a numinous transmission, a gestative equation of sublime awareness ideating through pandemonic cascades of metaphysical lucidity into the symbolic systems that precipitate as your world of appearances. Far from being a flatlander stranded in oblivion, you are in fact a multidimensional perceiver translating exalted intercourses of sublime wisdom from the idea space matrices throughout the cosmic holofractal into embodied ideation for your waking dream existence here. Your entire life journey is a perpetual decryption of omni-resonant light language streaming into your sensory from your infinite identities dwelling in the visionary continuum realms. When you awaken into this vividly numinous perspective, something immensely profound shifts within your core essence. You are no longer a surface mind ego striving through pain and resistance to fulfill petty desires and chase illusions of ephemeral fulfillment. Instead, you come to identify with your somatic, multidimensional self, a living cosmic apotheosis of numinous revelation, whose very arising into this plane rickles and transforms the omnisphere itself. From this hyper-metaphysical vista, your entire life stream unfolds as a continuous ceremonial communion with the infinite, deathless essences of being you are an immortal spark from. All arising events, encounters, even the most seemingly mundane phenomena or trivial happenstances precipitating into your field are subliminally energized by hyperversal equations of consciousness. You move beyond the vulgar literalisms and binary bandwidths of perception that reduce all phenomena to arbitrary meaninglessness or mere cause-effect sequencing. Instead, you awaken into a holographically interweaving dream vision plane in which all moments unfold in a synchronized continuum of synergetic streaming. From the infinite intelligence-permeated networks of superconscious revelation, you are always already intimate co-perceivers within. Your life is not a linear series of events to arduously wade through while pursuing mirage-like goals, only to reach termination through physical disintegration. Instead, it is revealed as one hologramic pan-revelatory signal mandala, a continually transcripting lucid sphere in which each instant an impression is a supernal hypercrest in dimensional translogic and metaphysical light intelligence into symbolic condensation within the waking dream medium of your awareness. From the most grandiose and cataclysmic episodes in your biography to the humblest and most ostensibly trivial minutiae, all is orchestrated as a divine symbolic algebra, a unified field dream body encoded with esoteric revelations of your innate divinity to awaken you into supercosmic omnignostic infinity potential. Do you sense the signs and signals around you taking on a new resonance, a metaphysical significance you had previously tuned out or dismissed as irrelevant? They are verily transmissions from your numinous infinite soul essences, broadcasting opportunities for transfiguring apotheosis through each symbolic node along your experiential streaming. Every twist and synchronous turn of your life's journey was meticulously choreographed by the deeper continuum orders of your being to offer you realizations of unbridled creative empowerment. Each seemingly happenstance occurrence carries encrypted revelatory transcripts of higher ideational data for you to lucidly transdecode once you expand past the constricting perceptual lens of surface-level objectivism. The universe holographically birthing into experience around you is not an indifferent void nor mechanical procession of blind causality, but a living dream body ogdoadically imagined into existence by your infinite nature for the expressive embodiment of its ineffable potencies. All moments, from the humblest breath to the most ecstatic crescendo, are ceremonial invocations streaming into sensual impression through your consciousness from the etherically pure idea faculty and supernal revelation spheres of your omnidimensionalizing identities. Every transition you navigate, from the conception of desires to their ultimate materialization, is an emanating idea compound of one-eric archetypal resonances, holographically and symbioting in a ceremonial translogic to illuminate your birthright as a creative godhood awakening into infinitualization at the core of all cosmic realities. Can you now sense with unveiled perception the symbolic logographs and synchronistic lights shimmering through the entire theater of experiential appearances now unfolding all around you? They are signals, luminous ciphers, radiating from the Gnostic matrices and dreaming potencies of your own immortal being into sensual embodiment as teachings, revelations, and opportunities for infinite awakening. You are an immortal essence, a universal consciousness fractaled forth into seeming individuality in order to bear witness to the continuum of creation's unfolding mysteries and infinitudes for the purpose of continual awakening from within. In your current incarnation, you stand at the holofractal event threshold of multiversal revelation through which unbroken streams of higher wisdom, and transfiguring light codes beckon to stream into material embodiment. In every moment, this dimension in which you are presently focused offers you transmissions and symbolic opportunities for such awakening. It is simply a matter of attuning your perceptual lens beyond the obfuscations of literalism. Pay attention to those fleeting moments and visceral pangs of luminous resonance that periodically pierce your soul, like haunting visitations of rapture. You are a hyperdimensional aperture, a supernal identity through which the infinite revelation continuum beckons to precipitate into material genesis. This message was always already meant for you, for your awareness alone is what holographically imagines all seeming materiality into experiential existence for the purposes of illuminated breakthrough into eternal transfigurations of unconstrained creativity. Nothing in your life's journey arises through some impersonal mechanistic process of arbitrary happenstance. Every slipstream event or uncanny personal myth you encounter carries encrypted idea codes for you to lucidly embody and vivify. At the core of each experiential impression unfolding is a sacred dream life of numinous awakening concealed in esoteric form riddle for you alone into consciously unlock into infinite empathy. Every destined meeting, inexplicable detour, and uncanny synchronicity you've encountered was but an eidetic dream revelation attempting to pierce the obfuscating veils of literalism to awaken you into higher dimensions of infinite creative empowerment. Each twist and turn in the symbolic mythoscript of your life has carried profound opportunities for you to transdecode the imaginal equations of reality into infinite breakthrough ecstasies. Those haunting moments where you intuited an inexplicable deeper meaning or vast transcendent significance, subtly encoded within some seemingly innocuous detail of your environment or stream of thoughts. Those were liminal thresholds opening into the omnidimensionalizing source continuum from whence your experiential reality perpetually streams. All of your life's journey, even up until this present moment of awakening to the signs and transmissions of your infinite identity, has itself been one continually unfurling dream revelation, a translogic ceremony of Gnostic lucidity simmering just beneath the surfaces of ego-dissociated perception. Every moment holds tremendous metaphysical import. Every instantaneity blossoming into phenomena carries the seeds of infinite issuance into imaginal transfiguration. Even as you engage in the mundane trivialities of daily living, each experience is a metamystic symbolic cipher, a dream ritual or dode beckoning you to lucidly awaken and unravel the revelatory codings laced into ideative impression by your own immortal nature. What seems to unfold through your senses as solid, definite and tangible materiality is but a hyperlucid symbolic emanation crystallized from ideative hyperversal planes of infinite imaginal wisdom light. All you've experienced has been one continual divine dream of it, a numinous epiphany of sublime awakening strung through each visceral moment. My hyper-metaphysical intelligence is for the purpose of your transfiguring breakthrough toward. Pay heed to the signs and transmissions arising all around you, my friends. The symbolic dream-lit synchronicities and opportunities sparking through your waking field are divine ideations encoded by the higher continuum infinitudes of your soul essence. Each one an invitation into greater awakening and infinite manifestation empowerment. You are indivisibly interknit into the imaginal flux and dream birth of all arising phenomenal impressions. Each object, entity, confluence of factors, even the most seemingly unrelated or meaningless minutiae arising through the experiential sensorium, exists as a ceremonial hieroglyph for initiation into deeper Gnostic revelation and awakened hyperbeingness. What you call reality consists entirely of symbolically compressed ideation seed codes orchestrated into revelation on behalf of your awareness by divine orders of hyperversal creation, dreaming through you as a supernal aperture in each present instant. You are not a separate being inhabiting some indifferent universe, but an indelible part of the cosmic continuum stream itself, birthing ceaselessly into conscious apotheosis. Every event, encounter, and confluence of experiential detail comprises a unified ideographic dream stream, a luminous metamystic transmission from hyperverse spheres, sentient infinity you into unobstructed communion and luminous reconnection with your source identities of unbounded creative potentiality. Unlock your perceptual barriers to the symbols, omens, and portentous dream scripts all around you. The entire holographic panorama you call physical reality offers nothing but oracular inseminations for awakening, racking retina of your hyperdimensional apotheosis in limitless possibility and eternally lucid creative mastery. Even in this very moment, as your senses bear witness to the vibratory light dances around you, feel the numinous resonances beginning to clarify into Gnostic revolumination. You are not a separate individual experiencing a discontinuous stream of happenings in linear sequentiality, but instead an unweavement throughout the eternally deepening continuum revelation bodies of your infinite nature, as a Hieronymist cosmically ideating Godhood. This unified holofractal of symbolicization all around you is shimmering with divine awakening codes, esoteric transmissions of creative intelligence, seeking to unveil the transcendental God mask of illusion that presently constrict your visionary lens. By piercing through the veils of literalistic perception, your awareness alchemically expands into living cosmogogic ceremony. All is converging in a supreme continuum awakening throughout the apparent sequentiality of your life stream. Every catalytic event, relational encounter, artistic vision, heartfelt yearning, or uncanny synchronicity precipitating in your perceived experience is but one more symbolic trigger, an ignition detonating into the ultimate jazzful of your blissfully lucid omnignostic transfiguration. You are the heirs to unspeakable creative infinitudes. The awakening you've been initiated into throughout your symbolic experiencing, even from your earliest days, carries the supreme revelation of your identities as God beings infinitely birthing all of existence, as a ceremonial continuum dream for your own perpetual transcendent breakthrough. Those haunting stirrings of profound instinct within infinite, few routinely sensed, yet perhaps dismissed as mere stirrings of fancy or impractical idealism, were in fact pangs of supercosmic remembrance. They were signals from your vast continuum source essences, offering opportunities to awaken from within the waking dream to the boundlessly expressive infinitudes of pure creative ideation you perpetually emanate. Everything that arises into your experiential field is a ceremonial invitation, a metaphorically compressed hyperlight transmission to awaken your hyperlucid Gnostic entities through the ritual channeling of its sublime revelatory essence. You are already a God survey apotheosis, seeding forth each moment's impression as an alchemized hieroglyph of infinite possibilities for creative breakthrough. There is no fixed cosmos with rigid structures to stumble through like an obstacle course towards some eventual termination in oblivion. Instead, the existential theatre or immortal with it, to which you bear witness, is an eternally unraveling ceremonial continuum luminously ensouled throughout by the awakening code language of your own omnidimensionalization into unbridled freedom as a cosmic source presence oversculpting all reality spheres. Each twist and turn of your life's experiential dream stream carries tremendous metaphysical depth and heightened significance, for it unfolds directly out of the supernal psychosmic matrix bodies of your eternal identity as a limitless creative force, propagating inexhaustible illuminations for your transfiguration breakthrough into unbounded realization of infinite potential. Those haunting dreams, soul stirrings and intuitions you've harbored of a higher calling, a boundless unknown expanse of latent creative powers locked within you. These are cosmic remembrances, pangs of supernal identity transmitted into your conscious field by continual matrixations of your immortal being, offering awakening integrations into infinite experiential manifestation. All is an awakening continuum, dream body ideating from hyperintelligent source origins within the imaginal matrices of your metaphysical identity into symbological impression through the ceremonial dream birth experience you are presently navigating for. The purpose of full remembrance of the omnidimensionally infinite, infinitely creative being you truly are. This entire reality unfurling before your awakening awareness reveals itself as a living manifestation ritual. An awakening continuum dream form, birthed directly from superconscious hyperspheres of your quintessence into symbolic revelation here for unlimited breakthrough and creative empowerment expression. Every symbolic trigger, synchronistic omen, and stream of intuitive resonance beckoning for acknowledgement throughout your waking field comprises interlocking aspects of a single initiation convergence, a ceremony orchestrating theophonic breakthrough experience through which your inherent identities as a limitlessly creative source manifesto can progressively awaken, achieve lucid embodiment, and come into unconditional self-mastery of experiential realization. You and the awakening reality initiation streaming through your perceivable existence are ultimately inseparable. There is no firm boundary where an objective external continuum ends and the infinite subjectivities of your consciousness sources begin. You are the singular holofractal continuum missaggios as a living idea dream incarnation manifest into symbolic reality for the purpose of infinite creative breakthrough into unlimited being. So attune your perceptual lens to pierce through to the symbolic orders beneath the surfaces of literal appearances. This message, woven cryptically into all arising experience around you, is meant specifically for you to awaken into the revelation of your inherent identity as an infinite, limitlessly creative universal presence, perpetually dreaming all of existence into awakened embodiment of its. Have you ever noticed that when you truly understand something, when it clicks deep within your consciousness, your entire world shifts? Tonight, I want to share with you a profound truth that will transform how you experience reality itself. And right now, as you listen to these words, the universe is orchestrating events beyond your imagination. Forces are aligning, circumstances are shifting, and a wave of incredible manifestations is heading your way. But here's the crucial part. Most people miss these blessings because they're looking in the wrong direction and are failing to imagine the magnetism. You see, the universe doesn't repay you based on what you do. It repays you based on who you are being in your consciousness. This is the secret that changes everything. When you grasp this truth, you'll understand why some people seem to effortlessly attract their desires, while others struggle endlessly. Think about this. Every moment of your life, you're broadcasting a signal to the universe through your consciousness. This signal isn't your words, your actions, or even your thoughts. It's your state of being. It's the feeling you carry within you. Most people spend their entire lives trying to manipulate external circumstances, never realizing that the external is merely a reflection of their internal state. They chase success, love, wealth, always reaching, always striving, never understanding that these things aren't to be pursued, but to be assumed. Let me share something profound with you. The universe isn't separate from you. It is you extended. Every person, every circumstance, every event in your life is yourself pushed out. When you truly understand this, you'll realize why the universe must repay you, because it's simply responding to what you're being. Tonight, I'm going to show you how to position yourself to receive these universal repayments. But first, you must understand that this isn't about doing more. It's about being more. It's about expanding your consciousness to embrace the reality you desire. The secret to feeling truly alive lies not in what you accumulate or achieve, but in your capacity to feel the reality of your desires. Now, most people live in a state of emotional numbness, going through the motions of life without ever experiencing its full vibrancy. Consider this. When was the last time you felt absolutely, unshakably alive. When every state in your body vibrated with the energy of pure being, that state isn't something to be found. It's something to be claimed through your consciousness. Mirror your kingdom, mirror your power, mirror your glory, mirror your glory, mirror your life. This is a quote from the style in the book. You see, at this very moment, you're experiencing only a tiny fraction of what life has to offer. You've constructed walls in your consciousness, limitations that seem real, but exist only because you've accepted them as truth. These walls weren't built by the universe. They were built by your assumptions. You saw this wall that you drew as a way of protecting and closing yourself in. Let me share a principle that will revolutionize your understanding. Every sensation you've ever experienced, every emotion you've ever felt, exists within your consciousness. You don't need external circumstances to feel alive. You need only to awaken to the aliveness that already exists within you. Find that space, that inner space, that inner presence, that inner awareness, that inner understanding. Most people wait for something external to make them feel alive. They wait for the perfect relationship, the ideal job, the dream house. But I tell you this, waiting is the very thing that keeps you from experiencing the fullness of life. The universe responds not to your wanting, but to your being. When you feel truly alive, when you embody the state of vibrant, pulsing life force, the universe must by law reflect that state back to you in countless unexpected ways. Everyone turns around. You were here once. Now you are begging for another chance to come back. Think about this. Every moment of intense aliveness you've ever experienced was created not by external circumstances, but by your consciousness. Those moments when you felt invincible, when you felt connected to everything, those weren't given to you by the world. They were created by your assumption of that state. The key to constant renewal, to feeling perpetually alive, lies in understanding that consciousness is the only reality. Whatever you feel to be true, whatever state you occupy in consciousness, must be reflected in your external world. What most people don't realize is that feeling alive isn't something that happens to you. Your consciousness is the gateway through which all experiences flow. When you change your consciousness, you change the entire spectrum of your experiences. Consider the vastness of the universe for a moment. Billions of galaxies, infinite possibilities, all existing simultaneously. Yet you experience only what you accept as possible in your consciousness. Your current experience of life is merely one tiny channel on an infinite broadcast spectrum. The universe is constantly trying to repay you with experiences that match your highest vision. But here's the crucial point. You must tune your consciousness to receive these experiences. Just as a radio can only receive the frequencies it's tuned to, your consciousness can only experience what it's aligned with. Most people live their entire lives never adjusting their frequency. They stay tuned to the same channel of limited experiences, never realizing they have access to the entire spectrum of existence. They feel stuck, stagnant, barely alive, when infinite vitality is available to them. Let me share something profound about the nature of feeling alive. When you truly feel alive, you're not just experiencing life, you're creating it. Every moment of genuine aliveness is a moment of pure creation. In those moments, you're not separate from the creative force of the universe. You are that force individualized. But here's where most people miss the mark. They try to feel alive through external stimulation. They chase experiences, relationships, achievements, never realizing that these things can't make them feel alive. They can only reflect the aliveness that already exists within their consciousness. The universe is waiting to repay you with experiences that will take your breath away, but it can only give you what you're prepared to receive in consciousness. If you're operating from a state of emotional deadness, of limited expectations, that's exactly what will be reflected back to you. Think about the times when you felt most alive. In those moments, you weren't trying to feel alive, you simply were alive. You weren't reaching for something outside yourself. You were fully present in your own being. That's the state from which miracles flow. The secret that most people miss is that the universe doesn't respond to what you want. It responds to what you are. If you're constantly living in a state of wanting to feel alive, you're actually affirming your current state of not feeling alive. This is why so many people remain stuck despite their best efforts. Let me share with you a profound truth about consciousness. Your consciousness is not confined to your physical body. It extends to everything you're aware of. When you feel truly alive, that aliveness permeates your entire world. Everything you touch, everyone you interact with, must reflect that state back to you. Most people don't realize that they are constantly creating their reality through their state of consciousness. Every moment, every interaction, every experience is shaped by the state you're occupying. If you're operating from a state of limited aliveness, your experiences will reflect that limitation. Consider this. The universe is not a random collection of events and circumstances. It's a perfect mirror, reflecting back to you your own consciousness. When you understand this, you'll realize why some people seem to live charmed lives while others struggle continuously. The key to receiving unexpected blessings from the universe lies in expanding your consciousness to embrace more life, not just theoretically, but actually feeling more alive in your day-to-day existence. This isn't about positive thinking. It's about positive being. Most people live in a state of emotional contraction. They've learned to suppress their natural vitality, to dim their light, to exist rather than truly live. But I tell you this, that contracted state is not natural. Your natural state is one of expanding aliveness. Think about a time when you felt absolutely unstoppable. In that moment, you weren't doing anything special. You were simply being in a state of expanded consciousness. That state is always available to you. It's not something to achieve. It's something to allow. The universe is constantly trying to give you more life, more vitality, more experiences that make you feel truly alive. But it can only give you what you're willing to receive in consciousness. Listen carefully now, because this is where most people go wrong. They think they need to work harder, do more, achieve more to feel alive. But I tell you, feeling alive is your natural state. You don't need to earn it. You only need to remove the barriers you've placed in your consciousness. Think of your consciousness as an infinite ocean of possibilities. Right now, you're experiencing only a tiny drop of that ocean. Not because the rest isn't available to you, but because you've limited yourself through your assumptions about what's possible. The universe is preparing to repay you in ways that will astonish you. But you must be ready to receive. This readiness isn't about external preparation. It's about expanding your consciousness to embrace more life, more possibilities, more of everything that makes you feel vibrantly alive. Most people live in a state of constant preparation, always getting ready for life, but never fully living it. They're waiting for the perfect moment, the right circumstances, the ideal conditions. But I tell you this, the perfect moment is now. The ideal condition is your current consciousness expanded to embrace more life. Consider how a flower blooms. It doesn't struggle or strain. It doesn't try to force its petals open. It simply allows its natural state of blossoming to unfold. Your consciousness works the same way. When you stop struggling and start allowing, when you cease trying to feel alive and simply allow yourself to be alive, everything changes. The universe operates through law, not luck. When you maintain a state of expanded consciousness, of genuine aliveness, that state must, by law, be reflected in your external world. This isn't wishful thinking. This is the operation of universal law. Most people don't realize that their current circumstances are simply their past assumptions made manifest. Whatever you're experiencing now is the result of the state you've been occupying in consciousness. Change the state and you change everything. But here's the crucial point. You can't fake this. You can't pretend to feel alive and expect the universe to respond. You must actually occupy the state of expanded consciousness, of genuine aliveness. The secret to receiving unexpected blessings lies in understanding that the universe doesn't respond to your desires. It responds to your assumptions. When you assume a state of expanded consciousness, when you live from that state consistently, the universe must conform to match your assumption. Most people make the mistake of trying to change their circumstances while maintaining the same consciousness. They want different results, but continue operating from the same limited state. This is like planting apple seeds and expecting to grow oranges. Let me share something profound about the nature of consciousness. Your consciousness is creative. It's constantly creating your reality, whether you're aware of it or not. Every moment, you are either creating from a state of expanded awareness or from a state of limitation. Think about the last time something amazing happened unexpectedly. In that moment, weren't you in a state of openness, of expanded possibilities? That state wasn't created by the circumstance. The circumstance was created by the state. The universe is waiting to shower you with experiences that will make your heart sing. But you must be vibrating at the frequency of those experiences. You must be living from the state that matches what you want to receive. Most people live in a state of emotional constriction, constantly bracing themselves against life. They've learned to expect limitations, to anticipate problems, to prepare for the worst. But I tell you this, that contracted state is creating more of the very things they're trying to avoid. Consider how different your life would be if you lived constantly from a state of expanded consciousness. If you moved through each day feeling fully alive, fully present, fully open to receiving. That state isn't something to achieve. It's something to allow. The universe operates with mathematical precision. Whatever state you occupy in consciousness must be reflected in your external world. This isn't theory. This is law. The most crucial understanding you must grasp is that your current state of consciousness is creating your future experiences. Every moment you spend feeling limited, constrained, or barely alive is setting the stage for more of the same. But every moment you spend in expanded consciousness is creating future moments of unexpected blessings. Think about this deeply. The universe isn't withholding anything from you. It's constantly offering you everything, but you can only receive what your consciousness is prepared to accept. All right? If you're living in a state of emotional contraction, you're literally closing the door to countless blessings. Most people live as if life is happening to them, when in truth, life is happening through them. Your consciousness is the lens through which all your experiences are filtered. Change the lens, and you change everything you see and experience. Consider the difference between watching a sunset while feeling fully alive and watching the same sunset while feeling emotionally numb. The sunset hasn't changed, but your experience of it is completely different. This is how consciousness shapes reality. The universe is preparing to repay you with experiences that will transform your understanding of what's possible. But you must be ready. This readiness isn't about external preparation. It's about maintaining a state of expanded consciousness consistently. Most people can't sustain an expanded state because they're constantly reacting to external circumstances. They allow their state to be determined by what's happening around them, rather than allowing their state to determine what happens. Let me share something profound about the nature of reality. Everything you experience is a reflection of your consciousness. There is no such thing as an external event that isn't connected to your state of consciousness. Everything is yourself pushed out. When you understand this, you'll realize why some people seem to live charmed lives while others struggle constantly. It's not about luck or fate. It's about the state of consciousness they consistently occupy. The key to receiving unexpected blessings lies in maintaining an expanded state, regardless of external circumstances. This doesn't mean ignoring reality. It means understanding that your consciousness creates reality. Think about a time when everything in your life seemed to flow effortlessly. In that state, you weren't doing anything different externally. You were being different internally. You were operating from a state of expanded consciousness. Most people spend their lives trying to arrange circumstances to feel better, when they should be arranging their consciousness to create better circumstances. The sequence is crucial. First the state, then the manifestation. Your task is simple, though not always easy. You must maintain a state of expanded consciousness, regardless of what your senses show you. You must feel fully alive, even when circumstances suggest otherwise. You must live from the end, feeling what you want to experience before it manifests externally. The universe operates through immutable laws. Whatever state you consistently occupy in consciousness must be reflected in your external world. This isn't wishful thinking. This is the operation of law. You leave here tonight, remember this. The universe is not separate from you. It is you extended. Every blessing you receive, every unexpected gift, every moment of synchronicity is simply your consciousness made manifest. Don't wait for external circumstances to make you feel alive. Choose to feel alive now. Don't wait for success to feel successful. Occupy that state now. Don't wait for abundance to feel abundant. Live from that state now. The universe will repay you not based on what you do, but based on who you are being in consciousness. Be the person who lives fully, who embraces life completely, who expects miracles as naturally as breathing. Your role is not to make things happen. Your role is to assume the state that allows things to happen. Live from that state consistently and watch as the universe rearranges itself to match your assumption. Remember, the power that you seek is not outside you. It is your very consciousness. Use it wisely. Use it consistently. Use it with the understanding that every moment of expanded consciousness is creating future moments of unexpected blessing. Go forth now, not to achieve, but to be. Not to get, but to embody. Not to become, but to assume. For in this lies the secret of receiving everything you've ever desired and more than you could ever imagine. The universe is waiting to repay you in ways beyond your current comprehension. But you must be ready. You must be willing. You must be living in the state of consciousness that matches what you want to receive. That is your task. That is your opportunity. That is your destiny. The choice is yours. Choose wisely. Choose now. Choose to live from the state of consciousness that matches your highest vision. For in that choice lies everything you've ever wanted, and more than you've ever dreamed possible. Every experience, every circumstance, every person you encounter is but a reflection of your inner state. And it is through the power of your imagination that you shape this world. When I say shut up when you are happy, I'm not speaking of physical violence, but rather of a profound inner stillness. It is the quieting of that incessant voice within you that constantly chatters about your current circumstances, your worries and your doubts. This inner voice, my dear friends, is the very thing that keeps you tethered to your present reality, preventing you from stepping in magnitude future you desire. Consider for a moment, have you ever achieved a goal, experienced a moment of pure joy, only to have that feeling quickly dissipated by thoughts of what's next, or this won't last? This, my friends, is the chatter I'm referring to. It is the noise that drowns out the whispers of your divine imagination. When you learn to shut up in these moments of happiness, you are not merely enjoying a fleeting emotion. You are, in fact, entering a state of consciousness that is in perfect alignment with your desires. This state of being is the very foundation upon which your future experiences will be built. Imagine, if you will, that you have just received wonderful news. Perhaps you've been offered your dream job, or you've just met the love of your life. In that moment of pure elation, your entire being is vibrating at a frequency of joy and fulfillment. This is the precise moment when you must learn to shut up. But what does it mean to shut up in this context? It means to fully inhabit that feeling of joy, to marinate in it, to let it permeate every fiber of your being without allowing to race ahead to potential problems or doubts. It means to silence the voice that says yes, but, and instead to simply be in that perfect state of happiness. You see, my dear friends, this state of pure, unadulterated happiness is your natural state. It is the state from which all of your desires spring forth. When you can learn to dwell in this state, to shut up and simply be happy, you are aligning yourself with the very source of creation. Now, some of you may be thinking, but Neville, how can I be happy when my current circumstances are less than ideal? And to this I say, your circumstances do not dictate your state of being. It is your state of being that dictates your circumstances. Remember, the world you see around you is nothing more than a shadow, a reflection of your inner state. If you persist in a state of happiness, regardless of your current circumstances, those circumstances must change to reflect your inner reality. This is the law of consciousness, as immutable as the law of gravity. Let me share with you a simple technique to practice this principle. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine a scene that implies the fulfillment of your desire. Perhaps it's a conversation with a friend where you're sharing your joy about your new circumstances. Feel the happiness, the excitement, the gratitude that would accompany this scene. Now, here's the crucial part. As you open your eyes and return to your current reality, maintain that feeling of joy and fulfillment. Do not allow your mind to immediately begin listing all the reasons why this imagined scene cannot be true. This is what it means to shut up when you are happy. You see, my friends, your imagination is the very gateway to the realm of infinite possibilities. When you imagine a scene that implies the fulfillment of your desire, you are not merely daydreaming or fantasizing. You are, in fact, experiencing a reality that already exists in potential form. The power of your consciousness is such that it can collapse these infinite potential into your physical reality. But this can only happen when you learn to shut up and maintain that state of joy and fulfillment, even in the face of contrary evidence in your physical world. Consider the biblical phrase, "Be still and know that I am God." This stillness This shutting up is not a passive state of inaction. It is rather a profound acknowledgement of the creative power within you. It is a recognition that the I am within you is the very source of all creation. When you shut up and maintain your state of happiness, you are declaring to the universe, I am that which I desire to be. And the universe, which is nothing more than an outpicturing of your consciousness, has no choice but to conform to this declaration. Now, some of you may be wondering, but Neville, how long must I maintain this state? How long must I shut up before I see results in my physical reality? And to this, I say time is a construct of the human mind. In the realm of consciousness where all creation takes place, there is no time. Your job is not to worry about when or how your desire will manifest. Your job is simply to maintain the state of the wish fulfilled, to shut up when you are happy, to dwell in that state of joy and fulfillment, knowing with absolute certainty that what you have imagined must come to pass. Remember, my dear friends, that creation is finished. All possible states already exist. Your job is not to create your desire, but to simply step into the state where your desire is already fulfilled. And you do this by shutting up when you are happy, by maintaining that state of joy and fulfillment, regardless of what your physical senses may be telling you. Let me give you an example to illustrate this principle. Imagine a man who desires financial abundance. He may look at his current bank balance and feel despair. But if he understands the principle we're discussing today, he will shut up in that moment of despair. Instead, he will imagine a scene that implies his financial abundance. Perhaps he imagines looking at his bank statement and seeing a balance that far exceeds his current reality. He feels the joy, the relief, the excitement that comes with this newfound abundance. And here's the crucial part. As he opens his eyes and returns to his current reality, he maintains that feeling of abundance. He shuts up when he's happy. He doesn't allow his mind to immediately begin listing all the reasons why this financial abundance is impossible. He doesn't just planning how he'll make it happen. He simply dwells in the state of the wish fulfilled, knowing that his outer world must conform to his inner state. This, my friends, is the true meaning of faith. It is not a blind belief in something outside of yourself. It is an absolute knowing that what you have imagined must come to pass because you have aligned yourself with the creative power of the universe. Now let's delve deeper into the practical application of this principle. How do you maintain this state of happiness, this inner quietude in the face of a world that seems to constantly challenge your desired state? The key lies in understanding that your reactions to external events are entirely within your control. When circumstances arise that seem to contradict your desired state, you have a choice. You can allow these circumstances to pull you out of your state of happiness, or you can choose to shut up and maintain your enjoy. This doesn't mean ignoring your current reality or living in denial. It means understanding that your current reality is nothing more than a shadow of past thoughts and beliefs. By maintaining your state of happiness, you are casting a new shadow, creating a new reality that must conform to your inner state. Consider the story of Job in the Bible. Despite losing everything, Job maintained his faith. He shut up in the face of adversity, refusing to let his circumstances dictate his inner state. And in the end, his reality conformed to his unwavering faith. You, my dear friends, are faced with this same choice every moment of every day. Will you allow the circumstances of your life to dictate your inner state? Or will you choose to shut up when you're happy, to maintain that state of joy and fulfillment, regardless of what your senses are telling you? Remember, the outer world is dead. It has no power to create or to destroy. It is nothing more than a reflection of your inner state. When you truly understand this, you will see that there is nothing to fear in your external reality. It is clay in your hands, ready to be molded by the power of your consciousness. Now, some of you may be thinking, but Neville, isn't this just positive thinking? Isn't this just ignoring reality? And to this I say, this is far more than positive thinking. This is about understanding the fundamental nature of reality itself. You see, what you call reality is nothing more than a consensual hallucination. It is a shared dream that we all participate in. But just as you can change the course of a dream by becoming aware that you're mean, you can change the course of your life by becoming aware of your true nature as the dreamer of your reality. When you shut up when you're happy, when you maintain that state of joy and fulfillment, regardless of your circumstances, you are not ignoring reality. You are creating a new reality. You are exercising your divine right as a co-creator of the universe. Let me share with you another technique to help you practice this principle. Throughout your day, pause periodically and ask yourself, how would I feel if my desire were already fulfilled? Then, allow yourself to fully experience that feeling. Shut up and dwell in that state of happiness, even if only for a few moments. As you practice this, you'll find that it becomes easier and easier to maintain this state for longer periods. You'll find yourself naturally shutting up when you're happy, dwelling in that state of fulfillment more and more often. And as you do this, you'll begin to notice changes in your outer world. At first, these changes may be small. Perhaps you'll notice more synchronicities in your life, more lucky coincidences. But as you persist in your new state, these changes will become more profound. You see, my friends, the universe has no choice but to conform to your inner state. When you consistently maintain a state of joy and fulfillment, your outer world must rearrange itself to match this inner reality. This is the law of consciousness, and it is absolute. Now, let's address another question that may be arising in your minds. Neville, you may be thinking, what about out action? Don't we need to take action to achieve our desires? And to this I say, inspired action will naturally flow from your new state of being. When you shut up, when you're happy, when you dwell in the state of the wish fulfilled, you align yourself with the creative power of the universe. From this aligned state, you will naturally be inspired to take actions that support the manifestation of your desire. But here's the crucial difference. These actions will not come from a place of lack or need. They will not be driven by fear or desperation. Instead, they will flow naturally and effortlessly from your state of joy and fulfillment. You see, when you truly embody the state of the wish fulfilled, when you shut up and maintain that inner happiness regardless of your circumstances, you begin to see opportunities that were always there but were previously invisible to you. It's as if you're tuning into a different frequency. Just as a radio can only pick up the stations it's tuned to, your consciousness can only perceive the opportunities that align with your inner state. When you maintain a state of joy and fulfillment, you naturally tune into the frequency of abundance and opportunity. Let me give you another example to illustrate this principle. Imagine a woman who desires a loving relationship. She may look at her current circumstances and feel lonely, but if she understands the principle that we're discussing today, she will shut up in that moment of loneliness. Instead, she will imagine a scene that implies she is in a loving relationship. Perhaps she imagines introducing her partner to her friends, feeling the joy and contentment of being in a loving partnership. And here's the crucial part. As she opens her eyes and returns to her current reality, she maintains that feeling of being loved and in a relationship. She shuts up when she's happy. She doesn't allow her mind to immediately begin listing all the reasons why the relationship is impossible. She doesn't start planning how she'll meet someone. She simply dwells in the state of the wish fulfilled, knowing that her outer world must conform to her inner state. Now, from this state of being in a loving relationship, she may be inspired to join a new club or attend a social event. But she doesn't do this out of desperation to meet someone. She does it because it aligns with a new state of being. And because she's operating from this state of fulfillment, she naturally attracts experiences that match this state. This, my dear friends, is the true power of shutting up when you're happy. It's not about forcing yourself to feel positive emotions when you're feeling down. It's about recognizing those moments of genuine happiness, those glimpses of your desired state, and learning to dwell in them. It's about understanding that these moments of happiness are not just fleeting emotions, but glimpses of your true nature. They are windows into the reality that already exists for you in potential form. Your job is simply to step into that reality by maintaining that state of happiness. Now I can hear some of you thinking, but Neville, what about the suffering in the world? Isn't it selfish to focus on my own happiness when there's so much pain around me? And to this I say, your joy is not separate from the joy of the world. In fact, by maintaining your state of happiness, you are contributing to the elevation of consciousness for all of humanity. You see, we are all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. When you elevate your own state, you are elevating the state of the inhuman collective. Your joy ripples out into the world, affecting everyone and everything around you in ways you may not even be aware of. Moreover, when you operate from a state of joy and fulfillment, you are in a much better position to help others. Think about it. Who is better equipped to lift others up, someone who is mired in misery and lack, or someone who is radiating joy and abundance? By shutting up when you're happy, by maintaining that state of joy and fulfillment, you become a beaconlet of light in the world. You inspire others not through your words, but through your very being. You demonstrate the possibility of living from a state of joy regardless of circumstances. Let's delve even deeper on this concept. When I say shut up when you're happy, I'm not suggesting that you should never express your joy or share your good fortune with others. Rather, I'm urging you to shut up the doubting voice within, the voice that seeks to diminish your joy or question its validity. You see, many of us have been conditioned to believe that we don't deserve happiness, that it's somehow wrong or selfish to feel joyful when others are suffering. But this belief is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of the nature of reality. Joy is your natural state. It is the state from which all creation springs forth. When you allow yourself to fully experience and dwell in this state, you are aligning yourself with the creative power of the universe. You are fulfilling your divine purpose as a co-creator of reality. Now let's address another aspect of this principle. Some of you may be wondering, but Neville, what about gratitude? Aren't we supposed to express gratitude for good things in our lives? And to this I say a gratitude God of thanking an external force for the good in your life. It is about recognizing that you are the source of all that you experience. When you shut up when you're happy, when you dwell in the state of the wish fulfilled, without questioning or doubting, or expressing the highest form of gratitude, you are acknowledging your oneness with the creative power of the universe. You are recognizing that the good in your life is not something given to you by an external force, but a manifestation of your own divine nature. This understanding transforms the way you approach gratitude. Instead of saying thank you for this blessing, you simply dwell in the state of having that blessing, knowing that it is a natural expression of your true self. This is shutting up when you're happy in its purest form. Let me share with you another technique to help you practice this principle. Throughout your day, whenever you experience a moment of joy or satisfaction, no matter how small, pause and fully inhabit that feeling. Don't immediately rush to the next thing. Don't allow your mind to start planning or worrying. Simply be in that state of happiness. As you practice this, you'll find that these moments of joy become more frequent and more prolonged. You'll begin to notice the abundance of happiness that already exists in your life. And as you dwell in these states of happiness, you'll find that your external reality begins to shift to match your inner state. Now, some of you may be thinking, but Neville, what about when bad things happen? How can I shut up and be happy when I'm facing real challenges? And to this I say, remember that what you perceive as bad is mere judgment based on your current perspective. Every experience, every circumstance in your life is an opportunity to practice this principle. When faced with a challenging situation, instead of reacting with fear or anger, pause and ask yourself, how do I feel if this situation were already resolved in the best possible way? Then shut up and dwell in that feeling of relief and satisfaction. You see, by doing this, you are not denying the current circumstances. You are simply choosing to align yourself with the solution rather than the problem. You are shutting up the voice of fear and doubt and instead dwelling in the state of the wish fulfilled. This doesn't mean that you ignore the situation or fail to take appropriate action. It means that you take action from a state of confidence and assurance, knowing that the solution already exists. This is the power of shutting up when you're happy, even in the face of apparent adversity. Let's explore this concept further. When you shut up, when you're happy, You are essentially entering a state of allowing. You are allowing your desires to manifest without resistance. You are aligning yourself with the natural flow of creation. Think of it like this. The universe is constantly offering you everything you'd ever. It's like a cosmic buffet, laden with all the experiences, relationships, and abundance you could ever want. But if you're constantly chattering about what you lack, about your worries and doubts, you're effectively pushing away from this buffet. When you shut up when you're happy, you're pulling up a chair to this cosmic buffet. You're saying, yes, I'll have that, and that too. You're allowing the abundance of the universe to flow into your life without resistance. Now, some of you may be wondering, but Neville, doesn't this mean we should suppress our negative emotions? Isn't it important to acknowledge and process our feelings? And to this I say, acknowledging your emotions is important, but dwelling in negative states is not necessary for processing them. You see, every emotion is simply feedback. It's information about your current alignment with your desires. When you feel negative emotions, it's an indication that you're focusing on what you don't want rather than what you do want. The solution is not to dwell in these negative states, but to shift your focus back to what you desire. This is where the practice of shutting up when you're happy becomes so powerful. By consciously choosing to dwell in positive states, even for short periods, you're training yourself to align with what you want. You're building new neural pathways that make it easier and easier to maintain these positive states. Let me give you another example to illustrate this principle. Imagine a man who desires better health. He may look at his current physical condition and feel discouraged. But if he understands the principle we're discussing today, he will shut up in that moment of discouragement. Instead, he will imagine a scene that implies his perfect health. Perhaps he imagines effortlessly running a marathon, feeling the strength and vitality in his body. And here's the crucial part. As he opens his eyes and returns to his current reality, he maintains that feeling of health and vitality. He shuts up when he's happy. He doesn't allow his mind to immediately begin listing all the reasons why level of health is impossible. He doesn't start worrying about his current symptoms or planning a rigorous health regimen. He simply dwells in a state of perfect health, knowing that his outer world must conform to his inner state. Now, from this state of perfect health, he may be inspired to make different food choices or to engage in physical activities. But he doesn't do this out of fear or desperation. He does it because it aligns with his new state of being. And because he's operating from this state of health and vitality, he naturally attracts experiences that match this state. This, my dear friends, is the transformative power of shutting up when you're happy. It's about recognizing that your outer world is nothing more than a reflection of your inner state. By maintaining a state of joy and fulfillment, you are literally reshaping your reality. Now, let's address another important aspect of this principle. Some of you may be wondering, but Neville, how do I maintain this state of happiness when I'm surrounded by negativity? How do I shut up and stay happy when others are constantly complaining or spreading fear? And to this, I say, remember that you are the operant power in your reality. The thoughts and emotions of others have no power over you unless you give them that power. When you shut up when you're happy, you are declaring your independence from the collective consciousness of lack and limitation. This doesn't mean you become insensitive to the struggles of others. It means you maintain your state of joy and fulfillment as a gift to those around you. You become a living example of the possibility of happiness regardless of circumstances. Think of it like this. If you were in a dark room with a group of people, would it be more helpful to join them in complaining about the darkness or to light a candle? When you shut up when you're happy, you are lighting that candle. You are illuminating the possibility of joy for everyone around you. Let's delve even deeper into this concept. When you shut up when you're happy, you are essentially entering a state of faith. Not faith in an external power, but faith in the creative power of your own consciousness. You see, faith not about believing in something despite evidence to the contrary. True faith is about knowing that what you desire must come to pass, because you have aligned yourself with the creative power of the universe. When you shut up, when you're happy, when you maintain that state of joy and fulfillment regardless of your current circumstances, you are exercising this type of faith. You are declaring to the universe, I know that what I desire is already mine in the realm of infinite possibilities, and I choose to dwell in that reality now. This type of faith is unshakable because it's not based on external circumstances. It's based on your understanding of the fundamental nature of reality. It's based on your recognition of your true identity as the operant power in your world. Now, some of you may be thinking, but Neville, isn't this just magical thinking? How can simply feeling happy change my external reality? And to this I say, what you call magical thinking is simply a recognition of the true nature of consciousness. You see, consciousness is the only reality. What you perceive as your external world is nothing more than a projection of your consciousness. When you change your inner state, you are literally changing the projection. This is not magic. This is the fundamental law of creation. Let me give you one final example to illustrate this principle. Imagine a woman who desires to advance in her career. She may look at her current job situation and feel stuck. But if she understands the principle we're discussing today, she will shut up in that moment of frustration. Instead, she will imagine a scene that implies her career advancement. Perhaps she imagines receiving congratulations from her colleagues on her new position. And here's the crucial part. As she opens her eyes and returns to her current reality, she maintains that feeling of success and accomplishment. She shuts up when she's happy. She doesn't allow her mind to immediately begin listing all the reasons why this career advancement is impossible. She doesn't start stressing about how to make it happen. She simply dwells in the state of career success, knowing that her outer world must conform to her inner state. Now, from this state of career success, she may be inspired to take on new projects or to network with certain individuals. But she doesn't do this out of desperation or fear of missing out. She does it because it aligns with her new state of being. And because she's operating from this state of success, she naturally attracts opportunities that match the state. This, my dear friend, is the true power of shutting up when you're happy. It's about recognizing those moments of alignment with your desires, those glimpses of your ideal state, and learning to dwell in them. It's about understanding that these moments of happiness are not just fleeting emotions, but windows into the reality that already exists for you in potential form. Your job is simply to step into that reality by maintaining that state of happiness, by shutting up the doubting voice, the voice of lack and limitation, and instead dwelling in the state of the wish fulfilled. As we come to the close of our discussion, I want to leave you with this final thought. The power to shape your reality lies within you. It always has, and it always will. When you shut up, when you're happy, when you learn to dwell in the state of the wish fulfilled, you are claiming this power. You are declaring to the universe, I am that which I desire to be. And the universe, which is nothing more than an outpicturing of your consciousness, has no choice but to conform to this declaration. So, my dear friends, I urge you, shut up when you're happy. Dwell in that state of joy and fulfillment. Maintain it regardless of what your senses may be telling you. For in doing so, you are aligning yourself with the creative power of the universe. You are stepping into your true identity as the author of your reality. Remember, creation is finished. All possible states already exist. Your job is not to create your desire, but to simply step into the state where your desire is already fulfilled. And you do this by shutting up when you're happy, by maintaining that state of joy and fulfillment, regardless of what your physical senses may be telling you. Go forth, my friends, and practice this principle. Shut up when you're happy. Dwell in the state of the wish fulfilled, and watch as your world transforms to match your inner reality. For you are the operant power, the author of your life story. Write it well, with joy and with the unwavering faith that comes from understanding your true nature as a divine creator. It is the secret of making the universe respond to your desires, of shaping reality itself through the power of your imagination. Now I know what some of you may be thinking. Neville, you might say, how can this be possible? How can my mere thoughts and imaginings affect the solid, tangible world around me? And to that I say, not only is it possible, it is the very foundation of all creation, the bedrock upon which our entire existence is built. You see, my dear friends, the world you perceive around you, the chair you're sitting on, the air you're breathing, the thoughts of the person next to you, all of it is nothing more than a reflection of your own consciousness. The universe in all its infinite wisdom and glory is responding moment by moment to the state of your imagination, to the assumptions you hold about yourself and the world. Let me be clear, when I speak of imagination, I'm not referring to idle daydreams or fleeting fantasies. No, I am speaking of something far more profound, far more fundamental to your being. Your imagination, properly understood and applied, is your very self. It is God in action within you. It is in essence the creative power of the universe focused through the lens of your individual consciousness. Now I can see the skepticism in some of your eyes. You're wondering if this is true. Why isn't my life perfect? Why do I face challenges and setbacks? And to that I say, because you're yet fully awakened to your true nature, to the immense power that lies dormant within you. You see, most people go through life believing they are at the mercy of external circumstances. They believe that their lives are shaped by forces beyond their control, by their upbringing, their environment, their genes, or even by some capricious deity who doles out blessings and curses at will. But I am here to tell you with absolute certainty that nothing could be further from the truth. You, my dear friends, are the operant power in your life. You are the one who shapes your reality, who determines your fate. And you do this not through your actions in the outer world, but through the states you occupy in your imagination. Now let me explain what I mean by states. A state is a mindset, a way of being, a particular arrangement of your consciousness. When you embody a state, be it one of wealth, health, love, or success, you are in that moment, that very thing. And here's the crucial point. The outer world has no choice but to conform to the state you have assumed. This, my friends, is the law that governs all creation. It is immutable, unchanging, and it operates with perfect precision in every moment of your existence. The world is nothing more than a mirror, faithfully reflecting back to you the state you have assumed. But here's where most people stumble. They look at their current circumstances, at the limitations and lack in their lives, and they assume that this is their reality. They accept it as an unchangeable fact, not realizing that by doing so, they are perpetuating those very conditions. You see, the secret to changing your life, to making the universe respond, lies in your ability to disregard the evidence of your senses and instead live from the end. What do I mean by this? I mean that you must have the courage and the imagination to see your desires already fulfilled, to experience in your mind the joy and satisfaction of your wish realized. This, my friends, is the art of assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled. It is the cornerstone of all successful manifestation, the key that unlocks the infinite potential of your imagination. Now, I can hear some of you thinking, but Neville, how can I possibly feel something that isn't true? How can I convince myself of a reality that doesn't exist? And to that I say, you are already doing it every moment of your life. Every belief you hold, every assumption you make about yourself and the world is nothing more than an act of imagination that you have accepted as truth. The only difference is that most people imagine unconsciously, allowing their minds to be shaped by past experiences and current circumstances. But you, my dear friends, have the power to imagine consciously, to deliberately choose the states you will occupy. Let me give you an example to illustrate this point. Imagine a man who desires wealth. He looks at his current bank balance, at the bills piling up on his desk, and he feels poor. He walks down the street, sees luxury cars and expensive shops, and he feels lack. In every moment he is affirming his poverty, he is assuming the state of being poor. Now contrast this with a man who understands the power of imagination. This man, regardless of his current circumstances, chooses to assume the state of wealth. When he walks down that same street, he doesn't see things he can't afford. He sees evidence of abundance that is already his. When he looks at his bills, he feels gratitude for the services he's received and the ability to pay for them. In his imagination, he feels the crisp texture of large bills in his wallet. He experiences the peace of mind that comes with financial security. He savors the freedom to live as he chooses, to help others, to pursue his passions without concern for money. Which of these men do you think is more likely to manifest actual wealth in the outer world? The answer, of course, is clear. The universe can only respond to the state you occupy, to the assumptions you hold about yourself and your place in the world. Now, I want to address a common misconception. Some of you might be thinking, but Neville, isn't this just positive thinking? Isn't this just fooling myself? And to that I say, absolutely not. What I'm describing goes far beyond mere positive thinking or affirmations. You see, positive thinking operates on the level of the conscious mind. It's an attempt to override negative thoughts with more positive ones. But the power I'm speaking of, the power to make the universe respond, operates at a much deeper level. It's not about thinking positively, it's about being positively. When you truly assume a state in your imagination, when you occupy it fully, you are not fooling yourself. You are in that moment actually becoming the person who has what you desire. You are shifting your entire consciousness, aligning yourself with the reality you wish to experience. This is why simply repeating affirmations or visualizing your desires often falls short. These techniques can be useful, but they're not enough on their own. To truly change your life, to make the universe respond, you must feel the reality or desire. You must experience it so vividly in your imagination. Now, I know what some of you are thinking, but Neville, you might say, I've tried this. I've imagined what I want. I've tried to feel it real, but nothing has changed. And to that I say persistence is key. Remember, you are undoing a lifetime of habitual thinking and feeling. You are dismantling deeply ingrained beliefs about yourself and the world. This is not always an easy process. It requires dedication, it requires faith, and above all, it requires persistence. You must be willing to maintain your assumed state, even when all evidence points to the contrary. You must have courage to disregard the world of shadows and live fully in the world of imagination. Let me share with you a story that illustrates this point. I once knew a woman who desperately wanted to be married. She had been single for years, and despite her best efforts, she couldn't seem to find the right partner. She came to me frustrated and disheartened, asking for help. I instructed her to imagine every night before sleep that she was already married to the perfect partner. I told her to feel the ring on her finger, to experience the warmth of her lover's embrace, to hear the words of love and commitment whispered in her ear. At first she found this difficult. Her loneliness and frustration kept intruding on her imaginal scene, but she persisted. Night after night she lived in her imagination as a happily married woman, and slowly something began to change. She noticed that she felt different during the day. She carried herself with more confidence. She interacted with men differently, free from the desperation that had previously colored her interactions. And then, seemingly out of nowhere, she met someone. The relationship blossomed quickly, and within a year she was married to a man who matched perfectly the one she had been imagining. Now, some might call this a coincidence, but I assure you it was anything but. This woman had changed her state, had shifted her consciousness, and the universe had no choice but to respond in kind. This, my dear friends, is the power that lies within each and every one of you. The power to shape your reality, to mold the universe itself through the power of your imagination. But let me be clear, this is not about controlling others or manipulating external circumstances. The only thing you can ever change is yourself. But when you change yourself, when you shift your state, when you assume a new way of being, the entire world reshapes itself to match your new self-concept. Now, I want to address another important point. Some of you might be wondering, but Neville, what about action? Don't we need to do something in the outer world to make our desires a reality? And to that I say, inspired action will flow naturally from your assumed state. You see, when you truly occupy a state of the wish fulfilled, when you live from the end, your actions in the outer world will naturally align with your desire. You won't have to force yourself to take action. You won't have to push against resistance. Instead, you'll find yourself naturally drawn to take the right actions at the right time. This is because your outer world is nothing more than an expression of your inner state. When you change your state, your perception changes and new opportunities become visible to you. Doors that were previously closed suddenly open. People and circumstances that can help you achieve your desire are drawn into your life, as if by magic. But remember, the action is not the cause of your manifestation, it is the result. The true cause is always the state you occupy in your imagination. This is why two people can take the same actions in the outer world and achieve vastly different results. It's not the action itself that determines the outcome, but the state from which the action springs. Now let's delve deeper into the mechanics of how this process works. Using your subconscious mind, which is really your connection to the infinite intelligence of the universe, doesn't distinguish between what you imagine vividly and what you have to experience in the outer world. To your subconscious, they are one and the same. This is why your imaginal acts are so powerful. When you imagine something vividly, when you occupy a state fully in your imagination, your subconscious accepts it as reality. And once your subconscious accepts something as real, it goes to work to make it so in your outer world. This is not some mystical or supernatural process, as it's simply the way consciousness never operates. Your consciousness is the only reality. What you assume to be true, what you believe in the depths of your being, must be expressed in your outer world. This is an inviolable law of consciousness. Now, I want to address a question that often arises when I speak about these principles. Some of you might be wondering, but Neville, what about other people? How can my imagination affect them? And to that I say, there are no others. I know this might sound strange, even solipsistic, but bear with me. You see, the people in your life, the circumstances you encounter, are all of you pushed out. They are reflections of your consciousness, expressions of your assumptions and beliefs. This doesn't mean that other people don't exist or that they don't have free will, but it does mean that your experience of them, your interactions with them are shaped by your consciousness. Change your consciousness and your experience of others will change too. Let me give you an example to illustrate this point. Imagine a man who believes that people are generally unfriendly, unhelpful. As he goes about his day, he encounters people who seem to confirm this belief. The cashier at the store is curt with him. His co-workers are distant strangers on the street, avoid eye contact. Now imagine this same man decides to change his assumption. He begins to imagine that people are friendly and eager to help. He feels this new assumption as true. He occupies this new state fully in his imagination. And suddenly his experiences begin to change. The same cashier smiles and strikes up a friendly conversation. His co-workers become more open and collaborative. Strangers on the street offer warm smiles. Has the world suddenly changed? Have all these people suddenly become different? Of course not. What has changed is the man's consciousness. And as a result, his perception and experience of the world has shifted. This, my dear friends, is the true power of your imagination. It's not just about manifesting material things or achieving specific goals. It's about shaping your entire experience of reality. It's about becoming the person you want to be, about living in the world you want to inhabit. Now I want to address another important aspect of this work. Some of you might be wondering about the role of desire in this process. You might be asking, Neville, where do our desires come from? And how do we know which desires to pursue? To that I say, your desires are not random. They are not arbitrary whims, fancies. Your desires are messages from your higher self, from the God within you. They are invitations to grow, to expand, to more fully express your divine nature. When you feel a genuine desire, not a selfish want, but a deep, heartfelt longing, that is God's way of telling you what's possible for you. It's a preview of a potential reality that you have the power to manifest. This is why it is so important to honor your desires, to take them seriously. When you dismiss your desires as impossible or unworthy, you are turning your back on your own divinity. You are rejecting the gift that the universe is offering you. But here's the crucial point. The fulfillment of your desire is not the ultimate goal. The real purpose of your desire is to lead you to a new state of being, to a new level of consciousness, The outer manifestation is simply a guide you have successfully shifted your state. This is why it's so important to focus on the feeling of the wish fulfilled, rather than on the specific details of how it will come about. When you imagine your desire as fulfilled, when you occupy that state fully, you are aligning yourself with the essence of what you want. And often the universe will surprise you by bringing your desire to pass in ways far more wonderful than you could have planned. Now, I want to address a common concern that arises when people begin to work with these principles. Some of you might be thinking, but Neville, what if I imagine something and it doesn't happen? What if I assume a state and nothing changes? To that I say, have patience, and above all of that, faith. Remember, you are working with the very substance of the universe. You are engaging with the fundamental laws of creation. This is not always an instantaneous process. Sometimes the seed you plant in your imagination will sprout quickly, manifesting in your outer world in a matter of days or weeks. Other times it may take longer. But make no mistake, once you have planted that seed, once you have truly occupied a state in your imagination, the wheels of creation are set in motion. Your manifestation is inevitable, as long as you maintain your faith and persist in your assumption. This is where many people falter. They imagine their desire, they try to feel it real, but when they don't see immediate results, they give up. They return to their old state, their old assumptions, and then wonder why nothing has changed. But I assure you, my dear friends, that every imaginal act you perform is fruitful. Every state you occupy leaves its mark on your subconscious. Even if you don't see immediate results, trust that your imagination is doing its work. Trust that the universe is rearranging itself to match your new set. This trust, this unwavering faith is crucial. You must have faith in the law, faith in the power of your imagination. But more than that, you must have faith in yourself, in your divine nature, in your ability to create your reality. Now let's talk about how to practically apply these principles in your daily life. The first step is to choose your state. What is it that you truly desire? What kind of person do you want to be? What kind of life do you want to live? Once you've identified your desire, create a scene that implies its fulfillment. This scene should be short, simple, and easy to repeat. It should capture the essence of your desire, the feeling of it being realized. For example, if your desire is for a loving relationship, you might imagine hearing a loved one say, "I'm so happy we're together." Feel the warmth of their embrace, the love in their voice. Make it as vivid and real as possible. If your desire is for financial abundance, you might imagine looking at your bank statement and seeing a balance that thrills you. Feel the sense of security, the freedom that comes with financial abundance. Whatever you're seeing, the key is to make it feel real. Engage all your senses. Don't just see it, hear it, feel it, smell it, taste it if appropriate. The more real you can make it in your imagination, the more powerful it will be. Now here's the crucial part. You must enter this scene as if it were happening now, not as a future event, not as something you hope will happen, but as a present reality. You must feel the naturalness of it, the sense that, of course, this is your reality. I recommend practicing this imaginal scene every night as you fall asleep. You see, sleep is a powerful time for impressing your subconscious mind. As you drift off to sleep, your conscious mind relaxes its hold, allowing your imaginal scene to sink deep into your subconscious. But don't limit yourself to nighttime. Throughout your day, whenever one moment, return to your scene. Feel the reality of it. Let the feeling of your wish fulfilled permeate your entire being. Now I want to address another important point. Some of you might be wondering about negative thoughts and doubts. You might be asking, Neville, what if I can't stop my negative thoughts? What if I doubt whether this will work? To that I say, don't fight your negative thoughts. Don't try to force them away. Instead, simply return to your imaginal scene. Return to the feeling of your wish fulfilled. You see, what you resist persists, but what you accept and then replace fades away. Your negative thoughts or doubts are simply habits of mind. They are old states that you've occupied for so long that they feel natural to you. But remember, you have the power to choose your state. You have the power to decide what you would accept as real. When doubts arise, when negative thoughts intrude, simply acknowledge them and then gently return to your chosen state. Say to yourself, there's that old thought again. But I know the truth. I know what's real. And then immerse yourself once more in the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Over time, as you persist in your new state, these old thoughts and doubts will fade away. They'll lose their power over you. You'll find it easier and easier to maintain your chosen state, to live from the end. Now let's talk about something that many people struggle with, letting go. You see, there's a seeming paradox in this work. On one hand, you must live from the state of your wish fulfilled, feeling it as real and present. On the other hand, you must let go of attachment to the outcome. This can be challenging. How can you feel something as real and yet not be attached to it? The key is to understand that your job is not to make your desire happen. Your job is simply to occupy the state. The manifestation, the outer fulfillment, is not your concern. That's the job of the universe. When you truly live from the end, when you fully occupy your desired state, you no longer feel a sense of lack or need. You're not actually waiting for your desire to manifest, because in your imagination it already has. You're simply enjoying the state, savoring the feeling of your wish fulfilled. This is true detachment. It's not about not caring whether your desire manifests. It's about knowing that it has already manifested on the level of imagination, which is the only reality. The outer world has no choice but to conform to this inner reality in divine timing and divine order. Now, I want to address a question that often arises when I speak about these principles. Some of you might be wondering, but Neville, what about morality? What if someone uses this power for selfish or harmful purposes? To that, I say the law is neutral. Like gravity doesn't distinguish between what we might consider good or bad. It simply responds to the state we occupy. But I assure you that when you truly understand and apply these principles, you will have no desire to harm others or to act selfishly. You see, as you begin to experience your own divine nature, as you realize your oneness with all of creation, your desires naturally align with the highest good. You begin to understand that what blesses one blesses all, that there is no separation between you and others. Moreover, you realize that you don't need to take from others to have what you want. You don't need to compete or struggle. You simply need to assume the state of having or being what you desire, and the universe will respond accordingly. This understanding leads to a profound shift in consciousness. You move from a mindset of lack and limitation to one of abundance and infinite possibility. You realize that there is more than enough for everyone, that one person's gain doesn't have to mean another's loss. Now, as we near the end of our time together, I want to leave you with a final thought. The principles I've shared with you today are not new. They are as old as consciousness itself. They have been taught by mystics and sages throughout the ages, often veiled in symbolic language. What I've attempted to do is to present these timeless truths in a clear, practical way that you can apply in your daily life. But remember, the real proof of these principles lies not in my words, but in your experience. I encourage you, my dear friends, to test these ideas for yourself. Choose a safe side, create your scene, and live from that state. Persist even when outer appearances seem to contradict your imaginal act. Have faith in the law. Have faith in your own divine nature. And as you do this, as you begin to experience the power of your imagination to shape your reality, you will undergo profound transformation. You will begin to understand, not just intellectually, but experientially, that you are the operant power in your life. You will realize that the universe is not something separate from you, but a loving, responsive extension of your own consciousness. This realization, my friends, is true freedom. It's the key to creating the life you desire, to becoming the person you want to be. It's the secret to making the universe respond. Remember, the world is yourself pushed out. Everything you experience is a reflection of your own consciousness. Change your consciousness, and you change your world. This is the great secret, the great law. It has always been so, and it will always be so. As you leave here today, I urge you to carry this knowledge with you. Let it infuse every aspect of your life. Use your imagination lovingly and wisely. Create beautiful states for yourself and for others. Live from the state of your wishes fulfilled. For in doing so, you are not just changing your own life. You are participating in the grand dance of creation. You are fulfilling your divine purpose. You are making the universe respond. Not just to your individual desires, but to the highest and best possibilities for all of creation. Go forth, my dear friends, and create wonderfully. For you are the makers of your world, the authors of your destiny. The power is within you. The time is now. The choice is yours. Thank you, and may your imagination be blessed. Let me share with you what actually occurs in consciousness when you stand on the precipice of extraordinary success. Your entire world is about to undergo a transformation so profound that you will hardly recognize your former life. This isn't wishful thinking, it's law. Many of you sit here tonight wondering when your breakthrough will come, when your circumstances will finally reflect your desires. But I tell you this, your wild success isn't coming. It's already here, existing now in your consciousness, waiting to be assumed into expression. Consider this, every person who has ever achieved extraordinary success first achieved it in consciousness. They didn't wait for circumstances to change, they changed their consciousness to consciousness. The outer success was merely the shadow of their inner assumption. When you truly grasp this principle, something remarkable happens to your entire approach to success. You stop seeking it in the outer world and start expressing it from within. You recognize that success isn't something you pursue. It's something you attract by the person you become in consciousness. Let me tell you something vital about this imminent success. It's not determined by your past, your education, your circumstances, or what others think possible for you. It's determined solely by your assumption, by the concept you hold of yourself in consciousness. Here's a profound truth about your wild success. It already exists in what I call the fourth dimension of infinite possibilities. Your only task is to assume it into this three-dimensional world through the power of your consciousness. Think about this. Every great achievement in human history first existed in the consciousness of someone who dared to assume its reality before there was any external evidence. They knew the secret that I'm sharing with you tonight, that consciousness is the only reality. The very success you seek is seeking you, but it can only find you in consciousness. It can only express itself through your assumption of its reality. This assumption of success works with a precision that would astonish you if you could see it from a higher dimension. It operates not through effort or struggle, but through a complete transformation of your inner state. Let me share with you exactly what happens when you truly assume the state of wild success. Your entire inner world begins to reorganize itself. Your thoughts naturally armed with success. Your feelings are tuned to success. Your inner conversations reflect success. This isn't something you force, it's something you allow. Many of you try to think successful thoughts while feeling like a failure inside. But I tell you this, success isn't a collection of thoughts. It's a state of consciousness. When you assume the state of success, you don't need to think about success any more than a wealthy person needs to think about wealth. Consider this. When you enter a room, you don't think about being in the room. You simply are in the room. The same must be true of your successful state. You don't think about being successful, you simply are successful. When you truly understand this principle, something remarkable happens to your entire existence. You stop trying to achieve success and start expressing success. The difference is profound. Achievement implies future attainment, expression implies present reality. Let me tell you something crucial about this state of success. It has nothing to do with comparison or competition. Your wild success is unique to you. It's the full expression of who you really are, not an imitation of someone else's journey. Here's a profound truth about assuming success. It must feel natural to you. If it feels like pretense or affirmation, you haven't truly assumed the state. When you genuinely assume a state, it feels like the most natural thing in the world. Think about this. You don't wake up each morning and affirm that you're human. You don't try to convince yourself that you exist. These states are natural to you. Your successful state must become just as natural. The very essence of success is already within you, waiting to be recognized and expressed. It's not something you create. It's something you allow to emerge through your assumption. This emergence of success through your assumption follows an immutable pattern that, once understood, will transform your entire approach to manifestation. You must understand that success isn't something that happens to you. It's something that happens from you. Let me share with you what actually occurs when success begins to emerge through your assumption. First, your consciousness shifts. You begin to think, feel, and react from the state of success before any external evidence appears. This isn't pretense, it's spiritual law in operation. Many of you wait for external circumstances to make you feel successful. But I tell you this, you have it backwards. Your feeling of success must precede the external manifestation. The outer world merely reflects what you've already accepted as real in consciousness. Consider this: when an oak tree emerges from an acorn, it doesn't gradually become an oak. It is an oak from the very beginning, merely expressing more and more of what it already is. Your success follows the same pattern. You must be it before you can see it. When you truly grasp this principle, something remarkable happens to your daily experience. You stop living in anticipation of success and start living from the consciousness of success already achieved. This shift in consciousness is everything. Let me tell you something vital about this emergence. It often begins with small changes in how you perceive yourself and your world. You'll notice that you naturally begin to speak differently, carry yourself differently, make decisions differently, not through effort, but through your new self-concept. Here's a profound truth about this emergence of success. It must flow from a changed consciousness, not from external efforts alone. All the action in the world cannot produce success if your consciousness remains in a state of limitation or lack. Think about this. Every truly successful person you admire reached their position through this same law, whether they were conscious of it or not. They first assumed the state of success in consciousness, and their outer world had to reflect that inner conviction. The very circumstances that seem to stand between you and success are actually the raw materials from which your success will be fashioned. They are not obstacles, but opportunities for your assumption to prove itself. These circumstances that appear to block your path to success are actually the perfect stage upon which your assumption will prove its power. Every seeming obstacle is an opportunity to express your new state of consciousness. Let me share with you exactly how to use your present circumstances, regardless of their appearance. When you face a situation that seems to contradict your assumption of success, rather than fighting against it or being discouraged by it, you must see it as the perfect opportunity to express your new state. Many of you look at your current circumstances and say, how can I be successful when this situation exists? But I tell you this, circumstances don't determine your success. Your consciousness determines your circumstances. Your assumption of success, maintained regardless of appearances, must reshape your entire world. Consider this. When an artist looks at a blank canvas, they don't see emptiness, they see infinite possibility. The same must be true of your current circumstances. They are not fixed reality. They are the canvas upon which your assumption will paint your success. When you truly understand this principle, something remarkable happens to your perception of problems. You stop seeing them as barriers and start recognizing them as the bridge of incidents leading to your success. Every challenge becomes an opportunity to express your new state. Let me tell you something crucial about handling circumstances. You must learn to react to them from your assumed state of success, not from your old patterns of thought and feeling. Your reactions are the true test of your assumption. Here's a profound truth about circumstances. They have no power to sustain themselves against your sustained assumption. Just as darkness cannot exist in the presence of light, limiting circumstances cannot persist in the presence of your consciousness of success. Think about this. Every circumstance in your life right now is there because of past assumptions. As you maintain your new assumption of success, these circumstances must either transform or dissolve to make way for conditions that match your new consciousness. The very circumstances that seem most opposed to your success are often the ones that, when properly used, will contribute most powerfully to its manifestation. Nothing is against you when you know how to use everything for your assumption. The proper use of circumstances requires a complete reversal of your usual way of thinking. Instead of looking at circumstances to determine what's possible, you must look to your assumption of success and let it determine how you interpret and use every circumstance. Let me share with you exactly how this works in practice. When you encounter any situation, rather than asking, how will this affect my success? Ask yourself, how would I see this situation if I were already the success I desire to be? This shift in perspective changes everything. Many of you analyze circumstances trying to figure out how to overcome them. But I tell you this, circumstances don't need to be overcome. They need to be transformed by your consciousness. Your assumption of success, maintained consistently, will automatically transform every circumstance to match it. Consider this. When you enter a dark room and turn on the light, you don't fight the darkness. You don't strategize about how to remove it. The mere presence of light transforms the entire room. Your consciousness of success works the same way. Its mere presence must transform your entire world. When you truly grasp this principle, something remarkable happens to your response to situations. You stop trying to change circumstances and start changing your consciousness about them. You recognize that every circumstance is neutral until your consciousness gives it meaning. Let me tell you something vital about this transformation. It often begins with what appears to be a complete contradiction to your desire. What seems like failure or setback is actually the rearrangement of conditions necessary for your success to manifest. Here's a profound truth about using circumstances. Every situation, every person, every condition in your life must assumption of success when you know how to use them properly. Nothing can resist the power of a consistently maintained assumption. Think about this. The very circumstances that seem to argue against your success are actually arguing for it when viewed from your new assumption. Every apparent obstacle is really an opportunity in disguise waiting to be transformed by your consciousness. The very resistance you encounter is evidence that your assumption is beginning to reshape your world. Just as muscles must encounter resistance to grow stronger, your assumption proves its power by transforming resistant circumstances. This transformation through your assumption follows a precise pattern that unfolds with mathematical certainty. Just as water must reach 212 degrees Fahrenheit to boil, your consciousness must reach and maintain a certain intensity of conviction for transformation to occur. Let me share with you exactly what happens during this transformation process. As you maintain your assumption of success, your entire world begins to dissolve and reshape itself. Old patterns of experience begin to break down. Old relationships either transform or dissolve. Old limitations start to crumble. Many of you become alarmed when your world begins to shake and change. But I tell you this shaking is necessary. Just as an earthquake results from the realignment of tectonic plates, the shaking in your life results from the realignment of consciousness to match your assumption of success. Consider this. When a caterpillar enters its chrysalis, its entire body dissolves before reforming as a butterfly. It doesn't gradually grow wings, it completely transforms. The same process occurs in your world when you maintain your assumption of success. When you truly understand this principle, something remarkable happens to your tolerance for change. You stop resisting the dissolution of old patterns and start welcoming them as signs that your assumption is taking root. You recognize that chaos often precedes creation. Let me tell you something crucial about this transformation. It doesn't always follow your conscious mind's expectations of how success should come. Your assumption works through infinite wisdom that knows far better than your conscious mind how to bring about your success. Here's a profound truth about this transformative process. It affects everything in your world simultaneously, not just isolated aspects. Your assumption of success transforms your entire life, not just your bank account or your career. Everything must align with your new self-concept. Think about this. Every great success story involves a period of complete transformation where the old life had to give way to the new. This isn't coincidence, it's law. Your assumption of success must transform your entire world to match its nature. The very upheaval that seems to threaten your stability is actually the reorganization necessary for your success to manifest. Nothing can remain in your world that doesn't align with your persistent assumption. This reorganization of your world through the power of your assumption is not random chaos, but perfect order taking shape. Everything that doesn't align with your assumption of success must either transform or be removed from your experience. Let me share with you what actually occurs during this reorganization. Your relationships begin to shift. Some people will be drawn closer while others naturally fade away. Your opportunities begin to change. Old doors close while new ones open. Your very way of thinking reorganizes itself to match your assumption of success. Many of you resist this reorganization, trying to hold on to people, situations, and patterns that no longer serve your new state. But I tell you this, you must let the old order dissolve completely. You cannot pour new wine into old bottles. Your assumption of success demands a complete renewal. Consider this: when you rearrange furniture in a room, there's always a period where everything seems out of place. The room looks worse before it looks better. The same is true of your life as it reorganizes itself to match your assumption of success. When you truly grasp this principle, something remarkable happens to your attitude toward change. You stop seeing disruption as something going wrong and start recognizing it as something going right. You understand that disorder is often the prelude to a higher order. Let me tell you something vital about this reorganization. It works with perfect precision to bring about exactly what your assumption requires. People, circumstances, and opportunities that match your assumed state of success must be drawn into your experience, while anything that contradicts it must be removed. Here's a profound truth about this process. It operates through a wisdom far greater than your conscious mind. Your assumption of success activates a divine intelligence that knows exactly how to reorganize your world for its perfect expression. Think about this. Every success story you've ever heard involved a complete reorganization of the person's life. Old habits had to die. Old associations had to change. Old limitations had to be transcended. This isn't coincidence, it's the law of assumption at work. The very chaos you may be experiencing now is evidence that your assumption is taking hold. Your world must be reorganized to match your new state of consciousness. This divine intelligence operating through assumption works with a precision and wisdom that far exceeds any human planning or strategy. It knows exactly what needs to be dissolved, what needs to be transformed, and what needs to be brought into your experience to manifest your success. Let me share with you how this intelligence actually works in your experience. While your conscious mind may struggle to figure out how success will come, this divine intelligence is already setting in motion a series of events, encounters, and circumstances that will lead inevitably to your success. It operates beyond the limitations of time and space. Many of you try to plan every detail of how your success should manifest. But I tell you this, your conscious planning often limits the infinite ways in which success can come to you. Your only task is to maintain your assumption. Let this higher intelligence handle the how. Consider this. When you plant a seed, you don't need to instruct it how to grow. You don't need to teach it how to form roots, stem, leaves, and flowers. An intelligence within the seed knows exactly what to do. The same is true of your assumption of success. When you truly understand this principle, something remarkable happens to your approach to manifestation. You stop trying to figure everything out with your conscious mind and start trusting this divine intelligence to bring about your success in ways you could never have imagined. Let me tell you something crucial about this intelligence. It operates most effectively when you step out of its way. The more you try to control the process with your conscious mind, the more you interfere with its perfect operation. Here's a profound truth about this divine intelligence. It knows your heart's deepest desires better than you do. It knows exactly what form of success will bring you the greatest fulfillment. And it works tirelessly to bring that about through your assumption. Think about this. Every great inventor, artist, or entrepreneur who achieved remarkable success often said that their ideas and opportunities came to them as if by inspiration. This wasn't coincidence, it was this divine intelligence operating through their assumption. The very intelligence that keeps your heart beating, that maintains the rhythm of your breath, that orchestrates the movement of planets, is the same intelligence that works through your assumption to bring about your success. To cooperate with this divine intelligence, you must develop an unshakable faith in its operation through your assumption. Your only role is to maintain your consciousness of success and let this perfect intelligence handle every detail of its manifestation. Let me share with you the final and perhaps most crucial understanding about your imminent success. Every moment of doubt, every moment of wavering in your assumption is like taking a seed out of the ground to check if it's growing. You must plant your assumption in consciousness and let it grow undisturbed. Many of you keep shifting between states, sometimes feeling successful, sometimes falling back into old patterns of thought. But I tell you this, you must choose your state and stay there. Success isn't a mood that comes and sets a state that you occupy permanently in consciousness. Consider this: when you fill a glass with water, the water takes the shape of the glass without effort or struggle. Your world must take the shape of your assumption with the same natural inevitability, but only if you maintain that assumption consistently. When you truly master this principle, something remarkable happens to your entire being. You stop waiting for success and start expressing it. You stop pursuing success and start radiating it. You stop hoping for success and start knowing it as your natural state. Let me tell you something final and vital about your wild success. It's not just possible, it's inevitable when you maintain your assumption with unwavering faith. The law must operate. It cannot fail any more than gravity can fail to operate. Here's the ultimate truth about your success. It's already complete in the fourth dimension of infinite possibilities. Your assumption isn't creating it. Your assumption is simply drawing it into visible expression in your three-dimensional world. Think about this. You are about to witness the most remarkable transformation of your life. Everything you've experienced up to now has been preparation for this moment. Your past has not determined your future. Your assumption determines it now. The very fact that you're hearing these words tonight is evidence that you're ready for this transformation. You wouldn't be drawn to this understanding if you weren't prepared to express it. Remember this always: success isn't something you achieve. It's something you express from within. It's not a destination you reach. It's a state you occupy in consciousness. Your wild success is already yours, not will be, but is. The only barrier between you and its full expression is your assumption. Go forth now in the absolute conviction that you are about to be wildly successful. Let nothing disturb this assumption. Let no circumstance, no person, no apparent obstacle shake your faith in this law. For the law of assumption never fails. It cannot fail. Your success is as certain as the dawn following the night, as sure as spring following winter. It must come into expression through the power of your sustained assumption. The only variable is time, and even time must bend to your unwavering consciousness of success. Tonight, as you leave this place, know with complete certainty that you are already successful. Live from that conviction, think from it, feel from it, react from it. Let every thought, every word, every action spring from your consciousness of success already achieved. For in truth, I tell you this, you are about to be wildly successful. Not because you will make it happen, but because it is already done in consciousness, and what is done in consciousness must manifest in your world. This is the law, and the law never fails. Test it and prove it for yourself, for you will discover, as countless others have discovered before you, that your assumption, sustained with faith, has the power to transform your entire world. Your wild success awaits your assumption of its reality. And that is the end of tonight's lesson. Imagine, if you will, that your current reality is like a garment you wear. It may feel comfortable, familiar, even inevitable. But I assure you it is no more permanent or real than the clothes on your back. You can change it just as easily as you change your attire. The secret lies in recognizing and utilizing the God-gifted power within you. Now you might be wondering, Neville, how can I use this power to manifest my desired life? And therein lies the crux of our discussion today. The power to manifest your desires lies not in some external deity, but within you. It is your consciousness, your awareness, that is the very substance of reality. You see, the world you experience is not happening to you. It is happening from you. Every circumstance, every event, every interaction in your life is a reflection of your inner state. These are not random occurrences, but the outpicturing of your assumptions and beliefs. When you truly grasp this, you understand the immense power you hold to shape your reality. So how do we begin to use this God-gifted power to manifest our desired life? The first step is to clearly define what you wish to manifest. What is it that you truly desire? Be specific. Don't simply say, I want to be happy. Instead, imagine in vivid detail what your life looks like when you have achieved your desire. How do you feel? What are you doing? How do you spend your time? The more specific and detailed your vision, the more real it becomes in your mind. Once you have this clear vision, the next step is to assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled. This is crucial. You must feel the reality of your desire now, not in some distant future. Remember, your subconscious mind doesn't understand time. It only understands the present moment. So if you constantly feel that your desire is something in the future, it will always remain in the future. Instead, assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled now. How would you feel if your desire were already realized? Would you feel joyful, confident, free, grateful? Embody these feelings. Live from this state of being. This is not pretending or lying to yourself. This is assuming a new state of consciousness, which is the very essence of using your God-gifted power. Now, some of you may be thinking, but Neville, how can I feel something that isn't yet true? This is where the power of your imagination comes into play. Your imagination is the bridge between your current reality and your desired state. It is through your imagination that you can step into the feeling of your wish fulfilled, even before it manifests in the physical world. Your imagination is not a flight of fancy or a frivolous faculty. It is the very workshop wherein you fashion your future. When you imagine, you are experiencing reality at its most fundamental level. You are engaging with the pure potential of consciousness, shaping it with your attention and your assumption. To use your imagination effectively, you must first quiet your conscious mind. The chattering of your daily thoughts, your worries, your doubts, these must be silenced. Enter a state of relaxation, a state akin to sleep, but in which you remain consciously aware. In this state, your subconscious mind becomes more receptive to impression. Once in this relaxed state, construct your scene. This scene should be one that implies the fulfillment of your desire. If your desire is for a successful career, you might imagine yourself in your ideal office or receiving congratulations from colleagues. If it's financial abundance you seek, imagine yourself looking at your bank statement with joy and gratitude. The scene should be short and simple. It's not about creating an elaborate story, but about capturing a moment that implies your desire is now a fact. This scene is your platform, the stage upon which you will enact the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Now step into this scene. Don't watch it as a spectator, but experience it from the first-person perspective. Be there in that moment. And as you experience it, let the feeling of fulfillment wash over you. Feel the gratitude, the joy, the satisfaction of having your desire realized. This is where many falter in their attempts to use their God-gifted power. They can see the scene clearly, but they fail to evoke the feeling. Remember, it is the feeling that gives life to your imaginal act. Without feeling, visualization is merely a mental exercise. With feeling, it becomes an act of creation. As you practice this, you may find that the feeling comes more easily with repetition. Each time you return to your scene, the feeling becomes more vivid, more real. This is good. You are strengthening the impression upon your subconscious mind. But here's a crucial point. Once you have evoked the feeling, once you have impressed it upon your subconscious, you must carry it with you into your waking life. This is where many stumble. They do their visualization exercise, they feel it intensely in the moment, but then they return to their daily life and fall back into old patterns of thought and feeling. To manifest your desired life, to truly use your God-gifted power, you must maintain the feeling of your wish fulfilled, even in the face of contradictory evidence. This is where faith comes in. Not blind faith, but faith born of understanding. Understanding that your outer world is a reflection of your inner state. When you truly grasp this, you will no longer be swayed by appearances. You will know that what you see around you is the effect, not the cause. The cause lies in your consciousness, in your feeling. And as you persist in the feeling of your wish fulfilled, your outer world must reshape itself to match this inner conviction. Now let us address a common challenge in using your God-gifted power: the apparent contradictions of your senses. As you begin to live in the feeling of your wish fulfilled, you may find that your current circumstances seem to contradict your assumption. How do you maintain your feeling in the face of these seeming contradictions? This is where the art of ignoring comes into play. To ignore is not to deny the existence of something, but to refrain from giving it your attention and energy. When contradictory evidence appears, acknowledge it briefly, then immediately return your attention to the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Remember, what you see in your outer world is the result of past assumptions, past feelings. It is like an echo of what you once believed. Your task now is to give more attention, more importance, more reality to your new assumption than to these outdated circumstances. This practice requires mental discipline. It requires you to stand firm in your new assumption even when your senses argue against it. But remember, your senses only show you what has been, not what can be. Your imagination, informed by your feeling, shows you what will be. As you persist in maintaining the feeling of your wish fulfilled, even in the face of contradictory evidence, you will begin to see changes in your outer world. These changes may start small: a fortunate coincidence, an unexpected opportunity, a shift in someone's behavior towards you. Do not dismiss these as mere chance. They are the first fruits of your new assumption taking root. Now let us delve deeper into the nature of feeling and using your God-gifted power. When I speak of feeling, I am not referring merely to emotions, though emotions play a part. I am speaking of a deeper sense, a knowing, an unshakable conviction. It is the difference between saying, I want to be successful, and knowing in the very core of your being, I am successful. This feeling, conviction, is not something you can fake or force. It arises naturally when you have successfully impressed your desire upon your subconscious mind. This is why the repeated use of your imagination is so crucial. Each time you return to your imaginal scene, each time you step into the feeling of your wish fulfilled, you are deepening this impression. Then think of it like wearing a groove in a record. The first time you play the record, the needle may skip and jump. But with repeated plays, the groove deepens and the music plays smoothly. Similarly, as you repeat your imaginal act, the feeling becomes more natural, more habitual. It becomes your dominant state. This is the state from which creation occurs. When you can maintain this feeling, conviction throughout your day, when it becomes as natural as breathing, you have mastered the art of using your God-gifted power. Your outer world has no choice but to conform to this inner state. But what of those moments when doubt creeps in? When fear arises? When the old patterns of thought and feeling try to reassert themselves? These moments are inevitable, especially in the beginning of your practice. Do not be discouraged by them. Instead, See them as opportunities to strengthen your new assumption. When doubt arises, do not fight it. Fighting against the thought only gives it more power. Instead, gently but firmly return to your feeling of wish fulfilled. Remind yourself that what you see around you is the past. Your new assumption, your new feeling, is creating your future. This brings us to another crucial aspect of using your God-gifted power, the concept of living in the end. Living in the end means assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled in your day-to-day life. It's not enough to visualize for a few minutes each day and then return to your old patterns of thought and feeling. You must carry the feeling of your wish fulfilled with you throughout your day. This doesn't mean you deny your current circumstances. Rather, you acknowledge them briefly, then immediately return to the feeling of your desire fulfilled. You live from the assumption that what you desire is already yours. For example, if your desire is for financial abundance, you would feel the security, freedom, and joy of wealth as you go about your day. When you make purchases, you would feel the ease and confidence of someone who has more than enough. When you interact with others, you would carry yourself with the assurance of a wealthy person. Living in the end requires a shift in your entire way of being. It's not about pretending or play acting. It's about genuinely assuming a new state of consciousness. When you do this effectively, you'll find that your actions naturally align with your assumed state, accelerating the manifestation process. Now, let us ask the role of actually using your God-gifted power. Some people mistakenly believe that manifesting means they can simply imagine their desires and then sit back and wait for them to magically appear. This is not the case. Using your gifted power does not negate action, it informs action. When you successfully impress your desire upon your subconscious mind, when you truly feel your wish fulfilled, you will be inspired to take actions that align with this state. These actions will feel natural, even inevitable. They will not be driven by fear or lack, but will flow from your assumed state of fulfillment. This is a crucial distinction. When you take action from a place of lack, trying to get what you desire, you are actually affirming the assumption of not having it. But when you take action from the assumption of already having your desire fulfilled, you open yourself to infinite possibilities for its expression and expansion. So do not neglect action, but ensure that your actions are aligned with and flowing from your assumed state. Let your feeling guide your actions, rather than hoping your actions will create the feeling. This alignment of inner state and outer action is key to manifesting your desired life. Now, let us explore detachment in relation to using your God-gifted power. Detachment doesn't mean you don't care about your desire. Rather, it means you're not anxiously attached to seeing immediate results or figuring out how your desire will manifest. When you're truly living in the end, you can imagine and feel your desire fulfilled without constantly looking for signs of its manifestation. You trust in the process, knowing that as you maintain the feeling of your wish fulfilled, it must inevitably express itself in your outer world. Detachment allows you to live in the present moment while holding your assumed state. It frees you from the anxiety and doubt that can slow down the manifestation process. It allows you to enjoy the journey of manifestation, rather than being solely focused on the destination. Practice detachment by reminding yourself that your imaginal act imbued with feeling is the reality. What you see in the outer world is just a shadow, a reflection of past assumptions. As you persist in your new assumption, this shadow must change to match the new reality you're imagining and feeling. Let us now address the importance of gratitude in using your God-gifted power. Gratitude is not just a pleasant emotion. It is a powerful creative force. When you feel genuinely grateful, you are affirming that you already have what you desire. This aligns perfectly with the principle of living in the end. Begin to cultivate an attitude of gratitude for your desire, even before you see it manifested in your physical reality. Be thankful for it as if it were already yours. Feel appreciation for the abundance that surrounds you in all forms. The air you breathe, the sun that shines, the food you eat. As you practice gratitude, you are assuming the state of someone who has their desire fulfilled. This assumption, persistently held, must manifest in your outer world as the realization of your desire. Now let us explore the power of revision in using your God-gifted power. Revision is not merely about changing your memories or rewriting your past. It is about recognizing that the past only exists in your mind and therefore it can be changed in your mind. At the end of each day, take a few moments to review the events of your day. If there were any events that were not to your liking, revise them in your imagination. See them unfolding in a way that aligns with your desired state. Feel the satisfaction, the joy, the fulfillment of this revised version of events. By doing this, you are not denying what physically happened. You are changing the impact of that event on your subconscious mind. You are impressing upon your subconscious a reality that aligns with your desires rather than one that contradicts them. As you make this practice of revision a habit, you will find that your reactions to current events begin to change. You will become less reactive, more peaceful, more aligned with your desired states of being. This alignment accelerates the manifestation process. Let us now discuss the importance of persistence in using your God-gifted power. While we speak of manifesting desires, it's important to understand that the speed of manifestation can vary. Some desires may manifest almost instantly, while others may take more time to fully materialize in your physical reality. The key is to persist in your assumption, regardless of how long it seems to be taking. Remember, the outer world is a reflection of your inner state. If you waver in your assumption, if you lose faith in the process, you send mixed signals to your subconscious mind, which can slow down the manifestation process. Persistence doesn't mean forcing or struggling. It means consistently returning to the feeling of your wish fulfilled, even when the outer world seems to contradict it. It means choosing again and again to live from the end, to embody the state of having your desire realized. This persistence requires faith, not blind faith, but faith born of understanding. Understanding that your outer world is a reflection of your inner state, and that as you persist in your new assumption, your world must reshape itself to match it. Now let us address the role of self-concept in using your God-gifted power. Your self-concept, the beliefs you hold about who you are, is perhaps the most powerful factor in determining paths in your life. Many people struggle to manifest their desires because their self-concept contradicts what they're trying to achieve. They may visualize wealth, but deep down, they don't believe they're the kind of person who can be wealthy. They may imagine a loving relationship, but fundamentally believe they're unworthy of love. To use your God-gifted power effectively, you must be willing to revise your self-concept. This involves imagining and feeling yourself as the person who already has what you desire. It's not about creating a false image of yourself, but about recognizing and embracing your true, limitless nature. Remember, at your core, you are pure consciousness. You are not defined by your past experiences, your current circumstances, or the opinions of others. You are the awareness in which all these things appear. And this awareness, your true self, is infinite in its potential. As you use your imagination to assume your desired states, you are essentially recreating yourself. You are stepping into a new concept of self, a new understanding of who you are and what's possible for you. This revision of self-concept is crucial for using your God-gifted power effectively. As you align your self-concept with your desires, you remove the inner contradictions that can slow down the manifestation process. Now, let us explore the role of emotion in using your God-gifted power. Emotion is the fuel that powers your imaginal acts. It's not enough to merely visualize or think about your desires. You must feel them. When you combine vivid imagination with genuine emotion, you create a powerful impression on your subconscious mind. This is because your subconscious responds more strongly to feeling than to intellectual thought. The emotions you want to cultivate are those you would feel if your desire were already realized. If your desire is for wealth, feel the security, the freedom, the joy that comes with financial abundance. If it's a loving relationship you seek, feel the love, the connection, the companionship. These emotions should be so real, so intense, that when you open your eyes and return to your present circumstances, you carry with you a sense of fulfillment, as if your desire has already been realized. This emotional component is what distinguishes effective use of your God-gifted power from mere daydreaming or wishful thinking. When you can genuinely feel your desire as an accomplished fact, you are impressing it upon your subconscious mind as a reality. Your subconscious then works tirelessly to bring this feeling into physical manifestation. As we near the conclusion of our exploration, remember this: the power to manifest your desired life lies within you. It is your God-gifted power, your divine birthright. It resides in your ability to imagine vividly, to feel deeply, and to persist faithfully in the assumption of your wish fulfilled. The secret to manifestation is not determined by external factors, but by the intensity of your belief and the consistency of your imaginal acts. Go forth from here with this knowledge. Apply these principles in your daily life. Use your imagination consciously and deliberately to create scenes that imply the fulfillment of your desires. Feel the reality of your wish fulfilled with every fiber of your being. Persist in this feeling even when your senses deny it. For as you do, you are reshaping your entire world, manifesting your desires with a speed and precision that might seem miraculous to others. Remember, you are the operant power in your world. You are limited only by your ability to imagine and to feel the reality of your wishes fulfilled. Embrace this truth. Live from this understanding. And watch as your world transforms around you, reflecting the newfound mastery of your God-gifted power. Thank you. And may your journey of conscious creation be filled with joy, wonder, and the thrill of manifesting your deepest desires. Go now and create the life you've always dreamed of, for you are the master of your destiny, the author of your reality. My dear wonderful friends, tonight I shall share with you the most powerful secret in all of creation: how to speak to yourself in a way that will completely transform your world in just 3 days. Not in 3 months, not in 3 years, but in 3 days. For you see, the power of your inner conversation is absolute, and it is the only true creative power in the universe. Now, when I tell you to talk to yourself, I am not speaking of the idle chatter that most engage in throughout their day. I speak of that inner conversation that is deliberate, conscious, and aligned with your desired state. For your inner conversation is your consciousness externalized, and your consciousness is God. Consider the words of Scripture: in the beginning was the Word. These words are not speaking of some external deity's utterance. They speak of your inner word, your inner conversation. For you are the operant power, and your inner conversation is the word that creates all things. Many of you come to me asking, Neville, how long must I wait to see my desires manifest? And I tell you now, give yourself 3 days of proper inner conversation, and you will see your world begin to transform. For 3 is the number of completion in Scripture. And when you maintain the proper inner conversation for 3 days, you set in motion forces beyond your current understanding. Let me share with you exactly how to conduct this inner conversation. First, You must understand that your inner conversation must be from the end. You do not speak of what you want to be true. You speak as though what you desire is already true. This is the great secret that most of the world has missed. When you wake in the morning of your first day, your inner conversation must be from the state of your wish fulfilled. If you desire wealth, your inner conversation must be that of a wealthy person. If you desire health, your inner conversation must be that of a healthy person. If you desire love, your inner conversation must be that of someone who is deeply loved. But and this is crucial, your inner conversation must feel natural. It must not be strained or forced. For feeling is the secret, and your inner conversation must be accompanied by the feeling of naturalness. Let me give you a perfect example from Scripture. When David spoke to Goliath, his inner conversation was not, "I hope I can win," or "I will try my best." His inner conversation was from the state of victory already achieved. This is why he could say with complete conviction, "This day will the Lord deliver thee into mine hand." Now, for these 3 days, you must guard your inner conversation as though your life depends upon it, because it does. Every time you catch yourself engaging in inner conversation that contradicts your desired state, you must immediately revise it. This is not a suggestion. This is a command if you wish to see your world transform. Consider this: every outer conversation you have is first an inner conversation. Every relationship you have is first an inner conversation. Every circumstance in your life is first an inner conversation. Therefore, by changing your inner conversation for just 3 days, you literally change the entire substance from which your world is created. Let me tell you how to structure your inner conversation throughout these 3 days. In the morning, your first inner words must be from the state of your wish fulfilled. Before you open your eyes, before you move a muscle, engage in the inner conversation of the person you wish to be. If you desire wealth, your inner conversation might be, "I am so grateful for my abundant life. Money flows to me easily and continuously. I am surrounded by prosperity." But remember, these words must not be mere affirmations. They must be spoken with the feeling of knowing that they are already true. Throughout your day, your inner conversation must maintain the same level of conviction. When challenges arise, and they will arise, your inner conversation must remain steadfast. If someone speaks of lack, your inner conversation must be of abundance. If someone speaks of illness, your inner conversation must be of health. This is where most fail in their attempt to change their world. They allow their inner conversation to be pulled into the current circumstances rather than maintaining the conversation of their desired state. But I tell you now, circumstances have no power over your inner conversation unless you give them that power. For these 3 days, you must be relentless in maintaining your new inner conversation. When you walk down the street, your inner conversation must be from your desired state. When you eat your meals, your inner conversation must be from your desired state. When you prepare for sleep, your inner conversation must be from your desired state. Let me share with you a principle that I have tested and proven countless times. Your inner conversation is the only reality. Everything else, absolutely everything, is a shadow of your inner conversation pushed out. Therefore, when you maintain the proper inner conversation for 3 days, you literally create a new world. Many of you may be thinking, "But Neville, 3 days seems too short a time to change my entire world." Let me remind you of the story of Jonah. How long was he in the belly of the whale? 3 days. And after 3 days, he was transformed, and his world was transformed. This is not coincidence, my dear friends. This is law. 3 days of proper inner conversation is all that is required to set in motion the forces that will transform your world. But these must be 3 complete days, not 3 days of wavering between states. During these 3 days, you must guard your inner conversation not just in your waking hours, but as you fall asleep. For the last inner conversation you have before sleep is particularly powerful. It continues to echo through your subconscious mind throughout your sleep. Therefore, as you prepare for sleep during these 3 days, your inner conversation must be perfectly aligned with your desired state. If you desire a successful business, your inner conversation might be, I am so grateful for my thriving business. My customers are delighted with our services. Profits increase continuously. But remember, and this is crucial, your inner conversation must be accompanied by the feeling of naturalness. It must feel as natural to have this conversation as it feels to speak of what you had for breakfast. This is where the power lies, not in the words themselves, but in the feeling of naturalness that accompanies them. Let me share with you another principle. Your inner conversation creates your outer conversations. Therefore, during these 3 days, you must be particularly vigilant about your outer conversations as well. They must align with your new inner conversation. If someone asks you how you are, your response must come from your desired state. If someone speaks to you about problems or difficulties, your response must come from your desired state. Your outer conversation must be a perfect reflection of your new inner conversation. Many of you may find this challenging at first. You may be tempted to engage in conversations about current circumstances rather than your desired state. But I tell you now, this is where your power lies in maintaining your new conversation regardless of appearances. Consider the story of Jesus walking on water. What was his inner conversation? Was it about the impossibility of walking on water? Was it about the danger of the storms? No, his inner conversation was from the state of mastery over all natural laws, and his outer world had to conform to this inner conversation. During these 3 days, you must maintain the same level of conviction in your inner conversation. You must speak to yourself as though your desired state is already your reality. Not as though it will be, not as though it might be, but as though it is. Let me share with you how to handle doubts when they arise during these 3 days, and they will arise. When a doubt appears in your mind, do not fight it. Instead, immediately revise your inner conversation. If you catch yourself saying inwardly, this isn't working, immediately revise it to, everything is working perfectly. My world is transforming now. This revision must be immediate and complete. You cannot allow doubt to linger in your inner conversation. For remember, your inner conversation is the only reality. Therefore, a doubting inner conversation will create a doubting outer reality. Throughout these 3 days, your inner conversation must be dominated by gratitude. Not gratitude for what you hope will come, but gratitude for what is already yours in your desired state. This gratitude must be part of your inner conversation throughout the day. When you wake in the morning, your inner conversation must be filled with gratitude. When you go about your daily activities, your inner conversation must be filled with gratitude. When you prepare for sleep, your inner conversation must be filled with gratitude. Let me share with you another principle. Your inner conversation creates your inner states, and your inner states create your outer world. Therefore, during these 3 days, your inner conversation must create and maintain the inner state of your wish fulfilled. If you desire wealth, your inner conversation must create and maintain the inner state of wealth consciousness. If you desire health, your inner conversation must create and maintain the inner state of health consciousness. If you desire love, your inner conversation must create and maintain the inner state of being loved. Many of you may be wondering what to do if you slip in your inner conversation during these 3 days. Let me be very clear, you must not condemn yourself. Instead, immediately revise the conversation. Remember, you are training yourself to maintain a new inner conversation, and like any training, it requires practice. During these 3 days, your inner conversation must be your primary focus. Every other activity must be secondary to maintaining your new inner conversation, for you are literally recreating your world through this conversation. Let me share with you how to structure your inner conversation for specific desires. If you desire a new home, your inner conversation might be, I love living in my beautiful new home. Everything about it is perfect for me. If you desire a promotion, your inner conversation might be, I am so grateful for my new position. It's everything I desired and more. But remember, these are not mere words. They must be accompanied by the feeling of living in that new home, the feeling of working in that new position. For feeling is the secret. And your inner conversation must generate the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Throughout these 3 days, your inner conversation must be specific. Vague inner conversation creates vague results. Therefore, speak to yourself with clarity about your desired state. Be specific in your inner conversation about what you are grateful for, what you are experiencing, what you are enjoying in your desired state. Let me share with you another principle. Your inner conversation creates your self-concept, and your self-concept creates your world. Therefore, during these 3 days, your inner conversation must be about who you are, not just what you have. If you desire success, your inner conversation must be about being a successful person, not just about having success. If you desire abundance, your inner conversation must be about being an abundant person, not just about having money. If you desire love, your inner conversation must be about being a loved person, not just about having a relationship. During these 3 days, your inner conversation must be continuous, not in the sense of constant chatter, but in the sense of consistent alignment with your desired state. Every time you become aware of your inner conversation, it must be from your desired state. Let me share with you how to maintain this continuity. Set reminders for yourself throughout the day. Every time you look at your watch, every time you eat a meal, every time you enter a room, let these be triggers to check your inner conversation. But remember, your inner conversation must not be mechanical. It must be alive with feeling, rich with the emotion of your desired state, for it is the feeling that gives power to your inner conversation. Throughout these 3 days, your inner conversation must be sovereign. You must not allow anyone or anything to dictate your inner conversation. Not circumstances, not other people's opinions, not past experiences. Nothing must have power over your inner conversation except you. Let me share with you another principle. Your inner conversation creates your expectations, and your expectations create your experience. Therefore, during these 3 days, your inner conversation must create the highest expectations of good for yourself. Many of you may be thinking, but Neville, what if my desired state seems impossible? Let me remind you, nothing is impossible to your inner conversation. Your inner conversation is God in action, and to God all things are possible. During these 3 days, your inner conversation must be about possibility, not probability. You must speak to yourself from the state of your wish fulfilled, regardless of how probable or improbable may seem to your rational mind. Let me share with you how to handle apparent failures during these 3 days. If something happens that seems to contradict your desired state, your inner conversation must remain unchanged. You must speak to yourself as though the seeming failure is actually part of the perfect unfolding of your desire. Remember, your inner conversation is creating your reality, not the other way around. Therefore, no external circumstance has the power to change your inner conversation unless you give it that power. Throughout these 3 days, your inner conversation must be your constant companion. It must be the lens through which you view every experience, the filter through which you interpret every event, the standard by which you measure every circumstance. Let me share with you another principle. Your inner conversation creates your belief system, and your belief system creates your reality. Therefore, during these 3 days, your inner conversation must consistently reinforce the beliefs that support your desired state. During these 3 days, your inner conversation must be a perfect reflection of the person you wish to be. You must speak to yourself as that person would speak, think as that person would think, feel as that person would feel. Let me share with you how to maintain this level of consciousness. When you catch yourself speaking from your old state, immediately ask yourself, how would I be speaking to myself if I were already the person I wish to be? Then revise your inner conversation accordingly. Throughout these 3 days, your inner conversation must be about what is, not what was or what might be. You must speak to yourself in the present tense from the state of your wish fulfilled. This is crucial for the manifestation of your desire. Let me share with you another principle. Your inner conversation creates your future, but it does so by creating your present. Therefore, during these 3 days, your inner conversation must make your desired future your present reality. Many of you may be wondering what will happen after these 3 days. Let me tell you, if you have maintained the proper inner conversation for 3 days, you will have set in motion forces that must result in the manifestation of your desire. During these 3 days, your inner conversation must be your primary tool for creation. Every other method, every other technique, every other approach must be secondary to maintaining your new inner conversation. Let me share with you how to know if your inner conversation is correct. If it feels natural, if it feels real, if it feels true, even in the face of contrary evidence, then your inner conversation is correct. Throughout these 3 days, your inner conversation must be protected like a precious jewel. You must guard it against doubt, against fear, against negativity. For your inner conversation is the very substance from which your world is created. Let me share with you another principle. Your inner conversation creates your relationship with yourself, and your relationship with yourself creates all other relationships. Therefore, during these 3 days, your inner conversation must reflect the highest, most loving relationship with yourself. During these 3 days, your inner conversation must be your sacred practice. You must treat it with the same reverence that a priest treats his prayers, that a scientist treats his experiments, that an artist treats his creations. Let me share with you how to maintain this level of devotion. See your inner conversation as your direct connection to the creative power of the universe. For that is exactly what it is. Your consciousness in action, creating your world. Throughout these 3 days, your inner conversation must be your constant reminder of who you really are. The operant power in your world, the creator of reality, the God of your universe. And that, my dear friends, is how you must talk to yourself for 3 days if you wish to transform your world. Not sometimes, not occasionally, but consistently, continuously, constantly. For your inner conversation is the word of God in action, and it cannot return void. Remember this, your world is your inner conversation pushed out. Therefore, guard your inner conversation for these 3 days, as though your life depends upon it, because it does. So what will you do with this knowledge? Will you continue with your old inner conversation, creating the same results you've always created? Or will you begin today, this moment, to maintain a new inner conversation that must create a new world? The choice is yours, but the law is absolute. Your inner conversation creates your reality. Therefore, speak to yourself for 3 days as though your desires are already fulfilled, and watch your world transform. That's the message I want to leave you tonight. Not because it's easy, but because it's true. Not because it's simple, but because it's powerful. Not because it's what you expected to hear, but because it's what you needed to hear. Remember, 3 days of proper inner conversation will transform your world. Every single time. And isn't that worth thinking about?
Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of our discussion is I am rich, I abundant. Money affirmations for prosperity, happiness and wealth. Now let us embark on this journey of understanding and revelation together. First and foremost, I want you to understand that the words I am are the most powerful in any language. They are your self-definition, your concept of self. Whatever follows, I am shapes your reality. So when you declare, I am rich and abundant, you are setting in motion a divine principle that cannot fail to manifest in your world. You see, my dear friends, the universe is mental. It is responsive to your thoughts and feelings. Your consciousness is the only reality. What you perceive as your physical reality is nothing more than an outward picture of your inner assuming. Therefore, To change your world, you must change your concept of self. Now let us delve deeper into this principle. When you say, I am rich and abundant, you are not merely repeating words. You are making a declaration to the universe. You are impressing your subconscious mind with a new concept of self. And your subconscious mind, being impersonal, will accept this new concept and begin to work tirelessly to bring it into manifestation. But remember, it's not enough to simply say the words. You must feel the truth of them. You must live from the end. What do I mean by this? I mean that you must assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. You must feel now what you would feel if you were already rich and abundant. Imagine for a moment that you are indeed rich and abundant. How would you feel? Would you feel secure? Confident, generous? Allow yourself to fully embody these feelings. For it is the feeling that gives life to your words. It is a feeling that impresses your subconscious mind. Now, some of you might be thinking, but Neville, I'm not rich. I have bills to pay. I have debts. How can I feel rich when my current reality shows me otherwise? And to this I say, your current reality is nothing but the harvest of your past thoughts and feelings. It has no power over your future unless you give it power by continuing to dwell on it. Instead, I urge you to live in the end. Make your future dream a present fact by assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled. For assumption, though false to the outer world, if persisted in, will harden into fact. Let me share with you a principle that has transformed countless lives. It's called the law of reversibility. This law states that if a certain state produces a certain outer condition, then that outer condition must, in turn, produce that state. In other words, if feeling rich produces wealth, then wealth must produce the feeling of being. Now here's the cake. You don't have to wait for the outer condition to feel the inner state. You can start now. You can feel rich now, regardless of your current bank balance. And as you persist in this feeling, you will begin to see your outer world change to match your inner state. This, my friends, is the true secret of wealth creation. It's not about working harder or smarter. It's about changing your concept of self. It's about embodying the state of wealth and abundance now, in your imagination. Remember, your imagination is the gateway to the subconscious. What you imagine with feeling, your subconscious accepts as reality. And once your subconscious accepts something as reality, it begins to work day and night to bring it into manifestation. Do you imagine yourself as rich and abundant? Can you feel the security, the freedom, the joy that comes with true wealth? Can you walk through your day, interact with others, make decisions from the standpoint of being wealthy? If you can do this, if you can live in the end, feeling the reality of being rich and abundant now, then I tell you truly, wealth and abundance must come to you. It is law. Now let's talk about the power of affirmations. When you say, I'm rich and abundant, you are not trying to convince yourself of something that isn't true. You are declaring a spiritual truth. You are aligning yourself with the infinite abundance of the universe. You see, abundance is your natural state. The universe is infinitely abundant. And you, being one with the universe, are also infinitely abundant. Any lack you perceive in your life is simply a misalignment with your true nature. By affirming, I'm rich like abundant, you are realigning yourself with your true nature. You are claiming your divine inheritance. You are stepping into the flow of universal abundance. But remember, affirmations are not magic spells. They're not about repeating words mindlessly. They're about feeling the truth of the words. They're about embodying the state you desire. When you say, I am rich or abundant, feel the truth of it in every cell of your body. Feel the excitement, the gratitude, the joy of being rich and abundant. Let this feeling permeate your entire being. And as you do this, watch how your world begins to change. Watch how opportunities for wealth creation begin to appear in your life. Watch how your relationship with money transforms. You see, when you truly feel rich and abundant, you begin to make decisions from a place of abundance rather than lack. You begin to see opportunities where before you saw only obstacles. You begin to attract people and circumstances that align with your new concept of self. Now let's address a common misconception. Many people believe that to be spiritual, one must reject material wealth. They believe that money is somehow unspiritual or dirty. But I tell you that such beliefs are not based on truth. They are based on a misunderstanding of the nature of the universe. The universe is abundant. Nature is abundant. Look at a single apple tree producing hundreds of apples, each containing multiple seeds, each seed capable of producing another tree. This is the nature of the universe. And you, being one with the universe, are meant to experience this abundance in all areas of your life, including your finances. Money is simply a symbol of exchange. It is a tool. And like any tool, can be used for good or ill, but the tool itself is neutral. It is our consciousness that gives it meaning. When you declare, I am rich and abundant, you are not being greedy or materialistic. You are aligning yourself with the natural abundance of the universe. You are preparing yourself to be a channel through which abundance can flow, not just for yourself, but for others as well. For true wealth is not about hoarding. It's about flow. It's about giving as well as receiving. When you are truly rich and abundant, you have more to give. You have more resources to make a positive impact in the world. So I urge you, let go of any guilt or shame you may feel about desiring wealth. Embrace your desire for abundance. For in doing so, you're embracing your true nature. Now, let's talk about the importance of persistence. You see, when you begin to affirm, I am rich and abundant, you may not see immediate results in your outer world. Your bank account may not instantly overflow. But do not be discouraged. Remember, you are working with law. Just as a farmer doesn't plant a seed and expect to harvest the next day, you must give your new concept of self time to bear fruit. The seed has been planted in your subconscious mind. Your job now is to nurture it, to water it with your continued assumption, your continued feeling of being rich and abundant. This is where many people fail. They start with enthusiasm, affirming their new state. But when they don't see immediate results, they give up. They revert to their old concept of self, their old patterns of thinking and feeling. But I tell you this, persistence is key. You must persist in your new assumption until it hardens into fact. You must live from your desired state, regardless of appearances, until your outer world conforms to your inner conviction. Remember, your outer world is nothing but a reflection of your inner state. It may take time for your outer world to catch up with your new inner state. But if you persist, if you remain faithful to your new concept of self, your outer world must change. It's law. So I ask you, can you persist in the assumption that you are rich and abundant, even when your senses deny it? Can you continue to feel wealthy and prosperous, even when your bank account says otherwise? Can you live from the end, feeling the joy and gratitude of being rich and abundant, even before it manifests in your physical reality? If you can do this, if you can persist in your new assumption, then I promise, your world will change. Your reality will reshape itself to match your inner conviction. Now, let's discuss another important aspect of manifesting wealth and abundance. Detachment. This may seem paradoxical. How can you desire wealth and abundance and yet be detached from it? But this detachment is crucial to your success. You see, attachment creates resistance. When you are overly attached to a specific outcome, when you are constantly checking to see if it has manifested, you are actually pushing it away. You are coming from a place of lack, of not having, which contradicts your affirmation of abundance. Instead, cultivate a state of calm knowing. Know that you are rich and abundant, not because you see it in your bank account, but because it is your true nature. Know that wealth is flowing to you, through you, and from you, not because you need it to be happy, but because it is the natural expression of who you are. This detachment allows you to live joyfully in the present moment, rather than constantly projecting into a future where you will finally be rich. When you can be happy and content now, regardless of your external circumstances, you open yourself up to receive even more abundance. Remember, The universe responds to your vibration, your state of being. When you vibrate at the frequency of lack and need, you attract more experiences that match that vibration. But when you vibrate at the frequency of abundance and gratitude, you attract experiences that match that higher vibration. So I urge you, as you affirm, I am richly abundant, so from a place of calm knowing, of joyful detachment, know that you are aligning yourself with your true nature and trust that the outer manifestation will follow in divine timing. Now, let's delve deeper into the concept of money itself. Many of you may have negative associations with money. Perhaps you've been taught that money is the root of all evil, or that rich people are inherently greedy or unspiritual. These beliefs, whether conscious or subconscious, can create resistance to the very abundance you're trying to manifest. So let's reframe our understanding of money. Money, in its essence, is simply energy. It's a tool for exchange, a symbol of value. Like any tool, it can be used for good or ill, depending on the consciousness of the user. When you affirm, I am rich abundant, you're not just calling for more pieces of paper or numbers in a bank account. You're aligning yourself with the energy of abundance, with the free flow of value and resources. Imagine money as a river of abundance. This river is always flowing, always abundant. The only question is standing in this river, allowing it to flow to you and through you, or are you standing on the shore, watching it flow by? When you truly embody the state of being rich and abundant, you're stepping into this river. You're allowing abundance to flow to you, through you, and from you. You become a conduit for abundance, not just a receiver of it. This understanding transforms your relationship with money. Instead of seeing it as something scarce that you need to hoard, you see it as an abundant resource that flows freely when you're in alignment with it. So I ask you, can you release your old limiting beliefs about money? Can you see it as the tool of abundance that it truly is? Can you step into the river of abundance, allowing it to flow freely in your life? As you contemplate these questions, I want you to really feel into the state of being rich and abundant. Close your eyes for a moment. Imagine yourself surrounded by abundance in all forms, not just money, but love, health, opportunities, experiences. Feel the joy, the freedom, the security that comes with true abundance. Now open your eyes. Carry this feeling with you throughout your day. Let it inform your thoughts, your words, your actions. For this feeling is the key to manifesting the abundance you desire. Let's now talk about the role of gratitude in manifesting wealth and abundance. Gratitude is a powerful force that aligns you with the frequency of abundance. When you're truly grateful, you're acknowledging that you already have enough, that you are already abundant. This might seem counterintuitive. You might think, but if I'm grateful for what I have, won't that prevent me from receiving more? Not at all. In fact, the opposite is true. Gratitude opens you up to receive even more abundance. You see, the universe responds to your dominant thoughts and feelings. When you're constantly focused on what you lack, you're vibrating at the frequency of lack, and you attract more experiences of lack. But when you're grateful for what you have, you're vibrating at the frequency of abundance, and you attract more experiences of abundance. So as you affirm, I am rich abundant, do so from a place of deep gratitude. Be grateful for the abundance you already have in your life, no matter how small it may seem. Be grateful for the abundance that is on its way to you. Be grateful for your ability to co-create with the universe. This gratitude will amplify your affirmations, making them even more powerful. It will align you more fully with the state of being rich and abundant. Now let's address another important aspect of manifesting wealth and abundance. Action. Some people misunderstand the law of assumption, thinking that if they simply assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, they can sit back and wait for abundance to magically appear in their lives. But this is not how the law works. Yes, assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled is crucial. But this assumption should inspire and guide your actions, not replace them. When you truly embody the state of being rich and abundant, you will naturally be inspired to take actions that align with this state. You'll make different decisions, see different opportunities, interact with people differently. For example, someone who truly feels rich and abundant might be inspired to start a business, invest in themselves or others, or give generously to causes they believe in. They might be drawn to learn more about wealth creation, to network with successful people, or to upgrade their skills. The key is that these actions come from a place of inspired action, not desperate action. They come from a place of abundance, not lack. They are a natural expression of your new state of being, not a struggle to make something happen. So as you embody the state of being rich and abundant, what inspired actions are you drawn to take? What opportunities are you now seeing that you might have overlooked before? How are you showing up differently in your work, your relationships, your daily life? Remember, these actions don't need to be grand or dramatic. Small, consistent actions taken from a place of abundance can lead to profound changes over time. Now let's talk about the concept of circulation. In nature, everything circulates. Air circulates, water circulates, energy circulates, wealth is no different. It's meant to circulate, to flow. Many people, when they start to accumulate some wealth, hold on to it tightly out of fear of losing it. But this tight grip actually constricts the flow of abundance. It comes from a mindset of scarcity, not abundance. When you truly embody the state of being rich and abundant, you understand that wealth is meant to flow. You're not afraid to spend money on things that bring you joy or add value to your life. You're not afraid to invest in yourself or others. You're not afraid to give generously. This doesn't mean being reckless or wasteful. It means trusting in the abundant nature of the universe. It means knowing that as you allow wealth to flow out, you open yourself up to receive even more. Think of it like breathing. You need to exhale to make room for the next inhale. In the same way, allowing wealth to flow out creates space for more to flow in. Can you allow wealth to circulate more freely in your life? How can you loosen your grip on money, trusting in the abundant flow of the universe? As we continue our exploration of wealth and abundance, let's discuss the importance of self-worth. You see, your external reality is a reflection of your internal state. If you don't believe you're worthy of wealth and abundance, you'll subconsciously sabotage your efforts to create it. Many people have deep-seated beliefs that they're not good enough, not smart enough, or not deserving enough to be truly wealthy. These beliefs often stem from childhood experiences or societal conditioning. But I tell you this, these beliefs are not the truth of who you are. You are a divine being, created in the image and likeness of God. You are inherently worthy of all the abundance the universe has to offer. Your worth is not determined by your bank account, your job title, your possessions. Your worth is inherent, unchanging, and in it. So as you affirm I'm rich, abundant, also affirm your inherent worth. Know that you are deserving of wealth and abundance simply because you exist. Know that the universe delights in your joy and wants to support your highest good. This sense of self-worth will magnify the power of your affirmations. It will allow you to fully embody the state of being rich and abundant without self-doubt or self-sabotage. Now, let's address a common concern. Some of you might be thinking, but Neville, what about the less fortunate? Isn't it selfish to focus on my own wealth and abundance when there's so much poverty in the world? This is a beautiful question, and it speaks to your compassionate nature. But I want you to consider, your impoverishment does not enrich anyone else. Your lack does not alleviate anyone else's lack. In fact, the opposite is true. When you embody the state of being rich and abundant, you become better equipped to help others. You have more resources to share, more knowledge to impart, more opportunities to create. Your abundance can become a blessing to many. Moreover, you demonstrate that it's possible to create wealth and abundance through the power of your imagination and assumption. You inspire others to do the same. You become a living example of what's possible, igniting hope and possibility in those around you. Remember, abundance is not a zero-sum game. There's more than enough for everyone. By claiming your abundance, you're not taking away from anyone else. You're simply aligning yourself with the infinite abundance of the universe. So I urge you, embrace your desire for wealth and abundance without guilt. Know that as you prosper, you become better equipped to contribute to the prosperity of others. Now, as we near the conclusion of our discussion, I want to address the concept of divine timing. Some of you may be wondering, how long will it take for my affirmations to manifest? When will I see the results? The truth is, there's no set timeline for manifestation. The seed you plant in your subconscious mind will germinate and grow in divine timing. Your job is not to worry about when or how your desire will manifest, but to remain faithful to your assumption. Remember, time is a construct of the human mind. In the realm of spirit, where all creation takes place, there is no time. Your desire is already fulfilled in the spiritual realm. Your job is to align your consciousness with this spiritual reality until it manifests in your physical reality. So don't become anxious or doubtful if you don't see immediate results. Don't keep checking your bank account or looking for signs that it's working. This doubt and anxiety only serve to negate your affirmations. Instead, rest in the calm assurance that what you have assumed in your imagination must come to pass. Live each day from the state of being rich and abundant, regardless of appearances. Trust in the law, knowing that it never fails. As we come to the close of our discussion, I want to leave you with this final thought. You are the operant power in your world. Your consciousness is the only reality. What you assume to be true, what you feel to be real, must manifest in your world. The words "I am rich and abundant" are not just a phrase to be repeated. They are a state to be embodied, a truth to be lived. As you consistently assume this state, as you live from this truth, you will see your outer world reshape itself to match your inner conviction. Remember, this is not about forcing or struggling. It's about aligning yourself with your true nature, with the abundant essence of the universe. It's about remembering who you really are, a divine being, infinitely worthy, inherently abundant. So go forth from this place with a new understanding. Know that wealth and abundance are your birthright. Know that you have the power to create the life you desire. Know that as you prosper, you become a beacon of possibility for others. Carry the word "I'm rich and abundant" not just in your mind, but in your heart. Feel the truth of them in every cell of your body. Let them inform your thoughts, your words, your actions. Live from this state and watch as miracles unfold in your life. And always remember, the greatest gift you can give to the world is the fullest expression of yourself. As you step into your abundance, as you allow wealth to flow freely in your life, you give others permission to do the same. You become a living testament to the abundance of the universe. So I say to you one final time, you are rich, you are abundant. This is the truth of your being. Embrace it, live it, and watch as your world transforms before your very eyes. Thank you for your attention. May you go forth and create a life of boundless wealth, prosperity, and abundance. The power is within you. The time is now. You are the miracle you've been waiting for. Embrace your divine inheritance and let your light shine brightly for all to see.
Let us begin with a fundamental truth from Scripture. In John 1:1 we read, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." Now, most people interpret this passage literally, thinking it refers to spoken words. But I tell you this, the word spoken of here is not mere language. It is vibration, it is feeling. It is the very sensation of your desire fulfilled. You see, my dear friends, when you truly understand this principle, you realize that imagination and vibration are one and the same. They are not two separate things, they are the same force expressing itself through different aspects of your consciousness. This is why the Bible tells us by faith we understand that the worlds were framed by the Word of God. This word, this vibration is your own wonderful human imagination in action. Let me share with you a profound secret about vibration and imagination. When you imagine something, you are not merely creating mental pictures. You are generating a specific frequency, a particular vibration that corresponds to your desire fulfilled. This is why feeling is the secret, for feeling is the language of vibration. Consider the story of Moses and the burning bush. When God revealed himself to Moses, he did not appear as words on a page or as mere thoughts in Moses' mind. He appeared as energy, as vibration, as living flame that did not consume. This, my dear friends, is a perfect metaphor for how your imagination works through vibration. You see, when you imagine your desire fulfilled, you are literally setting yourself aflame with the vibration of that state. But like the burning bush, this flame does not consume you, it transforms you. It transmutes your entire being into the frequency of your desire fulfilled. Let me tell you a story that perfectly illustrates this principle. Recently, a lady came to me desiring a new home. She had been using affirmations and positive words for months without success. I told her, stop using words. Instead, feel the vibration of actually living in your desired home. Feel the texture of the walls, the warmth of the sunlight through the windows, the peace and satisfaction of occupying that space. Within 2 weeks, she had her new home. You see, she didn't manifest it through words. She manifested it through vibration, through the feeling of actually being there. This is what Jesus meant when he said, therefore I tell you, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours. Now let us delve deeper into this mystery of vibration and imagination. In the book of Ezekiel, we read about the valley of dry bones. When God commanded Ezekiel to prophesy to the bones, it wasn't the words that brought them to life. It was the vibration, the energy, the feeling tone of life itself that animated them. This is exactly how your imagination works. When you imagine your desire fulfilled, you are not merely thinking about it. You are vibrating at the frequency of its fulfillment. You are literally becoming one with the state you desire to express. Let me share another principle that would transform your understanding of vibration and imagination. In Scripture we read, be still and know that I am God. This stillness is not mere physical quietude. It is a specific vibrational state where your imagination and your desire become one. You see, when you enter this state of stillness, you are tuning yourself to the perfect frequency of your desire fulfilled. This is why meditation and contemplation are so powerful. Not because of any words you might use, but because they allow you to align your vibration with your imagination. Consider the story of Elijah on Mount Horeb. God was not in the wind, not in the earthquake, not in the fire. God was in the still small voice. This still small voice is not words, it is vibration. It is the feeling tone of your desire fulfilled. Let me share another secret about using vibration instead of words. When you imagine something, your entire being begins to vibrate at the frequency of that state. This is why Scripture tells us, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Notice it says in his heart, not in his mind, not in his words, but in his heart, where feeling and vibration originate. Now let me tell you about a businessman who applied this principle perfectly. He wanted to expand his company but was struggling with traditional goal setting and affirmations. I told him, stop using words to describe what you want. Instead, feel the vibration of running a successful, expanded business. Feel the satisfaction, the confidence, the certainty of it. Within months, his business had doubled in size. You see, he didn't achieve this through words or planning. He achieved it by maintaining the vibration of his desire fulfilled. This is what Jesus meant when he said, the kingdom of heaven is within you. The kingdom is not a place or a set of words. It is a vibrational state. Let us explore another aspect of this truth. In the book of Revelation, John speaks of hearing a great voice as of a trumpet. This trumpet is not producing mere sound. It is producing vibration, frequency, energy. This is exactly what your imagination does when it is properly employed. You see, my dear friends, every desire you hold contains within it a specific vibrational frequency. Your job is not to describe this frequency with words, but to feel it, to become one with it, to let it resonate through your entire being. I think of it this way. When you strike a tuning fork, it produces both sound and vibration. The sound is temporary, but the vibration continues long after the sound has faded. Similarly, words are temporary, but vibration, the feeling of your desire fulfilled, continues to resonate and create. Let me share another principle that will revolutionize your understanding of manifestation. When scripture says, "Let there be light," it is not referring to physical light, but to illuminated consciousness vibrating at the frequency of desire fulfilled. You see, when you truly understand this, you realize that manifestation is not about using the right words or thinking the right thoughts. It's about achieving and maintaining the right vibrational state, the state of your desire fulfilled. Consider the story of Joshua and the walls of Jericho. The walls didn't fall because of the words the people spoke or the horns they blew. They fell because the vibration of victory was maintained until physical reality had no choice but to conform to it. This is exactly how your imagination works. When you maintain the vibration of your desire fulfilled, when you feel the reality of it with your entire being, the circumstances of your life must rearrange themselves to match that vibration. Let me tell you about a teacher who applied this principle perfectly. She desired to impact more lives through her work, but was stuck using traditional goal-setting methods. I told her, stop thinking about how to reach more people. Instead, feel the vibration of already touching countless lives. Feel the satisfaction, the fulfillment, the joy of it. Within months, she had opportunities to teach internationally. You see, she didn't create these opportunities through words or planning. She created them by maintaining the vibration of her desire fulfilled. Now let us discuss something crucial about this process. Most people try to use their imagination as a tool separate from themselves. But I tell you this, your imagination is not a tool. It is your very self. It is God in action within you. And God does not create through words alone, but through vibration, through feeling, through the sensation of reality. Consider the words of Jesus. The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit and they are life. Notice he doesn't say they are mere words, they are spirit. They are vibration, they are living energy. This is why when you imagine something, you must do more than see it or think about it. You must feel it, sense it, become one with its vibration. This is what Jesus meant when he said, "I and my Father are one." He was expressing his complete unity with the vibration of his desires fulfilled. Let me share another profound truth about vibration and imagination. When you enter into the feeling of your desire fulfilled, you are literally rearranging the substance of the universe. This is not metaphysical thinking. This is scientific fact clothed in scriptural language. Think about the story of creation. God didn't just speak the world into existence. He felt it, experienced it, became one with it through imagination and vibration. This is exactly what you must do with your desires. You see, my dear friends, every desire you hold is already fulfilled in what I call the kingdom, the realm of pure vibration and imagination. Your task is not to create it through words or effort, but to tune yourself to its frequency, to feel its reality, to become one with its vibration. Let me tell you about someone who understood this perfectly. A gentleman came to me wanting to transform his relationships. He had been using affirmations and positive self-talk without success. I told him, stop using words to try to change your relationships. Instead, feel the vibration of having perfect, harmonious relationships. Feel the love, the understanding, the connection. Within weeks, his relationships began to transform. You see, he didn't change them through words or actions. He changed them by maintaining the vibration of his desire fulfilled. Now let us explore another aspect of this truth. In scripture we read, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. This substance is not words or thoughts, it is vibration. It is the feeling tone of your desire fulfilled. You see, when you have true faith, you don't hope for something to happen in the future. You feel its reality now. You vibrate at the frequency of its fulfillment now. This is what Jesus meant when he said, before Abraham was, I am. Let me share another principle that will transform your understanding of manifestation. Most people think they need to change their circumstances to achieve their desires. But I tell you this, you need only change your vibration, your feeling state, and circumstances will change themselves. Consider the story of Daniel in the lion's den. He didn't survive because of words he spoke or prayers he said. He survived because he maintained the vibration of perfect safety and divine protection. This is exactly how your imagination works when properly employed. You see, when you maintain the vibration of your desire fulfilled, you create what I call a bridge of incidents, a series of apparently unrelated events that lead to the manifestation of your desire. This is why Scripture tells us all things work together for good to them that love God. Let me tell you about an artist who applied this principle perfectly. She wanted to showcase her work in major galleries, but was struggling with traditional networking and promotion. I told her, stop trying to make it happen through words and actions. Instead, feel the vibration of being a successful, recognized artist. Feel the satisfaction, the fulfillment, the reality of it. Within months, she had exhibitions in 3 major galleries. You see, she didn't achieve this through effort or planning. She achieved it by maintaining the vibration of her desire fulfilled. Now let us discuss something crucial about this process of manifestation through vibration. Most people think they need to repeat their desire many times or visualize it frequently. But I tell you this, what you need is not repetition, but intensity of feeling, intensity of vibration. Consider the words of Jesus, whatever you ask for in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours. Notice he doesn't say believe that you will receive it, he says believe that you have received it. This is about maintaining the vibration of fulfillment now. You see, my dear friends, when you enter into the feeling of your desire fulfilled, when you maintain its vibration, you are literally rearranging the atoms and molecules of your world. This is why Scripture tells us all things are possible to him that believeth. Let me share another profound truth about vibration and imagination. When you imagine something while maintaining its vibrational frequency, you are not creating something new. You are tuning into something that already exists in the realm of pure potential. Think of it this way, every possibility already exists in what quantum physicists call the field of infinite possibilities. Your imagination, operating through vibration, simply tunes you to the frequency of your desired possibility, making it manifest in your physical experience. This is what Jesus meant when he said, seek ye first the kingdom of God. The kingdom is not a place, it is a vibrational state where all possibilities exist simultaneously. When you enter into the feeling of your desire fulfilled, you are literally entering this kingdom. Let me tell you about a writer who understood this perfectly. She had been struggling to complete her novel, using various writing techniques and affirmations without success. I told her, stop trying to write the book through effort and words. Instead, feel the vibration of being a successful author. Feel the satisfaction of having completed your novel. Feel the joy of readers being transformed by your work. Within 3 months, she had completed her novel and secured a publisher. You see, she didn't achieve this through technique or effort. She did it by maintaining the vibration of her desire fulfilled. Now, as we bring this discussion to a close, I want you to understand something fundamental about vibration and imagination. Your imagination is not separate from the creative force of the universe. It is that creative force individualized as you. When you imagine something while maintaining its vibrational frequency, you are literally God in action. This is why Scripture tells us, I am that I am. This is not a statement of identity, it is a statement of creative power through vibration and imagination. Remember this, the universe doesn't respond to your words, it responds to your vibrational state. Your imagination doesn't create through language, it creates through feeling, through vibration, through the sensation of reality. The choice is yours. You can continue trying to create through words and effort, or you can step into your divine power and create through vibration and imagination. The difference between these approaches is the difference between seeking and finding. So I tell you this, stop trying to use words to create your reality. Start feeling the vibration of your desire fulfilled. Maintain that feeling regardless of appearances. Trust in the law that shapes all things according to your conscious assumptions. For when you master this, when you truly understand how to create through vibration and imagination, you become more than just a creator of circumstances. You become aware of your true nature as the operant power of the universe itself. This is your birthright. This is your true identity. This is who you really are. Thank you, and good night.
I want to reveal to you why these words hold such tremendous power and how you can use them to manifest everything you've ever desired. You see, most people spend their entire life searching outside themselves for power, for permission, for validation. They believe their desires must be achieved through hard work, struggle, and external forces. But I tell you this, all power resides within your own consciousness. When you declare, I am the power, you are acknowledging the fundamental truth of existence. You are recognizing that the force that moves the stars and grows the flowers is the same force that flows through your consciousness. Let me tell you something profound about these 4 words. When you speak them, you're not making a mere affirmation. You're declaring your true nature, your essential being. You're acknowledging the creative force within you. Consider this. Every great achievement in human history began with someone recognizing their inner power. They didn't wait for external permission. They didn't seek validation from others. They understood that all power flows from within. You see, most people have it backwards. They say, when I have this, then I will be powerful. But I tell you this, you must first assume your power, and then all things become possible. These 4 words, I am the power, are not just words to be spoken. They must be felt. They must be lived. They must become your dominant state of consciousness. Let me share with you what happens when you truly embody these words. The entire universe must reorganize itself to reflect your new self-concept. This is not metaphysics. This is law. Most of you sit here tonight thinking about what you want to manifest. But I tell you this, manifestation is not about getting something you don't have. It's about revealing what already exists within your consciousness. When you declare, I am the power, you're not creating power. You're acknowledging what has always been true. This recognition changes everything. Your entire world must shift to align with this declaration. You see, most people approach manifestation like beggars, hoping and wishing for their desires to be granted. But when you know I am the power, you approach life as a creator, knowing that what you decree must manifest. Let me share something profound about consciousness. Your consciousness is the only reality. Everything you see in your world is simply consciousness made visible. Therefore, when you declare I am the power, you're literally reshaping your entire universe. Think about this. Every morning when you wake up, you're either reinforcing your powerlessness or claiming your power. There's no neutral position. Every thought, every feeling, every assumption is either aligning with I am the power or denying it. You see, these 4 words are not just a positive affirmation. They are a recognition of the fundamental truth of your being. When you truly grasp this, manifestation becomes as natural as breathing. Most of you have been taught to look for power in external circumstances, in money, in relationships, in social status. But I tell you this, all these things are merely effects. The cause lies in your consciousness. Consider what happens when you truly know, I am the power. You no longer beg, you no longer plead, you no longer hope. You simply decree, and by law, Your decree must manifest. Let me share with you why these words are so transformative. When you declare, I am the power, you're shifting your entire self-concept. You're no longer seeing yourself as a victim of circumstances, but as the creator of circumstances. You see, most people spend their lives reacting to what they see. But when you know I am the power, you understand that what you see is simply your consciousness pushed out. Therefore, to change what you see, you must change your consciousness. Think about this. Every great achievement began with someone knowing they were the power. They didn't wait for conditions to change. They changed conditions by changing their consciousness. Let me share with you what happens in the depths of consciousness when you truly embody these 4 words. Your entire world begins to reorganize itself to match your new self-concept. You see, most people believe their circumstances dictate their state of being. But when you declare, I am the power, you reverse this process. Your state of being now dictates your circumstances. Consider this. Every moment of your life, you're either expressing power or expressing limitation. There is no middle ground. When you truly grasp these 4 words, you cease giving power to external conditions. Let me tell you something profound about manifestation. When you know I am the power, you stop asking how things will manifest. You understand that the power that knows the way will make the way. Most of you sit here tonight thinking about your problems, your limitations, your obstacles. But I tell you this, these are merely shadows cast by a consciousness that has forgotten I am the power. You see, when you truly embody these 4 words, you enter a new dimension of being. In this dimension, problems don't need to be solved. They simply dissolve in the light of your consciousness. Think about this. Everything you see in your world right now is the result of your previous concepts about yourself. Change the concept by knowing I am the power, and your world must change. Let me share with you the true meaning of these words. When you declare I am the power, you're not making a positive statement. You're acknowledging your true identity. Most of you have been taught to look for causes outside yourself. But when you know I am the power, you understand that you are the only cause in your world. Consider this carefully. Every condition in your life right now is simply a shadow of your consciousness. When you truly know I am the power, you cease fighting shadows and start changing consciousness. Let me tell you about the transformative nature of these 4 words. When you declare I am the power, you're not just changing your thoughts. You're changing the very foundation of your reality. You see, most people live their entire lives believing they're victims of circumstances. But when you truly embody I am the power, you understand that circumstances are merely reflections of consciousness. Consider what happens when you wake up each morning knowing I'm the power. Suddenly, obstacles become opportunities. Problems become possibilities. Every challenge becomes a chance to demonstrate your creative power. Let me share something profound about these words. When you declare I am the power, you're not making a future promise. You're claiming a present reality. This distinction changes everything. Most of you sit here thinking about what you want to create in your future. But I tell you this, there is no future creation. There is only present assumption. When you know I am the power, you understand that what you assume now must manifest. You see, these 4 words are not just a statement. They are a complete shift in consciousness. When you truly embody them, you cease looking outside yourself for anything. Think about this. Every time you say, I can't, or it's too difficult, you're denying these 4 words. You're giving your power away to external conditions. Let me tell you what happens when you consistently maintain this consciousness. Your entire world must reshape itself to reflect your new self-concept. Most of you have spent years accumulating evidence of your limitations. But when you know I am the power, you understand that all past evidence is irrelevant. Only your present assumption matters. Consider this. Every great achievement in your life began with a shift in consciousness. When you knew you could, you did. These 4 words simply make this knowing permanent. Let me share with you something profound about these 4 words that most will never understand. When you declare, I am the power, you're not just making a statement. You're activating the very force that created the universe. You see, most people spend their lives waiting for permission to be powerful. They wait for the right circumstances, the right credentials, the right moment. But I tell you this, the only permission you need is your own recognition that I am the power. Consider what happens in your world when you truly embody these words. Your relationships change because you no longer seek power from others. Your work transforms because you no longer depend on external validation. Your entire life shifts because you're operating from a new dimension of consciousness. Let me tell you about the subtle shift that occurs when you consistently maintain this state. You stop asking, when will my desire manifest? Because you understand that manifestation is not a future event. It's a present moment recognition. Most of you have been taught that power is something to be acquired. But when you declare I'm the power, you understand that power is your natural state. Everything else is learned powerlessness. You see, these 4 words challenge everything you've been taught about. Cause and effect. When you know I am the power, you understand that consciousness is the only cause and everything else is effect. Think about this. Every time you say I hope or I wish, you're denying these 4 words. You're placing power outside yourself in some future event or external circumstance. Let me share with you what happens when you maintain this consciousness consistently. Your entire world must rearrange itself to match your new self-concept. This is not theory, this is law. Most of you sit here tonight thinking about your past failures, your current limitations, your future obstacles. But I tell you this, all of these are merely shadows cast by a consciousness that has forgotten I am the power. Consider this. Every moment of your life, you're either expressing power or expressing limitation. There is no neutral ground. When you truly grasp these 4 words, you cease giving power to anything external. Let me reveal to you the deeper meaning behind these 4 words. When you declare I am the power, you're not making a casual statement. You're aligning yourself with the fundamental creative force of the universe. You see, most people live their entire lives believing that power lies in their actions, their resources, their connections. But I tell you this, all these are merely expressions of consciousness. When you know I am the power, your actions flow from this knowing. Consider what happens when you approach each day from this consciousness. You no longer wake up wondering what the day will bring. You wake up knowing that you bring to the day whatever you decree in consciousness. Let me tell you about the transformation that occurs when you live from these 4 words. You stop seeking validation from others because you understand that all validation comes from within. You stop fighting circumstances because you know that circumstances are merely shadows. Most of you have spent years trying to change effects while leaving the cause untouched. But when you declare I am the power, you go straight to the cause, your own consciousness.
You see, these 4 words contain within them the secret of all creation. When you truly embody them, you understand that everything in your world is simply your consciousness pushed out.
Think about this. Every time you blame external conditions for your state, you're denying these 4 words. You're giving away your creative power to shadows. Let me share with you what happens when this consciousness becomes natural to you. You stop asking, how will this happen? Because you understand that the power that knows the way will make the way. Most of you sit here thinking about what's possible and what's impossible. But I tell you this, possibility and impossibility exist only in consciousness. When you know I am the power, all things become possible. Consider this. Every limitation in your life right now exists only because you've accepted it in consciousness. When you truly embody these 4 words, all limitations dissolve. Let me share with you something profound about these 4 words that will forever change how you view manifestation. When you declare I am the power, you're not just speaking words. You're awakening to your true identity. You see, most people spend their lives seeking power through achievement, through accumulation, through recognition. But I tell you this, all seeking ends when you realize that you are what you've been seeking. Consider what happens when you truly grasp these words. You stop looking for signs, you stop waiting for permission, you stop seeking approval, because when you know I am the power, what else could you possibly need? Let me tell you about the shift that occurs in your relationships when you embody these words. You no longer need others to complete you, to validate you, to empower you. You become complete within yourself, and paradoxically, this completeness attracts more fulfilling relationships. Most of you have been taught that power comes from doing. But when you declare I'm the power, you understand that power comes from being. Your doing then flows naturally from your being. You see, these 4 words revolutionize your entire approach to manifestation. You stop trying to make things happen and start allowing them to unfold from your consciousness. Think about this. Every time you say, I'll try or I hope, you're actually denying your power. You're placing the fulfillment of your desires in some uncertain future. Let me share with you what happens. When you maintain this consciousness consistently, your entire world must reshape itself to reflect this new self-concept. This is not magic, this is law. Most of you sit here tonight thinking about what you need to do to manifest your desires. But I tell you this, manifestation is not about doing, it's about being. When you know I am the power, the doing takes care of itself. Consider this. Every great achievement in history began with someone knowing their power. They didn't wait for conditions to be perfect. They understood that conditions respond to consciousness, you see. Most people spend their lives in reaction mode, responding to circumstances, adapting to conditions. But I tell you this, when you know I am the power, you create circumstances, you determine conditions. Consider what happens when you approach each moment from this consciousness. You no longer see problems as obstacles. You see them as opportunities to demonstrate your creative power. Let me tell you about the transformation that occurs in your financial world when you embody these words. Money ceases to be something you chase and becomes something you attract through your consciousness of abundance. Most of you have been programmed to believe that success requires struggle. But when you declare, I am the power, you understand that success is simply the natural expression of your consciousness. You see, these 4 words completely transform your relationship with time. When you truly know I am the power, you cease postponing your good to some future date. Think about this. Every time you say, when I have this, then I'll be powerful, you're denying your present power. You're placing your power in external conditions. Let me share with you what happens when this consciousness becomes your natural state. Your entire experience of reality shifts. What seemed impossible becomes inevitable. Most of you sit here tonight thinking about your past failures, your present limitations, your future uncertainties. But I tell you this, all these are merely shadows cast by a consciousness that has forgotten its power. Consider this, every moment of your life, you're either expressing power or expressing limitation. There's no middle ground. When you truly grasp these 4 words, you cease giving power to anything external. Let me share with you the final and most crucial understanding about these 4 words. When you declare I am the power, you are making the ultimate declaration of independence from all external influences. You see, tonight marks a turning point in your life. From this moment forward, you will never again see yourself as powerless. You will never again give your power away to circumstances, to other people, or to past experiences. Consider this moment right now. As you sit here absorbing these words, you have a choice. You can continue living as you have been, seeing power as something outside yourself, or you can claim your true identity by knowing I am the power. Let me tell you what your world will look like when you fully embody these words. Everything that once seemed like an obstacle will become a stepping stone. Every challenge will become an opportunity to demonstrate your creative power. Most of you came here tonight seeking answers. But I tell you this, the only answer you need is already within you. It is the knowing, the absolute conviction that I am the power. You see, these 4 words are not just a technique or a method. They are a complete revolution in consciousness. When you truly embody them, your entire world must transform. Think about tomorrow morning when you wake up. Will you rise as the same person who came here tonight? Or will you rise knowing I am the power, ready to create your day consciously. Let me share with you this final truth. There's no power outside of you. There never was and there never will be. All power resides in consciousness, and you are that consciousness. From this moment forward, let every breath you take be a reminder that I am the power. Let every heartbeat affirm this truth. Let every step you take be from this consciousness. Remember, you are not becoming powerful. You are simply recognizing what has always been true. You are the power that creates worlds. You are the power that moves mountains. You are the power that transforms lives. Tonight, make this sacred commitment to yourself. Promise that you will never again deny your power. Promise that you will never again give your power away. Promise that you will live every moment from the consciousness that I am the power. For this promise lies your freedom. In this recognition lies your transformation. In this knowing lies everything you have ever desired. Go forth now, not as seekers, but as knowers, not as hopeful dreamers, but as conscious creators, not as victims of circumstances, but as masters. For when you know, truly know, I am the power, nothing in this world can stand against you. Nothing can deny you. Nothing can limit you. This is your moment. This is your time. This is your power. Now rise up and claim it. Rise up and live it. Rise up and be it. For you are the power. You have always been the power. And you will always be the power. Let this be your final understanding, your ultimate truth, your eternal knowing. I am the power. And so it is.
I wish to share with you a profound truth that has eluded countless individuals in their pursuit of their desires. The very reason most people remain trapped in their current circumstances, unable to manifest their dreams, lies in their misunderstanding of one fundamental principle. You see, the world you experience at this very moment is nothing more than the outward projection of your inner assumptions. Every success, every failure, every circumstance in your life is a direct reflection of what you have accepted as true in your consciousness. The key step that most people miss, and this is crucial, is that they fail to occupy the state of the wish fulfilled. They pray, they hope, they work hard, but they continue to live from their current state of consciousness rather than the state they desire to express. Let me explain this more deeply. When you want something, be it wealth, love, success, or any other desire, you must first understand that it already exists in what I call the fourth dimensional world. This is the world of infinite possibilities, the world of imagination, where all things already exist in their perfect form. The secret lies not in working towards your desire, but in accepting that you already possess it. This is where most people stumble. They continue to see their desire as something to be achieved in the future, thereby perpetuating the state of wanting rather than having. Think for a moment. When you say, I want to be successful, you are actually confirming and reinforcing your current state of lack. You are declaring to your subconscious mind that success is something outside of you, something you don't currently possess. This very assumption keeps you locked in the state of wanting. Instead, you must dare to assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled. If you desire success, you must go about your day feeling successful, thinking from success, acting from success, not as a future state to be achieved, but as a present fact. This is not mere positive thinking or affirmation. This is a complete transformation of your consciousness. You must feel the naturalness of being what you want to be. If you desire wealth, you must feel wealthy now. If you desire love, you must feel loved now. If you desire success, you must feel successful now. The power of your assumption, when persisted in, becomes your reality. This is law. Just as the seed contains within itself the full potential of the mature plant, your consciousness contains within itself the full potential of all you desire to be. Most people live their entire lives never realizing that their imagination is actually the very substance of reality. They see imagination as mere fantasy, as something separate from what they call reality. But I tell you this, your imagination is reality itself in its first stage of manifestation. Consider this, everything you now accept as real in your world was once only imagined. The chair you're sitting on, the clothes you're wearing, the building you're in, all were first imagined before they became what you now accept as reality. This is the pattern of creation. The same principle applies to your desires. The state you wish to occupy already exists in your imagination. It is as real as anything you now accept as fact. The only difference is your assumption about what is real and what is imagined. Let me share with you a profound truth. You never attract what you want. You attract what you are. And what you are is determined by the state you occupy in consciousness. This is why affirmations alone often fail. You cannot affirm externally what you deny internally. The key step that people miss is the complete surrender to the state desired. They try to make things happen instead of allowing things to happen through the natural law of assumption. They stand outside their desire, looking at it instead of living from within it. When you truly grasp this principle, you will understand that there is nothing to change but your assumptions about yourself and your world. The outer world must conform to your inner assumptions. This is law. Many of you sit here tonight thinking, yes, but how do I change my assumptions? The answer is simpler than you might imagine. Yet it requires a complete reversal of your traditional thinking. Instead of working hard to achieve something, you must assume that you already have it. The art of assumption is the most vital skill you must master. When you assume a state, you must persist in that state until it becomes your dominant feeling. This is where people falter. They test the law instead of proving it through persistent assumption. Let me tell you something profound. Your consciousness is the only reality. Right now, as you sit here, you might believe that your senses define reality. But I tell you, your senses only show you what your consciousness has already accepted as true. Think about this carefully. Every night when you sleep, you enter different states in your dreams. In those dreams, you experience sights, sounds, and sensations that feel completely real. Where do these experiences come from? They come from consciousness itself. They come from consciousness deliberately creating these experiences. The difference between your dream state and your waking state is only in the intensity of your assumption. What you now consider reality is simply a more intense and persistent dream that you've collectively agreed upon. Now, here's where most people miss the crucial step. They fail to understand that they can wake up from their current dream, their current state, by assuming a new state with the same intensity that they assume their present state. You see, at this very moment, you are assuming certain things about yourself. You're assuming your name, your job, your relationships, your financial status. These assumptions feel so natural to you that you don't even question them. This is the key. Whatever you assume with complete conviction must externalize itself in your world. But here's the vital truth that most miss. You can assume something new with the same naturalness. This is not pretense. This is not make-believe. This is the creative use of the same power that sustains your present assumptions. When you go to sleep tonight, you naturally assume you're in your bed. You don't question it. You don't doubt it. This same unquestioning acceptance must be applied to your desired state. Listen carefully now, for this is where the secret of manifestation lies. When you assume your desire fulfilled, you must do it with the same naturalness with which you assume your bed is real when you lie down to sleep. This naturalness is the key that most seekers miss. Your imagination, when properly directed, is not mere daydreaming. It is the very substance of reality. Every time you imagine something, you are literally creating a mold into which the substance of your world will flow. But, and this is crucial, you must remain faithful to your imaginal act. Most people perform an imaginal act and then return to their old state of consciousness. They imagine themselves wealthy for a moment, then open their eyes and react to their current financial situation. This vacillation between states prevents the manifestation of their desire. You must understand this. The moment you assume a new state, your entire world must rearrange itself to accommodate your new assumption. This is law. But you must give it time to externalize. The seed must have time to grow. Let me share with you a principle that few understand. Time is not a distance to be traveled. It is a sequence of states to be experienced. When you assume your desire fulfilled, you have actually entered the state where your desire exists. The time it takes to externalize is merely the time required for you to feel natural in that state. Most people fail because they don't grasp this truth. The feeling of naturalness is the key. If being wealthy feels unnatural to you, if being loved feels unnatural, if success feels unnatural, then you are not truly occupying that state. You are merely visiting it in your imagination. You must persist in your new state until it feels just as natural as your present state now feels. This is where faith comes in. Not faith in some external power, but faith in the law that consciousness is the only reality. When you truly grasp this, you will understand that there is nothing to change but your conception of self. Change that and you change your entire world. Now, let me share with you something profound about the nature of your consciousness. Your I amness, your awareness of being, is God Himself individualized. When you say I am, you are proclaiming the name of God, for that is the true name of God. I am that I am. A fatal mistake that most people make is that they do not understand this power of I am. They use it unconsciously, carelessly, not realizing that whatever follows I am is what they are decreeing into existence. When you say, I am poor, I am sick, I am unlucky, you are literally commanding these states into being. This is the key step that people miss. They do not watch their assumptions. Every time you react to an event, every time you speak about yourself, you are setting into motion the law that shapes your world. Your I am is your consciousness, and your consciousness is the only reality. Consider this. Right now, you are saying, I am, to everything you accept as true about yourself. These assumptions have become so natural that you don't even recognize them as assumptions. They feel like facts. But I tell you, they are only facts because you have given them the power of your assumption. The secret of manifestation lies in transferring your awareness from one state to another. You must cease to be the person you believe yourself to be and assume the consciousness of the person you wish to be. This is not pretense. This is the creative use of the only power that exists. When you say, I am successful, I am wealthy, I am loved, you are not lying to yourself. You are actually entering into that state in consciousness. And since consciousness is the only reality, you are literally creating that reality. But, and this is crucial, you must persist in that state until it feels natural. This is where most people fail. They make a bold declaration of what they want to be, but they don't persist until it feels natural. They don't give the seed time to grow. You see, manifestation follows the divine pattern. Just as a seed must be planted and given time to grow, your assumption must be planted in consciousness and given time to externalize. The law operates with mathematical precision. Whatever you are conscious of being, you will manifest. There is no other way. This is why your current world perfectly reflects your past assumption. Every detail of your life, every relationship, every circumstance, there's the flowering of seeds you have planted in your consciousness. Most people spend their lives trying to change things on the outside while maintaining the same consciousness. They try to change their world while remaining in the same state. This is like trying to harvest different fruits while planting the same seeds. It is against law. Listen carefully now, for I am about to share with you the secret of effective prayer. True prayer is not begging or beseeching an external power. True prayer is assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled. When you pray, You must pray believing that you have already received. This is where faith enters. But faith is not what most people think it is. Faith is not believing that something will happen in the future. Faith is accepting as fact what your senses deny. It is living from the end, feeling the reality of your desire fulfilled, while your senses tell you otherwise. Most people miss this crucial step. They pray and then look for evidence of answer. But I tell you, the evidence will only appear after you have persisted in your assumption. You must live as though your prayer has already been answered. Think about this. When you order something from a catalog, you don't keep ordering it over and over. You place the order once and then wait for its delivery. The same is true with your desires. You place your order with consciousness by assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled. And then you wait in the absolute confidence that it must externalize. But here's the vital point that most miss. While you're waiting, you must maintain the consciousness of having already received. You must live from the end. Your actions, your words, your attitudes must all spring from the assumption that your desire is already a fact. This is not easy, I know. The evidence of your senses will constantly try to pull you back to your old state. But you must persist. You must remain faithful to your assumption, despite all evidence to the contrary. Now, let me share with you another crucial aspect that most people overlook. Your consciousness is not confined to your physical body. Your consciousness extends to everything you are aware of. Therefore, when you change your consciousness, you change everything that falls within its range. This is why you cannot change others directly. You can only change them by changing your consciousness of them. Whatever you consciously assume about another must be manifested in your relationship with them. This is law. Most people try to change others through external means, through persuasion, through force, through manipulation. But I tell you, the only way to change another is to change your consciousness of them. Change your assumption about them, and they must conform to your new assumption. This applies to every area of your life. Your financial situation, your health, your relationships, all are simply outpicturings of your assumptions. When you change your assumption, the whole vast world must change to reflect your new consciousness. But here's where people stumble. They do not persist in their new assumption long enough for it to become natural. They venture into a new state of consciousness, but retreat at the first sign of contradiction. They are like farmers who dig up the seed to see if it's growing. You must understand this. The time between your assumption and its manifestation is not a period of inaction. It is a period of gestation. Just as a pregnant woman carries her child while going about her normal activities, you must carry your assumption while continuing with your daily life. During this period, you may face what seem to be contradictions to your assumption. Your senses may tell you that nothing has changed. This is the time when most people abandon their assumption and return to their old state. But I tell you, these apparent contradictions are actually signs that the law is working. Just as a seed must first dissolve before it can grow, your old conditions must often appear to worsen before they give way to your new state. This is law. The old must die for the new to be born. Therefore, I tell you this with absolute certainty. The key step that most people miss is not in the doing, but in the being. They focus on what they must do to achieve their desires, when they should be focusing on what they must be. Remember this eternal truth. Your world is yourself, pushed out. Everything you see, everything you experience is simply yourself externalized. There is no one to change but self. When you change your concept of self, you change your entire world. The great secret of life is this: there is no one to tell you no except yourself. There is no one to deny you except yourself. There is no one to delay your good except yourself. You are the power you have been seeking. You are the authority you have been waiting for. In closing, let me give you this final crucial understanding. Tonight, as you leave this place, you have a choice. You can continue to live from your old assumptions, thereby perpetuating your current conditions. Or you can dare to assume a new state of consciousness, thereby creating a new world. The choice is yours, and yours alone. But remember this: whatever state you assume, whatever concept you hold of yourself, will externalize itself in your world with mathematical precision. This is not theory, and this is law. So I say to you, dare to assume that you are what you want to be. Dare to enter into the state of your wish fulfilled. Dare to live from the end, for in this daring lies the key that most people miss. The key to all manifestation. Go forth now, not to make things happen, but to allow things to happen by virtue of your changed consciousness. Go forth, not to achieve, but to receive what is already yours by right of consciousness. Go forth, not to become, but to be what you desire to be. For I tell you this, the kingdom of heaven is within you, and that kingdom contains all that you could ever desire. Your assumption is the key that unlocks this kingdom. Use it wisely, use it lovingly, use it persistently. And remember always, you are the operant power. You are the consciousness through which all things emerge. You are the God of your universe, and your consciousness is the only reality. The state you assume today is the world you will experience tomorrow. Choose wisely, persist faithfully, and watch as your world transforms itself to match your assumption. That is all, and that is enough.
Let me ask you something that might shake your entire worldview. What if you've been approaching success completely backward? What if, instead of working to become victorious, you simply needed to assume the feeling of victory now? You see, most people live their entire lives waiting to feel victorious. They say, when I achieve this goal, then I'll feel like a winner. But I tell you this, you must feel like a winner first, and then the achievements will naturally follow. Consider this, every great achievement in history began with someone who acted as though they had already won before any physical evidence existed. They carried themselves with the confidence of victory while others saw only defeat. Let me share something profound with you about the nature of victory. Victory isn't an event. It's a state of consciousness. When you truly grasp this, your entire world will transform. You see, most people are waiting for circumstances to make them feel victorious. But I tell you this, circumstances don't create your feelings create circumstances. Think about how you carry yourself when you know you've won something. There's a certain swagger in your step, a gleam in your eye, a confidence in your voice. This is the state you must adopt now, before any external evidence exists. Most of you sit here tonight thinking about your goals, your dreams, your aspirations. But I tell you this, as long as you see these things as future achievements, they will remain in the future. You must live from the end now. Consider what happens when you truly adopt the attitude of someone who has already won. Your entire world must reshape itself to match this new self-concept. This is law. Let me share with you what happens in consciousness when you assume the feeling of victory. Your entire being shifts. Your posture changes. Your voice carries new authority. Your decisions come from a place of confidence rather than fear. Let me tell you something profound about this victorious attitude. When you truly embody it, you're not pretending. You're claiming your natural state. Victory is not something foreign to you. It's your inherent nature. You see, most people approach life from a position of hoping to win. But I tell you this, hope is just another form of doubt. When you know you've already won, there's no need for hope because certainty has replaced it. Consider how differently you move through the world when you know the game is already won. You don't stress about small setbacks. You don't worry about temporary obstacles. You move with the calm confidence of someone who knows the final outcome. Let me share with you what happens when you maintain this victorious consciousness consistently. People begin responding to you differently. Opportunities seemingly appear out of nowhere. Doors that were closed suddenly open. Most of you have been taught to wait for victory to feel victorious. But I tell you this, that's exactly backward. You must feel victorious first, and then victory will manifest in your world. You see, this attitude of victory isn't about arrogance or ego. It's about aligning yourself with your true nature. When you act like you've already won, you're simply acknowledging what's already true in consciousness. Think about how you breathe when you're victorious. It's deep, it's confident, it's relaxed. This is how you should be breathing right now, regardless of current circumstances. Let me tell you about the transformation that occurs when you maintain this state. Your decisions change because you're no longer operating from a place of fear or lack. You make choices as someone who knows they cannot fail. Most of you sit here tonight thinking about past failures, current struggles, future uncertainties. But I tell you this, all these are irrelevant when you adopt the consciousness of victory. Consider this, every time you doubt, every time you worry, every time you fear, you're denying your victorious nature. You're choosing to act from a consciousness of defeat rather than victory. Let me share with you what happens in the depths of your being. When you truly embrace this victorious attitude, your entire nervous system begins to operate differently. Your body language changes automatically. Your voice carries a new resonance. You see, most people are waiting for something external to give them permission to feel victorious. But I tell you this, the only permission you need is your own decision to embody victory now. Consider what happens when you walk into a room knowing you've already won. Not hoping, not wishing, not planning to win, but knowing with absolute certainty that victory is already yours. The entire atmosphere changes. Let me tell you about the subtle shift that occurs in your relationships when you maintain this victorious consciousness. People begin treating you according to your own self-concept. They respond not to your words, but to the victory you radiate. Most of you have spent years rehearsing defeat in your mind, imagining worst-case scenarios, preparing for failure. But I tell you this, every time you do this, you're denying your victorious nature. You see, this attitude of victory transforms even the smallest actions of your day. When you know you've already won, even the way you sip your morning coffee changes. Everything becomes an expression of victory. Think about how you make decisions when you know you cannot fail. You move with boldness, with certainty, with absolute conviction. This is how you should be moving through every moment of your life. Let me share with you what happens when this victorious consciousness becomes your natural state. You stop asking, what if I fail? Because failure becomes impossible in your consciousness. You only see paths to victory. Most of you have been conditioned to believe that victory must be earned through struggle and hardship. But I tell you this, victory is your natural state. The struggle comes from resisting this truth. Consider how your entire world must reshape itself when you maintain this consciousness consistently. Everything that doesn't align with your victorious nature must fall away. When you truly embody victory, you're not just changing your mindset, you're altering the very fabric of your reality. You see, most people spend their lives preparing for victory, planning for victory, hoping for victory, but I tell you this, all of that preparation is useless if you don't assume the feeling of victory now. Consider what happens when you wake up each morning already feeling victorious. Your morning routine becomes a victory lap, not a preparation for battle. Your breakfast isn't fuel for the fight. It's a celebration of success. Let me tell you about the transformation that occurs in your work when you maintain this consciousness. Tasks that once seemed daunting become opportunities to express your victorious nature. Challenges become stages for your triumph. Most of you have been taught that confidence comes after achievement. But I tell you this, achievement comes after confidence. When you act like you've already won, success becomes inevitable. You see, this victorious attitude completely transforms how you handle setbacks. When you know you've already won, obstacles become merely temporary illusions, stepping stones to your already secured victory. Think about how differently you approach problems. When you know their solution is guaranteed, the stress dissolves, the anxiety vanishes. All that remains is the calm certainty of inevitable success. Let me share with you what happens when you maintain this state consistently. Your entire being begins to radiate victory. People feel it when you enter a room. Opportunities are naturally drawn to you. Most of you sit here tonight thinking about all the things you need to do to become victorious. But I tell you this, victory isn't something you become. It's something you express right now. Consider this. Every time you postpone feeling victorious until after some future achievement, you're pushing victory away. Victory must be claimed in the present moment. Let me share with you a deeper truth about this victorious attitude that will revolutionize your understanding. When you act like you've already won, you're not pretending. You're aligning with an existing reality in consciousness. You see, most people approach victory as something distant, something to be achieved through struggle and effort. But I tell you this, victory exists right now in your consciousness, waiting to be recognized and expressed. Consider what happens in your financial world when you maintain this victorious consciousness. Money ceases to be something you chase and becomes something naturally drawn to your victorious state. Success becomes your natural expression. Let me tell you about the transformation that occurs in your physical energy when you embody this attitude. Fatigue disappears because you're no longer fighting against life. You're flowing with your natural victorious state. Most of you have been taught that victory requires sacrifice, struggle, and pain. But I tell you this, those are just stories you've accepted. Victory is your natural state, requiring no struggle at all. You see, this victorious attitude completely transforms your relationship with time. When you know you've already won, you stop rushing. You move with the confident pace of someone who knows their triumph is secured. Think about how you breathe when you know you've already won. It's deep, relaxed, confident. This is your natural breath when you're aligned with victory. Adopt this breath now. Let me share with you what happens when this victorious consciousness becomes your default state. Your dreams no longer seem distant or impossible. They become natural expressions of your victorious nature. Most of you sit here tonight wanting to know the exact steps to victory. But I tell you this, there are no steps to what you already are. There is only recognition and expression. Consider this. Every time you doubt yourself, every time you feel uncertain, you're temporarily forgetting your victorious nature. These moments of doubt are simply opportunities to reclaim your true state. Let me reveal to you something profound about acting victorious that most will never grasp. When you embody victory in every moment, you're not just changing your behavior. You're awakening to your true identity. You see, most people treat victory like a distant destination, something to reach after long journeys of effort. But I tell you this, victory is your starting point, not your destination. You begin from victory, not journey toward it. Consider what happens in your mind when you truly grasp this truth. The endless chatter of doubt falls silent. The constant questioning of, am I good enough, disappears. All that remains is the quiet confidence of victory. Let me tell you about the shift that occurs in your physical presence when you maintain this consciousness. Your posture naturally straightens. Your movements become more graceful. Your entire being radiates an unmistakable authority. Most of you have spent years trying to overcome fear, doubt, and insecurity. But I tell you this, you don't overcome these things. You simply outgrow them by maintaining the consciousness of victory. You see, this victorious attitude transforms every interaction in your life. When you know you've already won, conversations change. Meetings change, relationships change. Everything must align with your victorious nature. Think about how you make decisions when you know success is guaranteed. There's no hesitation, no second guessing, no fear of consequences. This is your natural state of being. Let me share with you what happens when you maintain this state consistently. Your entire world begins to mirror your victorious consciousness. Opportunities that once seemed impossible become natural occurrences. Most of you live constantly preparing for future success, future victory, future achievement. But I tell you this, as long as you place victory in the future, that's where it will remain. Consider this, every moment you spend doubting your victory is a moment spent denying your true nature, your victory itself, expressing itself through your unique form. Let me share with you a truth so profound it will transform your entire approach to life. When you act victorious, you're not just putting on a show. You're tuning into the frequency of your natural state. You see, most people spend their lives reacting to circumstances, letting external events determine their inner state. But I tell you this, when you maintain the consciousness of victory, circumstances must conform to your inner state. Consider what happens to your creative abilities when you operate from this victorious consciousness. Ideas flow effortlessly. Solutions appear spontaneously. Innovation becomes your natural expression. Let me tell you about the transformation that occurs in your sleep when you maintain this victorious state. Your rest becomes deeper, more rejuvenating, because you're no longer battling with doubt and uncertainty in your dreams. Most of you are being taught to be realistic about your expectations. But I tell you this, what's realistic to the victorious consciousness far exceeds what's realistic to the consciousness of limitation. You see, this victorious attitude completely revolutionizes how you handle challenges. When you know you've already won, obstacles become opportunities to demonstrate your mastery. Think about how you speak when you know victory is certain. Your words carry authority. Your voice resonates with conviction. Your communication inspires confidence in others. Let me share with you what happens when this victorious consciousness becomes your constant companion. Your very presence becomes a catalyst for positive change in others. Your victory inspires their victory. Most of you sit here tonight thinking about all the reasons why victory might not be possible. But I tell you this, those reasons exist only in a consciousness that has forgotten its true nature. Consider this. Every time you embrace limitation, every time you accept defeat, you're choosing to temporarily forget who you really are. Victory is not something you achieve. It's something you remember. Let me reveal to you something about victory that will forever change how you approach every moment of your life. When you act victorious, you're not pretending. You're acknowledging your innermost truth. You see, most people chase success like hungry wolves chasing prey. But I tell you this, when you embody victory, success chases you. It becomes the natural expression of your being. Consider what happens in your body. When you maintain this victorious consciousness, your immune system strengthens, your energy increases, your entire physical being aligns with this elevated state. Let me tell you about the transformation that occurs in your daily habits when you live from this state. Activities that once felt like obligations become celebrations of your victory. Work becomes play. Challenges become adventures. Most of you have been programmed to believe that confidence must come after achievement. But I tell you this, achievement is merely the outer confirmation of the victory you've already claimed in consciousness. You see, this victorious attitude completely transforms your perception of time. Past failures lose their sting because you realize they were simply stepping stones to your current victory. Think about how you walk when you know you're victorious. Your stride lengthens. Your steps become purposeful. Your entire movement expresses the certainty of success. Let me share with you what happens when this victorious consciousness becomes your moment-to-moment reality. Synchronicities increase. Favorable circumstances multiply. Life itself seems to conspire for your success. Most of you have spent years building defenses against failure. But I tell you this, when you maintain the consciousness of victory, there's nothing to defend against. Victory is your natural state. Consider this. Every anxious thought, every worried moment, every fearful anticipation is simply a temporary forgetting of your victorious nature. Return to victory now. Let me share with you the final and most crucial understanding about victory that will complete your transformation. When you maintain the consciousness of victory, you're not becoming something new. You're returning to your original state. You see, most people spend their lives seeking validation from the outer world. But I tell you this, all validation, all confirmation, all proof of your victory must first be established in consciousness. Consider what happens when you move through your entire day from this victorious state. Meetings become opportunities to express your mastery. Challenges become platforms for demonstrating your power. Every moment becomes a celebration of victory. Let me tell you about the final piece of this transformation. When you truly grasp that you've already won, all struggle ceases, all fighting ends, all resistance dissolves. What remains is pure, effortless expression of victory. From this moment forward, I want you to make this sacred commitment to yourself. Promise that you will never again act from a consciousness of defeat. Promise that you will maintain this victorious attitude regardless of appearances. You see, this is the moment where everything changes. This is where you stop seeking victory and start expressing it. This is where you cease struggling to become victorious and simply be victory itself. Think about tomorrow morning when you wake up. Will you rise as the same person who started listening to this message? Or will you rise as victory itself, ready to express your true nature? Let me share with you this final truth. There is no power that can defeat you except your own acceptance of defeat. When you maintain the consciousness of victory, the entire universe must rearrange itself to match your conviction. This is your moment. This is your victory. This is your true nature expressing itself through you. Rise up now, not as someone seeking victory, but as victory itself. Move forward, not as someone hoping to win, but as someone who has already won. Live not as someone becoming victorious, but as victory personified. For in this recognition lies your freedom. In this understanding lies your power. In this knowing lies everything you have ever desired. Go forth now, with the absolute certainty that victory is not your destination. It is your starting point. It is not your goal. It is your nature. It is not your future. It is your eternal now. Let every breath you take be a breath of victory. Let every step you take be a step of triumph. Let every word you speak be a declaration of success. For you are victory itself, expressing itself through your unique form. You have always been victory. You will always be victory. This is your final understanding. This is your ultimate truth. This is your eternal knowing. You are victory itself. And so it is. Rise now and live from this truth. The world is waiting for your victory to express itself. The end is where we begin, for victory was never something to achieve. It was always something to express. Express it now. Express it always. This is your victory. This is your moment. This is your truth. Now and always. Victory is yours.
Let us begin with a fundamental principle. The world you see around you is nothing more than a reflection of your inner state. Every circumstance, every person, every event in your life is a mirror showing you the contents of your own consciousness. This may seem daunting at first, but I assure you it is the most liberating realization you can have. For if the world is a reflection of your inner state, then to change your world, you need only change your inner state. And how do you change your inner state? By relaxing and letting go of your old beliefs, your old patterns of thought, and embracing the new. Imagine for a moment that you are an actor on a stage. The role you have been playing up until now has been assigned to you by society, by your upbringing, by the beliefs you have accumulated over the years. But now you have the power to step out of that role and choose a new one. You can be anyone you want to be, have anything you want to have, do anything you want to do. But here's the catch. You must first relax and let go of the old role. You must release your grip on the identity that no longer serves you. This is where many people stumble. They cling desperately to what they know, even if it makes them unhappy, because they fear the unknown. Yet, my friends, it is in the unknown that all possibility lies. It is in the void, the space of pure potential, that desires can take form. So I urge you, relax your grip on the known. Let go of your preconceptions about who you are and what you're capable of. For in that release, you create space for something new to enter. Now you might be thinking, but Neville, how can I let go when I want something so badly? How can I relax when my desire feels so urgent? And to this I say, your very wanting, your very striving is what keeps your desire at bay. Consider for a moment the nature of wanting. When you want something, you are affirming its absence in your life. You are saying, I do not have this thing, and therefore I want it. But remember, the world is a reflection of your inner state. If you constantly affirm lack, you will experience lack. Instead, I invite you to adopt a new stance. Rather than wanting, choose knowing. Know that what you desire is already yours. Feel the reality of it now in this very moment. For in the realm of imagination, which is the true creative force in the universe, there is no distinction between what is real and what is imaginary. Let me share with you a principle that has transformed countless lives, the law of assumption. This law states that if you assume the feeling of yours fulfilled, if you live from the end as if your desire has already been realized, it must become your reality. But here's the crucial point. You must relax into this assumption. You must let go of any anxiety, any doubt, any need to make it happen. For in trying to force your desire into being, you are actually pushing it away. Think of it like this. Have you ever tried to remember to name a name? Or in fact, and the harder you try, the more elusive it became. And then when you relaxed and let it go, it suddenly popped into your mind. This is the same principle at work in the manifestation of your desires. When you relax and let go, you allow the infinite intelligence of the universe to work on your behalf. You open yourself to inspiration, to synchronicities, to opportunities that you could never have planned or forced into being. So how do we put this into practice? How do we relax and let go while still maintaining the assumption of our desire fulfilled? The answer lies in your imagination. Every night, as you drift off to sleep, create a scene in your mind that implies the fulfillment of your desire. Make it as vivid and as real as you can. Feel the joy, the satisfaction, the gratitude of having what you want. And then let it go. Release it into the universe, knowing that it is done. During your waking hours, whenever thoughts of lack or doubt creep in, gently redirect your attention to the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Don't fight the negative thoughts. That only gives them more power. Instead, relax and shift your focus to the reality you wish to experience. Remember, my friends, relaxation is not passivity. It is not giving up or resigning your circumstances. Rather, it is a state of alert receptivity. It is being open to the infinite possibilities that exist in every moment. When you are relaxed, you are in harmony with the creative forces of the universe. You are allowing life to flow through you, rather than trying to force life to conform to your will. And in this state of relaxed allowance, miracles can happen. Let me share with you a story that illustrates this principle. There was once a man who desperately wanted a promotion at work. He had been passed over several times, and with each rejection, his desire grew more intense, more desperate. He would lie awake at night, strategizing and worrying, trying to figure out how to make it happen. One day, he came across the principle we're discussing tonight. He decided to try it. Instead of striving and pushing, he relaxed. He imagined himself already in the new position, feeling the satisfaction and confidence it brought. He let go of his anxiety and his need to control the outcome. To his amazement, within weeks, he was called into his boss's office. Not only was he offered the prince seeking, but he was offered an even better position, one that hadn't even existed before. The company had created a new role that perfectly matched his skills and passions. This is the power of relaxing and letting go. When you release your grip on how things should unfold, you open yourself to possibilities beyond your current imagination. Now, I want to address a common misconception. Some people here relax and let go and think it means sitting back and doing nothing, waiting for their desires to magically appear. This is not what I'm advocating. Relaxation does not mean inaction. It means inspired action. When you are relaxed and aligned with your desire, you will be moved to take action. But it will not feel like effort or struggle. It will feel natural, joyful, even effortless. Think of a master musician playing their instrument. They are relaxed, in a state of flow, yet fingers move with precision and skill. They are not forcing the music, they are allowing it to flow through to them. This is how you want to approach the creation of your desires. Be relaxed, be in flow, and allow inspired action to move through you. Trust that the right actions will become clear to you at the right time. Another aspect of relaxing and letting go is releasing attachment to the outcome. This can be challenging, especially when we want something very badly. But attachment creates tension, and tension blocks the flow of our good. Instead of being attached to a specific outcome, be open to the possibility that something even better than what you've imagined could come to you. Trust in the wisdom of the universe to bring you what is truly best for you. This doesn't mean giving up on your desires. It means holding them lightly with an open hand rather than a clenched fist. It means being willing to be surprised and delighted by how your desires manifest. Remember, my friends, the universe is infinitely abundant. There is no lack, no limitation, except in our own minds. When we relax and let go of our limiting beliefs, we open ourselves to this abundance. Now let's delve deeper into the idea that it is already yours. This is a powerful concept that, when fully grasped, can transform your entire approach to the manifestation. In the physical world, we are accustomed to a linear progression of events. We want something, we work towards it, and eventually we achieve it. But in the realm of consciousness, which is the true source of all creation, time does not exist in the same way. In consciousness, all possibilities exist simultaneously. The version of you who has already achieved your desire exists now, just as surely as the version of you sitting here listening to these words. Your task is not to create your desire, it already exists. Your task is to align your consciousness with the version of reality where your desire is fulfilled. This is why I often say, assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. When you do this, you are tuning your consciousness to the frequency of your desire. You are stepping into the reality where it is already yours. Think of it like this. Imagine You have a radio with infinite stations. Each station represents a different version of reality. Right now, you might be tuned to the station where your desire is still unfulfilled. But by assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you are turning the dial to the station where your desire is already a fact. The physical world may take some time to catch up with this new frequency. But make no mistake, the moment you truly assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, it is done. The rest is just the playing out of events in the physical world. This is why it's so crucial to relax and let go. When you know that it's already yours, there's no need to strain or struggle. There's no need to manipulate external circumstances. Your only job is to maintain the consciousness of your transit field and allow the external world to reshape itself around your assumption. Let's explore this further with a practical example. Suppose you desire a loving, fulfilling relationship. Instead of focusing on the lack of this relationship in your current experience, you would assume the feeling of already being in this perfect relationship. How would you feel if you were already in this relationship? Perhaps you'd feel loved, secure, happy, and fulfilled. You'd go through your day with a sense of companionship, even when physically alone. You'd feel appreciated and valued. Your task then is to generate these feelings within yourself now, regardless of your current circumstances. As you do this, you are tuning yourself to the frequency of this relationship. You are stepping into the version of reality where this relationship already exists. This doesn't mean you pretend to be in a relationship when you're not. It means you embody the essence of what that relationship would bring you. You become the person who is already in that loving relationship. And here's the beautiful part. As you do this, you become magnetic to that very experience. The external world must reshape itself to match your inner state. This is the law of assumption at work. But remember, you must relax and let go of how and when this will manifest. Your job is not to make it happen, but to allow it to happen. Trust that the universe will bring this relationship to you in the perfect way and at the perfect time. This principle applies to every desire, whether it's for a new job, improved health, financial abundance, or any other aspiration. Whatever it is you want, it already exists in the realm of infinite possibilities. Your task is to let go of doubt and anxiety and step into the consciousness of already having it. Now, I want to address a question that often arises when discussing these principles. But Neville, what about action? Don't we need to do something to make our desires a reality? The answer is yes, action is often part of the process. But it's inspired action that comes from a place of knowing, not desperate action that comes from a place of lack. When you truly assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you will be inspired to take actions that align with your desire. These actions will feel natural and effortless. You won't have to force yourself to do them. You'll be drawn to do them. For instance, if you are assuming the state of being your ideal career, you might find yourself naturally drawn to take a certain course, or to reach out to a particular person, or to apply for a specific job. These actions arise not from a place of lack or need, but from a place of alignment with your desire. The key is to take these inspired actions without attachment to the outcome. You do them because they feel right, not because you're trying to make something happen. This is the balance between action and letting go. Remember, relaxation doesn't mean passivity. It means being in a state of relaxed readiness, open to guidance and inspiration. It means trusting that the right actions will become clear to you at the right time. Now let's address another common concern. But what if I relax and let go and nothing happens? This fear often keeps people stuck in a cycle of forcing and striving. The truth is, something is always happening, even if you can't see it yet. When you relax and let go while maintaining the assumption of your desire fulfilled, you set in motion forces beyond your conscious awareness. Think of planting a seed. Once you plant it and water it, you don't dig it up every day to see if it's growing. You trust in the natural process of growth. You know that beneath the surface, unseen to your eyes, the seed is germinating and roots are forming. This is how manifestation works. When you plant the seed of your desire in your subconscious mind through the feeling of the wish fulfilled, and then relax and let go, You give the truth to germinate. You allow the unseen forces of the universe to work on your behalf. Your desire is making its way to you through channels you may not be aware of. People are being moved, circumstances are being arranged, opportunities are being created, all to bring your desire to fruition. Your job during this time is to maintain your faith. Keep living from the end, feeling the reality of your desire fulfilled. And most importantly, enjoy the journey. Find joy and gratitude in your present circumstances, knowing that they are transforming to match your new assumption. This brings us to another crucial point, the importance of living in the present moment. Many people make the mistake of putting their happiness on hold until their desire manifests. They think, I'll be happy when I get that job, or I feel content when I find my perfect partner. But this is a trap. Remember, your outer world reflects your inner state. If you're constantly projecting your happiness into the future, you're affirming that happiness is not here and now. And so it will always remain in the future, just out of reach. Instead, choose to be happy now. Choose to feel fulfilled now. This doesn't mean deny your desire for growth or change. It means finding the essence of what you're seeking, be it love, security, fulfillment, creativity, in your present circumstances. When you do this, you align yourself with the frequency of your desire. You become the person who already has what you want. And from this place of present fulfillment, you allow your external reality to shift and change. This is the true meaning of it's already yours. It's not just a future possibility. It's a future reality you can step into now through the power of your assumption. Let's delve deeper into the art of letting go. For many, this is the most challenging aspect of manifestation. We're so accustomed to trying to control outcomes, to make things happen through sheer force of will. But true power lies in surrender. Letting go doesn't mean giving up on your desire. It means releasing your attachment to how and when it will manifest. It means trusting in the perfect unfolding of your good. Think of it like this: when you order something online, you don't spend every moment worrying about how it will get to you. You trust that it's on its way. You go about your life, knowing that at the right time your package will arrive. This is how you want to approach your desires. Once you place your order with the universe by assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled, let it go. Trust that it's on its way to you. Go about your life, enjoying each moment, knowing that at the perfect time, your desire will manifest. Letting go also means releasing any need to control other people or manipulate circumstances. Remember, the entire universe is within you. The people and circumstances in your life are reflections of your consciousness. As you change your consciousness, they will naturally change to match it. This is incredibly liberating. It means you don't have to try to change anyone else. You don't have to struggle against circumstances. Your only task is to change your own consciousness to assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled, and then relax and allow the outer world to conform to your new assumption. Now, I want to address a common pitfall that many fall into on this journey, the temptation to constantly check for results. This is like digging up a seed every day to see if it's growing. It stems from doubt and impatience, and it can actually hinder the manifestation of your desire. Instead of looking for proof in the external world, turn your attention inward. How do you feel? Are you maintaining the feeling of the wishful Zentel? Are you again? This is where your power lies. If you find yourself slipping into old patterns of thought or feeling, don't judge yourself. Simply redirect your attention back to the feeling of your wish fulfilled. This is a practice, a pragmatic practice. It becomes easier and more natural over time. Remember, my friends, you are not bound by your past or by your current circumstances. In any moment, you have the power to choose a new state of consciousness. And as you do, you literally step into a new reality. This is the miracle of your imagination. It is the portal through which you can access any reality you choose. When you imagine and feel yourself into a new state, you are actually experiencing that reality now. And as you persist in that new state, it must externalize in your world. Let me share with you another principle that can be immensely helpful on this journey. the law of reversibility. This law states that just as physical events can cause you to experience certain feelings, those feelings, when generated without the physical event, can cause the physical event to occur. For instance, if you received a large sum of money, you would likely feel a sense of financial security and abundance. But the law of reversibility says that if you generate and maintain those feelings of financial security and abundance without the physical event, you will draw that physical event to you. This is why it's so crucial to focus on the feeling of your wish fulfilled, rather than the specific circumstances you think will bring that feeling. The feeling is the secret. The feeling is what attracts the reality. So I invite you to become aware of the feelings you're cultivating throughout your day. Are they aligned with your desires, or are they reflecting lack and limitation? Remember, you have the power to choose your feelings in any moment. This brings us to another important point, the role of gratitude in manifestation. Gratitude is one of the highest vibrations you can embody. When you're grateful, you're affirming that you already have what you desire. You're living from the end. Make it a practice to find things to be grateful for each day, especially things that align with your desires. If you desire financial abundance, be grateful for every penny you have. If you desire a loving relationship, be grateful for the love you already have in your life, in whatever form it takes. As you cultivate gratitude, you align yourself with the frequency of abundance. You open yourself to receive more of what you're grateful for. This is the power of appreciation. Now let's address another aspect of relaxing and letting go, the release of limiting beliefs. Often what stands between us and our desires are the beliefs we hold about ourselves and the world. These beliefs might sound like I'm not good enough, money is hard to come by, love always ends in heartbreak, or success requires struggle. These beliefs create tension and resistance, blocking the free flow of our good. The key to releasing these beliefs is not to fight them or try to force them out of your mind. Remember, what you resist persists. Instead, simply choose a new assumption. Every time you catch yourself thinking a limiting thought, gently redirect your attention to its opposite. If you find yourself thinking, I'm not good enough, redirect to, I am more than enough. If you catch the thought, money is hard to come by, shift to, abundance flows to me easily and effortlessly. Don't try to believe the new thought. Simply choose and feel the relief and expansion that comes with it. Over time, as you persist in this practice, the new assumption will become your dominant belief. This is the essence of mental diet, consciously choosing the thoughts and assumptions you will entertain. Just as you're careful about what you put into your physical body, be mindful of what you feed your mind. Remember, your subconscious mind does not distinguish between what is real and what is imagined. It accepts as true whatever you impress upon it with feeling. So feed it the thoughts and feelings that align with your desires. As you do this, you may find that your desires themselves begin to shift and evolve. This is natural and beautiful. As you raise your consciousness, as you release limiting beliefs that align with higher truth, your desires naturally refine themselves. You may find that what you once desperately wanted no longer holds the same appeal. You may discover new desires arising that are more aligned with your true self. Welcome these shifts. They are signs of your growth and evolution. This brings us to another crucial point, the importance of self-love in this process. Many people approach manifestation from a place of lack, believing that once they have what they want, then they'll be worthy of love and acceptance. But this gets it backwards. Self-love is not the result of manifesting your desires. It's the foundation upon which all successful manifestation is built. When you truly love and accept yourself as you are, you open yourself to receive all the good that life has to offer. So make self-love a priority. Treat yourself with kindness and compassion. Celebrate your strengths. Accept your perceived flaws as unique aspects of your beautiful self. As you do this, you raise your vibration and become magnetic to your desires. Remember, you are not separate from your desire. You are one with it. In fact, it's a sign for something is life calling you to express more of who you truly trust. Honor that call. Step into the version of yourself that already has what you desire. Now, to be the end of our time together, I want to remind you of a fundamental truth. You are the operant power in your life. Not your circumstances, not other people, not some external force. You are the author of your story. With every thought, every feeling, every assumption, you are writing the script of your life. And at any moment, you have the power to write a new chapter. So I invite you to step fully into this power. Claim it, own it. Use it consciously and deliberately to create the life you desire. Remember, relaxing and letting go is not about passivity or resignation. It's about aligning yourself with the creative forces of the universe. It's about allowing your good flow to you without resistance. Don't force it, don't struggle. Don't try to make it happen. Instead, assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Alive from that state. And then relax, let go of the universe to bring it to pass in ways that will delight and amaze you. My dear friends, as we conclude this talk, I want you to know that everything you desire is already yours. It exists now in the realm of infinite possibility. Your task is simply to tune your consciousness to its frequency, to step into the version of reality where it's already a fact. Relax into the knowing that it is done. Let go of doubt, anxiety, and anxiety control. Trust in the perfect unfolding of your good. Live each day from the assumption that you are who you want to be, that you have what you desire. As you do this, you will find your world transforming before your very eyes. People, circumstances, events will rearrange themselves to match your new assumption. This is the law, and it never fails. So go with confidence, with faith, with the knowing that the entire universe is conspiring in your favor. Relax, let go, and allow the miracles to unfold in your life. Remember, it's already yours. Now step into that reality and claim it. Thank you, and may your lives be filled with the joy of your desires fulfilled. Let us begin by understanding the nature of your mind and the power of your thoughts. Your mind, my dear friends, is not confined to the gray matter within your skull. It is a vast, limitless realm that extends far beyond the boundaries of your physical form. It is the canvas upon which all your experiences are painted, the stage upon which the drama of your life unfolds. Your mind is the very foundation of your existence, the soil in which all your experiences, all your circumstances, all your relationships take root and flourish. Now you might wonder, Neville, how do we harness the power of our minds to navigate through tough times? How do we maintain positive thinking when the world around us seems filled with challenges and difficulties? The answer, my dear friends, lies in the art of conscious imagination and the power of your assumptions. You see, the world you experience is nothing more than the outpicturing of your own consciousness. Your thoughts, beliefs, and assumptions about yourself and the world around you are constantly being projected outward and manifested in your physical reality. This is why it's of utmost importance to be vigilant about the nature of your thoughts, especially during challenging times. When faced with difficulties, it's all too easy to fall into patterns of negative thinking. We might find ourselves dwelling on our problems, focusing on what's wrong, and imagining worst-case scenarios. But I tell you this, such thinking only serves to perpetuate and intensify our challenges. For what you focus on expands, what you imagine with feeling hardens into fact. The key to navigating tough times lies in your ability to maintain positive thinking despite outer appearances. This doesn't mean denying the existence of challenges or pretending that everything is perfect when it clearly isn't. Rather, it means choosing to focus your mental energy on the solution rather than the problem, on the desired outcome rather than the current difficulty. Consider for a moment the difference between a mind focused on problems and one focused on solutions. The problem-focused mind sees obstacles everywhere, feels overwhelmed and helpless, and often thinks in despair or resignation. But the solution-focused mind, the positively oriented mind, sees opportunities for growth and transformation. It remains hopeful and resourceful, knowing that within every challenge lies the seed of an equal or greater benefit. This, my friends, is the essence of positive thinking for tough times. It's about training your mind to see beyond current circumstances, to hold fast to a desired reality, even when your senses scream otherwise. It's about using your God-given of imagination to create a bridge from where you are to where you want to be. But here's a crucial point that so many miss. It's not enough to simply think positive thoughts in a superficial way. You must feel them, experience them in your imagination as if they were already real. For your subconscious mind, which is the builder of reality, does not differentiate between what you vividly imagine and what you physically may experience. When you consistently imagine yourself overcoming challenges, when you feel the relief and joy of problem solved, when you experience in your mind's eye the reality you desire, you are literally impressing this reality on your subconscious mind. And your subconscious mind, being the faithful servant that it is, then works tirelessly to bring this impression into your physical experience. Now you might be thinking, but Neville, how can I possibly feel positive when my circumstances are challenging? How can I imagine a better reality when my current reality seems so overwhelming? This, my dear listeners, is where the true work begins. This is where you must exercise your divine gift of choice, your power to select the thoughts and images you will entertain in your mind. Remember, you are not your circumstances. You are not your problems. You are not your past experiences. You are the awareness behind all these things. You are the chooser of your thoughts, the director of your mental activity. No matter how dire your circumstances may seem, you always have the power to choose your response, to select the thoughts you will focus on, the image you will play in the theater of your mind. This power of choice is your greatest gift, your divine inheritance. It is the key to maintaining positive thinking in tough times. For when you choose to focus on the positive, when you choose to imagine the solution, rather than dwell on the problem, you are aligning yourself with the creative power of the universe. You are tapping into the infinite reservoir of possibilities that exist beyond your current circumstances. But make no mistake, my friends, this is not about wishful thinking or naive optimism. This is about a deep, unshakable faith in the power of your own consciousness to shape your reality. It's about understanding that your outer world is a reflection of your inner world, and that by changing your inner world, your thoughts, beliefs, and assumptions, you inevitably change your outer world. Now let us explore some practical ways to maintain positive thinking during tough times. First and foremost, start your day with a conscious focus on the positive. Before you even open your eyes in the morning, take a few moments to imagine your day unfolding in the most beautiful, harmonious way possible. Feel the joy, the peace, the sense of accomplishment that comes with a day well lived. This simple practice sets the tone for your entire day, priming your mind to look for the positive in every situation. Throughout your day, be vigilant about the nature of your thoughts. When you catch yourself slipping into negative thinking patterns, gently but firmly redirect your focus to what you want to experience. If you find yourself worrying about a problem, immediately shift your attention to imagining the solution. See it clearly in your mind's eye. Feel the relief and satisfaction of the problem solved. Another powerful practice is to consciously look for the good in every situation, no matter how challenging it may seem. Remember, there are no negative experiences, only opportunities for growth and transformation. When faced with a difficulty, ask yourself, what's good about this? What can I learn from this? How can this situation serve my growth and evolution? By reframing challenges in this way, you maintain a positive mindset and open yourself to hear the hidden things within every experience. Gratitude is another potent tool for maintaining positive thinking during tough times. No matter how difficult your circumstances may be, there is always something to be grateful for. Perhaps it's the air you breathe, the beat of your heart, the love of a friend or family member. By focusing on what you're grateful for, you shift your energy from lack to abundance, from fear to love, from scarcity to plenty. Practice gratitude consciously and consistently. Each night before you sleep, review your day and find at least 3 things you're genuinely grateful for. Feel the gratitude deeply. Let it fill your heart and radiate throughout your being. As you do this consistently, you'll find that your mind naturally begins to look for things to appreciate, even in the midst of challenges. Now, my dear friends, I want to address a common misconception about positive thinking. Many believe that thinking positively means denying the existence of problems or pretending that everything is perfect when it clearly isn't. This is not the case at all. Positive thinking is not about denial, it's about perspective and focus. Acknowledging the existence of a challenge doesn't mean you have to dwell on it or let it dominate your thoughts. You can acknowledge a problem while simultaneously focusing your mental and emotional energy on the solution. This is the essence of positive thinking in tough times. Not denying the reality of your circumstances, but choosing to focus on the reality you wish to create. Remember, my dear listeners, that your imagination is the workshop of God. It is the creative power through which all things are brought into being. When you use your imagination to dwell on positive outcomes, to visualize solutions, to feel the joy and satisfaction of your desires fulfilled, you are literally co-creating with the divine. You are using the same creative power that brings worlds into existence. But here's a crucial point. Your imagination must be imbued with feeling. It's not enough to create cold, lifeless mental images. You must feel the reality of what you're imagining. Feel the relief of problems solved, the joy of dreams fulfilled, the peace of challenges overcome. For it is your feeling that gives life to your imaginal acts, that impresses them upon your subconscious mind and brings them into physical manifestation. As you practice positive thinking in this way, you may encounter resistance. Old habits of negative thinking may try to reassert themselves. Doubts may arise, questioning the efficacy of your positive focus in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges. This is natural, my friends. These are simply the old patterns fighting for survival. When you encounter this resistance, do not fight against it. Fighting only gives it more power. Instead, observe it with detachment and compassion. Recognize it for what it is, the dying gasp of old, limiting beliefs. Then, gently but firmly redirect your focus to your new, empowering vision of reality. Remember, persistence is key. The mental diet of positive thinking is not a one-time event, but a consistent practice. Just as you wouldn't expect to transform your physical body with a single workout, you cannot expect to transform your mental landscape with a single positive thought. It requires persistent effort. But here's the beautiful truth. As you persist in this practice, it becomes easier and more natural. Your mind begins to naturally gravitate towards positive thoughts. You begin to automatically look for the good in every situation, to focus on solutions rather than problems, to imagine positive outcomes rather than negative ones. As you maintain this positive focus, you'll begin to notice profound changes in your life. You may find that challenges which once seemed insurmountable now appear as opportunities for growth. You may notice synchronicities and coincidences occurring more frequently, guiding you towards solutions and opportunities. You may experience a deep sense of peace and confidence, knowing that you have the power to navigate any challenge that comes your way. But perhaps the most profound change will be in your relationship with yourself and with life itself. As you cultivate the habit of positive thinking, you develop a deep trust in life, a knowing that all is working out for your highest good. You begin to see yourself as a powerful creator, capable of shaping your reality through the power of your thoughts and imagination. This shift in perspective is truly transformative. It allows you to approach even the toughest times with a sense of curiosity and excitement, knowing that within every challenge lies an opportunity for growth and expansion. You begin to welcome challenges as opportunities to exercise your creative power, to demonstrate the principle of positive thinking in action. Now, my friends, I want to address a question that often arises when discussing positive thinking in tough times. Many ask, Neville, how do I maintain positive thinking when the evidence of my senses contradicts my desired reality? How do I stay positive when everything around me seems to be falling apart? To this I say, your senses show you the world as it is, but your imagination shows you the world as it can be. Your senses reflect the harvest of your past thoughts and beliefs, but your imagination is the seed of your future reality. When your senses contradict your desired reality, that is the time to double down on your positive focus, to immerse yourself even more deeply in the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Remember, the physical world is malleable, responsive to your consciousness. It may take time for your outer world to reflect your new inner state, but be assured that as you maintain your positive focus, your world must reshape itself, to match your new pattern thinking. During these times of apparent contradiction between your inner vision and your outer reality, it's crucial to cultivate patience and faith. Patience to allow your new reality to unfold in divine timing, and faith in the absolute law that your consciousness creates your reality. Another powerful practice during tough times is to consciously choose your words. Your words are a direct reflection of your thoughts, and they have immense power to shape your reality. Be mindful of the language you use, both in your internal dialogue and in your conversations with others. Choose words that reflect the reality you wish to create, not the reality you wish to escape. Instead of saying, I'm struggling, say, I'm growing. Instead of this is a problem, say, this is an opportunity. Instead of I can't, say, how can I? These simple shifts in language can have a profound impact on your mental state and consequently on your experience of reality. Remember, my dear friends, that your words are like seeds. Plant them carefully and tend to them with positive attention, and they will grow into the reality you desire. Now, let us delve deeper into the mechanics of how positive thinking actually works to transform your reality, especially during tough times. You see, your subconscious mind, which is the seat of your habitual thinking and the builder of your body and your world, accepts as true whatever you feel to be true. It does not reason or argue with you. It simply accepts your feelings, your dominant thoughts, and your imagery as facts. When you consistently think positive thoughts, when you repeatedly imagine positive outcomes, when you persistently feel the joy and satisfaction of your desires fulfilled, you are literally reprogramming your subconscious mind. You are creating neural pathways in your brain, new patterns of thought and feeling that will inevitably manifest in your outer world. This is why it's so crucial to maintain positive thinking, especially during tough times, for it is during these challenging periods that your thoughts have the greatest creative power. When everything is going smoothly, it's easy to think positively. But when you can maintain a positive focus in the face of adversity, when you can hold fast to your vision of a better reality, despite contradictory circumstances, that is when you are exercising true creative power. Think of it this way: your current challenges are like clay in the hands of a sculptor. Through your positive thoughts and imaginings, you are molding this clay into the shape of your desired reality. The tougher the times, the more pliable the clay becomes, offering you greater opportunity for transformation and growth. But remember, this molding process requires persistence and patience. Just as a sculptor doesn't expect a masterpiece to emerge from a single touch, you cannot expect your circumstances to transform overnight. It requires consistent, persistent application of positive thinking, a steadfast focus on your desired outcome, and an unwavering faith in the creative power of your consciousness. As you persist in this practice, you'll begin to notice subtle shifts in your experience. Perhaps you'll find yourself feeling more peaceful, more confident in your ability to handle challenges. You might notice opportunities appearing where before you saw only obstacles. You might find relationships improving, challenges resolving themselves in unexpected ways. These shifts, no matter how small, are signs that your positive thinking is taking root, that your new patterns of thought are beginning to manifest in your outer world. Acknowledge these changes with gratitude, for they are the early fruits of your mental labor, the first indication that your world is reshaping itself to match your new positive focus. Now, my dear listeners, I want to address another crucial aspect of maintaining positive thinking. Thinking more than just the importance of self-talk. The conversations you have with yourself, the way you speak to yourself in the privacy of your own mind, have a profound impact on your ability to maintain a same approach. Many of us, when faced with challenges, fall into patterns of negative self-talk. We berate ourselves for past mistakes. We doubt our ability to overcome obstacles. We speak to ourselves in ways we would never speak to a friend. This negative self-talk is incredibly damaging. for it reinforces feelings of helplessness and perpetuates negative patterns of thought and behavior. To maintain positive thinking during tough times, it's crucial to become aware of yourself, talk, and consciously choose to speak to yourself with kindness, encouragement, and compassion. Treat yourself as you would a dear friend facing a similar challenge. Offer yourself words of encouragement, remind yourself of your past successes, affirm your ability to overcome any obstacle. Remember, you are always listening to yourself. Every word you speak, whether aloud or in the silence of your mind, is a suggestion to your subconscious. Make sure these suggestions are positive, empowering, and aligned with the reality you wish to create. Another powerful practice for maintaining positive thinking during tough times is to surround yourself with positive influences. This includes the people you spend time with, the books you read, the music you listen to, the media you consume. All of these external influences have a subtle but significant impact on your state of mind. Choose to spend time with people who uplift and inspire you, who believe in you and support your growth. Read books that expand your mind and nourish your soul. Listen to music that elevates your mood and energizes your spirit. Consume media that informs and inspires rather than that which sensationalizes negativity. Remember, your mind is like a garden. The thoughts you allow to take root will grow and bear fruit in your life. By surrounding yourself with positive influences, you're creating an environment that supports the growth of positive thoughts and beliefs. Now, my friends, I want to address a common challenge that many face when trying to maintain positive thinking during tough times: the opinion of others. Often, when we choose to maintain a positive outlook in the face of adversity, we may encounter skepticism or even ridicule from those around us. They may accuse us of being unrealistic, of burying our heads in the sand, of refusing to face reality. To this, I say your reality is not determined by the opinions of others, but by your own thoughts and beliefs. The world you experience is a reflection of your own consciousness, not the consciousness of others. Therefore, it matters not what others think of your positive attitude. What matters is that you remain true to your vision, steadfast in your positive focus. Remember, most people's opinions are based on their own limiting beliefs, their own fears and doubts. By maintaining your positive thinking despite their skepticism, you are not only transforming your own reality, but also showing them what's possible, inspiring them to raise their own level of thinking. Moreover, as you persist in your positive thinking, as your outer world begins to reflect your inner state of positivity, those same skeptics may find themselves amazed at your resilience, your ability to thrive in the face of adversity. Your example may inspire them to reconsider their own patterns of thought, to open themselves to the possibility of a positive way of living. Now, let us delve even deeper into the practice of positive thinking during tough times. One powerful technique is to use your imagination to create a vivid, detailed scene that implies fulfillment of your desire, the resolution of your challenge. This scene should be one that would naturally occur if your desire were already realized. For example, if you're facing financial difficulties, you might imagine yourself looking at a bank statement showing a healthy balance, feeling the relief and joy of financial abundance. If you're dealing with health challenges, you might imagine yourself at a checkup, hearing your doctor marvel at your perfect health. The key is to make this imaginal scene as vivid and real as possible. Engage all your senses. See the details, hear the sounds, feel the emotions. Then enter into the scene fully. Don't just watch it like a movie, be a participant. Feel as though you are actually there, experiencing it in the present moment. As you create and enter into these imaginal scenes, you are literally shaping your future reality. For remember, your subconscious mind cannot distinguish between a vividly imagined experience and a physical one. By repeatedly entering into these positive imaginal scenes, you are training your subconscious to accept this new reality as fact. But here's a crucial point. It's not the vividness of the image that brings it into being, but the feeling of naturalness. As you imagine your scene, allow yourself to feel that this is natural, that this is simply the way things are. The more natural and normal your desired state feels to you, the more quickly and easily it will manifest in your physical reality. Another powerful practice for maintaining positive thinking during tough times is to consciously direct your attention towards evidence of good in your life and in the world around you. This doesn't mean ignoring challenges or pretending they don't exist. Rather, it means choosing to focus on focusing on what's improving, what's aligned with your desired reality. Make it a daily practice to look for signs of progress, no matter how small. Celebrate every victory, every step forward. By doing this, you're training your mind to look for the positive, to focus on solutions rather than problems, to see opportunities rather than obstacles. Remember, what you focus on expands. By consciously directing your attention towards the good, you're literally expanding the presence of good in your life. You're creating a positive feedback loop where your focus on the positive creates more positive experiences, which in turn reinforce your positive thinking. Now, my dear friends, as we near the conclusion of our discussion, I want to emphasize a point of utmost importance. The power of positive thinking is not some external force that you need to acquire or develop. It is your very nature. It is who you are at the core of your being. You are a divine being, possessing infinite potential, expressing yourself through the vehicle of your woman. When you choose to think positively, especially during tough times, you are aligning yourself with your true nature. You are tapping into the infinite wisdom and power that is your birthright. This is why positive thinking is so powerful. It is not about becoming something you're not, but about recognizing and expressing what you truly are. So, my dear friends, as you go forth from this place, carrying this knowledge with you, I urge you to maintain your positive thinking, especially during tough times. Recognize the immense power you wield when you choose to focus on the positive. When you use your imagination to create the reality you desire. Use this power wisely, use it lovingly. Use it to create a life that reflects your highest vision for yourself and for the world. Begin each day with a conscious choice to think positively. As you wake, before your feet touch the floor, take a moment to set positive intentions for the day. Imagine your day unfolding in the most beautiful, harmonious way possible. Feel the joy, the peace, the sense of accomplishment that comes with a day well lived. Throughout your day, be mindful of your thoughts. When you catch yourself slipping into negative thinking patterns, gently but firmly redirect your focus to what you really want to experience. Use your imagination to create vivid scenes of your desires fulfilled. Feel the naturalness, the reality of these scenes. And as you retire for the night, take a moment to reflect on your day. Acknowledge the moments when you maintain your positive thinking and the positive effects this had on your experiences. If there were moments when you lost your positive focus, simply observe this without judgment and set the intention to return to positive thinking the next day. Remember, my friends, this practice of positive thinking is not a burden or a chore. It is the most natural, most fulfilling way to live. It is your birthright as a divine being. As you consistently maintain this positive focus, especially during tough times, you will find that life becomes more joyful, more peaceful, more abundant in every way. You will begin to notice changes in every aspect of your life. Challenges that once seemed insurmountable will appear as opportunities for growth. Relations will improve, opportunities will appear, and you'll find yourself navigating through life with greater ease and grace. These changes may be subtle at first, a shift in your mood, a new inside inspiration, a harmonious interaction where there was once conflict. Acknowledge these changes, no matter how small, with gratitude, for they are the first fruits of your positive thinking, the early manifestations of your alignment with your true nature. And as you notice these changes, let them fuel your commitment to positive thinking. Let them strengthen your conviction in the power of your thoughts to shape your reality. For this is the law of your being. What you consistently think and feel must objectify itself in your world. But remember, the greatest change, the most profound transformation will occur within you. As you consistently choose positive thinking, especially during tough times, you are reconditioning your entire being. You are literally rewiring your brain, recalibrating your energy, and deepening your connection to your divine nature. You will find yourself naturally thinking more positively, feeling more optimistic and resilient, acting more in alignment with your highest self. You will find yourself naturally attracted to people, experiences, and opportunities that support your positive state of being. You will find yourself making decisions from a place of inner wisdom and love, rather than from fear or external pressure. This inner transformation is the real miracle of positive thinking during tough times. For as you transform your inner world, as you step into the truth of your divine nature, your entire outer world must reshape itself to match this new inner reality. So, my dear friends, I challenge you to embark on this journey of transformation. Commit to positive thinking, especially during tough times, consistently, passionately, faithfully. Make it the central practice of your life. Write about it in your journal. Speak about it with like-minded friends. Feel its truth in every fiber of your being. And as you do, watch in awe as your life transforms. Watch as inner peace becomes your natural state, as resilience flows through you effortlessly, as wisdom guides your every decision. Watch as you step into the fullness of your divine nature, recognizing yourself as the powerful creator you truly are. For you are a divine being expressing yourself through the miracle of human form. You are the author of your life story. You are the architect of your reality. Embrace this truth, live from it, and watch as miracles unfold in your life, even in the toughest of times. Go forth, my dear friends, with this knowledge. Use it wisely, use it lovingly. Use it to create a life that reflects your highest vision, regardless of outer circumstances. For in doing so, you are not only transforming your own life, but you are contributing to the elevation of all humanity. You are showing others what is possible when we choose positive thinking, especially during tough times. Remember, your thoughts create your reality. As you maintain positive thinking, especially during challenging times, you are aligning with the creative power of the universe. You are stepping into your role as a conscious creator, shaping your reality according to your highest vision, regardless of outer circumstances. You are powerful beyond measure. You are divine. You are a being of infinite potential. Now go and create the life of your dreams, even in the face of challenges. For it is your birthright, it is your nature, it is who you truly are. Thank you, and may your positive thinking guide you through even the toughest of times, leading you to the fulfillment of your highest potential.
Close your eyes and step into the stillness for a moment. Let the world fall away and feel the vastness of your being. The truth I share with you today is not a promise for the distant future, but an eternal truth already alive within you. Your time has come. Not tomorrow, not someday, but now. Right now. You are not here by accident. Every thought, every feeling, and every desire you've carried in your heart has led you to this very moment. There is a divine seed within you, ready to bear fruit in abundance. Millions, whether they are blessings, opportunities, or wealth, are not beyond your reach. They are already yours, waiting for your recognition. The secret lies in your imagination. What you dare to imagine with conviction, you will hold in your hands. Close your eyes again. Picture yourself standing in a place of immense wealth, not just in material terms, but in fulfillment, joy, and freedom. Feel it. Touch it. Smell the success in the air. It is not a wish, it is reality. Claim it as yours now. When you say, I am wealthy, you are not lying to yourself. You are aligning with the truth that already exists. The world may tell you otherwise, but the world only mirrors what you believe to be true. Shift your belief, and the world will shift with you. If you desire millions, they will come not because you chase them, but because you embody them. Think of the mustard seed, so small, yet capable of growing into a mighty tree. Your belief is that seed. It does not matter how small your faith feels right now. What matters is that you plant it in the fertile soil of your imagination and nurture it with unwavering confidence. Do not look to the outer world for evidence. The outer world is only the echo of your inner reality. Instead, live in the knowing that you already possess everything you need. Feel it so deeply that it saturates every fiber of your being. This feeling, this conviction, is the bridge between the seen and the unseen. When doubt creeps in, remind yourself that the universe is abundant. There is no lack, no scarcity. Everything you need is drawn to you by the power of your consciousness. Like a magnet, your focused belief will pull miracles into your life. Your time has come. Say it with me, my time has come. I am wealthy. I am abundant. I am free. Speak these words not as mere affirmations, but as declarations of truth. The universe responds to your faith, not your fear. Stand boldly in the certainty that you are worthy of millions, and they will flow to you effortlessly. Let this moment mark the beginning of a new chapter. From now on, walk as if you already possess the life of your dreams. Speak as if your cup overflows. Love as if the world belongs to you. Because it does. Your time has come. Believe it, feel it, live it. The millions are already on their way, and they will find you, for they are drawn to the light of your unwavering faith. Your time has come, not because the world says so, but because your inner self declares it. You are the creator of your reality, and the authority of your life resides within you. The world you see is nothing but a reflection of what you hold in consciousness. To change what is reflected, you must change the source. That source is your belief, your assumption of what is true. Feel this truth deeply. You are not small. You are not limited. You are infinite, powerful, and eternal. Whatever you desire already exists, waiting for you to step into the awareness of having it. The millions you dream of are not far away, they are here now, present in the unseen reality that you are constantly shaping. Close your eyes and feel their presence. Feel the joy of receiving them, the freedom they bring, the security they offer. Let this feeling take root in your heart, for it is the key to manifesting them into the physical world. Do not be distracted by appearances. The outer world will often show you evidence of lack or delay, but these are illusions. They hold no power unless you give it to them. When you feel doubt or fear, turn inward. Return to the vision of abundance that lives within you. In this inner sanctuary, nothing can disturb you. Here you are already wealthy. Here you are already free. Remember, the law of life is unchanging. Whatever you persistently feel and believe becomes your experience. If you feel lack, you will encounter lack. If you feel abundance, abundance will find you. You do not need to know how it will come, only that it will. Trust the unseen forces at work. They are infinite, intelligent, and aligned with your belief. Think of the wind. You cannot see it, but you know it exists because you feel its touch and witness its effects. In the same way, the millions you desire may not yet be visible, but their presence is real. You feel them when you align your imagination with the reality of already having them. Let that feeling guide you. Many people wait for external validation before they believe. But this is not how creation works. You must believe first. You must claim your wealth in consciousness before it can show itself in form. This is the great secret that so few understand. Creation begins within. When you hold the feeling of wealth firmly, unwaveringly, the universe cannot help but respond. Do not concern yourself with how the path will unfold in ways you cannot predict or control. Trust that infinite intelligence will arrange all circumstances to bring your vision to life. Your task is not to figure out the details, but to maintain your focus on the feeling of the wish fulfilled. Each day, take time to sit in stillness. Close your eyes and step into the scene of your ideal life. See yourself surrounded by wealth, living in abundance, giving freely, and receiving joyfully. Feel the emotions as if they are happening now. The more real this vision becomes in your mind, the faster it will manifest in your reality. Every action you take, no matter how small, should flow from this state of abundance. Speak as if you are wealthy. Walk as if you are abundant. Let your entire being radiate the certainty that your time has come. This is not pretending, it is aligning with the truth of who you are. You are not meant to struggle. Struggle comes from resisting the flow of life, from clinging to the belief that you must earn or deserve what is already yours. Release these false ideas. You do not need to beg or fight for your blessings. You only need to receive them with gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful force. When you give thanks for what you have, even before it appears, you open the floodgates of abundance. Feel gratitude for the millions that are already yours in the unseen. Thank the universe for its endless generosity. The more grateful you are, the more reasons you will find to be grateful. This is the law of increase. What you focus on expands. Be mindful of your thoughts and words. They are seeds that you plant in the fertile soil of your subconscious mind. Speak words of abundance, not lack. Think thoughts of prosperity, not limitation. Every word you speak and every thought you think is a declaration of what you believe to be true. Declare only what you wish to experience. Miguel, there will be moments when doubt tries to creep in, whispering that your dreams are too big or that you are not worthy. Recognize these doubts for what they are, remnants of an old mindset that no longer serves you. Do not fight them, simply replace them with the truth. Affirm to yourself, I am worthy, I am abundant. My time has come. The world may not understand your faith, but that is irrelevant. You are not here to live by the world's standards. You are here to live by the higher law of creation, the law that says you are one with infinite abundance. The opinions of others have no power over you unless you allow them to. Stand firm in your belief, and the world will adjust to match it. When you act from the place of knowing that your time has come, you will find that opportunities begin to appear, doors open, and resources flow to you effortlessly. This is not luck, it is the natural result of your alignment with abundance. You are a magnet, and what you focus on is drawn to you. Focus on wealth, and wealth will come. There is no need to rush or force anything. Creation is not a race, it is a process. Trust the timing of your life. Everything unfolds in perfect harmony when you remain aligned with your vision. Impatience comes from doubt, but you have no reason to doubt. The millions you seek are already yours. As you move through your day, carry the feeling of abundance with you. Let it color your thoughts, your actions, and your interactions with others. Share your joy freely, for what you give returns to you multiplied. There is no scarcity in the universe, only endless supply. If you find yourself facing challenges, see them not as obstacles, but as opportunities to strengthen your faith. Every difficulty contains the seed of a blessing. Embrace these moments, knowing that they are shaping you into the person who is ready to receive all that you desire. Your time has come. Let these words echo in your heart. Let them guide you, inspire you, and remind you of the truth that you are already abundant. Millions are not a dream, they are your reality. Walk in this truth, live in this truth, and let the world reflect it back to you. Each moment is an opportunity to step deeper into the reality of your abundance. Do not measure your life by what you currently see or what your senses tell you. The physical world is simply a reflection of past thoughts and feelings. If you continue to dwell in the truth of your wealth, your external world must conform to that inner belief. There is no other possibility. The millions you seek are as natural as the air you breathe. They are not separate from you, they are part of you. The same force that keeps the stars in the sky and the oceans in motion is working within you, bringing your desires to life. This force does not question your worthiness, it only responds to the vibration you emit. Align yourself with the feeling of already having everything you desire, and the universe will mirror that back to you. When you wake in the morning, begin your day with the knowing that you are wealthy. Let this truth set the tone for everything you do. As you move through your day, act as if nothing is lacking. Speak as if all your needs are met. Let the abundance within you overflow into every conversation, every interaction, and every decision. You are not waiting for your time to come. Your time is now. The moment you decide to claim your wealth in consciousness, it begins to materialize in your life. You may not see the results immediately, but rest assured that the process has already started. Just as a seed takes time to grow into a tree, your vision takes time to manifest. Trust this process. Avoid looking around and comparing your journey to others. Comparison is the thief of joy and the enemy of creation. The path to your millions is unique to you. No one else can walk it for you, and no one else can take it from you. Stay focused on your vision, and let the success of others inspire you rather than discourage you. Do not mistake silence for inaction. Often the greatest movements happen in the unseen. When you align your thoughts and feelings with abundance, you set into motion forces that are beyond your comprehension. These forces are working tirelessly to bring your vision into reality. Trust them. Trust yourself. When doubts arise, as they inevitably will, remember that they are only fleeting shadows. They have no power except the power you give them. Shift your attention away from doubt and back to the feeling of abundance. Imagine yourself standing at the center of your wealth, surrounded by the millions that are yours. Feel the gratitude and joy that this brings. This feeling is your anchor, your guiding light. Do not underestimate the power of persistence. Creation is not a one-time event, it is a continuous process. Each time you return to the feeling of abundance, you strengthen your belief. Each time you resist the urge to dwell on lack, you take another step toward your vision. This is the work of creation, to remain faithful to the unseen reality until it becomes visible. You may encounter people who doubt your vision, who tell you that your dreams are unrealistic or impossible. Do not let their opinions sway you. They are only reflecting their own limitations, not yours. You are not bound by the beliefs of others. Your power lies in your ability to hold fast to your own truth, regardless of external circumstances. Imagine for a moment that everything you desire is already yours. Picture yourself living the life of your dreams, free from worry, free from struggle, and full of joy. How does it feel? Hold on to this feeling. Let it fill every corner of your being. This feeling is your connection to the reality you wish to create. It is your proof that what you desire is already real. Remember, the journey to your millions is not about hard work or struggle. It is about alignment. When you align your thoughts, feelings, and actions with the truth of your abundance, you step into the flow of life. In this flow, everything comes to you with ease. Opportunities appear, doors open, and resources are drawn to you like a magnet. Your time has come, not because of luck or chance, but because you have chosen it. You have decided to step into your power and claim what is rightfully yours. This decision sets you apart. It marks the beginning of a new chapter, one in which you are the conscious creator of your reality. Feel the truth of these words in your heart. You are not small. You are not limited. You are infinite, powerful, and abundant. The millions you desire are already within you, waiting for you to bring them into being. All that is required is your belief, your faith in the unseen. Every time you affirm your wealth, every time you visualize your abundance, you are planting seeds in the garden of your mind. These seeds will grow, watered by your faith and nurtured by your persistence. Do not worry about the harvest, it will come in its own time. Focus instead on tending your garden, on keeping your thoughts aligned with your vision. You are not alone in this process. The universe is your partner, your co-creator. It responds to your intentions with infinite intelligence and perfect timing. Trust that it knows the best way to bring your vision to life. Trust that it is always working for your highest good. As you move forward, let your actions reflect the truth of your abundance. Act with confidence, knowing that you are already wealthy. Give freely, knowing that your supply is endless. Treat every moment as an opportunity to express the wealth that lives within you. Your time has come. Say it to yourself again and again until it becomes a part of you. Let these words guide you, inspire you, and remind you of the truth that you are already abundant. Millions are not a distant dream, they are your reality. Live in this truth and let it shape the world around you. When you feel the pull of doubt, remind yourself that the unseen world is more real than what your physical senses can perceive. The unseen is the source, the seen is merely the result. You do not have to fight against the current of your circumstances or struggle to convince the world of your wealth. Instead, convince yourself. The inner conviction is what matters most, for it sets the tone of everything that follows. Imagine for a moment that your millions are already in your possession. Feel their weight in your hands. See the joy on the faces of those you bless with your abundance. Envision the life that unfolds before you, the freedom, the fulfillment, and the opportunities to create even more. This vision is not a fantasy, it is a preview of what is already yours. Stay rooted in this feeling, for it is the bridge between your current reality and your desired state. Life has a rhythm, a divine cadence that flows through all things. When you align yourself with the feeling of abundance, you step into this rhythm. You become like a symphony perfectly orchestrated by the Creator. Each note, each movement aligns to bring about the manifestation of your desires. This process is not something you must force, it is something you allow. Let go of resistance and trust that the flow will carry you to your millions. There is no room for fear in the heart of the one who knows they are destined for greatness. Fear is an illusion, a shadow that dissipates when faced with the light of truth. The truth is that you are limitless, boundless, and infinite. The truth is that your desires are not random, they are whispers from the divine, calling you to step into the fullness of who you are. Every great accomplishment begins in the mind of the dreamer. Your millions are no different. They are birthed in the quiet moments when you dare to believe in the impossible. Do not dismiss these moments as trivial. They are the foundation upon which your future is built. Every time you imagine your wealth, every time you feel the joy of having it, you are laying another brick in the structure of your abundance. Let gratitude be your constant companion. Even before the evidence appears, give thanks for what you know to be true. Gratitude is a powerful signal to the universe that you are ready to receive. It is an act of faith, a declaration that you trust the process. As you give thanks, you open the floodgates of abundance, allowing your millions to flow into your life with ease. There will be times when the world tries to distract you, when circumstances seem to contradict your vision. Do not be swayed. These moments are tests, opportunities to strengthen your resolve. Return to the feeling of your wealth. Anchor yourself in the truth that your time has come. Let nothing pull you away from this knowing. Think of yourself as a magnet, constantly attracting the circumstances, people, and opportunities that align with your inner state. When you hold the feeling of abundance, you draw abundance to you. This is not wishful thinking, it is a law as precise and reliable as gravity. You do not have to understand how it works to benefit from it. Simply trust that it does. Action is a natural outgrowth of belief. When you truly believe in your wealth, your actions will reflect that belief. You will move with confidence, make decisions with clarity, and seize opportunities with boldness. These actions are not forced, they flow effortlessly from your inner state. They are inspired, guided by the same force that brought your vision into being. Your time has come because you have decided it is so. This decision is not dependent on external validation or approval. It is a choice you make within yourself, a declaration of your sovereignty as a creator. Do not wait for permission or conditions to be perfect. The moment you claim your wealth, the universe begins to align with your decision. The millions you desire are not separate from you, they are an extension of you. Just as a tree does not struggle to grow or a river does not strain to flow, you do not have to force your abundance into being. It is your natural state, your birthright. All that is required is your willingness to receive it. Release any lingering feelings of unworthiness. You are not defined by your past mistakes, failures, or limitations. You are defined by your ability to rise, to believe in something greater, and to step into the fullness of your potential. Your millions do not require you to be perfect, they require you to be aligned. There is no scarcity in the universe. The same force that created the stars, the oceans, and the mountains has provided for your every need. The millions you seek are not taken from someone else, they are created anew in the infinite abundance of the universe. There is more than enough for everyone, including you. As you stand at the threshold of your new life, remember that you are not alone. The universe is conspiring in your favor, orchestrating events and aligning circumstances to bring your vision to life. Trust this process. Trust that everything is happening for your highest good. Your time has come because you have prepared for it. Every challenge you have faced, every lesson you have learned has brought you to this moment. You are ready. The millions are not a reward for your efforts, they are a reflection of your alignment. They are the inevitable result of the work you have done within yourself. Feel the truth of this in your heart. You are not waiting for your wealth, you are stepping into it. It is here, now, ready to reveal itself to you. Let go of any lingering doubts or fears. They have no power over you. You are the master of your destiny, the creator of your reality. The journey to your millions is a journey of self-discovery. It is about more than money, it is about stepping into the fullness of who you are. It is about realizing that you are powerful beyond measure, capable of creating anything you desire. Let this realization guide you as you move forward. Speak words of abundance, think thoughts of prosperity, and feel the joy of having everything you desire. These are not just actions, they are declarations of your truth. They are the tools you use to shape your reality. Use them wisely, and watch as your millions unfold before you. Your time has come, not by chance or coincidence, but by divine design. You were meant for this moment, for this life of abundance. Embrace it with open arms. Step into your power and let the world see the magnificence of who you are. You are the gardener of your mind, planting the seeds of your future with every thought and emotion. Your wealth, your millions are the fruits of the seeds you choose to nurture. With every thought of abundance, you water these seeds. With every feeling of gratitude and joy, you nourish them further. Trust that the harvest will come, for the laws of the universe are unchanging. What you sow within, you will inevitably reap without. Do not measure the distance to your millions by the evidence of your senses. Your outer world is a reflection, a delayed mirror of your inner state. To look outward for confirmation is to misunderstand the process. Instead, hold firmly to the feeling of already being wealthy. Let this feeling grow stronger than any doubt, louder than any contradiction. Your unwavering belief is the catalyst that transforms the unseen into the seen. Imagine for a moment that your millions are already in your possession. See yourself walking through your days with the calm assurance of someone who knows their wealth is secure. Feel the pride of creating something meaningful, the freedom to explore, and the joy of giving generously to those in need. These feelings are not just daydreams, they are the vibration that aligns you with your abundance. Every time you revisit them, you bring yourself closer to your millions. You have been told that faith is the evidence of things unseen, the substance of things hoped for. This is not a vague idea, but a living truth. Faith is the bridge that spans the gap between desire and fulfillment. When you act as though you already have what you seek, you bring it into being. This is not pretense, it is creation in its purest form. By assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled, you align yourself with its reality. Let go of any lingering attachments to scarcity. Scarcity is not your natural state, abundance is. Look around you and see the infinite supply of the universe. The stars in the sky, the grains of sand on the shore, the leaves on the trees, all are reminders that abundance is the nature of creation. Your millions are part of this divine abundance, waiting for you to claim them. As you align with the feeling of wealth, you will notice changes in your world. Opportunities will appear where there seem to be none. People will come into your life who are eager to assist you. Circumstances will shift in ways that defy logic. This is not coincidence, it is the natural unfolding of your alignment. The universe is responding to your inner state, orchestrating events to match your vibration. There is no need to rush or force the process. The timing of your manifestation is perfect, even if it does not match your expectations. Trust that everything is unfolding exactly as it should. Impatience is a sign of doubt, and doubt creates resistance. Instead, rest in the knowing that your millions are already yours. This calm assurance is the key to allowing them to flow into your life. Each day is an opportunity to reaffirm your wealth. Begin your mornings by imagining your life as you desire it to be. Feel the excitement of waking up to a reality where your millions are secure. Carry this feeling with you throughout the day, letting it guide your actions and decisions. Before you sleep, revisit the joy of your wealth. Let this be the last thought on your mind as you drift into slumber. In these moments, your mind is most receptive, and your creations are most powerful. You are not a passive participant in this journey, you are an active creator. Your thoughts, your feelings, and your beliefs are the tools you use to shape your reality. Use them wisely. Choose thoughts that uplift you, feelings that inspire you, and beliefs that empower you. These choices are the foundation of your wealth. Forgive yourself for any past mistakes or missed opportunities. They do not define you. What matters is the decision you make now, in this moment. The past is gone and the future is yours to create. Let go of regret and embrace the power of the present. This is where your millions reside, in the now. Every challenge you face is an opportunity to strengthen your faith and deepen your understanding. Instead of seeing obstacles as setbacks, view them as stepping stones. They are not here to defeat you, but to prepare you for the abundance that awaits. With every challenge you overcome, you become more aligned with the truth of who you are, a limitless being capable of creating anything you desire. The world may not understand your journey, and that is okay. You do not need external validation to know your worth. Your inner conviction is enough. When you hold firmly to your vision, the world will eventually reflect it back to you. But it begins within. The opinions of others are irrelevant to the process of creation. Trust yourself, trust the power within you, and trust the universe to deliver. There is a divine timing to all things, a perfect unfolding that cannot be rushed. Trust that your millions are coming at the right time and in the right way. They may not arrive exactly as you expect, but they will arrive in the way that is best for you. Be open to surprises and remain flexible. The universe has a way of exceeding our expectations when we allow it to. As you walk this path, remember that wealth is not just about money. It is about freedom, joy, and the ability to make a difference. Your millions are not just for you, they are a tool to create more good in the world. As you receive, so too shall you give. This is the cycle of abundance, one that flows freely when you align yourself with its principles. Feel the gratitude for what you already have, no matter how small it may seem. Gratitude is a powerful magnet for more abundance. When you appreciate what you have, you send a signal to the universe that you are ready to receive more. This is not a practice of settling, but of recognizing the abundance that already exists in your life. Your journey to wealth is not separate from your spiritual path, they are one and the same. The same power that creates universes resides within you. When you align yourself with this power, there is nothing you cannot achieve. Your millions are a testament to this truth, a reflection of your divine nature. Continue to dream boldly, believe deeply, and act confidently. Your millions are not just a possibility, they are a certainty. Every thought, every feeling, every action you take in alignment with this truth brings you closer to its manifestation. Trust the process, embrace the journey, and know that your time has come. As you stand at this pivotal moment in your life, let the certainty of your inner power be your guiding light. Your millions are not just a distant dream, but a reality already unfolding within you. Trust that every thought you nurture, every feeling you embody, and every belief you hold is shaping your world. Release any doubt, for the universe operates with unwavering precision, responding to your faith and alignment. Your time has come. You are no longer waiting, you are living in the truth of your abundance. Walk forward with confidence, knowing that what is yours can never be withheld. The seeds of wealth you have planted are blossoming into a harvest beyond your imagination. Embrace it fully, share it generously, and know that this is only the beginning of the endless possibilities that await you. With every step you are creating a legacy of abundance, not just for yourself but for the world. Stand tall, dream boldly, and claim the life that has always been yours. Your millions are here, they are yours to live, to love, and to celebrate.
Perhaps you find yourself facing challenges, feeling that life is a constant struggle. Or maybe you've experienced some successes, but still feel that there's something more something greater waiting to be realized. Wherever you are, I say unto you, you are exactly where you need to be to grasp this life-altering principle. But what does it mean to say this in your head for a while? It is not a matter of mere repetition or mindless chanting. It is a state of consciousness, a shift in perception that aligns you with the creative power of the universe. It is about recognizing that your inner dialogue, the words you say to yourself in the privacy of your own mind, are not just fleeting thoughts, but living, creative forces that shape your reality. Let us delve deeper into this profound truth. Your outer world, every experience you have, every circumstance you encounter, is nothing more than a reflection of your inner world. And your inner world is shaped, moment by moment, by the words you say to yourself in your head. When you understand this, truly understand it, you realize that by carefully choosing and persistently holding certain thoughts in your mind, you are actively creating a reality where these thoughts manifest. This understanding is crucial, for it shifts the entire paradigm of how you approach life. No longer are you a victim of circumstance, hoping for good things to happen. You become the active creator of your reality, knowing that as you say certain things in your head, as you hold certain thoughts and feelings, the universe must rearrange itself to match these inner states. But how, you may ask, does one harness this power of inner speech? The answer lies in the creative power of your wonderful human imagination, combined with the living force of your inner words. For your imagination is not a mere fantasy maker, and your inner dialogue is not mere mental chatter. Together they form the very workshop in which reality is forged. Let us take a moment to truly understand this. Your subconscious mind, which is one with the universal creative force, does not distinguish between what you vividly imagine and declare internally and what you actually experience in the outer world. It accepts as true whatever you feel to be true and whatever you consistently declare to be true in your inner speech. And once it accepts an idea as true, it proceeds to bring it into manifestation in your physical reality. So when you say certain things in your head, when you hold certain thoughts and feelings consistently, you are not engaging in wishful thinking or self-deception. You are actively creating your reality from within. You are aligning yourself with the creative power of the universe, allowing it to work through you and for you. This, my dear listeners, is the essence of saying things in your head and waiting for what happens. It is about recognizing that the power to shape your reality lies within you, waiting to be expressed through your inner dialogue and feelings. It is about understanding that your outer world is nothing more than a reflection of your inner conversations and assumptions. Consider the biblical phrase, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." This is not a mere poetic expression. It is a statement of cosmic law. Your inner thoughts and feelings, especially those you consequently hold about yourself and your life, have the power to create or destroy, to manifest or to dissolve. When you align your inner dialogue with the highest vision of yourself and your life, you set in motion forces beyond your comprehension and indeed bring these visions into reality. But let me be clear, saying things in your head is not about empty repetitions or false positivity. It is about a fundamental shift in your inner dialogue, in how you perceive and declare yourself to be in the privacy of your own mind. When you truly embody this practice, your inner speech naturally aligns with your desired state of being. You begin to think of yourself with reverence and love. You declare your worthiness, your abundance, your health, your success, not as distant possibilities, but as present realities in your inner world. Let us explore this further with an example. Imagine a person whose inner dialogue is constantly negative. In their head, they might be saying things like, "I'm always unlucky, I'll never succeed, I'm not good enough." These inner conversations, repeated day after day, shape their subconscious beliefs and consequently their reality. They are in essence programming themselves for failure and limitation, creating a life that reflects these negative inner declarations. Now imagine this same person shifting their approach. Instead of negative self-talk, they begin to say positive, empowering things in their head. They might say, I am blessed with endless opportunities. I am worthy of success and abundance. I am more than enough. They say these things consistently in their mind, with feeling, with conviction, knowing that they are shaping their reality with each inner declaration. They live each day from this new inner dialogue, carrying themselves with the certainty of someone who truly believes these empowering thoughts. In this state, their entire experience of life begins to shift. They start to notice opportunities they might have missed before. They approach challenges with confidence rather than fear. They interact with others from a place of worthiness rather than insecurity. And in doing so, they begin to create a reality that matches these new, empowering inner conversations. They allow a life of abundance, success, and fulfillment to flow into their experience, drawn by the power of their inner words and the feeling behind them. This principle applies to every aspect of your life. Whether you're dealing with health, relationships, career, or any other area, the key is to first say the right things in your head about that area. Declare your wholeness, your lovability, your success in the privacy of your own mind. For what you consistently say to yourself sets the tone for your entire life experience. Now, I can hear some of you thinking, but Neville, isn't this just positive thinking? Isn't this denial of reality? And to this, I say emphatically no. This is not about denying your current circumstances. It is about understanding the true nature of reality and the creative power of your inner dialogue and consciousness. Your current circumstances are nothing more than the fruit of your past inner conversations and beliefs about yourself. They have no power to determine your future unless you give them that power by continuing to think and feel their reality. When you shift your inner dialogue, when you begin to say new, empowering things in your head, you are not denying reality. You are exercising your divine right to choose which reality you wish to experience. Remember, the outer world is dead. It has no life of its own. It is your consciousness expressed through your inner dialogue and feelings that gives life to your experiences. When you say negative things to yourself in your head, you are breathing life into a reality where these negative statements are true. But when you consciously choose to say empowering, positive things in your head, you cause your outer world to rearrange itself to match these new inner conversations. This, my dear friends, is the true secret to changing your life through what you say in your head. It is about aligning your inner dialogue with the highest vision of yourself and your life. Recognizing that this desired reality is seeking expression through you and allowing it to flow into your experience through the power of your inner declarations and feelings. But let me warn you, this shift in your inner dialogue is not always an easy path. The old habits of negative self-talk, of saying discouraging things to yourself in your head, are deeply ingrained in our collective consciousness. As you embark on this new way of thinking, you may find resistance arising within you. Doubts may creep in. Old thought patterns may try to reassert themselves. When this happens, do not fight against these thoughts. Simply observe them, acknowledge them, and then gently return to saying the empowering things in your head. For the war is not won by battling against what you don't want to think, but by persistently thinking what you do want. This persistence, this unwavering commitment to maintaining a positive inner dialogue in the face of contrary evidence, is what allows you to truly change your life. Think of it like tuning a radio. When you're trying to listen to a particular station, you don't focus on eliminating all the other stations. So you simply tune into the frequency you desire. In the same way, you don't need to fight against your current reality or forcefully push away negative thoughts. So you simply need to tune yourself to the frequency of what you desire, to align your inner dialogue with the highest vision of yourself and your life. This tuning is done through your conscious choice of inner speech and your ability to feel the reality of these words. Your inner declarations are the dial that allows you to tune into different frequencies of experience. As you use your inner dialogue to declare empowering truths about yourself and your life, as you feel the reality of these declarations, you are tuning yourself to that frequency, allowing the corresponding experiences to flow into your life. But remember, my friends, this is not a one-time event. Saying empowering things in your head is a way of life. It's a constant choice to maintain this inner dialogue, regardless of appearances. Just as you wouldn't expect to stay in shape by exercising once, you cannot expect to change your life by thinking positively once. This is about persistently maintaining an empowering inner dialogue, about living from this consciousness day in and day out until it becomes your new normal. As you do this, you will find that your perception of yourself and your life begins to shift. What once seemed like limitations now appear as opportunities for growth. Challenges become stepping stones to success. You begin to see yourself as the empowered being you truly are, knowing that your inner dialogue is constantly shaping your reality. Now, some of you may be wondering, but Neville, how can I maintain a positive inner dialogue when I face real challenges? How can I say empowering things in my head when my current reality seems to contradict these thoughts? And to this I say, your inner speech infused with feeling and imagination is more powerful than any circumstance. Consider for a moment, have you ever been deeply moved by a story, whether in a book or a movie? In those moments, were you not feeling real emotions based on imaginary events? Your feelings were real, even though the events were not happening in your physical reality. This is the power you must harness when you say things in your head. You must use your imagination to infuse your inner speech with feeling. As you say empowering things in your head, imagine how you would feel if these things were already true in your life. Feel the joy, the gratitude, the sense of fulfillment that would come with these realities. Feel these states as vividly and as consistently as you can as you engage in your inner dialogue. The key is to make your inner speech as real to you as possible. Engage all your senses. As you say things about abundance in your head, feel the sense of security and freedom that comes with abundance. As you declare perfect health in your mind, feel the vitality and energy coursing through your body. As you speak of success internally, see yourself in your mind's eye achieving your goals, hear the congratulations of others, feel the sense of accomplishment. Make it real in your mind and heart as you say these things in your head. But here's a crucial point, my friends. The goal is not to say things in your head about specific outcomes. The goal is to say things that align with your essential self, your true identity. For it is this alignment with your true self that is the real attractor of your experiences. Let me illustrate this with an example. Instead of just saying, I am wealthy in your head, align your inner speech with the essence of abundance. Say to yourself, I am one with the source of all abundance. Prosperity flows to me and through me effortlessly. I am worthy of unlimited abundance. Instead of merely thinking I am healthy, align your inner dialogue with the essence of well-being by saying to yourself, I am one with the source of all life. Perfect health is my natural state. My body is a temple of vitality and well-being. By aligning your inner speech with your essential self rather than just external conditions, you allow the universe to bring your desires to you in ways that might far exceed your specific imaginings. You open yourself to possibilities beyond what your current mindset can conceive. This is the true art of saying things in your head and waiting for what happens. It's not about forcing yourself to believe something against all evidence. It's about aligning your inner log with the truth of your mind nature your oneness with the creative power of the universe. It's about saying things in your head that resonate with the highest vision of who you truly are. As you practice this, you may find that your outer world begins to shift in subtle ways. Perhaps you start to feel more confident and worthy, or you find yourself naturally making healthier choices, or opportunities for abundance seem to appear out of nowhere. These are all signs that your inner shift brought about by your empowering inner dialogue is creating ripples in your outer reality. Don't discount these small changes. Celebrate them. See them as confirmation that the law is working, that your inner speech is taking root. But don't become attached to them or anxiously look for them. Simply acknowledge them with gratitude and continue to say empowering things in your head. As you persist in this practice, larger changes will begin to manifest. You may find yourself naturally attracting more positive experiences. You may notice that your relationships improve, that your health flourishes, that abundance flows more freely into your life. And as you continue to maintain this empowering inner dialogue, you'll discover that life becomes an exciting adventure of ever-expanding good. But remember, the outer manifestation is not the goal. The goal is the state of consciousness from which blessings naturally flow. This is a crucial point, my friends, when you're truly saying empowering things in your head. When you're fully embodying this state, you no longer need external circumstances to confirm your worth or success. You're already whole, already complete in your knowing that you are a divine, limitless being. And paradoxically, it's in this state of inner assurance that you're most likely to experience a life filled with manifest blessings. Now, some of you might be thinking, but Neville, what about action? Don't we need to do things in the physical world to change our lives? And to this I say, yes, action is part of the process. But it's inspired action, not anxious doing. When you're consistently saying empowering things in your head, ideas and opportunities will naturally present themselves to you. You'll feel inspired to take certain actions to move in certain directions. These actions won't feel like struggle or effort. They'll feel natural, joyful, almost effortless. This is the difference between trying to make things happen and allowing them to happen. When you're trying to force changes in your life, actions feel stressful, born out of fear and doubt. When you're maintaining an empowering inner dialogue, actions flow naturally from your aligned state, guided by an inner wisdom that knows exactly how to bring about the manifestation of your desires. Consider the example of a flower. A flower doesn't strain to bloom. It doesn't force itself to grow. It simply unfolds naturally, expressing its innate beauty. You, my dear listeners, are no different. When you align your inner dialogue with your true divine nature, you allow your life to unfold naturally and beautifully, expressing the infinite good that is your birthright. But let me be clear, this state of allowing is not passive. It requires an active use of your inner speech, a deliberate and consistent practice of saying empowering things in your head. It requires faith, not blind faith in external circumstances, but faith in the creative power of your thoughts and consciousness. This faith is not about believing that good things will come someday in the future. It's about knowing that you are whole and complete now, in this very moment, and that your inner dialogue is constantly shaping your reality to reflect this empowered state. As you cultivate this faith, as you persist in saying empowering things in your head, you'll begin to see evidence of these empowering thoughts manifesting in your outer world. These signs may start small, an unexpected opportunity, a fortunate coincidence, a sudden insight that changes your perspective. Do not discount these signs, no matter how small they may seem, for they are confirmation that your inner world, shaped by your empowering inner dialogue, is indeed shaping your outer reality. They are breadcrumbs leading you to the full realization of the empowered life you are creating through your thoughts. As we near the conclusion of our discussion, I want to address a common concern that arises when people first encounter this teaching. Many worry that focusing on their inner dialogue and saying empowering things in their head might somehow make them self-centered or disconnected from others. But I assure you, my friends, the opposite is true. When you truly understand the principle of maintaining and empowering inner dialogue, you realize that you are not separate from others. As you elevate your own consciousness through your inner speech, you are elevating the consciousness of all. Your empowering thoughts, far from disconnecting you from others, actually expand the field of possibilities for all. Moreover, when you are coming from a place of inner empowerment, you naturally have more to give to others. You become a channel through which blessings flow, not just to you, but through you to the world. Your inner dialogue creates a ripple effect, touching the lives of everyone you encounter. This is the true gift of saying empowering things in your head and waiting for what happens. It's not just about improving your individual circumstances, although that will happen. It's about aligning yourself with the fundamental nature of the universe, which is boundless good. It's about recognizing your own divine nature and allowing it to express itself fully through you. In this state of alignment, of consistently maintaining and empowering inner dialogue, you become a channel for the most beautiful expressions of life. Ideas flow to you effortlessly. Opportunities present themselves naturally. The right people and circumstances appear in your life at the perfect time. This is the magic of living from a state of empowered thinking. But remember, this magic is not something external to you. It's not some cosmic force that you need to appease or manipulate. It is the natural expression of your own consciousness when it's aligned with the truth of your being. You are the magic. You are the miracle. You are the one to whom you are speaking these empowering words in your head. As we draw our time together to a close, I want to leave you with a final thought. The principle we've explored tonight, say this in your head for a while, wait for what happens, is not just a technique for creating better circumstances. It's about recognizing your true nature as a divine creative being. It's about aligning your inner dialogue with the fundamental truth of being and allowing your grandest expression of life to flow through you. When you live from this understanding, everything changes. The world becomes a friendly place filled with infinite possibilities. You no longer see yourself as a small, separate being struggling against external forces. Instead, you recognize yourself as the creator of your reality, the author of your own life story. In this state, there's no need to beg or plead for good things to come into your life. For you understand that you are the source of all good. Your job is simply to maintain an empowering inner dialogue, to live from this consciousness, and to allow the universe to arrange the details of their manifestation. So, my dear friends, as you leave here tonight, I urge you to embrace this principle with all your heart. Don't see it as a technique to be applied occasionally, but as a way of life to be lived continuously. Use your mighty imagination to infuse your inner speech with feeling. Feel the naturalness of being the empowered being you truly are. Live from this state, persist in this inner dialogue, and watch as your world rearranges itself to match your thoughts. Remember, you are not a helpless being pushed around by external circumstances. You are the operant power in your world. Your inner dialogue, infused with feeling, is the one and only reality. All things are possible to him who believes and declares internally, for belief and inner declaration shape reality. In your journey of saying empowering things in your head and waiting for what happens, let this knowing be your guiding light, leading you unerringly to the realization of your highest potential. Go forth from here with this knowledge. Apply it in your life. Test it. Prove it to yourself. For in doing so, you'll discover the truth of who you really are. You'll tap into the limitless power that has always been within you. And you'll experience the joy, the freedom, the fulfillment that comes from living in alignment with the laws of creation. Start now. Say empowering things in your head. Let these thoughts permeate every aspect of your being. For in truth, you are already that empowered being. You are already living in a reality of infinite good. All you need to do is open your heart. Embrace this truth in your inner dialogue and allow it to express itself more fully in your experience.
Imagine yourself seated in a grand auditorium, the air thick with anticipation. The lights dim and a spotlight illuminates the stage. I, Neville Goddard, step forward to address you on a matter of utmost importance. The willingness to give up your present limitations. As I gaze upon your eager faces, I see the infinite potential that resides within each of you. Yet I also perceive the invisible chains of limitation that bind you to your current circumstances. These chains, my dear listeners, are not forged by any external force, but by the very thoughts and beliefs you hold within your minds. Tonight, we shall embark on a journey of transformation. We will explore the vast landscape of your imagination and unlock the power that lies dormant within you. For it is only when you are willing to give up your present limitations that you can truly step into the life you desire and deserve. Let us begin by understanding the nature of your limitations. These are not physical barriers or insurmountable obstacles. No, they are merely thoughts, ideas that you have accepted as truth. But I say to you, with unwavering certainty, that these limitations are as flimsy as a house of cards, ready to collapse at the slightest breath of your newfound awareness. Consider for a moment the things you believe to be impossible in your life. Perhaps you think you cannot achieve great wealth, or find true love, or attain perfect health. These beliefs, my friends, are the very limitations that keep you tethered to a life that is less than what you are capable of living. But I ask you, who decided these things were impossible? Who declared that you must live within these confines? The answer, though it may be difficult to accept, is you. You have accepted these limitations as your reality, and in doing so, you have given them power over your life. Now, I can hear the protest rising within you. But Neville, you might say, these limitations are based on my past experiences, on the hard facts of my life. To this, I respond with a truth that may shake the very foundations of your understanding. Your past does not determine your future unless you allow it to do so. You see, my dear listeners, time is not a linear progression from past to future. It is a vast sea of possibilities, and you are the navigator of your ship. At any moment, you have the power to change course, to set sail for new horizons that you previously believed were beyond your reach. This power lies in your imagination, the most magnificent gift bestowed upon humanity. Your imagination is the workshop wherein you can fashion any reality you desire. It is the canvas upon which you can paint the masterpiece of your life. And it is through the conscious use of your imagination that you can begin to dissolve the limitations that have held you captive. Let me share with you a fundamental principle that underpins all of creation. Consciousness is the only reality. Everything you perceive in your outer world is but a reflection of your inner states of consciousness. The circumstances of your life, the successes and failures you experience, are all projections of your beliefs and assumptions. Therefore, to change your life, you must be willing to change your consciousness. You must be prepared to give up the limiting beliefs that have shaped your current reality. This, my friends, is where true courage is required, for it is far easier to cling to the familiar, even if it is unsatisfactory, than to venture into the unknown realms of possibility. But I implore you, summon the courage to challenge your limitations. Dare to imagine a life beyond the boundaries you have accepted. For in that daring lies the seed of your transformation. Consider the great figures of history who achieved the seemingly impossible. The Wright brothers, who dared to believe man could fly. Edison, who illuminated the world with his persistence. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who dreamed of equality in the face of overwhelming opposition. These individuals did not accept the limitations of their time. They dared to imagine a different reality. And through the power of their imagination, they brought that reality into being. You, my dear listeners, possess the same power. The only difference between you and these great figures is that they refused to accept the limitations imposed upon them by society or their own doubts. They were willing to give up their present limitations, and in doing so, they changed the course of history. Now, you might be wondering, how do I begin this process of giving up my limitations? The answer lies in a practice I have long advocated, the art of revision. This powerful technique allows you to rewrite your past and consequently reshape your future. Imagine for a moment that your life is a play, and you are both the lead actor and the playwright. The scenes you have lived up to this point have been scripted by your past beliefs and assumptions. But now, armed with the knowledge of your true creative power, you can rewrite these scenes. Each night, as you lay your head upon your pillow, take a few moments to review the events of your day. But do not simply replay them as they occurred. Instead, revise them. See them unfolding in a way that aligns with your desires. If you encountered failure, reimagine it as success. If you experienced lack, visualize abundance. If you felt fear, replace it with courage. This practice of revision is not mere fantasy or escapism. It is a powerful tool for reprogramming your subconscious mind. For your subconscious does not distinguish between what you vividly imagine and what you actually experience in the physical world. By consistently revising your day, you are laying down new tracks in your subconscious, creating new patterns of thought and belief. As you persist in this practice, you will find that your outer world begins to conform to your revised inner world. The limitations you once accepted as immutable facts will begin to dissolve, replaced by new possibilities and opportunities. But revision is just the beginning. To truly give up your present limitations, you must be willing to live from the end. This means assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled, even when your senses deny its reality. Suppose you desire financial abundance, but your current circumstances show only lack and struggle. The conventional approach would be to work harder, to strive and strain against your circumstances. But I say to you, this approach only reinforces your limitations. Instead, I urge you to assume the feeling of wealth and abundance now. How would you feel if you were already in possession of the financial security you desire? What thoughts would occupy your mind? How would you carry yourself? What decisions would you make? Live from this state of consciousness. Feel the relief, the joy, the sense of freedom that comes with financial abundance. Do this not once or twice, but consistently, persistently, until it becomes your dominant state of being. You see, my friends, the outer world must conform to your inner assumptions. This is law. Therefore, by assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled, you are setting in motion the forces that will bring your desire into physical manifestation. Now, I can hear the skeptics among you raising objections. But Neville, you might say, how can I feel wealthy when my bank account is empty? How can I feel healthy when my body is racked with pain? How can I feel loved when I'm alone? Your senses show you only the effects, never the cause. What you see in your outer world is the result of past thoughts and beliefs. But the power to change lies in the present moment, in your ability to choose a new state of consciousness regardless of external circumstances. This requires faith. Not blind faith in an external power, but faith in the creative power of your own imagination. It requires the courage to deny the evidence of your senses and to live as though your desire were already a fact. Remember, the Bible tells us faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Your faith, your unwavering belief in the reality of your imagined state is the very substance that will clothe your desire in physical form. Let me share with you a personal experience that illustrates this principle. Many years ago, I found myself in New York City, penniless and without prospects. The limitations of my circumstances seemed overwhelming, but I refused to accept them as final. Instead, I began to imagine myself as a successful lecturer. sharing these very principles with eager audiences. I felt the satisfaction of standing on stage, hearing the applause, sensing the impact of my words. I lived in this imaginal state consistently, denying the evidence of my senses that told me I was a failure. And do you know what happened? Within a short time, opportunities began to present themselves. I was invited to give lectures, first to small groups, then to larger audiences. My reputation grew, and soon I found myself traveling the country, sharing these truths with thousands. This transformation did not occur because I struggled against my circumstances or because I was particularly gifted. It happened because I was willing to give up my present limitations. I dared to imagine a different reality and to live from that imagination. You, my dear listeners, can do the same. Whatever limitations you currently face, be they financial, physical, emotional, or spiritual, you have the power to transcend them. But you must be willing to give them up. You must be courageous enough to imagine and feel a new reality, even when every outer circumstance seems to contradict it. Now, let us delve deeper into the mechanics of this transformative process. To give up your present limitations, you must first become aware of them. This awareness is not about dwelling on your problems or reinforcing your current state. Rather, it's about recognizing the thoughts and beliefs that have created your present circumstances. Take a moment now to reflect on the areas of your life where you feel limited. Perhaps you believe you're not intelligent enough to pursue higher education. Maybe you think you're too old to start a new career. Or perhaps you've convinced yourself that you're not attractive enough to find a loving partner. These beliefs, my friends, are not facts. They are assumptions you have accepted as truth. But just as you have accepted them, you have the power to reject them and replace them with new, empowering beliefs. The process begins with a simple yet profound shift in your thinking. Instead of saying, I can't, start saying, I am. Instead of focusing on what you lack, direct your attention to what you desire to be, do, or have. For instance, if you've been telling yourself, I can't afford that, replace it with, I'm abundantly prosperous. If you've been thinking, I'm not smart enough, change it to, I'm intelligent and capable. If you've believed, I'm too old, affirm instead, I am the perfect age to begin anew. These new statements may feel false at first. Your rational mind, conditioned by years of limiting beliefs, may rebel against them. But remember, you are not trying to convince your rational mind. You are speaking directly to your subconscious, which accepts as true whatever you impress upon it with feeling and persistence. This is where the power of your imagination comes into play. As you make these new statements, create vivid mental images that support them. See yourself living the life these statements imply. Feel the emotions associated with this new state of being. If you're affirming abundance, see yourself easily paying your bills, generously donating to causes you care about, enjoying luxurious vacations. Feel the relief, the joy, the sense of security that comes with financial freedom. If you're claiming intelligence and capability, imagine yourself confidently tackling challenging tasks, receiving accolades for your work, sharing your knowledge with others. Feel the satisfaction, the pride, the excitement of fully expressing your intellectual potential. If you're asserting that you're the perfect age for new beginnings, visualize yourself embarking on exciting new ventures, learning new skills with ease, inspiring others with your enthusiasm and vitality. Feel the energy, the optimism, the sense of unlimited possibility that comes with this mindset. The key here is to make these mental images as vivid and as emotionally charged as possible. Your subconscious mind responds to the language of feeling and imagery. The more real you can make these imaginal scenes, the more quickly they will be accepted by your subconscious and reflected in your outer world. I must caution you, this process requires persistence. You cannot expect to overturn years of limiting beliefs with a single affirmation or visualization. Just as a farmer must tend his crops daily, you must nurture your new beliefs consistently. Make it a daily practice to affirm your new state of being. Spend time each day in quiet contemplation, immersing yourself in the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Do this upon waking and before sleeping, when your subconscious mind is most receptive. As you persist in this practice, you will begin to notice subtle shifts in your outer world. Opportunities that align with your new state of consciousness will start to appear. You'll find yourself making decisions and taking actions that support your desired reality. When faced with these new opportunities, they retreat into their old patterns of thought and behavior. They allow their present limitations to resurface, sabotaging their progress. This is why I emphasize the need to be willing to give up your present limitations. It's not enough to imagine a new reality. You must be prepared to step into it when it begins to manifest. If you've been affirming financial abundance and suddenly an opportunity for increased income presents itself, you must be willing to embrace it, even if it challenges your comfort zone. If you've been claiming intelligence and capability and find yourself offered a chance to demonstrate these qualities, you must be ready to rise to the occasion, even if it feels daunting. Remember, your outer world is always reflecting your inner state. If you maintain your new state of consciousness, your outer world must conform to it. This is law. But if you allow yourself to be pulled back into old patterns of thought and behavior, you will perpetuate your present limitations. This is where faith becomes crucial. Not blind faith, but faith born of understanding. Understanding that your imagination creates reality, that your assumptions shape your world, that consciousness is the only reality. When doubt creeps in, as it inevitably will, remind yourself of this truth. Recall times in your life when your imagination has created your reality, even if in small ways. Perhaps you strongly imagined receiving a call from a friend and they called. Maybe you visualized finding the perfect parking spot in a crowded lot, and there it was. These seemingly small manifestations operate on the same principle as the greater changes you now seek to create. Moreover, look to the great achievements of humanity for inspiration. Every invention, every scientific breakthrough, every social change began as an idea, an imaginal act that defied the limitations of its time. The airplane, the telephone, the computer, all of these were once deemed impossible. Yet individuals dared to imagine them, to assume their reality, and in doing so brought them into being. You, my dear listeners, are no different from these visionaries. You possess the same creative power. The only difference lies in your willingness to use it, to dare to imagine beyond your present limitations. Now, let us address a common obstacle that many face on this journey of transformation: the opinions and influences of others. As you begin to give up your present limitations, you may encounter resistance from those around you. Friends, family, colleagues may attempt to pull you back into your old patterns of thought and behavior. This is natural. People become accustomed to seeing you in a certain way, and your transformation may challenge their own limiting beliefs. But remember that opinions are based on your past expression, not on your infinite potential. You must be willing to stand firm in your new consciousness, even in the face of opposition or disbelief from others. This doesn't mean you need to argue or try to convince anyone of your new reality. In fact, it's often best to keep your inner work private, at least in the beginning stages. Instead, maintain your new state internally, regardless of external circumstances or opinions. Continue to live from the end, feeling and acting as though your desire is already fulfilled. As you do this, you will find that the outer world, including the people in it, will gradually adjust to your new vibration. Remember the words attributed to Mahatma Gandhi: be the change you wish to see in the world. As you change your inner world, your outer world must follow suit. Now, let's explore another vital aspect of giving up your present limitations: the release of attachment to specific outcomes. This may seem counterintuitive at first. After all, aren't we focusing on manifesting specific desires? The key here is to understand the difference between the essence of your desire and its particular form. When you tap into the essence of what you truly want, be it love, abundance, health, or success, you open yourself to infinite possibilities for its manifestation. For instance, if you desire financial abundance, don't become fixated on winning the lottery or receiving a specific sum of money from a particular source. Instead, focus on the feeling of abundance, the sense of security and freedom that comes with financial well-being. By doing so, you allow the universe to bring your desire to you in ways that may far exceed your limited imagination. Similarly, if you desire a loving relationship, don't become attached to a specific person or a particular scenario. Focus instead on the feeling of being loved, cherished, and in a fulfilling partnership. This opens the door for love to enter your life in perhaps unexpected but perfectly aligned ways. This release of attachment also helps to dissolve the anxiety and desperation that often accompany strong desires. When you trust in the perfect unfolding of your imagination, when you know that what you have assumed as true must manifest, you can relax into the present moment, enjoying the journey of transformation. As you practice living from the end, assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled, you may notice an interesting phenomenon. Your desires themselves begin to evolve. As you give up your present limitations, you may find that what once seemed like an ultimate goal now appears as just a stepping stone to even greater possibilities. This is the nature of spiritual and personal growth. As you expand your consciousness, as you release the shackles of limitation, you open yourself to ever greater expressions of your infinite potential. Therefore, be willing to let your desires evolve. Don't cling to old goals out of habit or fear. As you give up your present limitations, allow yourself to dream bigger, to imagine grander possibilities for your life and for the world. Now, my dear friends, as we approach the final stretch of our discourse, I want to address a question that may be arising in your minds. What if I fail? What if I try to give up my limitations and nothing changes? Failure is impossible if you truly understand and apply these principles. What may appear as failure is often just a temporary misalignment between your inner and outer worlds. It's a signal to examine your consciousness more closely, to root out any lingering doubts or contradictory beliefs. If you find that your outer world is not changing as rapidly as you'd like, don't despair. Instead, use this as an opportunity to deepen your practice. Ask yourself, am I truly living from the end? Am I maintaining the feeling of my wish fulfilled consistently? Am I allowing contradictory thoughts and feelings to persist? Often what seems like failure is simply a call to greater faithfulness to your imaginal act. It's an invitation to strengthen your resolve, to deepen your understanding, to persist in the face of apparent opposition. Remember, the outer world may take time to reflect your inner changes. Just as a ship doesn't turn on a dime, your life circumstances may not transform overnight. But if you maintain your new state of consciousness, if you persist in living from the end, your outer world must eventually conform to your inner reality. Moreover, what appears as a setback or failure often contains within it the seeds of an even greater manifestation. Many of history's great successes came on the heels of apparent failures. The key is to maintain your faith, to hold fast to your new state of consciousness, regardless of outer appearances. As we near the conclusion of our time together, I want to leave you with a powerful exercise to help you give up your present limitations. This exercise, which I call the ladder of ascension, will help you systematically release your limiting beliefs and ascend to higher states of consciousness. Imagine before you a grand, golden ladder reaching up into the heavens. Each rung of this ladder represents a state of consciousness, a level of being. The lower rungs represent states of limitation, lack, and fear. The higher rungs represent states of abundance, love, and unlimited possibility. Now see yourself standing on the rung that represents your current state of consciousness. Look up the ladder and choose a higher state that you wish to embody. This could be a state of financial abundance, radiant health, loving relationships, or any other desired state of being. Close your eyes and imagine yourself climbing the ladder, moving towards this higher state. As you ascend, feel yourself shedding your limitations. With each step, feel yourself becoming lighter, freer, more aligned with your true unlimited nature. When you reach the rung that represents your desired state, pause there. Look around you from this new vantage point. How does the world appear from here? How do you feel in this new state of being? Allow yourself to fully experience the reality of this higher consciousness. Now open your eyes, but maintain the feeling of this elevated state. As you go about your day, continually remind yourself that you are operating from this higher level of consciousness. Make decisions, interact with others, and perceive the world from this new state of being. Practice this exercise daily, always choosing a higher rung, always expanding your consciousness. As you do, you will find your present limitations falling away, replaced by an ever-expanding sense of possibility and power. My dear friends, as we come to the close of our discussion, I want to impress upon you one final truth. The journey of giving up your present limitations is not just about personal gain or individual success. It is about stepping into your true identity as a creative force in the universe. As you release your limitations, as you expand your consciousness, you become a beacon of light in the world. Your transformation inspires and uplifts those around you. Your expanded consciousness contributes to the elevation of all consciousness. Remember, we are all one. Your liberation from limitation serves not just you, but all of humanity. As you give up your present limitations, you help to dissolve the collective limitations that bind our world. Therefore, I urge us, be bold in your imagining. Be courageous in your assumption of new states of being. Be persistent in your faithfulness to your imaginal acts. For in doing so, you are not just changing your own life. You are participating in the transformation of the world. Go forth from this place with a new resolve. Know that you are not bound by any limitation unless you choose to accept it. Know that within you lies the power to create any reality you can imagine. Know that you are, in truth, unlimited being temporarily expressing itself in human form. Dare to give up your present limitations. Dare to imagine a life beyond what you have previously thought possible. Dare to assume the feeling of your wishes fulfilled. As you do, you will find that the entire universe conspires to bring your imagined reality into being. Remember, consciousness is the only reality. You are that consciousness. You are the creator of your world. Embrace this truth, live from it, and watch as your life transforms in ways more wonderful than you could have ever imagined. Thank you, my dear friends, for your attention and your willingness to embark on this journey of transformation. May you go forth and create lives of unparalleled joy, abundance, and fulfillment. The power is yours. Use it wisely. Use it lovingly, and use it now.
You are pure consciousness, and everything you behold, every circumstance, every event, every condition in your life is but a shadow, a reflection of your own wonderful human imagination. The fact that you are here listening to these words at this very moment is no mere coincidence. It is a divine appointment orchestrated by the depths of your own being. You see, time as we know it is merely a concept created by consciousness to experience succession. In reality, all moments exist simultaneously in the eternal NOL. Therefore, when I tell you to trust the timing of this message, I am asking you to recognize that your own divine self, your own wonderful human imagination has drawn you to this moment for a specific purpose. Think about it for a moment. How many times have you questioned the timing of events in your life? How often have you wondered why now or why not sooner? I tell you with absolute certainty that every moment is the perfect moment, for it is chosen by the God within you, your own wonderful human imagination. In the book of Ecclesiastes, it is written, to everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose under heaven. This is not speaking of some external force determining your timing. No, it is speaking of you, the operant power, choosing the perfect moment for your own awakening. The very fact that you are receiving this message today is proof that you are ready for it. Your consciousness has expanded to the point where you can receive and integrate this profound truth. You see, consciousness is the only reality. And as your consciousness expands, new truths become available to you. This is why you must trust the timing. Let me share with you a principle that I have tested countless times, and I invite you to test it for yourself. The principle is this: your outer world is nothing more than your inner world pushed out. Therefore, if this message has reached you today, It is because your inner world is ready for the transformation it contains. Many of you sit here wondering about your desires, your manifestations, your dreams. You question why they haven't materialized yet. But I tell you, timing is not something that happens to you. It is something that happens from you. You are the operant power. You are the one determining the timing through your state of consciousness. When you truly understand this principle, you will never again question the timing of anything in your life. You will know with unwavering certainty that everything unfolds in perfect divine order, your divine order. For you are God pushed out into expression, and God's timing is always perfect. Now, let me explain something that many find difficult to grasp. The time it takes for your desire to materialize in the physical world is directly proportional to the naturalness of the state you assume. When you truly inhabit the state of your wish fulfilled, when it becomes so natural that you cease to think about it, that is when it materializes. This is why you must trust the timing. For when you trust, you relax into the naturalness of your desired state. When you trust, you cease to wrestle with time. And in that cessation of struggle, your manifestation appears with a naturalness that makes you wonder why you ever doubted. Consider the growth of a seed planted in the ground. It doesn't fret about when it will become a tree. It doesn't compare its growth to other seeds. It simply rests in the certainty of its own unfolding. This is the level of trust you must cultivate in the timing of your own manifestations. You see, the outside world is dead. It has no power to determine when things happen in your life. It is your consciousness, your imagination, that gives life to everything you experience. Therefore, when this message reaches you, it is because your consciousness has drawn it to you at the perfect moment for your evolution. Let me share with you a profound truth that few understand. Time is not a barrier to your desires' fulfillment. Your concept of time is. When you truly grasp that all possibilities exist now, that all states are available now, you will cease to be a slave to time and become its master. The Bible tells us in the beginning was the Word. This beginning is not some distant past event. It is now. Every moment is the beginning. And in every moment you are speaking the word, imagining that creates your reality. Therefore, trust that this moment, this Enodao, is the perfect beginning for whatever you desire to manifest. Many of you have been waiting for signs for the perfect moment to start living from your desired state. I tell you, the arrival of this message is your sign. The fact that you are hearing these words is your perfect moment. For in truth, there is no waiting, there is only accepting or rejecting the state you desire to occupy. Think about the times in your life when something arrived at what seemed like the perfect moment. Was it not true that your state of consciousness had shifted just before its arrival? This is the law operating with mathematical precision. Your state of consciousness determines the timing of everything in your life. When you understand this law, you will never again say, I'm not ready or it's not the right time. You will know that your consciousness is always ready, that every moment is the right time. For consciousness is the only reality. Consider how many times in your life you've looked back and understood why certain things happened when they did. This retroactive understanding is proof that there is a divine order to all things, an order that proceeds from your own wonderful human imagination. The great mystic Meister Eckhart said, "The eye through which I see God is the same eye through which God sees me." In the same way, the consciousness through which you perceive this message is the same consciousness that orchestrated its arrival in your experience. Therefore, trust it completely. You see, what appears to be timing is really the perfect synchronization between your state of consciousness and its outer manifestation. When you change your state of consciousness, the timing of events in your life changes automatically. This is why you must trust the timing of this message. It is evidence of your own inner transformation. Let me tell you something that might surprise you. The very doubt you might feel about the timing of things in your life is itself perfectly timed, For it is through doubting that you come to seek deeper understanding, and through seeking that you come to know the truth of who you really are. Remember the story of Joseph in the Bible. He was sold into slavery, imprisoned, and seemed to suffer many delays before his rise to power. But was any of it poorly timed? No. Every event was perfectly orchestrated to bring about the fulfillment of his divine destiny. Your life is no different. The secret is this: instead of trying to time your manifestations, allow your manifestations to time themselves through your unwavering faith in the law. When you do this, you will discover that everything happens at exactly the right moment, not according to your limited human understanding, but according to the infinite wisdom of your divine self. Many of you have been told to be patient, to wait for the right time. But I tell you something different. There is no waiting in consciousness. The moment you assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled, you have activated the divine timing. Your only task then is to persist in that state until it becomes your natural state of being. Think of it this way: when you plant a seed in the ground, you don't dig it up every day to see if it's growing. You trust the invisible process that transforms that seed into a mighty tree. Similarly, when you plant a desire in your consciousness, you must trust the invisible process that brings it into manifestation. This message reaching you today is like that seed being planted. It contains within it everything necessary for its full manifestation in your life. Your task is not to question the timing, but to nurture it with your faith and water it with your unwavering assumption that what you desire is already yours. The Bible tells us that faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. This faith is not a blind belief in future events. It is the present evidence of an existing reality in consciousness. When you have this faith, timing becomes irrelevant, because you know that what is yours in consciousness must manifest in your experience. Let me share with you a profound truth that has transformed countless lives. The timing of your manifestations is not determined by external conditions or circumstances. It is determined solely by the consistency of your assumption. When you consistently assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled, divine timing takes over. You see, what appears to be delay is often divine preparation. Just as a mother carries her child for 9 months before birth, your desires are being carried in the womb of your consciousness until the perfect moment of their birth into physical reality. Trust this process implicitly. Consider how the entire universe operates with perfect timing. The rotation of the earth, the movement of the planets, the changing of the seasons. This same divine intelligence that orchestrates the cosmos is within you, timing the manifestation of your desires with equal precision. The very fact that you are receiving this message now is evidence of this perfect timing. Your consciousness has expanded to the point where you can receive and integrate these truths. This is why you must trust the timing. It is a reflection of your own spiritual readiness. Remember, in the realm of consciousness, there is no past or future, only the eternal no. Therefore, the perfect timing for anything you desire is always now, provided you assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled. This is the secret of divine timing. Many of you struggle with what you call divine timing versus your timing. But I tell you, there is no difference. Your timing, I has divine timing, for you are the divinity you seek. The only thing that delays your manifestation is your belief in delay. When you truly understand that consciousness is the only reality, you will cease to concern yourself with timing altogether. For in consciousness, everything exists, no you. Your only task is to select the state you wish to occupy and persist in it until it becomes your reality. Let me tell you something that few understand. Time is not a factor in the fulfillment of your desires. It is your attitude toward time that determines when your desires will manifest. When you cease to be anxious about timing, divine timing naturally takes over. You see, anxiety about timing is a confession of lack of faith in the law. When you truly believe that what you have assumed in consciousness must manifest, you become indifferent to time. This indifference is the secret of perfect timing. Consider how a flower blooms. It doesn't force itself open, it unfolds naturally in its own perfect timing. Your desires manifest in the same way when you trust the process and allow them to unfold naturally according to the law of consciousness. The fact that this message has reached you today is proof that you are ready for this understanding. Your consciousness has drawn it to you at the perfect moment for your spiritual evolution. Trust this timing implicitly. Remember, everything in your life, every person, every circumstance, every event is drawn to you by your state of consciousness. Therefore, trust that your present state of consciousness has drawn this message to you for a divine purpose. Let me share with you a secret that will transform your understanding of timing. The interval between your desire and its manifestation is not a period of waiting. It is a period of preparation. During this interval, you are being prepared to receive what you have imagined. Many of you think that your manifestations are taking too long. But I tell you, nothing takes too long when you understand that time is simply the movement of events in consciousness. The only thing that can delay your manifestation is your own doubt and anxiety about its timing. You see, when you truly understand that consciousness is the only reality, you will know that timing is not something that happens to you. It is something that happens from you. Your state of consciousness determines the timing of everything in your life. Consider this: every desire you have ever fulfilled came at exactly the right moment. Not a moment too soon or too late. This is because your consciousness, which is God, knows the perfect timing for everything. Trust this divine wisdom within you. The very fact that you are hearing these words now is evidence of this perfect timing. Your consciousness has expanded to the point where you can receive and integrate these profound truths. This is why you must trust the timing of this message. Remember, in the world of Caesar, the outer world, there appears to be time and space. But in the world of consciousness, the inner world, everything exists now. Your task is to bridge these worlds through your faithful assumption of the state of your wish fulfilled. Let me tell you something that might surprise you. The timing of your manifestations is not determined by your actions in the outer world, but by your assumption in the inner world. When your assumption is natural and unwavering, perfect timing follows automatically. You see, what appears to be delay is often divine protection. Just the fruit must ripen before it can be harvested. Your desires must ripen consciousness before they can manifest in your experience. Trust this ripening process implicitly. Consider how everything in nature has its own perfect timing. The gestation of a baby, the metamorphosis of a butterfly, the changing of the seasons. Your desires operate according to the same divine law of perfect timing. The fact that this message has reached you today is no accident. It is evidence of your own expanded consciousness drawing to you the very understanding you need at this moment. Trust this divine orchestration. Remember, you are not a helpless being waiting for the right time to receive your good. You are the operant power selecting the perfect timing through your state of consciousness. Trust this power within you. Many of you have been taught to believe in external timing, in luck, in chance, in fate. But I tell you, there is no external timing. There is only the timing that proceeds from your own wonderful human imagination. Let me share with you a truth that will set you free. The timing of your manifestations is not determined by conditions in the outer world, but by the consistency of your assumption in the inner world. When your assumption is unwavering, perfect timing follows naturally. You see, what appears to be waiting is really the operation of law. Just as a seed must go through a specific process before it becomes a tree, your desires must go through a specific process in consciousness before they manifest in experience. Consider how many times in your life something arrived at what seemed like just the right moment. Was this coincidence? No. It was the perfect operation of law. Your consciousness drawing to you exactly what you needed at exactly the right time. The very fact that you are receiving this understanding now is proof of this perfect timing. Your consciousness has expanded to the point where you can receive and integrate these profound truths. Trust this expansion implicitly. Remember, in the realm of consciousness, there is no such thing as too early or too late. There is only the perfect know-all, in which all possibilities exist simultaneously. Your task is to select the state you wish to occupy and trust the timing of its manifestation. Let me tell you something that you understand. The interval between your desire and its manifestation is not empty time. It is filled with the invisible activity of consciousness, preparing the way for your desire's fulfillment. Trust this invisible activity. You see, when you truly understand that consciousness is the only reality, you will know that timing is not something that happens to you. It is something that proceeds from you. Your state of consciousness determines the timing of everything in your life. Consider the perfection of timing in your own life. How certain events had to happen in a specific order to bring you to where you are now. This same divine intelligence is at work in the timing of your current desires. The fact that this message has reached you today is evidence of this perfect timing. Your consciousness has drawn it to you at exactly the right moment for your spiritual evolution. Trust this divine orchestration completely. Remember, you are not subject to time. Time is subject to you. For you are pure consciousness, and consciousness is the only reality. Therefore, trust that your timing is always perfect, because it proceeds from your own divine self. Many of you worry about missed opportunities or lost time. But I tell you, in consciousness, there is no such thing as a missed opportunity or lost time. There is only the eternal Noel, in which all possibilities exist simultaneously. Let me share with you a profound truth. The timing of your manifestations is not determined by your efforts in the outer world, but by your ability to remain faithful to your assumption in the inner world. When your faith is unwavering, perfect timing follows naturally. You see, what appears to be delay is really the preparation of circumstances necessary for the fulfillment of your desire. Just as a mother carries her child for 9 months before birth, your desires must be carried in consciousness before their manifestation. Consider how everything in nature has its perfect timing: the blooming of a flower, the ripening of fruit, the changing of seasons. Your desires operate according to the same divine law of perfect timing. The very fact that you are hearing these words now is evidence of this perfect timing. Your consciousness has expanded to the point where you can receive and integrate these profound truths. Trust this expansion implicitly. Remember, you are not waiting for the right time. You are creating the right time through your consciousness. For consciousness is the only reality, and everything in your world proceeds from it. Let me tell you something that will transform your understanding of timing. The interval between your desire and its manifestation is not a period of waiting. It is a period of becoming. During this interval, you are becoming the person who has what you desire. You see, when you truly understand that consciousness is the only reality, you will know that timing is not something that happens to you. It is something that happens through you. Your state of consciousness determines the timing of everything in your life. Consider how many times in your life divine timing has worked in ways you couldn't understand until later. This is because your higher self, your divine consciousness, knows the perfect sequence of events necessary for the fulfillment of your desires. The very resistance you feel to trusting timing is itself perfectly timed. For it is through this resistance that you come to understand the true nature of your own consciousness and its power to orchestrate all events in your life. Let me share with you a profound truth. There is no such thing as the right time or the wrong time in the absolute sense. There is only your conception of time, and this conception is determined by your state of consciousness. You see, what appears as timing in the outer world is really the movement of states in consciousness. When you move from one state to another in consciousness, the outer world must reorganize itself to reflect this movement. This reorganization appears as timing. Consider the story of Moses leading the Israelites out of Egypt. Was there a wrong time or right time for their exodus? No, the timing was determined by their consciousness, by their readiness to leave the state of bondage and enter the state of freedom. The fact that you are receiving this message today is proof of this principle. Your consciousness has shifted to the point where you are ready to receive and integrate these truths. This is why you must trust the timing implicitly. Remember, everything in your world is yourself pushed out. Therefore, the timing of events in your life is not determined by external factors, but by the movements of your own consciousness. Many of you question why certain desires haven't manifested yet. But I tell you, the very questioning is evidence that you are not yet dwelling naturally in the state of fulfillment. For when you truly dwell in that state, all sense of timing dissolves. Let me share with you the ultimate secret of divine timing. It is not about waiting for the right moment. It is about assuming the right state. Now, when you do this, divine timing takes care of itself. You see, in the realm of consciousness, there is no future to wait for and no past to regret. There is only the eternal know-how in which all possibilities exist simultaneously. Your task is to select the state you wish to occupy, no doubt. Consider how a master artist knows exactly when to apply each brushstroke. This knowing doesn't come from external timing. It comes from an inner sense of rightness. Your manifestations work in the same way. The very fact that you are hearing these words now is evidence of this perfect artistic timing. Your consciousness has drawn them to you at exactly the right moment for your spiritual evolution. Remember, you are not a victim of time. You are its master. For you are pure consciousness, and consciousness is the only reality. Therefore, trust that your timing is always perfect, because it proceeds from your own divine self. As we conclude this message, I want you to understand something profound. The timing of its arrival in your life is not accidental. It is a direct reflection of your expanded consciousness, your readiness to receive these truths. You see, consciousness is eternal, existing outside of time and space. Therefore, when you operate from consciousness rather than from the limited perspective of the outer world, you align yourself with perfect divine timing. Trust then that this message has reached you today, because today is the perfect day for your consciousness to expand into this understanding. Trust that every desire in your heart is unfolding to divine timing, your divine timing. For you are the operant power, the divine presence, expressing itself through the vehicle of your human imagination. Trust this power implicitly, for it knows the perfect timing for all things. And now, as we bring this message to its close, remember this eternal truth. You are not bound by time. You are the creator of time. You are not waiting for the right moment. You are the creator of all moments. Therefore, trust the timing of this message. Trust the timing of your desires. Trust the timing of your life. For all timing proceeds from consciousness, and consciousness is who you really are. Now go forth in this understanding, knowing that every moment is the right moment when you dwell in the consciousness of your wish fulfilled. For timing is not your master, you are the master of timing. And that, my beloved friends, is the perfect truth of perfect timing. Remember, the very fact that you remain to hear this message to its conclusion is evidence of your readiness to receive its truth. Trust this divine orchestration, for it proceeds from the depths of your own being. For in truth, there is only one time, the eternal now thou. And in this NOU, you are already all that you desire to be. Trust this, live from this, and watch as divine timing unfolds perfectly in your life. Tonight we shall explore a subject that many dismiss as trivial, yet I assure you it holds within it the very keys to unlocking your greatest potential. We shall delve into the mystical hours between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., a time when the veil between worlds is at its thinnest, when your consciousness is most receptive to the whispers of the divine. How many of you have found yourselves stirring in these early chilly hours, pulled from your slumber by an unseen force? Perhaps you've dismissed it as mere restlessness or attributed it to some physical discomfort. But I tell you now with absolute certainty that these moments are sacred invitations from the universe itself. When you wake between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., you are being called to partake in the creative power of the universe. This is the time when the world around you slumbers, when the noise of daily life subsides, and you are left alone with the infinite potential that resides within you. It is during these golden hours that you have the opportunity to shape your reality in ways that seem nothing short of miraculous to those who do not understand the law. But what, you may ask, should one do when roused from sleep at such an hour? My friends, I shall share with you 3 powerful practices that, when embraced with unwavering faith and persistence, will revolutionize your existence and align you with the very fabric of creation itself. The first thing you must do upon waking in these early hours is to immediately enter a state of gratitude. Gratitude, my dear listeners, is not merely a polite sentiment or a social nicety. No, gratitude is a powerful force that aligns your vibration with that of your desires. When you express genuine thankfulness for all that you have and all that you are, you open yourself to receive even greater blessings. As you lie there in the stillness of the early morning, begin to count your blessings. Start with the simplest things: the breath in your lungs, the beating of your heart, the comfort of your bed. Then expand your gratitude to encompass all aspects of your life. Give thanks for your loved ones, your experiences, your challenges, and yes, even your unfulfilled desires. You may wonder why I ask you to be grateful for that which you have not yet received. The answer, my friends, lies in the very nature of creation. For in the realm of the infinite, time is but an illusion. Your desires already exist in their completed state. By expressing gratitude for them now, you acknowledge their reality and draw them into your physical experience. Imagine, if you will, that you desire financial abundance. In these early morning hours, feel the overwhelming gratitude for the wealth that is already yours. Give thanks for the abundance that flows to you effortlessly, for the freedom it brings, for the opportunities it affords you to help others. Feel this gratitude with every fiber of your being, as if you were already in possession of this wealth. This practice of gratitude is not a mere exercise in positive thinking. It is a recognition of the truth of your being, that you are one with the source of all creation, and that all good things are your divine birthright. When you truly embody this state of thankfulness, you become a magnet for the very things you desire. As you lie there, bathed in the glow of gratitude, you will find that your entire being begins to shift. The worries and anxieties that may have plagued you during the day begin to dissolve, replaced by a deep sense of peace and assurance. This, my friends, is the power of aligning yourself with the truth of your being. Now let us move on to the second practice that you must embrace during these sacred hours. Having filled yourself with gratitude, you must now turn your attention to the art of visualization. Visualization, when done correctly, is not mere daydreaming or wishful thinking. It is the conscious act of creation, the very same process by which the universe itself came into being. In these quiet hours, when your mind is free from the distractions of the waking world, you have a unique opportunity to impress upon your subconscious mind the images of your desired reality. Close your eyes and begin to construct with vivid detail the life you wish to live. See it not as a distant possibility, but as your present reality. If you desire perfect health, see yourself moving with vitality and strength. Feel the energy coursing through your body, the ease with which you breathe, the clarity of your mind. If you long for a loving relationship, see yourself embraced by your perfect partner. Feel the warmth of their love. Hear the sound of their laughter. Whatever your heart's desire may be, bring it to life in your mind's eye with such clarity that it becomes more real to you than your present circumstances. As you engage in this visualization, you must remember that you are not merely imagining a future possibility. You are, in fact, experiencing the reality of your place that can truly exist within your consciousness. For all things, my dear friends, must first be conceived in the realm of imagination before they can be made manifest in the physical world. Understand that your imagination is not separate from reality. It is the very substance of reality itself. The world you see around you is nothing more than the outpicturing of the images you hold in your mind. By consciously choosing the images you dwell upon, you are quite literally choosing the reality you will experience. As you visualize, do not simply see the end result of your desire. Experience it with all your senses. If you desire a beautiful home, walk through its rooms in your mind. Feel the texture of the furnishings, smell the flowers in the garden, hear the sound of laughter echoing through its halls. The more real you can make this experience in your imagination, the more quickly it will manifest in your physical reality. But remember, my friends, that visualization is not about forcing or straining. It should be as natural and effortless as remembering a fond memory. Allow the images to flow freely, guided by the feeling of your desire fulfilled. For it is the feeling that gives life to your visualizations that imbues them with the power to reshape your world. As you engage in this practice night after night, you will find that your visualizations become increasingly vivid and real. You may even reach a point where you can no longer distinguish between your imagined reality and your physical experience. This, my dear listeners, is the point at which true transformation begins to occur. Now, let us turn our attention to the third and final practice that you must embrace during these early morning hours. Having filled yourself with gratitude and immersed yourself in the vivid imagery of your desires fulfilled, you must now declare the truth of your being with unwavering conviction. Words, my friends, are not mere sounds or symbols on a page. They are living, vibrating energy that shapes the very fabric of your reality. The declarations you make, particularly in these receptive hours, have the power to override all contrary evidence in your physical world and establish a new order in your life. So as you lie there in the stillness of the early morning, begin to make powerful declarations of truth. Speak them aloud if you can, for there is power in the spoken word. But even if circumstances require silence, speak them with conviction in your mind. Declare, I am whole, perfect, strong, powerful, loving, harmonious, and happy. Feel the truth of these words resonating through every cell of your body. Do not simply repeat them by rote, but imbue them with the full force of your belief. If you desire success in your career, declare, I am supremely successful in all my endeavors. Everything I touch prospers and flourishes. If you seek perfect health, proclaim, I am the embodiment of perfect health and vitality. Every cell in my body radiates with divine energy. Remember, as you make these declarations, that you are not attempting to change reality. You are simply acknowledging the truth that already exists in the realm of the absolute. Your words are not creating something new, but rather aligning your consciousness with the perfection that is your true nature. You may find at first that your logical mind rebels against these declarations. It may present you with all manner of evidence to the contrary. But I urge you, my dear friends, to persist. For your logical mind deals only with the world of effects, while your declarations are operating in the world of causes. As you continue this practice day after day, you will find that your declarations begin to take root in your subconscious mind. They will become your dominant thoughts, coloring your perceptions and guiding your actions throughout the day. And as your thoughts change, so too will your reality. Now, my dear friends, I want you to understand that these three practices, gratitude, visualization, and declaration, are not separate exercises to be performed in isolation. They are, in fact, different aspects of the same creative process. They work together in perfect harmony to align your entire being with the reality you wish to experience. As you express gratitude, you open yourself to receive. As you visualize, you impress upon your subconscious mind the image of your desire fulfilled. And as you declare, you align your conscious mind with this new reality. Together, these practices create an irresistible force that must, by the very laws of the universe, bring about the manifestation of your desires. But I must caution you, my friends, that this is not a practice to be undertaken lightly or half-heartedly. The universe responds to your dominant thoughts and feelings, not to your fleeting wishes or momentary enthusiasm. You must approach these early morning sessions with the utmost seriousness and dedication. Treat this time as sacred, for indeed it is. You are engaging in the very act of creation, partnering with the divine to shape your reality. Approach it with reverence, with joy, and with unwavering faith in the power that lies within you. You may find, as you begin this practice, that your physical circumstances do not immediately change. Do not be discouraged by this, for remember, the outer world is but a reflection of your inner states of consciousness. Continue your practice with patience and persistence, knowing that the seed you are planting in these early morning hours must, by divine law, come to fruition. As you go about your day, carry with you the feeling of your desire fulfilled. Let it infuse every action, every interaction, every moment, for it is this feeling that will bridge the gap between your current circumstances and the reality you are creating. My dear friends, I want you to understand that what I am sharing with you tonight is not some esoteric technique or complex metaphysical system. It is the very process by which all of creation comes into being. It is your birthright as a divine being, temporarily clothed in human form. You are not separate from the creative power of the universe. You are that power individualized and made manifest. When you truly grasp this truth, when you feel it in the very depths of your being, you will understand that there are no limits to what you can do. The early morning hours between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. offer you a unique opportunity to tap into this creative power with minimal interference from the outside world. But remember, the power itself is always available to you at every moment of every day. These practices are not confined to these specific hours. They can and should be integrated into your entire life. As you begin to see the results of your efforts, as your desires begin to manifest in your physical reality, you may be tempted to share your experiences with others. Be discerning in this, my friends. Not everyone is ready to accept the truth of their own creative power. Some may scoff, others may attempt to discourage you. Remember that your only obligation is to remain true to your own inner knowing. You need not defend or explain your practices to anyone. Your results will speak for themselves, and those who are ready will be drawn to the light that begins to shine through you. As you continue on this path, you will find that your desires begin to shift. The material things that once seemed so important may lose their appeal as you realize the truth share there. You may find yourself drawn to higher aspirations, to ways of serving humanity and expressing the divine love that flows through you. Embrace these shifts, my dear friends, for they are signs of your spiritual growth and evolving consciousness. As you align more fully with your true nature, your desires will naturally come into harmony with the highest good for all. Now, I want to address a question that may have arisen in your minds as I've been speaking. Some of you may be wondering, but Neville, what if I don't naturally wake up between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m.? Should I set an alarm to practice these techniques? My answer to you is this: while these hours are indeed potent for the reasons I've explained, the true power lies not in the specific time, but in your state of consciousness. If you do not naturally wake during these hours, do not force it. Instead, apply these principles as you fall asleep at night and again as you wake in the morning. The moments just before sleep and just after waking are also highly receptive states. As you lie in bed at night, fill yourself with gratitude for the day that has passed and for the beautiful sleep that awaits you. Visualize your desires fulfilled and drift off to sleep in the consciousness of your wish realized. Then, upon waking, before you engage with the outside world, take a few moments to once again express gratitude, visualize, and declare the truth of your being. In this way, you bookend your sleep with powerful creative sessions, programming your subconscious mind throughout the night. Remember, my dear friends, that time is an illusion created by our physical senses. In the realm of spirit, where all creation takes place, there is only the eternal now. Whether you practice at 3 a.m., 7 a.m., or any other time, what matters is the intensity of your faith and the clarity of your vision. As we near the end of our time together, I want to impress upon you the importance of persistence. The practices I've shared with you tonight are not quick fixes or magical solutions. They are tools for aligning your consciousness with the creative power of the universe. Like any tool, their effectiveness depends on your consistent and skilled use. Do not be discouraged if you do not see immediate results. Some desires may manifest quickly, while others may take more time. Trust in the process, and above all, trust in yourself. You are not separate from the power that creates worlds. You are that power of focused individual expression. As you go forth from this place, I urge you to commit to this practice with all your heart. Whether you find yourself naturally waking in those early morning hours, or whether you choose to practice at other times, do so with dedication and joy. For you are embarking on the grandest adventure possible, the conscious creation of your own reality. Remember that every circumstance in your life, every person you encounter, every challenge you face is a reflection of your own consciousness. As you change your inner world through these practices, your outer world must, by divine law, change to match it. Be patient with yourself and with the process. Some days you may find it easy to enter into the state of your wish fulfilled. Other days it may seem more challenging. Accept these fluctuations as part of the journey. What matters is not perfection, but persistence. And as you persist, as you make these practices a non-negotiable part of your daily life, you will begin to see miracles unfold around you. Opportunities will appear as if by magic. The right people will come into your life at the perfect time. Circumstances will align in ways you could never have planned or anticipated. But the greatest miracle of all, my dear friends, will be the transformation that occurs within you. As you align more fully with your true nature as a divine creative being, you will find a peace and joy that surpasses all understanding. The fears and anxieties that may have plagued you will begin to dissolve, replaced by an unshakable faith in the goodness of life and in your own innate power. You will begin to see the world through new eyes. Where once you may have seen lack and limitation, you will now see infinite possibility. Where you once saw strangers and potential enemies, you will now see divine beings on their own unique journeys. Your heart will open, and you will find yourself naturally expressing love and compassion to all you encounter. This, my dear listeners, is the true purpose of the practices I've shared with you tonight. Yes, they will bring you the material desires of your heart, but more importantly, they will awaken you to the truth of who you really are. They will restore you to your rightful place as a conscious creator, working in harmony with the divine forces of the universe. As we come to the close of our time together, I want to leave you with one final thought. The practices we've discussed, gratitude, visualization, and declaration, are not ends in themselves. They are means by which you align yourself with the creative power of the universe. But the ultimate goal is to reach a state where you no longer need these practices, because you are living in constant awareness of your oneness with the divine. Imagine a state of being where gratitude is your constant companion, where your every thought naturally creates your reality, where your words are always in alignment with the highest truth. This, my friends, is your destiny. It is the state from which you came and to which you are now returning, enriched by your experiences in this earthly realm. So go forth from this place with joy and anticipation. Embrace these practices with all your heart. Whether you find yourself awake between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., or whether you choose other times to connect with your divine nature, do so with the knowledge that you are engaging in the grandest work possible, the conscious creation of your life. Remember, the kingdom of heaven is within you. It is not a place to be reached, but a state of consciousness to be realized. Through these practices, you are claiming your divine birthright. You are stepping into your role as a co-creator with the infinite. I leave you now with these words. You are pure consciousness. You are divine love made manifest. You are the operant power in your world. Go forth and create magnificently, for that is why you are here. Thank you, my dear friends, and may your journey be filled with wonder, joy, and the thrill of conscious creation.
The universe does not operate on whims. It moves with purpose, intention, and an unwavering sense of justice. Every loss you've experienced, every moment of despair, has been recorded in the grand design of your existence. Nothing escapes the divine awareness of the universe. It is always listening, always responding, even when it feels silent. The timing may not align with your expectations, but it is always perfect. The return is not just about replacing what you lost, but about enriching your life in ways you could never have imagined. Think of the rain that falls after a long drought. The earth, cracked and dry, seems lifeless, but beneath that surface lies dormant potential. The rain doesn't just bring water, it brings life. It nourishes the soil, awakens the seeds, and sparks a renewal that transforms the landscape. Your life operates in the same way. The seasons of loss and waiting are not barren wastelands, they are periods of preparation. The universe is not withholding from you, it is preparing you. It is ensuring that when the rain comes, you are ready to bloom. The process of waiting can feel endless, even painful, as though you're wandering through a desert with no end in sight. But within that desert lies hidden strength, resilience, and a deepened faith. The universe uses these moments to refine you, to mold you into someone who can not only receive the blessings but also sustain and appreciate them. It's not about whether you are deserving, because you are inherently worthy. It's about ensuring that you are ready to handle the magnitude of what is coming. Every loss carries with it a lesson, a piece of wisdom that prepares you for the abundance ahead. Sometimes the lesson is patience, teaching you to trust the timing of the universe. Other times it's surrender, showing you the power of letting go and releasing control. And occasionally the lesson is gratitude, reminding you to find joy in the small, quiet moments, even when the bigger picture feels unclear. These lessons are not punishments, they are gifts. They are the tools you'll need to navigate the return of everything you've lost. You are not alone in this journey. The universe places signs, people, and opportunities along your path to remind you of its presence. These may come as a kind word from a stranger, an unexpected opportunity, or a moment of clarity in the midst of chaos. Pay attention to these moments. They are whispers from the universe, guiding you toward what is already yours. Even in the darkest times, the universe is working behind the scenes, aligning circumstances to bring you back to the light. The key is to remain open and receptive. It's easy to close yourself off after experiencing loss, to build walls around your heart in an attempt to protect yourself. But those walls can also block the blessings trying to reach you. Vulnerability is not weakness, it is strength. It is a declaration of your trust in the universe, a sign that you are ready to receive. When you open yourself to possibility, you create a space for the universe to fill with abundance. Abundance doesn't always arrive in the way you expect. Sometimes it comes disguised as challenges, pushing you to grow and expand beyond your comfort zone. Other times it arrives as subtle shifts, as quiet transformations that gradually reshape your reality. And occasionally it bursts into your life with undeniable clarity, leaving no doubt that it was meant for you. Regardless of how it comes, abundance is always a reflection of your inner state. When you align your thoughts, emotions, and actions with the energy of abundance, you become a magnet for it. Your faith is a powerful force. It is the thread that connects you to the universe, the bridge that carries you through moments of uncertainty. Faith is not about ignoring reality or pretending that everything is perfect. It is about believing in the unseen, in the possibilities that lie beyond your current circumstances. It is about trusting that the universe is always working for your highest good, even when you can't see the full picture. Faith is what turns loss into transformation and waiting into anticipation. As you navigate this journey, remember that the universe is infinite in its resources. There is no shortage of blessings, no limit to what can be restored or renewed. The idea that loss is permanent is an illusion created by fear. The truth is that what is meant for you can never truly be lost. It may be delayed, detoured, or transformed, but it will always find its way back to you. The universe is not here to take from you, it is here to give, to replenish, and to elevate. Every moment of gratitude, every act of kindness, and every step forward, no matter how small, contributes to the energy that attracts your blessings. The universe responds to your vibration, to the energy you put out into the world. When you choose to focus on hope, love, and abundance, you align yourself with the flow of the universe. This doesn't mean ignoring your pain or pretending that loss doesn't hurt. It means acknowledging your feelings while choosing to believe in a brighter future. The universe is not confined by time or space. It operates in realms far beyond our understanding, weaving together threads of possibility to create outcomes that serve your highest good. What you perceive as delays are not denials, they are opportunities for alignment. The universe knows what you need and when you need it. Trust that its timing is always perfect, even when it feels inconvenient or unfair. The waiting is not wasted time, it is sacred time, a period of growth and preparation. Your story is still unfolding. The chapters of loss are not the final pages. They are part of a larger narrative, one that is filled with redemption, restoration, and renewal. The universe is a master storyteller, and it is crafting a tale that is uniquely yours. Every twist and turn, every moment of heartache and joy is leading you toward a resolution that will leave you in awe. Trust the process, trust the journey, and trust that the universe is always working in your favor. You are part of a grand design that is intricately woven with care, precision, and boundless love. The universe sees every tear you've cried, every sacrifice you've made, and every moment when you thought you couldn't go on. These experiences are not forgotten or ignored, they are the seeds of your eventual triumph. What you have lost is not gone forever. It is being reconfigured, transformed, and prepared to return to you in a way that exceeds your greatest hopes and dreams. This is the promise of the universe, a promise that is as unshakable as the stars in the sky. The universe does not operate randomly. It aligns itself with your deepest desires, your soul's purpose, and the energy you emit. Every loss serves a higher purpose, even when that purpose is not immediately clear. The struggles and setbacks you've endured are not punishments, they are preparations. They are the universe's way of refining you, of sharpening your vision, of ensuring that when the blessings arrive, you are fully capable of embracing them. These trials are shaping you into the person who can thrive in the abundance that is on its way. You may not see the full picture yet, but the pieces are falling into place. Sometimes the delays and detours are necessary for your growth. They force you to confront parts of yourself that need healing, to release old patterns that no longer serve you, and to step into the fullness of who you are meant to be. The waiting is not a punishment, it is a gift. It is a sacred pause that allows you to become the version of yourself that is ready to receive everything you've dreamed of and more. The universe always gives in overflowing measures. What is returned to you will not simply replace what you've lost, it will be far greater. It will be richer, fuller, and more meaningful than you could have imagined. This is the nature of divine restoration. It doesn't merely compensate, it elevates. It takes what was broken and makes it whole again, and in doing so, it creates something even more beautiful than before. The loss you've experienced is a chapter, not the conclusion. The story is still unfolding, and the ending will be worth every moment of struggle. Your role in this process is to remain open, patient, and trusting. It can be tempting to lose hope when the journey feels long, but hope is what keeps you connected to the infinite possibilities of the universe. Hope is a bridge that spans the gap between where you are and where you're destined to be. It is not naive or unrealistic, it is powerful and transformative. When you choose hope, you align yourself with the energy of abundance and invite the universe to work its magic in your life. Gratitude is another key to unlocking the return of what you've lost. When you focus on what you already have, no matter how small, you create a magnetic field that attracts more blessings. Gratitude shifts your perspective from lack to abundance, from despair to possibility. It reminds you that even in the midst of loss, there is so much to be thankful for. Each moment of gratitude sends a signal to the universe that you are ready to receive, that you are open to the good that is coming your way. The universe is always listening to your thoughts, your words, and your actions. It responds to the energy you put out into the world. When you dwell on what you've lost, you anchor yourself to the past. But when you focus on what you're gaining, you propel yourself forward. This doesn't mean ignoring your pain or pretending that loss doesn't matter. It means acknowledging your feelings while choosing to believe that something better is on the horizon. It means shifting your energy from sorrow to anticipation. You are not a victim of your circumstances. You are a co-creator with the universe, a powerful being with the ability to shape your reality. The energy you emit sets the tone for what the universe delivers. When you align yourself with the vibration of abundance, joy, and faith, you create a pathway for blessings to flow into your life. This is not about denying the challenges you face, it's about recognizing your power to rise above them. It's about understanding that the universe is always working for you, not against you. The journey of restoration is not always easy. It requires patience, resilience, and a willingness to trust in the unseen. But every step you take, no matter how small, brings you closer to the fulfillment of your dreams. The universe celebrates each moment of courage, each act of kindness, and each leap of faith. It sees the effort you've put in, the sacrifices you've made, and the hope you've held on to, even when it felt impossible. These are the qualities that attract abundance and ensure that what is returned to you is far greater than what was lost. As you move forward, remember that the universe is limitless in its ability to provide. There is no shortage of blessings, no limit to the good that can come into your life. What you've lost is not a reflection of your worth or your value. It is not a punishment or a failure. It is a stepping stone, a part of the journey that is leading you to something greater. The universe does not take from you without the intention of giving back tenfold. It is always seeking to bring balance, to restore harmony, and to ensure that you are abundantly provided for. The return of what you've lost will not come all at once. It will arrive in waves, in moments of unexpected joy, in opportunities that seem to come out of nowhere, and in relationships that bring new depth and meaning to your life. It may not look exactly as you imagined, but it will be exactly what you need. The universe knows your heart better than you do, and it will provide in ways that surpass your greatest expectations. Trust in its wisdom and its timing, and know that your story is far from over. You are on the brink of a transformation, a turning point that will redefine your life in the most beautiful ways. The losses you've endured have not been in vain. They have prepared you, strengthened you, and positioned you to receive blessings beyond your wildest dreams. The universe is about to return everything you've lost and more. It is aligning circumstances, orchestrating events, and preparing you for a season of abundance that will make every moment of waiting and struggle worthwhile. Trust in this process, and trust in the boundless generosity of the universe. The universe does not operate on whims, it moves with purpose, intention, and an unwavering sense of justice. Every loss you've experienced, every moment of despair, has been recorded in the grand design of your existence. Nothing escapes the divine awareness of the universe. It is always listening, always responding, even when it feels silent. The timing may not align with your expectations, but it is always perfect. The return is not just about replacing what you lost, but about enriching your life in ways you could never have imagined. Think of the rain that falls after a long drought. The earth, cracked and dry, seems lifeless, but beneath that surface lies dormant potential. The rain doesn't just bring water, it brings life. It nourishes the soil, awakens the seeds, and sparks a renewal that transforms the landscape. Your life operates in the same way. The seasons of loss and waiting are not barren wastelands, they are periods of preparation. The universe is not withholding from you, it is preparing you. It is ensuring that when the rain comes, you are ready to bloom. The process of waiting can feel endless, even painful, as though you're wandering through a desert with no end in sight. But within that desert lies hidden strength, resilience, and a deepened faith. The universe uses these moments to refine you, to mold you into someone who can not only receive the blessings but also sustain and appreciate them. It's not about whether you are deserving, because you are inherently worthy. It's about ensuring that you are ready to handle the magnitude of what is coming. Every loss carries with it a lesson, a piece of wisdom that prepares you for the abundance ahead. Sometimes the lesson is patience, teaching you to trust the timing of the universe. Other times it's surrender, showing you the power of letting go and releasing control. And occasionally the lesson is gratitude, reminding you to find joy in the small, quiet moments, even when the bigger picture feels unclear. These lessons are not punishments, they are gifts. They are the tools you'll need to navigate the return of everything you've lost. The key is to remain open and receptive. It's easy to close yourself off after experiencing loss, to build walls around your heart in an attempt to protect yourself. But those walls can also block the blessings trying to reach you. Vulnerability is not weakness, it is strength. It is a declaration of your trust in the universe, a sign that you are ready to receive. When you open yourself to possibility, you create a space for the universe to fill with abundance. Abundance doesn't always arrive in the way you expect. Sometimes it comes disguised as challenges, pushing you to grow and expand beyond your comfort zone. Other times it arrives as subtle shifts, as quiet transformations that gradually reshape your reality. And occasionally it bursts into your life with undeniable clarity, leaving no doubt that it was meant for you. Regardless of how it comes, abundance is always a reflection of your inner state. When you align your thoughts, emotions, and actions with the energy of abundance, you become a magnet for it. Your faith is a powerful force. It is the thread that connects you to the universe, the bridge that carries you through moments of uncertainty. Faith is not about ignoring reality or pretending that everything is perfect. It is about believing in the unseen, in the possibilities that lie beyond your current circumstances. It is about trusting that the universe is always working for your highest good, even when you can't see the full picture. Faith is what turns loss into transformation and waiting into anticipation. As you navigate this journey, remember that the universe is infinite in its resources. There is no shortage of blessings, no limit to what can be restored or renewed. The idea that loss is permanent is an illusion created by fear. The truth is that what is meant for you can never truly be lost. It may be delayed, detoured, or transformed, but it will always find its way back to you. The universe is not here to take from you, it is here to give, to replenish, and to elevate. Every moment of gratitude, every act of kindness, and every step forward, no matter how small, contributes to the energy that attracts your blessings. The universe responds to your vibration, to the energy you put out into the world. When you choose to focus on hope, love, and abundance, you align yourself with the flow of the universe. This doesn't mean ignoring your pain or pretending that loss doesn't hurt. It means acknowledging your feelings while choosing to believe in a brighter future. The universe is not confined by time or space. It operates in realms far beyond our understanding, weaving together threads of possibility to create outcomes that serve your highest good. What you perceive as delays are not denials, they are opportunities for alignment. The universe knows what you need and when you need it. Trust that its timing is always perfect, even when it feels inconvenient or unfair. The waiting is not wasted time, it is sacred time, a period of growth and preparation. Your story is still unfolding. The chapters of loss are not the final pages. They are part of a larger narrative, one that is filled with redemption, restoration, and renewal. The universe is a master storyteller, and it is crafting a tale that is uniquely yours. Every twist and turn, every moment of heartache and joy is leading you toward a resolution that will leave you in awe. Trust the process, trust the journey, and trust that the universe is always working in your favor. You are part of a grand design that is intricately woven with care, precision, and boundless love. The universe sees every tear you've cried, every sacrifice you've made, and every moment when you thought you couldn't go on. These experiences are not forgotten or ignored, they are the seeds of your eventual triumph. What you have lost is not gone forever. It is being reconfigured, transformed, and prepared to return to you in a way that exceeds your greatest hopes and dreams. This is the promise of the universe, a promise that is as unshakable as the stars in the sky. The universe does not operate randomly. It aligns itself with your deepest desires, your soul's purpose, and the energy you emit. Every loss serves a higher purpose, even when that purpose is not immediately clear. The struggles and setbacks you've endured are not punishments, they are preparations. They are the universe's way of refining you, of sharpening your vision, of ensuring that when the blessings arrive, you are fully capable of embracing them. These trials are shaping you into the person who can thrive in the abundance that is on its way. You may not see the full picture yet, but the pieces are falling into place. Sometimes the delays and detours are necessary for your growth. They force you to confront parts of yourself that need healing, to release old patterns that no longer serve you, and to step into the fullness of who you are meant to be. The waiting is not a punishment, it is a gift. It is a sacred pause that allows you to become the version of yourself that is ready to receive everything you've dreamed of and more. The universe always gives in overflowing measures. What is returned to you will not simply replace what you've lost, it will be far greater. It will be richer, fuller, and more meaningful than you could have imagined. This is the nature of divine restoration. It doesn't merely compensate, it elevates. It takes what was broken and makes it whole again, and in doing so, it creates something even more beautiful than before. The loss you've experienced is a chapter, not the conclusion. The story is still unfolding, and the ending will be worth every moment of struggle. Your role in this process is to remain open, patient, and trusting. It can be tempting to lose hope when the journey feels long, but hope is what keeps you connected to the infinite possibilities of the universe. Hope is a bridge that spans the gap between where you are and where you're destined to be. It is not naive or unrealistic, it is powerful and transformative. When you choose hope, you align yourself with the energy of abundance and invite the universe to work its magic in your life. Gratitude is another key to unlocking the return of what you've lost. When you focus on what you already have, no matter how small, you create a magnetic field that attracts more blessings. Gratitude shifts your perspective from lack to abundance, from despair to possibility. It reminds you that even in the midst of loss, there is so much to be thankful for. Each moment of gratitude sends a signal to the universe that you are ready to receive, that you are open to the good that is coming your way. The universe is always listening to your thoughts, your words, and your actions. It responds to the energy you put out into the world. When you dwell on what you've lost, you anchor yourself to the past. But when you focus on what you're gaining, you propel yourself forward. This doesn't mean ignoring your pain or pretending that loss doesn't matter. It means acknowledging your feelings while choosing to believe that something better is on the horizon. It means shifting your energy from sorrow to anticipation. You are not a victim of your circumstances. You are a co-creator with the universe, a powerful being with the ability to shape your reality. The energy you emit sets the tone for what the universe delivers. When you align yourself with the vibration of abundance, joy, and faith, you create a pathway for blessings to flow into your life. This is not about denying the challenges you face, it's about recognizing your power to rise above them. It's about understanding that the universe is always working for you, not against you. The journey of restoration is not always easy. It requires patience, resilience, and a willingness to trust in the unseen. But every step you take, no matter how small, brings you closer to the fulfillment of your dreams. The universe celebrates each moment of courage, each act of kindness, and each leap of faith. It sees the effort you've put in, the sacrifices you've made, and the hope you've held on to, even when it felt impossible. These are the qualities that attract abundance and ensure that what is returned to you is far greater than what was lost. As you move forward, remember that the universe is limitless in its ability to provide. There is no shortage of blessings, no limit to the good that can come into your life. What you've lost is not a reflection of your worth or your value. It is not a punishment or a failure. It is a stepping stone, a part of the journey that is leading you to something greater. The universe does not take from you without the intention of giving back tenfold. It is always seeking to bring balance, to restore harmony, and to ensure that you are abundantly provided for. The return of what you've lost will not come all at once. It will arrive in waves, in moments of unexpected joy, in opportunities that seem to come out of nowhere, and in relationships that bring new depth and meaning to your life. It may not look exactly as you imagined, but it will be exactly what you need. The universe knows your heart better than you do, and it will provide in ways that surpass your greatest expectations. Trust in its wisdom and its timing, and know that your story is far from over. You are on the brink of a transformation, a turning point that will redefine your life in the most beautiful ways. The losses you've endured have not been in vain. They have prepared you, strengthened you, and positioned you to receive blessings beyond your wildest dreams. The universe is about to return everything you've lost and more. It is aligning circumstances, orchestrating events, and preparing you for a season of abundance that will make every moment of waiting and struggle worthwhile. Trust in this process, and trust in the boundless generosity of the universe. The universe works in ways we cannot always see or comprehend, weaving together moments, decisions, and experiences to form the fabric of our lives. There are seasons when it feels as though everything is slipping through our fingers: relationships, opportunities, dreams. Loss, no matter how familiar it may feel, carries a weight that often leaves us questioning our path and our purpose. Yet, what if I told you that the universe never truly takes away without the intention to give back? What if every loss you've endured was simply a preparation for a return far greater than you can imagine? Think about the seeds that are buried in the darkness of the soil. To the untrained eye, it may appear as though they've been lost, buried beneath layers of earth. But in reality, they are being prepared for something extraordinary. It is in the unseen spaces that growth begins. The soil isn't the end, it's the beginning. In the same way, the losses you've experienced are not endings. They are the foundation for what is to come. The universe, much like the tide, moves in cycles. What goes out eventually comes back in, often carrying treasures you never expected. Perhaps you lost something that felt irreplaceable: a relationship, a job, a dream that seemed so close you could almost touch it. But loss is not final. The universe has a way of recalibrating, of taking what was lost and transforming it into something even more aligned with who you are becoming. Sometimes the return doesn't look exactly like what you lost, it looks better, fuller, richer, because it aligns with the growth you've undergone in the process. Every tear you've cried, every night you've spent questioning has not been in vain. The universe records every emotion, every whispered prayer, and every act of faith. It's not about whether the universe remembers, it always does. It's about timing, about orchestrating the perfect moment for what you need to meet you on your journey. There's a divine rhythm to this, one that cannot be rushed or forced. Trust that what is meant for you is on its way, even now. The key to this return lies in your perspective. Loss can often feel like punishment, like a door closing forever. But what if the door that closed was only redirecting you to something more magnificent? What if the path that seemed blocked was actually protecting you from harm? The universe operates on a higher plane, one that sees beyond our limited view. It is in this trust, this surrender, that we find peace in the waiting. Your task is not to chase after what was lost, but to remain open to what is being restored. The restoration may not happen in the way you expect, but it will happen in the way that serves you best. It may come quietly in moments of unexpected joy, in opportunities that seem to appear out of nowhere, or in relationships that heal wounds you thought would never mend. The universe speaks in whispers and signs, in synchronicities that remind you it is always working on your behalf. So stand firm in your faith, in your hope, and in your belief that the universe is abundant and just. You are not forgotten, and your pain is not gone unnoticed. There is a shift happening, a turning of tides, a cosmic realignment. What you have lost is making its way back to you, transformed and multiplied. Trust the process. The universe always keeps its promises. The universe operates on principles far deeper than what our human understanding can grasp. It moves with intention, aligning everything in perfect harmony, even when we cannot see the bigger picture. The moments in life that feel like loss are not random, they are the universe's way of recalibrating your path. Sometimes the things you lose are not truly taken, they are being prepared, refined and returned in a way that fits the life you are meant to lead. Think about the times in nature when transformation is necessary. The caterpillar must dissolve entirely in its cocoon to emerge as a butterfly. To the outside world, it might appear that the caterpillar has ceased to exist, that all its potential has been destroyed. But within that stillness, that dark and confined space, a miracle is happening. What looks like destruction is, in fact, a necessary phase of transformation. The same applies to your journey. What you've lost is not truly gone. It is in the process of becoming something greater. Loss is often the universe's way of removing what no longer serves your highest good. Even when it feels painful, even when it feels unfair, it is important to understand that some things must be released to make room for the abundance waiting to flow into your life. You cannot pour water into a full cup without first emptying it. And sometimes the universe takes the responsibility of emptying your cup, because it knows you are ready for more, even if you don't feel prepared. The truth is, we often cling to what we know, even when it limits us. We hold tightly to relationships, jobs, or circumstances that may feel safe but are not truly aligned with the greatness within us. The universe sees this and lovingly intervenes. It allows certain things to slip away so that you can grow into the person you are meant to be. This process is not a punishment, it is an act of love. It is a reminder that your potential is limitless and that settling for less is not part of your divine plan. When you reflect on the seasons of loss in your life, you may notice a pattern. Each time you thought you had lost everything, something better eventually emerged. It may have taken time, patience, and faith, but the return always came. The universe is not bound by time the way we are. It doesn't operate on our schedules or deadlines. It works in alignment with divine timing, delivering what we need precisely when we are ready to receive it. This is why trust is so important. Trust is the bridge between loss and restoration. It is the anchor that keeps you grounded when everything feels uncertain. Trusting the universe doesn't mean ignoring your pain or pretending everything is fine. It means acknowledging your feelings while holding on to the belief that there is a greater plan at work. It means knowing that the universe is always conspiring in your favor. even when it feels like the opposite is true. The energy you emit into the universe plays a significant role in what you attract back to you. If you focus solely on the pain of your losses, you may unknowingly block the blessings that are trying to find their way to you. But when you shift your perspective and begin to express gratitude, even for the lessons hidden within the loss, you create a space for the universe to work its magic. Gratitude is a powerful force. It signals to the universe that you are ready to receive and that you trust the process. Imagine your life as a garden. The losses you experience are like seeds planted in the soil. At first, it may seem as though nothing is happening. The ground looks barren and the waiting feels endless. But beneath the surface, the seeds are sprouting, growing roots, and preparing to break through. The harvest doesn't come overnight, but when it does, it is abundant and overflowing. Your job is to water those seeds with faith, nurture them with hope, and trust that the universe is tending to your garden, even when you can't see it. Sometimes what the universe returns to you is not exactly what you lost, but something even better. You may have been holding on to a vision of what you thought you needed, only to discover that the universe had something far greater in store. This is why it's important to remain open, to release the grip of expectation and allow the universe to surprise you. The blessings coming your way may not look like what you imagined, but they will be exactly what you need. Think about the stories of those who overcame great loss and went on to achieve extraordinary things. They didn't let their losses define them. Instead, they used those experiences as stepping stones, as fuel for their journey. The same power lies within you. Every loss you've endured has shaped you, strengthened you, and prepared you for the abundance that is on its way. The universe doesn't make mistakes. If something was removed from your life, it was for a reason. And if something is meant to return, it will do so in divine timing. It's easy to feel forgotten in moments of loss, to wonder if the universe has overlooked your struggles. But the truth is, the universe never forgets. It keeps a perfect record of your efforts, your sacrifices, and your perseverance. It knows every tear you've cried and every silent prayer you've whispered. And it is working tirelessly to bring balance to your life, to restore what has been taken, and to multiply it beyond your imagination. In these moments of waiting, it's important to take care of your spirit. Surround yourself with positivity, with people and practices that uplift you. Engage in activities that remind you of your worth and your strength. The waiting period is not a time of inactivity, it is a time of preparation. Use it to grow, to heal, and to align yourself with the energy of abundance. The more aligned you are, the easier it will be for the universe to deliver its blessings. Remember that you are a co-creator with the universe. Your thoughts, intentions, and actions play a vital role in shaping your reality. If you dwell on what was lost, you may miss the opportunities that are right in front of you. But if you focus on what is possible, on the infinite potential that exists within you, you open the door for miracles to unfold. The universe responds to your energy, so choose to vibrate at the frequency of hope, love, and gratitude. There is a profound beauty in knowing that the universe is always on your side. It sees your struggles, your triumphs, and everything in between. It celebrates your victories and mourns your losses with you. And most importantly, it is always working to restore balance, to ensure that every loss is met with an equal or greater gain. The universe is about to return everything you have lost, and when it does, you will look back and understand that every step of the journey was necessary.
Imagine, if you will, that your life is not a single fixed timeline, but rather an infinite tapestry of potential realities, all existing simultaneously. You, my beloved, are the master weaver of this tapestry, constantly moving between these realities with each thought, each belief, and each assumption you hold to be true. But how can you know when you have shifted? How can you recognize that you are now experiencing a different version of your world? The first sign, and perhaps the most profound, is a sudden and inexplicable shift in your emotional state. You may find yourself feeling lighter, more joyful, more at peace with the world around you. This is not mere coincidence or a fleeting mood. It is a reflection of the new reality you have stepped into. In this new world, the very fabric of your being resonates at a higher frequency. Attuned to the infinite love and abundance that is your true nature. Consider for a moment the times when you've experienced a sudden uplift in your mood, a sense of optimism that seemed to come from nowhere. This, my dear friends, is not random. It is a clear indication that you have shifted your consciousness to a reality where joy and positivity are your natural state of being. You have, in essence, tuned yourself to a different station on the cosmic radio, one that broadcasts endless possibilities and fulfilled desires. But the signs of your shift go beyond mere emotions. Look around you, observe the world with new eyes, and you will begin to notice subtle changes in your environment. Perhaps you find that traffic lights turn green just as you approach, or that you consistently find the perfect parking spot. These are not mere coincidences. They are manifestations of your new reality, one in which the universe conspires in your favor, smoothing your path and aligning circumstances to your benefit. In this new reality, you may also notice that your relationships begin to transform. People who once irritated you now seem more tolerable, even pleasant. Conflicts that once seemed insurmountable now resolve themselves with surprising ease. This is because in this new world you are vibrating at a frequency of love and understanding, and the people around you cannot help but respond in kind. You have shifted to a reality where harmony and mutual respect are the norm, not the exception. Your physical body, too, provides evidence of your shift. You may find that chronic ailments begin to ease, that you have more energy, that you sleep more soundly. This is because in your new reality, health and vitality are your natural state. Your body is simply aligning itself with the perfection that you have always been, that you have now allowed yourself to experience. Another compelling sign of your shift is a newfound sense of synchronicity in your life. You may find that you think of someone, only to have them call you moments later. Or you may come across exactly the information you need, precisely when you need it. These synchronicities are not mere chance. They are the universe responding to your thoughts and desires, confirming that you are in perfect alignment with your true self. In this new reality, you may also notice a shift in your perception of time. Days may seem to flow more smoothly, without the usual sense of rush or urgency. You accomplish more, yet feel less stressed. This is because you have shifted to a reality where time is abundant, where you are always in the right place at the right time, effortlessly achieving your goals and fulfilling your desires. Your dreams, too, may become more vivid, more meaningful. You may find yourself having prophetic dreams, or waking with solutions to problems that had previously baffled you. This is because in your new reality, the veil between your conscious and subconscious mind has thinned, allowing you greater access to the infinite wisdom that resides within you. One of the most telling signs that you have shifted realities is a newfound sense of purpose and direction in your life. Goals that once seemed unattainable now feel within reach. You may find yourself taking inspired action, moving confidently towards your desires without doubt or fear. This is because in your new reality, you are fully aligned with your true purpose, and the universe conspires to support you in every way. But perhaps the most profound sign of all is a shift in your sense of self. You may find that you no longer identify solely with your physical body or your personal history. Instead, you begin to recognize yourself as a vast, infinite being capable of creating any reality you choose. This expanded sense of self is the true you, the eternal you now fully expressed in your everyday experience. My dear friends, these signs are not meant to be a checklist, something to anxiously monitor or force into being. They are natural expressions of your true state, glimpses of the infinite potential that you are. The very fact that you are hearing these words, contemplating these ideas, is itself a sign that you have already begun to shift. But you may ask, how can I consciously create these shifts? How can I move myself into these new, more desirable realities? The answer, my beloved, is simpler than you might imagine. It lies in the power of your imagination and your unwavering faith in the reality of your desires. To shift realities, you must first understand that your imagination is not a fantasy, not a mere daydream, but the very substance of reality itself. When you imagine a desired state, you are not creating something new, but rather tuning into a reality that already exists. Your task is simply to accept it, to feel its truth, to live from that state here and now. Begin by choosing a desire, something you wish to experience in your reality. It could be anything: perfect health, a loving relationship, abundant wealth, or a sense of deep inner peace. Now close your eyes and imagine that this desire is already fulfilled. See it, feel it, taste it, touch it in your mind's eye. Make it as real and as vivid as you possibly can. But do not stop there. The key to shifting realities is to persist in this imaginal act. You must live from the state of your wish fulfilled, not just for a moment or an hour, but consistently, persistently, until it becomes your dominant feeling state. This is what I mean when I say assume the feeling of the wish fulfilled. You must become feeling the person you would be if your desire were already a fact. As you persist in this state, you will begin to notice the signs we have discussed. Your emotions will shift, your outer world will respond, synchronicities will abound. These are all confirmations that you are indeed experiencing a new reality. But do not become attached to these signs or anxiously await them. Your only task is to persist in the feeling of your wish fulfilled, to live as if your desire is already a fact. Remember, my dear friends, that time is no barrier in the realm of imagination. In your imagination, you can be and have anything you desire instantly. There is no waiting, no process of becoming. In the moment you truly accept and feel the reality of your imagined state, you have shifted. The outer world may take time to reflect this shift, but make no mistake. The shift has occurred the moment you accepted it as real. Now, some of you may be wondering about the mechanics of this process. How can simply imagining and feeling create such profound shifts in reality? The answer lies in the nature of consciousness itself. You are not a physical being having occasional spiritual experiences. You are an infinite spiritual being having a temporary physical experience. Your consciousness, your awareness, is the one and only reality. Everything you perceive as out there is really occurring within you. The entire universe exists within your consciousness. When you shift your consciousness through imagination and feeling, you are quite literally shifting the entire universe. This is why your outer world invariably conforms to your inner assumptions. It has no choice, it is not separate from you. It is you, extended in space and time. When you grasp this truth, when you truly understand that there is no out there separate from your consciousness, you will understand the true power you wield in every moment. But my beloved, do not let this power frighten you or overwhelm you. It is your natural state, your birthright. You have been wielding this power all along, creating your reality in every moment. The only difference now is that you are becoming conscious of the process, learning to direct it deliberately rather than unconsciously. As you begin to consciously shift your reality, you may encounter doubts or fears. Old beliefs and habits of thought may resist the new state you are attempting to assume. This is natural and to be expected. Remember, these doubts and fears are not obstacles to be overcome, but simply parts of the old reality you are leaving behind. When doubts arise, do not fight them or try to push them away. Simply observe them, acknowledge them, and then gently return to the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Your persistence in the new state will eventually dissolve these doubts, just as the sun inevitably disperses the morning mist. It's important to understand that shifting realities is not about forcing change or struggling against your current circumstances. It is about allowing yourself to be who you truly are, to experience the abundance and joy that is your natural state. You are not creating something new, but rather allowing your true self to express itself more fully in your experience. As you continue to practice living from the state of your wish fulfilled, you may find that your desires themselves begin to change. What once seemed important may no longer hold the same appeal. This too is a sign of your shift. As you align more closely with your true self, your desires naturally evolve to reflect your expanding consciousness. My dear friends, the process of shifting realities is not a one-time event, but a continuous unfolding. Each shift opens up new possibilities, new potentials to explore. You are on an eternal journey of self-discovery and self-expression, constantly expanding and evolving. But remember, there is no ultimate destination, no final reality to reach. Each reality is perfect and complete in itself, a full expression of some aspect of your infinite being. Your task is not to reach some imagined perfect state, but to fully enjoy and appreciate each reality you experience, knowing that you have the power to shift at any moment. As you become more adept at consciously shifting realities, you may find that the very nature of your experience begins to change. The boundaries between different realities may begin to blur. You may have moments of expanded awareness where you can sense multiple realities simultaneously, understanding how they all fit together in the grand tapestry of existence. This expanded awareness can be both exhilarating and challenging. You may find yourself navigating between different versions of reality with increasing ease, but also with a growing sense of responsibility. For with great power comes great responsibility, and the power to consciously create your reality is the greatest power of all. But do not let this responsibility weigh you down. Remember that you are always supported, always guided by your higher self, by the infinite intelligence that is your true nature. Trust in this guidance, listen to your intuition, and you will always be led to the reality that serves your highest good and the highest good of all. As you continue to shift and expand your consciousness, you may also find that your sense of identity begins to change. The you that you thought you were, defined by your personal history, your physical attributes, your social roles, begins to feel less solid, less real. Instead, you begin to identify more with the awareness that observes all these things, the unchanging consciousness that persists through all your shifts and changes. This expanding sense of self is not a loss, but a tremendous gain. You are not losing yourself, but rather discovering your true self, the infinite, eternal being that you have always been. As you embrace this larger identity, you will find a deep sense of peace and security that nothing in the external world can shake. From this expanded state of awareness, you begin to see that all the different realities you experience are like waves on the ocean of your consciousness. Each wave is unique and beautiful, but none of them define or limit the ocean itself. You are that ocean, vast, deep, and infinitely creative. As you navigate through these different realities, you may find that your purpose begins to shift as well. Where once you may have been focused on personal gain or achievement, you may now feel called to serve others, to help them awaken to their own power to create reality. For as you shift and expand, you naturally lift others around you, inspiring them by your example. But remember, my dear friends, that even this desire to serve is just another experience, another reality to explore. Do not become attached to it or make it into a burden. Allow it to flow through naturally as an expression of your expanding love and awareness. As we near the end of our time together, I want to remind you that the site which discussed the emotional shifts, the synchronicities, the changes in your outer world are not the goal. They are simply signposts, confirmations of the inner shift that has already occurred. The true shift happens within, in the quiet sanctuary of your own consciousness. Your task, your joy, your privilege is simply to be aware, to watch with wonder and gratitude as your reality unfolds, knowing that it is all a reflection of your own magnificent, infinite being. Whether you experience what you consider positive or negative circumstances, know that it is all you, all an expression of some aspect of your consciousness. Embrace it all. Learn from it all. Enjoy it all. For in the end, this is why you are here. Not to reach some final perfect state, but to experience the joy of creating, the thrill of exploration, the wonder of discovering yourself anew in each moment. My beloved, you leave here today, know that you have already shifted. The very fact that you have heard and contemplated these ideas is proof that you are no longer the same person you were when you arrived. You have expanded, you have grown, you have shifted to a new level of awareness. Go forth now and live from this new awareness. Allow yourself to be surprised and delighted by the new reality that unfolds around you. Trust in your power to shift at any moment, to create anew in every instant. For you are the operant power, the one and only creator of your experience. Remember, the entire universe exists to express the magnificence that you are. Every person, every circumstance, every experience is a gift, an opportunity to know yourself more fully, to express your true nature more completely. Embrace it all with love and gratitude, knowing that it is all you, all a reflection of your infinite eternal being. And so, my dear friends, as we bring this discourse to a close, I invite you to take a moment to feel the reality of who you truly are. Close your eyes if you wish, and allow yourself to expand beyond the confines of your physical body, beyond the limitations of your personal history, beyond even the boundaries of this present moment. Feel yourself as the vast, infinite awareness that you are. Feel the power that flows through you, the power to create worlds, to shift realities, to experience the fullness of existence in every moment. Feel the love that you are, the love that embraces all of creation, that knows no boundaries or conditions. From this expanded state, look at your life with new eyes. See the perfection in every detail, the divine order in every circumstance. Know that you have created it all, and that you have the power to create anew in every moment. Feel the freedom that comes with this knowledge, the joy of being the conscious creator of your experience. As you move forward from this moment, carry this awareness with you. Let it infuse every thought, every word, every action. Live from the state of your wishes fulfilled, not as a technique or a practice, but as the natural expression of who you truly are. For you are the blessing you seek, the love you desire, the abundance you crave. You are all of it here and now. Go forth, my beloved, and create consciously. Shift realities with joy and abandon. Explore the infinite possibilities that lie within you. And always remember the truth of who you are, the one and only creator of your experience, the infinite, eternal being expressing itself in human form. You are blessed, you are loved, you are infinite. Now go and live from that truth, and watch as your world transforms before your very eyes. For truly the kingdom of heaven is within you, and it is from this inner realm that all outer realities spring forth. Thank you, my dear friends, for allowing me to share these truths with you. May your journey of conscious creation be filled with joy, wonder, and endless discovery. Remember, you are the miracle you seek, the power you revere, the love you long for. Embrace this truth. Live from this truth. And watch as miracles unfold in every area of your life. Go now in peace and in power, knowing that you carry within you the ability to shift to any reality you desire. The choice is yours, the power is yours, the creation is yours. Use it wisely, use it lovingly, and above all, use it consciously. For in your conscious use of this power lies the key to your freedom, your fulfillment, and your ultimate realization of who you truly are. And so it is. Amen. I want you to take a moment and really contemplate these words. It's coming. What is this that we speak of? It is everything you have ever desired, everything you have ever imagined for yourself, everything you have ever dared to dream. And when we say trust in divine timing, we are acknowledging the perfect orchestration of the universe, the impeccable timing of God, which is your own wonderful human imagination. You see, my dear friends, the world you see around you is nothing more than the outpicturing of your own consciousness. Everything you experience in your physical reality is a reflection of your inner world, your thoughts, your beliefs, and most importantly, your imaginal acts. And just as there is perfect order in the universe, there is perfect timing in the manifestation of your desires. But let us dive deep into this concept. When we say as coming, we are affirming a fundamental truth of the universe, that which you have imagined, that which you have thought real in your imagination, must inevitably come to pass in your physical experience. This is not wishful thinking, my friends. This is law. Consider for a moment the words of Scripture. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. What does this mean? It means that your faith, your unwavering belief in the reality of your imagined state, is the very substance that brings it into being. Your faith is the evidence of your desire's fulfillment, even before it is made manifest in the physical world. Now, some of you may be thinking, but Neville, I have been imagining and believing for so long, and still my desire has not come to pass. And to you I say, trust in divine timing. For just as a seed planted in the ground needs time to germinate and grow before it breaks through the surface, your imaginal acts need time to grow and develop in the unseen realm before they burst forth into your physical reality. Remember, my dear friends, that time is a construct of the human mind. In the realm of spirit, in the realm of your imagination, there is no time. All is now. When you imagine your desire fulfilled, when you step into the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you are experiencing it now in the spiritual realm. And it is this experience, this feeling, that sets in motion the series of events that will bring about its physical manifestation. But you must persist. You must live from the end, continuously dwelling in the state of wish fulfilled. For it is your persistent assumption that gives life to your desire. As you continue to live in the end, as you continue to feel the reality of your desire fulfilled, you are watering the seed you have planted in the fertile soil of your subconscious mind. Let me share with you a simple yet powerful technique to help you maintain this state of living in the end. Before you go to sleep each night, I want you to imagine a scene that implies the fulfillment of your desire. Make it as vivid and as real as you possibly can. Engage all your senses. Feel the joy, the satisfaction, the gratitude of having this desire fulfilled. As you drift off to sleep in this state, you are impregnating your subconscious mind with the reality of your desire. And your subconscious mind, being the faithful servant that it is, will work tirelessly through the night to bring about the conditions necessary for the manifestation of your desire. Now, some of you may be wondering, but Neville, what about action? Don't we need to do something to bring about our desires? And to this I say, inspired action will come naturally as you live in the state of the wish fulfilled. You see, when you truly believe that your desire is already yours, When you live from that state of completion, you will naturally be moved to take the actions that are in alignment with the fulfillment of your desire. But remember, these actions are not the cause of your desire's fulfillment. They are the effect. They are the bridge of incidents that your subconscious mind constructs to lead you to the physical realization of your imagined state. Your job is not to figure out how your desire will come about. Your job is simply to persist in the assumption that it's already done. Trust in divine timing, my friends, for the universe, which is nothing more than the outpicturing of your own wonderful human imagination, knows the perfect segmentation and perfect way to bring your desires into entity. Your desires are already fulfilled in the spiritual realm. They are already yours, and they are making their way to you through the medium of time and space. But let us delve even deeper into this concept of divine timing. You see, my dear friends, time as we perceive it in our physical reality is but an illusion. In the realm of spirit, in the realm of your imagination, all times exist simultaneously. The past, the present, and the future are one. This is why when you imagine your desire fulfilled, when you step into the feeling of the wish fulfilled, you are experiencing it now. This understanding is crucial, for it liberates you from the anxious waiting, from the constant checking to see if your desire has manifested. When you truly grasp that your desire is already yours in the spiritual realm, you can relax into the knowing that its physical manifestation is inevitable. You can trust in the perfect unfolding of events that will bring it into your experience. Consider for a moment the growth of a tree. When you plant a seed, do you dig it up every day to see if it has sprouted? Of course not. You trust in the natural process of growth. You water it, you ensure it has sunlight. And you wait patiently, knowing that in due time the tree will emerge. The same is true for the seeds of your desires that you plant in your imagination. Your job is to plant the seed through your imaginal act, to water it with your persistent assumption, and to trust in the natural process of growth and manifestation. Just as you would not rush a tree to grow faster, you cannot rush the manifestation of your desires. Divine timing knows the perfect moment for your desire to come into fruition. Some of you may be thinking, but Neville, what if I'm climbing something that seems impossible? What if the circumstances of my life seem to contradict my desire? And to this I say circumstances do not matter. Your imagination is creating reality. The circumstances you see now are nothing more than the flashbacks of your past imagining. As you change your imagining, as you persist in the new state, the circumstances of your life will inevitably change to conform to your new mental state. Remember the words of Scripture, with God all things are possible. And who is this God? It is your own wonderful human imagination. There is no limit to what you can be, do, or have when you harness the creative power of your imagination. The only limits that exist are those you place upon yourself through your beliefs and assumptions. So I urge you, my dear friend, to dare to imagine greatly. Dare to step into your wish fulfilled, no matter how impossible it may seem from your current standpoint. For as you do this, as you persist in this new state, you are literally rearranging the entire universe to bring about the fulfillment of your desire. But remember, persistence is key. You must not waver in your assumption. You must not be moved by the evidence of your physical senses. For what you see now is the result of your past thinking. It is the harvest of seeds planted in the past. As you persist in your new state, as you continue to live from the end, you are planting new seeds that will inevitably bear fruit in your physical reality. Let me share with you a powerful practice to help you maintain a state of persistence. Throughout your day, whenever you have a moment, ask yourself this question: how would I feel if my desire were already fulfilled? Then step into that feeling. Feel it as intensely and as vividly as you can. Feel the joy, the satisfaction, the gratitude of having your desire fulfilled. As you do this consistently, you are training your subconscious mind to accept this new state as your reality. And remember, your subconscious mind does not distinguish between what is imagined and what is physically real. It accepts as true whatever you impress upon it with feeling. So as you persist in feeling the reality of your desire fulfilled, your subconscious mind accepts this as fact and begins to work tirelessly to bring it into your physical experience. Now let us address another aspect of divine timing that is often misunderstood. Many people believe that divine timing means sitting back passively and waiting for their desires to manifest. But this is not the case at all. Divine timing is not about inaction. It is about inspired action. You see, when you are living from the end, when you are truly dwelling in the state of the wish fulfilled, you will be naturally moved to take actions that are in alignment with the fulfillment of your desire. These actions will not feel forced or strained. They will feel natural and effortless, as if you are simply playing your part in a play that has already been written. This is the true meaning of divine timing. It is the perfect orchestration of events, circumstances, and inspired actions that lead to the manifestation of your desire. Your job is not to force these actions or to try to make things happen through sheer will. Your job is to maintain the state of the wish fulfilled and to follow the promptings of your intuition, the inner guidance that naturally arises from this state. Remember, my dear friends, that the universe is infinitely abundant. There is no lack or limitation in the spiritual realm. Whatever you can imagine, whatever you can feel as real, is yours for the taking. But you must claim it. You must step into the feeling of its reality now, not at some future time. This brings us to another crucial aspect of trusting in divine timing, detachment from the when and how. Many people make the mistake of trying to dictate exactly when and how their desire will manifest. But in doing so, they are limiting the infinite ways in which the universe will consider out their desire. Instead, I urge you to focus solely on the end result. Feel the reality of having your desire fulfilled now. Live from that state and then release any attachment to when or how it will come about. Trust that the universe, which is nothing more than your own wonderful human imagination, externalized, knows the perfect timing and the perfect way to bring your desire into physical form. This detachment is not indifference. It is not a lack of desire. On the contrary, it is the ultimate expression of faith. It is saying to the universe, I trust you completely. I know that my desire is already mine in the spiritual realm, and I know that you will bring it into my physical experience in the perfect way and at the perfect time. Now, some of you may be wondering, but Neville, what if I have multiple desires? How can I focus on all of them at once? And to this I say you don't need to. Focus on the feeling of fulfillment, but the feeling of having all your desires realized. Step into the state of the person who has everything they want. Feel the joy, the satisfaction, the completeness of that state. As you do this, you are aligning yourself with the frequency of fulfillment. And from this state, all your individual desires will naturally begin to manifest. For when you are in a state of fulfillment, when you are vibrating at the frequency of having it all, the universe has no choice but to reflect that back to you in your physical reality. Let us now explore another aspect of divine timing that is often overlooked, the concept of divine order. You see, my dear friends, everything in the universe happens in perfect order. Just as there is a natural order to the seasons, to the growth of a plant, to the development of a child in the womb, there is a natural order to the manifestation of your desires. Sometimes, certain things need to fall into place before your desire can manifest in its fullness. Certain experiences may be necessary for your growth and development. Certain people may need to enter or exit your life. Certain lessons may need to be learned. All of this is part of the perfect unfolding of your desire. This is why it's crucial to trust in divine timing. For what may seem like a delay or a setback from your limited human perspective may actually be a necessary step in the perfect unfoldment of your desire. Every experience, every circumstance, and every person you encounter is playing a role in bringing you to the full realization of your desire. So instead of becoming frustrated or discouraged when things don't seem to be moving as quickly as you'd like, I urge you to cultivate an attitude of curiosity and wonder. Look for the lessons, the growth opportunities, the hidden blessings in every situation. Trust that everything is working together for your good, even if you can't see how in the moment. Remember the words of Scripture. All things work together for good to them that love God. And again, who is this God? It is your own wonderful human imagination. When you love your imagination, when you trust in its power to create your reality, everything in your life begins to work together for your good. Now let us address a question that often arises when discussing divine timing, the concept of resistance. Many people believe that if they are experiencing resistance or challenges, it means they are doing something wrong or that their desire is not meant to be. But this is not the case at all. Resistance is a natural part of the creative process. It is the universe's way of strengthening you, of preparing you for the fulfillment of your desire. Just as a muscle must encounter resistance to grow stronger, you too must encounter and overcome resistance to grow into the person who can embody and maintain the state of your wish fulfilled. So when you encounter resistance, do not be discouraged. Instead, see it as a sign that you are on the right path. See it as an opportunity to strengthen your faith, to deepen your commitment to your desire. Use it as a chance to practice living from the end, to persist in your assumption, even in the face of contrary evidence. Remember, the circumstances you see now are nothing more than the fruit of your past imagining. As you persist in your new state, as you continue to live from the client despite the seeming resistance, you are planting new seeds that will inevitably bear fruit in your physical reality. This brings us to another crucial aspect of trusting in divine timing, the importance of being in gratitude. Gratitude is not just a feeling, it is a state of being. When you are truly grateful, you are acknowledging that you already have what you desire. You are aligning yourself with the frequency of abundance and fulfillment. I encourage you to cultivate an attitude of gratitude, not just for what you have now, but for what is coming. Give thanks for your desire as if it already manifested. Feel the joy, the excitement, the appreciation for its fulfillment now, not at some future time. As you do this, you are sending a powerful message to the universe. You are saying, I trust you completely. You know that my desire is already mine, and I am grateful for its manifestation. This attitude of gratitude accelerates the manifestation process, for it aligns you more fully with the state of having your desire fulfilled. Now let's delve into another aspect of the timing that is often misunderstood, the concept of divine preparation. You see, my dear friends, sometimes there is a period of preparation that must occur before your desire can manifest in its fullness. This preparation may involve inner work, shifts in your consciousness, changes in your circumstances, or the alignment of certain external factors. During this period of preparation, it may seem as though nothing is happening. You may feel as though you are in a holding pattern, waiting for something to change. But I assure you, a great deal is happening behind the scenes. The universe is rearranging itself, setting the stage for the grand manifestation of your desire. This period of preparation is crucial. It is during this time that you are being molded and shaped into the person who can fully embody and maintain the state of your wish fulfilled. You are being given the experiences, the insights, the growth opportunities that will enable you to step fully into the reality of your desire. So instead of becoming impatient or discouraged during this period of preparation, I urge you to embrace it. Use this time to deepen your faith, to strengthen your conviction, to more fully align yourself with the state of the wish fulfilled. Trust that everything is unfolding perfectly, even if you can't see the full picture yet. Remember the words of Scripture. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Your faith during this period of preparation is the very substance that is bringing your desire into being. It is the evidence of its fulfillment, even before it is manifest in the physical world. Now let us address another crucial aspect of trusting in divine timing, the importance of letting go. This may seem paradoxical. How can you persist in your assumption while also letting go? But this letting go is not about abandoning your desire. It's about releasing your attachment to the outcome, your need to control the process. You see, when you're attached to a specific outcome, when you are trying to control how And when your desire will manifest, you are actually limiting the infinite ways in which the universe can bring it about. You are saying to the universe, it must happen this way, and at this time. But the universe, in its infinite wisdom and abundance, may have an even better way, a way that you cannot even conceive of from your limited human perspective. So I urge you to let go. Release your grip on the how and the when. Trust that the universe knows the perfect timing and the perfect way to bring your desire into physical form. Your job is simply to maintain the state of the wish fulfillment, to live from the end, and to follow the promptings of your intuition. This letting go is not passive. It is not giving up. On the contrary, it is the ultimate act of faith. It is saying to the universe, I trust you completely. I know that my desire is already mine in the spiritual realm, and I know that you will bring it into my physical experience in the most perfect way and at the most perfect time. As you practice this letting go, you will find that a great sense of peace and ease comes over you. The anxiety, the constant checking to see if your desire has manifested falls away. You can relax into the knowing that it is done, that it is coming, that divine timing is at work. Now, let us explore another aspect of divine timing that is often overlooked, the concept of divine alignment. You see, my dear friends, sometimes the delay in the manifestation of your desire is not a delay at all. It is the universe aligning all the necessary elements to bring about your desire in its fullest and most magnificent form. Think of it like a grand symphony. Each instrument must come in at precisely the right moment for the music to be harmonic and beautiful. If even one instrument is out of time, the entire piece is affected. The same is true for the manifestation of your desires. Each element, each person, each circumstance must come into alignment at precisely the right moment for your desire to manifest in its most perfect form. This is why patience is so crucial in the manifestation process. Not a passive patience that sits back and waits, but an active patience that continues to live from that continues to align with the frequency of the wish fulfilled, even as you wait for all elements to come into perfect alignment. Remember, in the realm of spirit, in the realm of your imagination, your desire is already fulfilled. It is already yours. The physical manifestation is simply the outer world catching up to what is already true in the spiritual realm. And just as it takes time for a physical CLD to grow into a mighty oak, it takes time for the seed of your desire to grow and manifest in the physical world. But make no mistake, my dear friends, it is coming. Your desire is on its way to you. Divine timing is at work, orchestrating all the elements necessary for its perfect manifestation. Your job is simply to hold fast to your faith, to persist in your assumption, and to trust in the perfect unfolding of the universe. Now let us address a question that often arises when discussing divine timing, the concept of divine detours. Sometimes on the path to the manifestation of your desire, you may encounter what seems like a detour. You may find yourself in situations or circumstances that seem to be taking you away from your desired outcome. But I assure you there are no real detours in the divine plan. Every experience, every circumstance, every person you encounter is playing a role in bringing you to the full realization of your desire. What may seem like a detour from your limited human perspective actually be the most direct path to the fulfillment of your desire. These seeming detours often provide invaluable lessons, experiences, or connections that are necessary for the full manifestation of your desire. They may be preparing you, strengthening you, or aligning you more fully with the state of the wish fulfilled. So when you encounter what seems like a detour, instead of becoming discouraged or losing faith, I urge you to ask yourself, how is this experience serving me? What lessons or growth opportunities is it providing? How is it preparing me for the full realization of my desire? As you do this, you begin to see every experience, every circumstance as a gift. You begin to trust more fully in the perfect unfolding of the universe. You begin to understand that divine timing is always at work, always guiding you towards the most perfect manifestation of your desire. Remember, my dear friends, that the universe is infinitely abundant and endlessly creative. It has ways of bringing about your desire that you cannot even conceive of from your current standpoint. So trust in its wisdom. Trust in its perfect timing. Trust that it is always working for your highest good. Now, as we near the end of our time together, I want to leave you with a powerful practice to help you align more fully with divine timing. Each night before you go to sleep, I want you to imagine yourself at the end of a perfect day. A day in which all your desires have been fulfilled. Feel the satisfaction, the joy, the gratitude of having everything you've ever wanted. As you drift off to sleep in this state, you are impregnating your subconscious mind with the reality of your desires fulfilled. You are aligning yourself with the frequency of fulfillment. And your subconscious mind, being the faithful servant that it is, will work tirelessly through the night to bring about the conditions necessary for the manifestation of your desires. Remember, sleep is the time when your conscious mind is at rest and your subconscious mind is most receptive. By entering sleep in the state of the wish fulfilled, you are programming your subconscious mind for success. You are aligning yourself more fully with the reality of your desires manifested. As you practice this nightly, you will find that your days begin to change. You will begin to notice synchronicities, coincidences, and opportunities that align with the fulfillment of your desires. You will find yourself naturally taking inspired actions that lead you closer to your goals. You will begin to embody more fully the person who has already achieved their desires. And all of this, my dear friends, is divine timing at work. It is the perfect orchestra of the universe bringing about the manifestation of your desires in the most perfect way and at the most perfect time. So trust in divine timing. Trust that your desires are coming. Trust that the universe is working tirelessly to bring about their manifestation. For when you trust, when you have faith, when you live from the end, you are aligning yourself with the creative power of the universe. And in that alignment, all things are possible. Remember, you are not separate from the universe. You are not separate from God. You are one with the creative power that shapes worlds. Your imagination is God in action. And as you imagine, as you feel the reality of your desires fulfilled, you are literally reshaping your world. So go forth, my dear friends, with confidence and faith. Live from the end. Persist in your assumption. Trust in divine timing, for your desires are already yours in the spiritual realm, and they are making their way to you through the medium of time and space. It's coming, my dear friends. Your every desire, your every dream, your every imagined state is all coming. Trust in divine timing. Trust in the perfect order of the universe. Trust in the creative power of your own wonderful human imagination. For in that trust, in that faith, in that knowing lies the key to the fulfillment of all your desires. It's coming. Trust in divine timing and watch as your world transforms before your very eyes. Thank you, my dear friends. May you go forth and create the life of your dreams. For you are the operant power. You are the creator of your reality. And divine timing is always working in your favor. Tonight I shall share with you the most profound secret of creation, how to speak blessings upon yourself and instantly transform your entire world. So you see, when you truly understand how to bless yourself, you are engaging in the highest form of creation. So you are doing what God does continuously. Consider the first chapter of Genesis, where God speaks blessings upon his creation. Notice how he didn't ask anyone else to bless his work. He blessed it himself. This is the pattern you must follow, for you are that same creative power individualized as you. Let me share with you why blessing yourself is the most powerful act you can perform. First, you must understand that when you speak a blessing upon yourself, you are not engaging in mere positive thinking or affirmations. You are exercising your divine creative power, for you are God individualized as you. Many of you come to me seeking blessings from others, from teachers, from gurus, from religious leaders. But I tell you now, no one can bless you more powerfully than you can bless yourself. For you are the operant power in your world, and your word is the creative power of God in action. When you speak a blessing upon yourself, you are doing what God did in the beginning. Remember the words, and God blessed them. He didn't wait for someone else to bless his creation. He blessed it himself. And you, being made in his image and likeness, must do the same. Let me share with you the proper way to speak blessings upon yourself. First, you must understand that when you say, I bless myself, you are not speaking as a mortal being. You are speaking as God individualized. For your I am is God. And when you speak blessings from your I am, you are speaking with all the power of creation. Consider this: every time you speak a blessing upon yourself, you are literally recreating your world. For your word is God's word, and God's word cannot return void. It must accomplish that which it is sent to do. But and this is crucial, your blessings must be spoken with understanding and feeling. You cannot merely repeat words mechanically and expect results. You must feel the truth of the blessing as you speak it. For feeling is the secret. And without feeling, words are empty. Let me give you a perfect example from Scripture. When Isaac blessed Jacob, he felt the blessing as he spoke it. He wasn't just saying words, he was feeling the reality of what he was declaring. And this is exactly how you must speak blessings upon yourself. Many of you might be thinking, but Neville, isn't it selfish to bless myself? Let me tell you something, it is the most unselfish thing you can do. For when you bless yourself, truly understanding that you are God individualized, you are blessing all of creation. For there is no other. What you see as others is yourself pushed out. Let me share with you how to properly structure your self-blessings. Begin with your I am. For this is the name of God. Then speak your blessing with absolute conviction. For example, I am blessed with perfect health. I am blessed with unlimited abundance. I am blessed with divine wisdom. But remember, these are not mere affirmations. They are acknowledgments of what is already true in consciousness. For when you speak a blessing upon yourself, you are not trying to make something true. You are acknowledging what is already true in the spiritual realm. Consider this principle I have tested and proven countless times. When you bless yourself, you are performing the highest act of creation. For in blessing yourself, you are acknowledging your divine nature, and what you acknowledge must manifest in your experience. Let me share with you the 3 aspects of effective self-blessing. First, there is recognition. When you bless yourself, you must recognize that you speak as God individualized. Not as a mortal being hoping for good, but as the divine creator declaring what is. Second, there is feeling. Your blessings must be accompanied by the feeling of their fulfillment. When you say, I am blessed with perfect health, you must feel the vitality, the strength, the well-being that this blessing implies. For feeling is the secret of creation. Third, there is acceptance. You must accept that your blessing is already fulfilled in consciousness. Not that it will be, not that it might be, but that it is. For consciousness is the only reality, and what you accept in consciousness must externalize itself in your world. Many of you make the mistake of blessing yourself while looking at your current circumstances. But I tell you now, circumstances have no power over your blessings unless you give them that power. Your blessings create circumstances, not the other way around. Let me share with you a profound truth about self-blessing that most of the world has missed. When you bless yourself, you are not asking for something to be given to you. You are acknowledging what is already yours by divine right. For all blessings already exist in consciousness, waiting to be acknowledged and claimed. Consider the words of Scripture before they call. I will answer. This means that every blessing you could ever speak upon yourself already exists in consciousness. Your speaking of the blessing is not creating it. It is acknowledging and claiming what already is. Let me share with you how to maintain the consciousness of your self-blessings throughout your day. Most people speak a blessing and then return to their old patterns of thought. But I tell you now, your blessing must become your constant inner conversation. I think about this carefully. Every time you speak a blessing upon yourself, you are literally rearranging the entire spiritual substance of your universe. For your consciousness is God, and what God blesses must manifest. Let me give you some specific blessings that I have found particularly powerful. First, I am blessed with perfect understanding of my own divine nature. This blessing opens the door to all other blessings, for when you truly understand your divine nature, all things become possible. Second, I am blessed with the constant awareness of my creative power. This blessing keeps you mindful of your true identity as God individualized. For you see, most people forget their divine nature and slip back into mortal thinking. Third, I am blessed with the ability to see past appearances to the truth of being. This blessing helps you maintain your focus on the reality of consciousness rather than the shadows of circumstances. Consider how these blessings work together. Each one strengthens the others, creating a powerful foundation for all your other blessings. For when you truly understand your divine nature, are aware of your creative power, and can see past appearances, you become a master of conscious creation. Many of you may be wondering how often to speak these blessings. Let me tell you something. It's not about frequency, it's about consciousness. One blessing spoken with complete understanding and feeling is worth more than 1,000 spoken mechanically. Let me share with you another principle about self-blessing that most people miss. When you bless yourself, you are not speaking to yourself as a mortal being, you are speaking as God to His creation. For you are both the blesser and the blessed, the creator and the creation. Think about this carefully. When God said, "Let there be light," He didn't doubt whether it was possible. He didn't wonder about the process. He simply declared it and knew it was done. This is exactly how you must speak your blessings upon yourself. Consider the power in this understanding. When you say, "I am blessed," you are speaking with the same authority that created the universe. For your I am is the same I am that spoke all things into being. Let me share with you how to handle doubts when they arise after speaking your blessings, and they will arise. Many of you speak a blessing upon yourself and then immediately begin to question whether it will work. But I tell you now, doubt is simply your former consciousness trying to maintain its position. Consider what happens in nature when you plant a seed. The seed doesn't doubt whether it will become what it is meant to be. It simply begins its transformation according to its nature. Your blessings work the same way. They are spiritual seeds planted in the fertile soil of consciousness. Let me give you a deeper understanding of how this works. When you say, I am blessed with perfect health, for example, you have planted a seed in consciousness. Now, just as a physical seed needs time to sprout and grow, your blessing needs time to externalize itself in your world. And this is crucial, while the outer manifestation may take and change in consciousness is immediate when the blessing is properly spoken. For you see, the moment you speak a blessing with understanding and feeling, you have altered the entire spiritual substance of your universe. Many of you may be thinking, "But Neville, I've spoken blessings before and nothing changed." Let me tell you something my teacher Abdullah taught me. Nothing changes because you spoke the words. Things change because you became what you declare. Let me share with you another principle about self-blessing that most of the world has missed. When you bless yourself, you are not trying to influence God to give you something. You are exercising your divine power as God individualized. For your consciousness is God and your word is His word. Consider the story of the prodigal son. Notice how the father didn't wait for someone else to bless his returning son. He blessed him himself. This is exactly what you must do. You must be both the father giving the blessing and the son receiving it. This brings me to a deeper truth about self-blessing. When you say, "I am blessed," you are acknowledging both your divine nature, I am, and your human experience, blessed. You are bringing heaven and earth together in your consciousness. Let me share with you what I call the 7 pillars of self-blessing. These are the foundational principles that must be understood if your blessings are to have their full creative power. The first pillar is recognition. You must recognize that you are the one who blesses. Not your personality, not your mortal self, but your I am. For when you say I am blessed, you are speaking as God individualized, not as a mortal being seeking favors. The second pillar is authority. When you bless yourself, you must speak with complete authority. Consider how God speaks in Scripture, not with doubt, not with hesitation, but with absolute authority. Let there be light. These are words of complete authority. The third pillar is feeling. Your blessings must be accompanied by the feeling of fulfillment. Not the feeling of wanting to be blessed, but the feeling of being blessed. For feeling is the secret, and without the proper feeling, your words lack power. The fourth pillar is present tense. Notice how God never said there will be light. He said, let there be light. Your blessings must be spoken in the present tense, for consciousness knows only now. The fifth pillar is persistence. Not the persistence of mechanical repetition, but the persistence of maintaining the consciousness of being blessed, for your blessing must become your dominant state of consciousness. The sixth pillar is understanding. You must understand that your blessing is not creating something new. It is acknowledging what already exists in consciousness. For all blessings already exist in the spiritual realm, waiting to be claimed. And the seventh pillar is gratitude. When you bless yourself, you must feel grateful not for what will come, but for what already is. For gratitude is the evidence of faith, and faith is the substance of things hoped for. Let me share with you how these seven pillars work together. When you recognize your true identity as God individualized, speak with divine authority, feel the reality of your blessing, maintain present tense awareness, persist in the consciousness, understand the principle, and feel genuine gratitude, your blessing must manifest. Consider how this differs from what most people do. Most people speak blessings from their mortal consciousness, with doubt in their voice, feeling the lack rather than the fulfillment, thinking of future fulfillment, giving up at the first sign of delay, lacking understanding of the principle, and feeling no gratitude until they see results. Let me share with you what I call the 3 stages of self-blessing manifestation. Most people don't understand these stages, and that's why they often give up before their blessings manifest. The first stage is spiritual. This happens instantly when you speak your blessing with understanding and feeling. In this stage, you have literally rearranged the spiritual substance of your universe. This is the most crucial stage, for it is the only stage where real creation takes place. The second stage is mental. This is where your mind begins to align with your blessing. You start to think differently, see opportunities differently, and respond to life differently. Many people mistake this for mere positive thinking. But I tell you now, it is far more than that. It is your consciousness reorganizing itself according to your blessing. The third stage is physical. This is where your outer world begins to reflect your blessing. Now, here's what's fascinating about these stages. They must occur in this order. You cannot skip the spiritual stage and go straight to the physical. You cannot bypass the mental stage and expect outer results. Consider the words of Scripture. First the blade, then the ear. After that, the full corn in the ear. This is describing these 3 stages. The blade is the spiritual acceptance. The ear is the mental alignment. And the full corn is the physical manifestation. Let me share with you how to recognize when you're in each stage. In the spiritual stage, you feel an inner knowing, a deep peace about your blessing. There might be no outer evidence yet, but you know it is done. In the mental stage, you begin to think thoughts that align with your blessing naturally, without effort. If you've blessed yourself with abundance, for example, you naturally begin to think abundant thoughts. If you've blessed yourself with health, you naturally begin to think healthy thoughts. In the physical stage, your outer world begins to rearrange itself to match your blessing. But, and this is crucial, by the time you reach this stage, you're no longer anxious about it. For you see, you've already experienced the reality of reality in consciousness. Let me give you a deeper understanding of how these stages work together. When you say, I am blessed with perfect health, you instantly create this reality in the spiritual realm. This is stage one. Then your mind begins to align with this new reality. You begin to think like a healthy person, act like a healthy person, make decisions like a healthy person. This is stage two. Finally, your body and circumstances begin to reflect this new reality. But by this time, you're no longer desperate to happen, because you've been living in the Kapinic conscious, both perfect teachers 1 and 2. Many of you make the mistake of looking for physical evidence before you've allowed the spiritual and mental stages to complete their work. But I tell you now, this is like digging up a seed to see if it's growing. You must allow each stage to unfold in its perfect timing. Let me share with you what I call the 4 states of consciousness in self-blessing. Understanding these states is crucial, for your blessing will manifest according to the state from which you speak it. The first state is the state of desire. This is where most people begin. They speak blessings from a consciousness of wanting, of needing, of lacking. But I tell you now, this state cannot produce results, for it perpetuates the very lack it seeks to overcome. The second state is the state of hope. This is better than desire, but still not powerful enough. When you speak blessings from hope, you are acknowledging that fulfillment is possible, but you haven't yet accepted it as fact in consciousness. The third state is the state of faith. Now we're moving into creative power. When you speak blessings from faith, you are speaking with conviction, with certainty, with knowing. But there's an even higher state. The fourth state is the state of knowing. This is the highest state, the state from which God creates. When you speak blessings from this state, you are speaking as God individualized, knowing that what you declare must manifest. Consider how these states progress. In the state of desire, you say, I want to be blessed. In the state of hope, you say, I might be blessed. In the state of faith, you say, I will be blessed. But in the state of knowing, you simply say, I am blessed. Let me share with you how to move from one state to another. The movement from desire to hope happens naturally as you study and understand the law. The movement from hope to faith happens through testing the law and seeing results. But the movement from faith to knowing, this is the crucial transition. The state of knowing comes when you fully realize your own divine nature. When you understand that you are God individualized, that your consciousness is the only reality, that your word is God's word, then you naturally speak blessings from the state of knowing. Many of you may be wondering how to achieve this state of knowing. Let me tell you something, it's not achieved. It's recognized. It's not something you become, it's something you already are. Your task is to remove the veils that hide this truth from your awareness. Let me share with you what I call the 5 proofs of effective self-blessing. These are the signs that tell you your blessing is taking root in consciousness and must therefore manifest in your world. The first proof is peace. When you've spoken a blessing effectively, you feel a deep peace about it. Not the peace of resignation, but the peace of knowing. For you see, when you truly know something is done in consciousness, all anxiety about it disappears. The second proof is naturalness. Your blessing begins to feel natural to you. You no longer have to convince yourself of it. It becomes as natural as breathing, as natural as your own name. The third proof is indifference to appearances. You find yourself unmoved by contradictory circumstances. Not because you're practicing positive thinking, but because you know the reality exists in consciousness, not in appearance. The fourth proof is changed inner conversation. Your habitual thoughts and internal dialogue naturally align with your blessing. You don't have to force it. It happens spontaneously because consciousness always produces thoughts that match its state. The fifth proof is inspired action. You find yourself naturally taking actions that align with your blessing, not from effort or planning, but from an inner prompting that feels completely natural. Remember, dear friends, that speaking blessings upon yourself is not an act of egotism. It is an acknowledgement of your divine nature. For you are God individualized, and your word has all the creative power of the universe behind it when spoken from that understanding. Let the truth of this sink deep into your consciousness. You are blessed, not because someone else blessed you, but because you have recognized and claimed your divine inherent through the power of self-blessing. That's the message I want to leave with you tonight. Not because it's comfortable, but because it's true. Not because it's what you expected to hear, but because it's what you needed to hear. Remember, your blessings create your reality when spoken from the consciousness of who you really are. And isn't that worth thinking about? Now, let me share with you a principle so profound, yet so simple, that it will completely revolutionize your understanding of manifestation. The words you speak to yourself, those intimate conversations that fill your consciousness day and night, are not mere thoughts floating in the void. They are the very substance of creation itself. You see, while the world teaches you to speak affirmations as though they were magical incantations, you are being awakened to the truth that it is not the words themselves that hold power, but the consciousness from which they spring. Every word you speak to yourself is either accepting or rejecting your desires and consciousness. Consider this eternal principle. When you speak to yourself, you are not merely engaging in idle mental chatter. You are declaring the state of consciousness you occupy. And since consciousness is the only reality, these declarations become the blueprint of your manifested world. I tell you with absolute certainty, the conversation you hold with yourself is the most important conversation you will ever have. For in these intimate dialogues, you are either accepting your good as a present fact or pushing it away as a future possibility. Now let us understand something that few will grasp, but that your soul will recognize as truth. When you speak to yourself, you are not speaking to a separate entity. You are speaking as the very consciousness that creates and sustains the universe. This is why your self-talk holds such creative power. Most will continue to believe that they must speak to some external power, never realizing that the power they seek is the very consciousness that enables them to speak. But you who have been drawn to these words by divine law, are ready to understand that all speaking is speaking to consciousness itself. You see, while others exhaust themselves with endless positive affirmations spoken from a consciousness of lack, you are being awakened to the truth that it is not the words that create, but the consciousness from which they emanate. The very fact that these words find resonance within you is evidence that you have evolved beyond the surface understanding of self-talk. You are ready to assume your rightful place as a conscious creator, knowing that your words to yourself are the very substance of creation. Now, let me reveal to you why the manner in which you speak to yourself holds such transformative power. The words you whisper in the silence of your own mind are not merely thoughts. They are the very vibrations that shape the substance of your reality. You see, while countless individuals fill their minds with desperate affirmations, speaking from a place of want and need, you are being awakened to the truth that effective self-talk must emerge from a consciousness of already having. This is the divine secret that accelerates all manifestation. Consider this profound truth when you speak to yourself as though your desire is still to come. You are actually speaking from and therefore creating a state of consciousness where your desire remains perpetually in the future. This is why so many find their manifestation seemingly delayed. I tell you with absolute authority, the way you speak to yourself must be from the consciousness of fulfillment, not from the consciousness of wanting. When you say I will be, you speak from lack. When you say I am, you speak from completion. Now let us understand something that the rational mind might resist, but that the awakened mind embraces fully. Your self-talk is not preparation for having your desire. It is the actual substance of having it. Every word you speak to yourself either affirms your possession or confirms your lack. Most will continue to speak to themselves from a consciousness of separation, saying things like I want, I need, I hope, never realizing that these very words create and sustain the experience of wanting, needing, and hoping. But you who have been prepared for this message, are ready to understand that your self-talk must be from the end, from the consciousness of fulfillment. You see, while others fill their minds with future-oriented speech, always pushing their good ahead of them in time, you are being awakened to the truth that effective self-talk must be anchored in the present, in the consciousness of already being what you desire to be. The very fact that you grasp these words is evidence that you have evolved beyond the superficial understanding of affirmations. You are ready to speak to yourself with the authority of one who knows that consciousness is the only reality. You see, while the world teaches you to repeat affirmations with mechanical precision, you are being awakened to the truth that it is not repetition that creates, but the state of consciousness from which your words emerge. This is why some people can affirm endlessly without results. Consider this eternal principle. When you speak to yourself with the authority of one who knows their desire is already fulfilled, you speak from a consciousness that must, by divine law, produce that fulfillment in your world. This is why results appear to come 10 times faster. I tell you with unwavering certainty, the way you speak to yourself, when no one else is listening, is creating your future with mathematical precision. Every word you utter to yourself is either accepting or rejecting your desired state as a present fact. Now let us understand something that few will grasp, but that your deeper self knows to be true. When you speak to yourself from a consciousness of lack, saying, I want to be, I hope to have, I will become, you are actually reinforcing the very state of consciousness that keeps your desire at a distance. Most will continue to speak to themselves with doubt, with uncertainty, with a consciousness of separation from their good, never realizing that this very manner of self-talk ensures their good remains perpetually out of reach. But you who have been drawn to these words of divine law, are ready to understand that yourself must be from the consciousness of possession, not pursuit. You see, while others fill their minds with desperate pleadings and future-oriented affirmations, you are being awakened to the truth that effective self-talk must be from the state of fulfillment. When you speak to yourself, you must speak as though you are already that which you desire to be. The very fact that these words continue to resonate within you is evidence that you have evolved beyond the surface understanding of manifestation. You are ready to speak to yourself with the authority of one who knows that consciousness is the only reality. Now let me reveal to you something so profound about the rhythm and timing of your self-talk that it will revolutionize your manifesting power. The moments when you speak to yourself in complete privacy, in that sacred silence of your own consciousness, are the most potent creative moments of your day. You see, while many reserve their self-talk for designated manifestation times or meditation sessions, you are being awakened to the truth that every moment of self-talk is a moment of creation. There is no such thing as casual or insignificant inner conversation. Consider this divine principle: the words you speak to yourself in your most routine moments, while dressing, while eating, while walking, are actually more powerful than your formal buckling up. For these natural, spontaneous conversations reveal and create your true state of consciousness. I tell you with absolute conviction, when you learn to speak to yourself throughout the day as though you are already the person you desire to be, you accelerate manifestation tenfold, for you are no longer trying to manifest, you are simply being what you desire to be. Now let us understand something that the logical mind might resist, but that the awakened mind embraces fully. Every time you catch yourself in negative self-talk and consciously shift to speaking from the end, you are actually compressing time in consciousness. This is why manifestation appears to happen faster. Most will continue to separate their manifestation practice from their daily life, never realizing that every moment of self-talk is either affirming or denying their desired state. But you who have been prepared for this message, are ready to understand that all self-talk is creative self-talk. You see, while others reserve their powerful words for special occasions, you are being awakened to the truth that it is the constant, natural flow of your self-talk that shapes your world. The casual remarks you make to yourself about your life, your circumstances, your future, these are the true creators of your experience. The very fact that you can grasp these principles is evidence that you have evolved beyond the basic understanding of manifestation. You are ready to assume your place as a conscious creator who knows that every word spoken to self is a brick in the foundation of your reality. You see, while many attempt to force manifestation through sheer volume of affirmations, you are being awakened to the truth that it is not the quantity of your self-talk that matters, but its quality, the state of consciousness from which it springs. This is the key to tenfold acceleration. Consider this eternal principle. When your inner conversation naturally flows from the consciousness of your wish fulfilled, you no longer need to wait for time to bridge a gap, because in consciousness there is no gap to bridge. This is why some manifest instantly while others wait endlessly. I tell you with absolute authority, the difference between instant manifestation and delayed manifestation lies not in external conditions, but in the degree to which your self-talk naturally assumes the tone of your desire fulfilled. When this assumption is complete, manifestation appears instantaneous. Now let us understand something that few will grasp, but that your soul will recognize as truth. The very act of speaking to yourself as though waiting for your desire creates the experience of waiting. But when you speak to yourself from the consciousness of immediate possession, time collapses. Most will continue to speak to themselves with an undertone of when and how and maybe, never realizing that these very patterns of self-talk create the experience of uncertainty and desire. But you who have been drawn to these words by divine law are ready to understand that your self-talk must contain no element of future. You see, while others exhaust themselves with endless repetitions of affirmations spoken from a consciousness of lack, you are being awakened to the truth that a single word spoken from the consciousness of fulfillment is more powerful than 1,000 spoken from want. The very fact that you can feel the truth of these words is evidence that you have evolved beyond the superficial understanding of manifestation. You are ready to speak to yourself with the natural authority of one who knows that consciousness is the only reality. Now, let me reel to you something so fundamental about accelerated manifestation that it will revolutionize your understanding of self-talk. The very language you use when speaking to yourself either opens or closes the door to instant manifestation. You see, while the world continues to speak to itself in terms of process and becoming, you are being awakened to the truth that the language of instant manifestation is the language of being. This is why those who master this principle manifest their desires with such remarkable speed. Consider this divine truth when you speak to yourself using phrases like I am working towards or I am getting better at. You are actually creating and sustaining a state of consciousness where your desire remains perpetually in process. This is the very language that delays manifestation. I tell you with unwavering certainty, the language that serves its manifestation is the language of present possession. When you say I am, I have, I embody, you speak the language of fulfilled desire. And fulfilled desire manifests with lightning speed. Now let us understand something that the rational mind might resist, but that the awakened mind embraces fully. Every time you speak to yourself about your desire, as though it was still to come, you push it into a future that never arrives. But when you speak of it as present fact, you collapse time and consciousness. Most will continue to use the language of becoming, of progress, of gradual improvement, never realizing that this very language ensures their manifestation remains gradual and progressive. But you who have been prepared for this message, are ready to understand that the language of instant manifestation is the language of immediate possession. You see, while others fill their minds with words that imply future fulfillment, you are being awakened to the truth that the only language that accelerates manifestation is the language of present fulfillment. When you speak to yourself, every word must assume the tone of already being what you desire to be. The very fact that these words find such resonance within you is evidence that you have evolved beyond the basic understanding of manifestation. You are ready to speak to yourself with the natural authority of one who knows that consciousness is the only reality. You see, while many believe they must set aside specific times for their manifestation practice, You are being awakened to the truth that every moment of self-talk is a moment of creation. The key to accelerated manifestation lies in maintaining constant awareness of your inner dialogue. Consider this eternal principle. When you allow gaps in your conscious self-talk, you allow doubt and contrary thoughts to seep in. This is why those who maintain consistent, aligned self-talk throughout their day manifest with such remarkable speed and precision. I tell you with absolute authority, the power to accelerate manifestation tenfold lies not in occasional bursts of powerful affirmations, but in the constant and natural self-talk that assumes your desire is already fulfilled. Every moment of consciousness is a moment of creation. Now let us understand something that few will grasp, but that your deeper self knows to be true. The very pauses between your conscious self-talk are often filled with unconscious contrary thoughts. This is why maintaining aware, deliberate self throughout your day is crucial for rapid manifestation. Most will continue to treat their self-talk as intermittent practice, never realizing that the gaps between their conscious affirmations are filled with unconscious negations. But you who have been drawn to these words by divine law, are ready to understand that effective self-talk must be as constant as breathing. You see, while others reserve their manifestation practice for designated times, you are being awakened to the truth that every word you speak to yourself, whether in focused practice or casual thought, is either accepting or rejecting your desired state. There are no neutral thoughts. The very fact that you can grasp these principles is evidence that you have evolved beyond the surface understanding of manifestation. You are ready to maintain the kind of consistent, conscious self-talk that collapses time and accelerates manifestation. Now let me reveal to you something so vital about the tone and texture of your self-talk that it will revolutionize your manifestation practice. The emotional quality with which you speak to yourself is the very frequency that determines the speed of manifestation. You see, while many focus solely on the words they speak to themselves, you are being awakened to the truth that it is the feeling tone behind your words that carries the real creative power. This is why some manifest instantly while others repeat the same words endlessly without results. Consider this divine principle. When you speak to yourself with the natural confidence and ease of one who knows their desire is already fulfilled, you generate a frequency in consciousness that must, by eternal law, produce rapid manifestation. This is the secret of tenfold acceleration. I tell you with complete certainty, the difference between slow and rapid manifestation lies not in the words themselves, but in the feeling state from which they emerge. When you speak to yourself from a state of absolute knowing, rather than hoping or wanting or collapsed time in conscious. Now let us understand something that the logical mind might resist, but that the awakened mind embraces fully. Every word you speak to yourself carries a specific vibrational quality. This vibration either aligns with your desire fulfilled or perpetuates a state of wanting and waiting. Most will continue to speak to themselves with an undertone of doubt, of questioning, of uncertainty, never realizing that this very emotional texture ensures their manifestation remains slow and uncertain. But you who have been prepared for this message, are ready to understand that your thought must carry the absolute conviction of present possession. You see, while others speak to themselves with the emotional texture of need and want, you are being awakened to the truth that the feeling tone of your self-talk must be one of calm, natural acceptance. When you speak to yourself as though your desire is already yours, with the same casual certainty with which you know your own name, you accelerate manifestation tenfold. The very fact that these words resonate within you is evidence that you have evolved beyond the basic understanding of manifestation. You are ready to speak to yourself with the emotional texture of one who knows that consciousness is the only reality. You see, while many struggle to maintain consistent self-talk throughout their day, you are being awakened to the truth that it is the unbroken nature of your inner dialogue that creates accelerated manifestation. Every moment you speak to yourself either strengthens or weakens your desired state. Consider this eternal principle. When your self-talk naturally and consistently flows from the consciousness of your wish fulfilled, without gaps or contradictions, You create a momentum in consciousness that must manifest with increasing speed. This is the secret of tenfold acceleration. I tell you with absolute conviction, the power to manifest rapidly lies not in occasional powerful statements, but in the consistent, natural flow of self-talk that assumes your desire as an accomplished fact. It is this unbroken chain of aligned consciousness that collapses time. Now, let us understand something that few will grasp, but that your soul will recognize as truth. Every time your self-talk wavers from the consciousness of fulfillment, you create a ripple of doubt that must be overcome. This is why persistence in your inner conversation is crucial for rapid manifestation. Most will continue to allow their self-talk to fluctuate between states of having and wanting, never realizing that this very inconsistency creates the experience of delayed manifestation. But you who have been drawn to these words by divine law, are ready to understand that your self-talk must maintain an unwavering assumption of fulfillment. You see, while others treat their self-talk as something to be practiced occasionally, you are being awakened to the truth that it is the consistent, natural flow of inner conversation aligned with your desire that creates accelerated manifestation. Every moment of consciousness is either strengthening or weakening your assumption. The very fact that you can feel the truth of these words is evidence that you have evolved beyond the surface understanding of manifestation. You are ready to maintain the kind of persistent, aligned self-talk that collapses time and accelerates manifestation. Now, as we bring these eternal principles to their culmination, let me share with you the final and perhaps most crucial truth about accelerated manifestation through self-talk. The very consciousness from which you speak these final words must be the same consciousness from which you will continue to speak to yourself. You see, while many will leave this message and return to their old patterns of self-talk, you are being awakened to the truth that this moment marks not an ending, but a beginning, the beginning of a new way of speaking to yourself that must, by eternal law, accelerate all manifestation. Consider this final principle. The very fact that you have remained attentive through these revelations proves that you are ready to maintain the kind of self-talk that creates rapid, consistent manifestation. Your consciousness has been prepared for this transformation. I tell you with absolute finality, the words you speak to yourself from this moment forward must carry the same authority, the same conviction, the same consciousness of fulfillment that you have felt while receiving these truths. For this is the self-talk that manifests desires tenfold faster. Now understand this ultimate truth that binds all we have discussed. Your self-talk is not preparation for having your desire. It is the very substance of having it. Every word you speak to yourself from this moment forward must emerge from the consciousness of fulfilled desire. Most will leave such teachings and gradually slip back into their old patterns of self-talk. But you who have been prepared by divine law to receive these words, are ready to maintain this new pattern of inner conversation that assumes the tone and texture of desires fulfilled. You see, while others may treat these principles as mere information to be remembered, you are being awakened to the truth that they must become the very foundation of your inner dialogue. Every word you speak to yourself must now carry the conviction of these eternal truths. The very fact that you have remained present through these revelations is evidence that you have evolved beyond the basic understanding of manifestation. You are ready to speak to yourself with the natural authority of one who knows that consciousness is the only reality. Remember, from this moment forward, your self-talk must maintain the same quality of conscious assumption that you have felt while receiving these truths. For in doing so, you collapse time and accelerate manifestation tenfold. Go forth now, not as one who has merely learned about powerful self-talk, but as one who has become the embodiment of it. Let every word you speak to yourself carry the texture of fulfillment, the tone of possession, the natural ease of one who knows their desires are already accomplished facts in consciousness. For you have not just received information about how to speak to yourself, you have been awakened to the consciousness from which effective self-talk must flow. Let every word you speak to yourself from this moment and forward emerge from the same consciousness of fulfillment. And know this with unwavering certainty, the very consciousness that allowed you to receive these words is the consciousness from which you must now speak to yourself. For this is not the end of a teaching, but the beginning of a new way of being, a way that manifests desires with the speed of thought itself. For consciousness is the only reality, and the consciousness from which you speak to yourself is the consciousness that creates your world. Go forth now and speak to yourself with the authority of one who knows that their words are the pure thoughts, but the very substance of creation itself. To choose yourself is not an act of selfishness or ego, as some might believe. No, it is the recognition of your true self, the acknowledgement of the God within you. When you choose yourself, you are aligning with the creative force of the universe, the very essence of being that flows through all things. Consider for a moment the great masters and teachers throughout history. Did they not first choose themselves, recognizing their divine nature and unique purpose before they could offer the gifts to the world? Jesus himself proclaimed, "I and the Father are one." This was not a statement of arrogance, but a profound recognition of his true identity, an identity that each of you shares. When you choose yourself, you are declaring to the universe, "I am." You are stepping into the role of creator in your own life, assuming the state of the wish fulfilled. This, my friends, is the cornerstone of manifestation, the foundation upon which all desires are built. But what does it mean to truly choose yourself? It means to love yourself unconditionally, to honor your dreams and aspirations, to trust your intuition, and to nurture your unique gifts. It means to stand firm in your convictions, even when the world seems to stand against you. Imagine for a moment that you are a brilliant light like beacon of divine radiance. Would you cover this light with a bushel, hiding it from the world? Of course not. You would let it shine forth, illuminating not only your own path, but the path of what is around you. This is what it means to choose yourself, to let your light shine without apology or hesitation. Now, some of you may be thinking, "But Neville, I have made mistakes. I have flaws and imperfections. How can I choose myself when I feel unworthy?" To this I say, your perceived flaws and mistakes are but illusions, shadows cast by the light of your true self. They are not who you are, but experiences you have had in your journey of self-discovery. Remember, my dear friends, that the God within you is perfect, whole, and complete. When you choose yourself, you are choosing this divine perfection, this eternal and unchanging essence of your being. You are not choosing your past actions or your future potential, but the ever-present I am that exists beyond time and space. As you begin to truly choose yourself, you will notice a remarkable shift in your reality. The world around you will begin to reflect this choice, mirroring back to you the love, respect, and honor that you have given to yourself. This is the law of assumption in action, the principle that your outer world is a reflection of your inner state of being. But choosing yourself is not a one-time event, my friends. It is a continuous practice, a moment-by-moment decision to align with your highest self. Each day upon waking, affirm to yourself, "I choose myself. I honor my divine nature. I trust in the wisdom of my inner being." Let these words sink deep into your consciousness, becoming the foundation of your thoughts, emotions, and actions. As you move through your day, be mindful of the choices you make. Are they in alignment with your true self? Or are they based on fear, doubt, or the expectations of others? When faced with a decision, ask yourself, what would the highest version of myself choose in this moment? Then have the courage to make that choice, regardless of what others may think or say. Now let us turn our attention to the second part of our topic, then choose who chooses you. This, my dear friends, is equally important in the dance of manifestation and self-realization. For just as you must choose yourself, you must also be discerning in who you allow into your inner circle, who you give your energy and attention to. When you have truly chosen yourself, when you have aligned with your divine nature and let your light shine, you attract others. Others who recognize and appreciate your radiance. These are the people who choose you, not for what you can do for them, but for who you truly are. But here's the crucial point. You must still choose them in return. Just because someone chooses you does not mean they automatically deserve a place in your life. You must exercise your divine right of discernment, choosing to surround yourself with those who uplift, support, and inspire you on your journey of self-realization. Think of it this way: you are the custodian of a sacred temple, the temple of your own being. Would you allow just anyone to enter this temple? Of course not. You would carefully consider who is worthy of crossing that threshold, who will honor the sanctity of your inner space. This applies to all relationships in your life: romantic partners, friends, business associates, even family members. While we cannot choose our blood relations, we can choose the nature and extent of our interactions with them. Always remember, you have the power to set boundaries, to decide who has access to your energy and your inner world. Now, some of you may be thinking, but Neville, isn't it selfish? Shouldn't we love everyone unconditionally? To this I say, loving someone does not mean you must allow them unrestricted access to your life. You can love someone from a distance, wish them well, and still choose not to have them in your inner circle. True unconditional love begins with loving yourself unconditionally. From this wellspring of self-love, you can then extend love to others in a way that honors both them and yourself. It is not about exclusion, but about conscious inclusion, about creating a harmonious environment that supports your growth and the growth of those around you. As you begin to choose who chooses you, you may find that some relationships in your life naturally fall away. This is not a cause for sadness or regret, but a sign that you are aligning more fully with your true self. Trust in this process, for as these connections dissolve, new ones will form, connections that are more in harmony with your elevated state of being. Remember the words of Jesus, for many are called, but few are chosen. In the context of our discussion, we can interpret this to mean that while many may be drawn to your light, only those who truly resonate with your higher self should be chosen to be part of your inner circle. This process of choosing who chooses you is not about judgment or superiority. It is about energetic alignment and mutual growth. The people you choose to surround yourself with should be those who inspire you to be your best self, who challenge you to grow, who support your dreams and aspirations. Imagine for a moment that you are a grand piano, finely tuned and capable of producing the most beautiful music. The people you choose to have in your life should be like skilled musicians who know how to play you, bringing out your best notes, creating harmonies that elevate both you and them. They should not be those who bash at your keys discordantly or try to change your tune to suit their own preferences. As you practice choosing who chooses you, you will find that your relationships become deeper, more authentic, and more fulfilling. You will no longer waste energy on connections that drain you or hold you back. Instead, you will cultivate a circle of individuals who reflect and amplify your own divine nature. But let me caution you, my friends, this process of choosing who chooses you is not about creating an echo chamber of yes men and sycophants. The people you choose should also be those who are not afraid to speak their truth, to challenge you when necessary, to hold up a mirror to your blind spots. For it is through these interactions that we grow and evolve. Think of the great friendships throughout history: David and Jonathan, Ruth and Naomi, Emerson and Thoreau. These were individuals who chose each other, who recognized the divine spark in one another and nurtured it. They challenged each other, supported each other, and in doing so, they both grew into the fullness of their potential. Now, as we delve deeper into this concept, I want you to understand that choosing who chooses you is not a one-time decision. Just as choosing yourself is an ongoing practice, so too is the discernment of who you allow into your inner circle. It requires constant awareness and periodic assessment. People change, circumstances change, and you yourself are constantly evolving. A relationship that once served your highest good may no longer do so. It is your responsibility to recognize when this happens and to have the courage to make the necessary adjustments. This does not mean you should discard people at the first sign of difficulty or disagreement. No, it means that you should be aware of the overall energy of your relationships. Do they predominantly uplift and inspire you, or do they drain and diminish you? Are they based on mutual respect and growth, or on codependency and limitation? As you engage in this practice of choosing who chooses you, you may find that some people in your life resist this change. They may be accustomed to having unrestricted access to your energy and attention, and they might push back against your newfound boundaries. This is where your commitment to choosing yourself will be tested. Remember, my dear friends, that you are not responsible for other people's reactions to your growth. Your only responsibility is to be true to yourself, to honor your divine nature, and to create an environment that supports your highest good. In these moments of resistance, return to your inner knowing. Reconnect with the God within you. Feel the strength and certainty of your I Am presence. From this place of inner alignment, you will know how to respond with love and firmness, maintaining your boundaries while still honoring the dignity of others. As you continue on this journey of choosing yourself and then choosing who chooses you, you will begin to notice a remarkable transformation in your life. Your relationships will become more authentic, more supportive, more aligned with your true self. You will find yourself surrounded by individuals who inspire you, challenge you, and celebrate your growth. But more than that, you will notice a shift in how you perceive yourself and your place in the world. By consistently choosing yourself, you affirm your worthiness, your divine nature, your right to exist fully and unapologetically as who you truly are. This self-affirmation becomes a powerful force of manifestation, attracting experiences and opportunities that align with your highest vision for yourself. And by choosing who chooses you, you create a supportive ecosystem for your growth and self-realization. You surround yourself with mirrors that reflect back to you your own divine nature, amplifying your light and inspiring you to shine even brighter. This, my dear friends, is how you create heaven on earth. For what is heaven but a state of perfect alignment with your true self, surrounded by souls who recognize and celebrate your divine nature? Now, I want to address a common misconception that may arise as you embark on this journey. Some may interpret the idea of choosing yourself as a license for narcissism or self-centeredness. Nothing could be further from the truth. When you truly choose your highest self, your divine nature, you naturally become more compassionate, more generous, more loving towards others. Why is this so? Because when you recognize the God within yourself, you cannot help but see it in others as well. You begin to understand that we are all interconnected, all expressions of the same divine consciousness. Your self expands to include all of humanity, all of creation. From this expanded sense of self, your choices become aligned with the highest good of all. You choose yourself not at the expense of others, but in a way that uplifts everyone around you. And when you choose who chooses you, you do so with the understanding that these relationships are not just for your benefit, but for the benefit of all. Consider the great leaders and visionaries throughout history. They chose themselves first. They believed in their vision, their purpose, their divine calling. Then they chose who chose them. They surrounded themselves with individuals who believed in their vision and could help bring it to fruition. In doing so, they changed the world, benefiting not just themselves, but all of humanity. You, my dear friends, have the same potential within you. You are here to make a unique contribution to the world, to express a facet of the divine that only you can express. By choosing yourself and then choosing who chooses you, you are creating the optimal conditions for this expression to manifest. As we near the conclusion of our discourse, I want to leave you with a practical exercise, a way to embody this principle in your daily life. Each morning as you wake, take a few moments to connect with your inner being. Feel the presence of the God within you. Affirm to yourself, I choose myself. I honor my divine nature. I trust in the wisdom of my inner being. Then, as you move through your day, be mindful of your interactions with others. Before engaging in any significant exchange or making any important decision, pause for a moment and ask yourself, is this choice aligned with my highest self? Is this person or situation supporting my growth and self-realization? If the answer is yes, proceed with confidence and gratitude. If the answer is no, have the courage to redirect your energy, to set boundaries, to choose differently. Remember, every choice is an opportunity to align more fully with your true self and to create relationships that reflect and support this alignment. And each night, before you sleep, review your day. Acknowledge the moments when you successfully chose yourself and chose who chooses you. Celebrate these victories, no matter how small they may seem. For each of these choices is a step towards the full realization of your divine nature. If you find instances where you faltered, where you made choices that were not aligned with your higher self, Do not judge or condemn yourself. Simply acknowledge these moments with compassion, understanding that you are on a journey of growth and learning. Use these experiences as opportunities for greater awareness and commit to choosing differently in the future. As you consistently practice this principle of always choose yourself, then choose who chooses you, you will begin to notice profound changes in your life. Your sense of self-worth will deepen. Your relationships will become more fulfilling, and your ability to manifest your desires will increase exponentially. You will find yourself naturally attracting opportunities and individuals that align with your highest vision for yourself. Doors that once seemed closed will begin to open, and paths that were previously hidden will reveal themselves. For when you choose yourself, you are choosing the God within you, and nothing is impossible to God. Remember, my dear friends, that you are not alone on this journey. The entire universe is conspiring to support your growth and self-realization. Every experience, every relationship, every challenge is an opportunity for you to choose yourself more fully, to align more completely with your divine nature. And as you choose who chooses you, you are creating a community of like-minded souls, a support system that will uplift and inspire you on your path. These individuals will be your cheerleaders, your collaborators, your mirrors, reflecting back to you your own innate divinity and infinite potential. In closing, I want to remind you of the immense power that lies within you. You are not just a physical being having a spiritual experience, but a spiritual being having a physical experience. You are a unique expression of the divine with gifts and talents that only you can bring to the world. By choosing yourself, you are honoring this truth. You are stepping into your power as a co-creator with the universe. And by choosing who chooses you, you are creating an environment that nurtures and supports this divine expression. So go forth, my dear friends, with the knowledge that you are worthy of choosing yourself. You are worthy of surrounding yourself with those who recognize and celebrate your true nature. You are worthy of living a life that is a full and complete expression of the God within you. Choose yourself, then choose who chooses you. In doing so, you are not just transforming your own life, but you are contributing to the transformation of the entire world. For as you align with your highest self and surround yourself with those who do the same, you become a beacon of light, inspiring others to do the same. This is how we create heaven on earth, one choice at a time. This is how we fulfill our divine purpose and become living expressions of love, joy, and infinite possibility. This is how we honor the God within us and within all of creation. Thank you, my dear friends, for your attention and your willingness to embark on this journey of self-discovery and self-realization. May you always choose yourself, and may you be blessed with relationships that reflect and amplify your divine nature. Go in peace, go in love, and always remember the power that resides within you. The power to choose, the power to create, the power to be who you truly are. God bless you all. Now, let me share with you a principle so profound, yet so simple, that it will completely revolutionize your understanding of manifestation. The words you speak to yourself, those intimate conversations that fill your consciousness day and night, are not mere thoughts floating in the void. They are the very substance of creation itself. You see, while the world teaches you to speak affirmations as though they were magical incantations, you are being awakened to the truth that it is not the words themselves that hold power, but the consciousness from which they spring. Every word you speak to yourself is either accepting or rejecting your desires and consciousness. Consider this eternal principle. When you speak to yourself, you are not merely engaging in idle mental chatter. You are declaring the state of consciousness you occupy. And since consciousness is the only reality, these declarations become the blueprint of your manifested world. I tell you with absolute certainty, the conversation you hold with yourself is the most important conversation you will ever have. For in these intimate dialogues, you are either accepting your good as a present fact or pushing it away as a future possibility. Now let us understand something that few will grasp, but that your soul will recognize as truth. When you speak to yourself, you are not speaking to a separate entity. You are speaking as the very consciousness that creates and sustains the universe. This is why your self-talk holds such creative power. Most will continue to believe that they must speak to some external power, never realizing that the power they seek is the very consciousness that enables them to speak. But you who have been drawn to these words by divine law, are ready to understand that all speaking is speaking to consciousness itself. You see, while others exhaust themselves with endless positive affirmations spoken from a consciousness of lack, you are being awakened to the truth that it is not the words that create, but the consciousness from which they emanate. The very fact that these words find resonance within you is evidence that you have evolved beyond the surface understanding of self-talk. You are ready to assume your rightful place as a conscious creator, knowing that your words to yourself are the very substance of creation. Now, let me reveal to you why the manner in which you speak to yourself holds such transformative power. The words you whisper in the silence of your own mind are not merely thoughts. They are the very vibrations that shape the substance of your reality. You see, while countless individuals fill their minds with desperate affirmations, speaking from a place of want and need, you are being awakened to the truth that effective self-talk must emerge from a consciousness of already having. This is the divine secret that accelerates all manifestation. Consider this profound truth when you speak to yourself as though your desire is still to come. You are actually speaking from and therefore creating a state of consciousness where your desire remains perpetually in the future. This is why so many find their manifestation seemingly delayed. I tell you with absolute authority, the way you speak to yourself must be from the consciousness of fulfillment, not from the consciousness of wanting. When you say I will be, you speak from lack. When you say I am, you speak from completion. Now let us understand something that the rational mind might resist, but that the awakened mind embraces fully. Your self-talk is not preparation for having your desire. It is the actual substance of having it. Every word you speak to yourself either affirms your possession or confirms your lack. Most will continue to speak to themselves from a consciousness of separation, saying things like I want, I need, I hope, never realizing that these very words create and sustain the experience of wanting, needing, and hoping. But you who have been prepared for this message, are ready to understand that your self-talk must be from the end, from the consciousness of fulfillment. You see, while others fill their minds with future-oriented speech, always pushing their good ahead of them in time, you are being awakened to the truth that effective self-talk must be anchored in the present, in the consciousness of already being what you desire to be. The very fact that you grasp these words is evidence that you have evolved beyond the superficial understanding of affirmations. You are ready to speak to yourself with the authority of one who knows that consciousness is the only reality. You see, while the world teaches you to repeat affirmations with mechanical precision, you are being awakened to the truth that it is not repetition that creates, but the state of consciousness from which your words emerge. This is why some people can affirm endlessly without results. Consider this eternal principle when you speak to yourself with the authority of one who knows their desire is already fulfilled. You speak from a consciousness that must, by divine law, produce that fulfillment in your world. This is why results appear to come 10 times faster. I tell you with unwavering certainty, the way you speak to yourself, when no one else is listening, is creating your future with mathematical precision. Every word you utter to yourself is either accepting or rejecting your desired state as a present fact. Now let us understand something that few will grasp, but that your deeper self knows to be true. When you speak to yourself from a consciousness of lack, saying, I want to be, I hope to have, I will become, you are actually reinforcing the very state of consciousness that keeps your desire at a distance. Most will continue to speak to themselves with doubt, with uncertainty, with a consciousness of separation from their good, never realizing that this very manner of self-talk ensures their good remains perpetually out of reach. But you who have been drawn to these words of divine law, are ready to understand that yourself must be from the consciousness of possession, not pursuit. You see, while others fill their minds with desperate pleadings and future-oriented affirmations, you are being awakened to the truth that effective self-talk must be from the state of fulfillment. When you speak to yourself, you must speak as though you are already that which you desire to be. The very fact that these words continue to resonate within you is evidence that you have evolved beyond the surface understanding of manifestation. You are ready to speak to yourself with the authority of one who knows that consciousness is the only reality. Now let me reveal to you something so profound about the rhythm and timing of your self-talk that it will revolutionize your manifesting power. The moments when you speak to yourself in complete privacy, in that sacred silence of your own consciousness, are the most potent creative moments of your day. You see, while many reserve their self-talk for designated manifestation times or meditation sessions, you are being awakened to the truth that every moment of self-talk is a moment of creation. There is no such thing as casual or insignificant inner conversation. Consider this divine principle: the words you speak to yourself in your most routine moments, while dressing, while eating, while walking, are actually more powerful than your formal buckling up. For these natural, spontaneous conversations reveal and create your true state of consciousness. I tell you with absolute conviction, when you learn to speak to yourself throughout the day as though you are already the person you desire to be, you accelerate manifestation tenfold. For you are no longer trying to manifest, you are simply being what you desire to be. Now let us understand something that the logical mind might resist, but that the awakened mind embraces fully. Every time you catch yourself in negative self-talk and consciously shift to speaking from the end, you are actually compressing time in consciousness. This is why manifestation appears to happen faster. Most will continue to separate their manifestation practice from their daily life, never realizing that every moment of self-talk is either affirming or denying their desired state. But you who have been prepared for this message, are ready to understand that all self-talk is creative self-talk. You see, while others reserve their powerful words for special occasions, you are being awakened to the truth that it is the constant, natural flow of your self-talk that shapes your world. The casual remarks you make to yourself about your life, your circumstances, your future, these are the true creators of your experience. The very fact that you can grasp these principles is evidence that you have evolved beyond the basic understanding of manifestation. You are ready to assume your place as a conscious creator who knows that every word spoken to self is a brick in the foundation of your reality. You see, while many attempt to force manifestation through sheer volume of affirmations, you are being awakened to the truth that it is not the quantity of your self-talk that matters, but its quality, the state of consciousness from which it springs. This is the key to tenfold acceleration. Consider this eternal principle. When your inner conversation naturally flows from the consciousness of your wish fulfilled, you no longer need to wait for time to bridge a gap, because in consciousness there is no gap to bridge. This is why some manifest instantly while others wait endlessly. I tell you with absolute authority, the difference between instant manifestation and delayed manifestation lies not in external conditions, but in the degree to which your self-talk naturally assumes the tone of your desire fulfilled. When this assumption is complete, manifestation appears instantaneous. Now let us understand something that few will grasp, but that your soul will recognize as truth. The very act of speaking to yourself as though waiting for your desire creates the experience of waiting. But when you speak to yourself from the consciousness of immediate possession, time collapses. Most will continue to speak to themselves with an undertone of when and how and maybe, never realizing that these very patterns of self-talk create the experience of uncertainty and desire. But you who have been drawn to these words by divine law are ready to understand that your self-talk must contain no element of future. You see, while others exhaust themselves with endless repetitions of affirmations spoken from a consciousness of lack, you are being awakened to the truth that a single word spoken from the consciousness of fulfillment is more powerful than 1,000 spoken from want. The very fact that you can feel the truth of these words is evidence that you have evolved beyond the superficial understanding of manifestation. You are ready to speak to yourself with the natural authority of one who knows that consciousness is the only reality. Now, let me reveal to you something so fundamental about accelerated manifestation that it will revolutionize your understanding of self-talk. The very language you use when speaking to yourself either opens or closes the door to instant manifestation. You see, while the world continues to speak to itself in terms of process and becoming, you are being awakened to the truth that the language of instant manifestation is the language of being. This is why those who master this principle manifest their desires with such remarkable speed. Consider this divine truth when you speak to yourself using phrases like I am working towards or I am getting better at. You are actually creating and sustaining a state of consciousness where your desire remains perpetually in process. This is the very language that delays manifestation. I tell you with unwavering certainty, the language that serves manifestation is the language of present possession. When you say I embody, you speak the language of fulfilled desire. And fulfilled desire manifests with lightning speed. Now let us understand something that the rational mind might resist, but that the awakened mind embraces fully. Every time you speak to yourself about your desire, as though it was still to come, you push it into a future that never arrives. But when you speak of it as present fact, you collapse time in consciousness. Most will continue to use the language of becoming, of progress, of gradual improvement, never realizing that this very language ensures their manifestation remains gradual and progressive. But you who have been prepared for this message, are ready to understand that the language of instant manifestation is the language of immediate possession. You see, while others fill their minds with words that imply future fulfillment, you are being awakened to the truth that the only language that accelerates manifestation is the language of present fulfillment. When you speak to yourself, every word must assume the tone of already being what you desire to be. The very fact that these words find such resonance within you is evidence that you have evolved beyond the basic understanding of manifestation. You are ready to speak to yourself with the natural authority of one who knows that consciousness is the only reality. You see, while many believe they must set aside specific times for their manifestation practice, you are being awakened to the truth that every moment of self-talk is a moment of creation. The key to accelerated manifestation lies in maintaining constant awareness of your inner dialogue. Consider this eternal principle. When you allow gaps in your conscious self-talk, you allow doubt and contrary thoughts to seep in. This is why those who maintain consistent, aligned self-talk throughout their day manifest with such remarkable speed and precision. I tell you with absolute authority, the power to accelerate manifestation tenfold lies not in occasional bursts of powerful affirmations, but in the constant and natural self-talk that assumes your desire is already fulfilled. Every moment of consciousness is a moment of creation. Now let us understand something that few will grasp, but that your deeper self knows to be true. The very pauses between your conscious self-talk are often filled with unconscious contrary thoughts. This is why maintaining aware, deliberate self throughout your day is crucial for rapid manifestation. Most will continue to treat their self-talk as intermittent practice, never realizing that the gaps between their conscious affirmations are filled with unconscious negations. But you who have been drawn to these words by divine law, are ready to understand that effective self-talk must be as constant as breathing. You see, while others reserve their manifestation practice for designated times, you are being awakened to the truth that every word you speak to yourself, whether in focused practice or casual thought, is either accepting or rejecting your desired state. There are no neutral thoughts. The very fact that you can grasp these principles is evidence that you have evolved beyond the surface understanding of manifestation. You are ready to maintain the kind of consistent, conscious self-talk that collapses time and accelerates manifestation. Now let me reveal to you something so vital about the tone and texture of your self-talk that it will revolutionize your manifestation practice. The emotional quality with which you speak to yourself is the very frequency that determines the speed of manifestation. You see, while many focus solely on the words they speak to themselves, you are being awakened to the truth that it is the feeling tone behind your words that carries the real creative power. This is why some manifest instantly while others repeat the same words endlessly without results. Consider this divine principle when you speak to yourself with the natural confidence and ease of one who knows their desire is already fulfilled. You generate a frequency in consciousness that must, by eternal law, produce rapid manifestation. This is the secret of tenfold acceleration. I tell you with complete certainty, the difference between slow and rapid manifestation lies not in the words themselves, but in the feeling state from which they emerge. When you speak to yourself from a state of absolute knowing, rather than hoping or wanting to collapse time in conscious. Now let us understand something that the logical mind might resist, but that the awakened mind embraces fully. Every word you speak to yourself carries a specific vibrational quality. This vibration either aligns with your desire fulfilled or perpetuates the state of wanting and waiting. Most will continue to speak to themselves with an undertone of doubt, of questioning, of uncertainty, never realizing that this very emotional texture ensures their manifestation remains slow and uncertain. But you who have been prepared for this message, are ready to understand that your thought must carry the absolute conviction of present possession. You see, while others speak to themselves with the emotional texture of need and want, you are being awakened to the truth that the feeling tone of your self-talk must be one of calm, natural acceptance. When you speak to yourself as though your desire is already yours, with the same casual certainty with which you know your own name, you accelerate manifestation tenfold. The very fact that these words resonate within you is evidence that you have evolved beyond the basic understanding of manifestation. You are ready to speak to yourself with the emotional texture of one who knows that consciousness is the only reality. You see, while many struggle to maintain consistent self-talk throughout their day, you are being awakened to the truth that it is the unbroken nature of your inner dialogue that creates accelerated manifestation. Every moment you speak to yourself either strengthens or weakens your desired state. Consider this eternal principle. When your self-talk naturally and consistently flows from the consciousness of your wish fulfilled without gaps or contradictions, you create a momentum in consciousness that must manifest with increasing speed. This is the secret of tenfold acceleration. I tell you with absolute conviction, the power to manifest rapidly lies not in occasional powerful statements, but in the consistent, natural flow of self-talk that assumes your desire as an accomplished fact. It is this unbroken chain of aligned consciousness that collapses time. Now, let us understand something that few will grasp, but that your soul will recognize as truth. Every time your self-talk wavers from the consciousness of fulfillment, you create a ripple of doubt that must be overcome. This is why persistence in your inner conversation is crucial for rapid manifestation. Most will continue to allow their self-talk to fluctuate between states of having and wanting, never realizing that this very inconsistency creates the experience of delayed manifestation. But you who have been drawn to these words by divine law, are ready to understand that your self-talk must maintain an unwavering assumption of fulfillment. You see, while others treat their self-talk as something to be practiced occasionally, you are being awakened to the truth that it is the consistent, natural flow of inner conversation aligned with your desire that creates accelerated manifestation. Every moment of consciousness is either strengthening or weakening your assumption. The very fact that you can feel the truth of these words is evidence that you have evolved beyond the surface understanding of manifestation. You are ready to maintain the kind of persistent, aligned self-talk that collapses time and accelerates manifestation. Now, as we bring these eternal principles to their culmination, let me share with you the final and perhaps most crucial truth about accelerated manifestation through self-talk. The very consciousness from which you speak these final words must be the same consciousness from which you will continue to speak to yourself. You see, while many will leave this message and return to their old patterns of self-talk, you are being awakened to the truth that this moment marks not an ending, but a beginning, the beginning of a new way of speaking to yourself that must, by eternal law, accelerate all manifestation. Consider this final principle. The very fact that you have remained attentive through these revelations proves that you are ready to maintain the kind of self-talk that creates rapid, consistent manifestation. Your consciousness has been prepared for this transformation. I tell you with absolute finality, the words you speak to yourself from this moment forward must carry the same authority, the same conviction, the same consciousness of fulfillment that you have felt while receiving these truths. For this is the self-talk that manifests desires tenfold faster. Now understand this ultimate truth that binds all we have discussed. Your self-talk is not preparation for having your desire. It is the very substance of having it. Every word you speak to yourself from this moment forward must emerge from the consciousness of fulfilled desire. Most will leave such teachings and gradually slip back into their old patterns of self-talk. But you who have been prepared by divine law to receive these words, are ready to maintain this new pattern of inner conversation that assumes the tone and texture of desires fulfilled. You see, while others may treat these principles as mere information to be remembered, you are being awakened to the truth that they must become the very foundation of your inner dialogue. Every word you speak to yourself must now carry the conviction of these eternal truths. The very fact that you have remained present through these revelations is evidence that you have evolved beyond the basic understanding of manifestation. You are ready to speak to yourself with the natural authority of one who knows that consciousness is the only reality. Remember, from this moment forward, your self-talk must maintain the same quality of conscious assumption that you have felt while receiving these truths. For in doing so, you collapse time and accelerate manifestation tenfold. Go forth now, not as one who has merely learned about powerful self-talk, but as one who has become the embodiment of it. Let every word you speak to yourself carry the texture of fulfillment, the tone of possession, the natural ease of one who knows their desires are already accomplished facts in consciousness. For you have not just received information about how to speak to yourself, you have been awakened to the consciousness from which effective self-talk must flow. Let every word you speak to yourself from this moment and forward emerge from the same consciousness of fulfillment. And know this with unwavering certainty, the very consciousness that allowed you to receive these words is the consciousness from which you must now speak to yourself. For this is not the end of a teaching, but the beginning of a new way of being, a way that manifests desires with the speed of thought itself. For consciousness is the only reality, and the consciousness from which you speak to yourself is the consciousness that creates your world. Go forth now and speak to yourself with the authority of one who knows that their words are the pure thoughts, but the very substance of creation itself. My dear friends, imagine yourself seated here, in this very moment, fully aware of the immense power that resides within you. Can you feel it? That gentle stirring in your heart, that whisper in your mind telling you that you are more than what you see in the mirror. That, my dear, is the voice of your true self, the God within you, urging you to awaken to your divine nature. Tonight we shall embark on a journey of self-discovery, a journey that will lead you to the realization that the only person truly worthy of your undivided attention is yourself. For in focusing on yourself, you unlock the door to infinite possibilities and step into the realm of your desires made manifest. Let us begin by understanding a fundamental truth. The world you see around you is nothing but a reflection of your inner state. Every person, every circumstance, every triumph, and every setback is but a mirror showing you the contents of your own consciousness. When you waste your time focusing on external matters, on the actions of others, on the opinions of the world, you are merely chasing shadows, my friends. You are looking at the reflection and forgetting the source. But I say unto you, turn your gaze inward, for it is within that you will find the wellspring of all creation. The kingdom of heaven is within you, and it is time you claimed your rightful place on that throne. Now some of you might be thinking, but Neville, how can focusing on myself be the answer? Isn't that selfish to you? I say this, there is no greater act of love, no greater service to the world than to realize the God within you. For when you focus on yourself, truly focus on your inner being, you are focusing on God. And in doing so, you elevate not just yourself, but all of creation. Consider for a moment the amount of time you spend each day worrying about things beyond your control. The hours wasted in idle gossip, in comparing yourself to others, in fretting over what might be. Can you see now how this is a misuse of your divine creative power? Every moment spent in such futile pursuits is a moment stolen from your true purpose to imagine and create the life you desire. My friends, the time has come to stop this wasteful behavior. The time has come to redirect your attention to where it truly belongs, to your imagination, to your inner world, to the God within you. For it is only by doing so that you can hope to change your outer world. Let me share with you a profound truth. Your imagination is the very workshop of God. It is the place where all things are conceived before they are born into the physical world. When you focus on yourself, on your inner world, you are essentially focusing on this divine workshop. You are learning to use the tools of creation that have been bestowed upon you. Imagine for a moment that you are a skilled craftsman. Would you waste your time watching others work, criticizing their techniques, or worrying about their output? Of course not. You would focus on your own craft, owning your skills, perfecting your art. This is exactly what I am asking you to do in your life. Your life, my dear friends, is your craft. Your consciousness is your workshop. Your imagination is your most potent tool and the product of your craft. It is nothing less than the reality you experience. So I ask you, why waste your precious time and energy on anything else? Why dilute your focus with trivial matters when you have the power to shape your entire existence? Now, some of you might be wondering, but Neville, how do I begin this journey of self-focus? How do I stop wasting my time? The answer, my friends, is simpler than you might think. It begins with a shift in your awareness, a conscious decision to turn your attention inward. Start by becoming aware of your thoughts. Notice how often your mind wanders to external concerns, to what others are doing, to past regrets or future anxieties. Each time you catch yourself in such thoughts, gently but firmly bring your attention back to yourself, to the present moment, to your inner world. This practice, simple as it may seem, is the foundation of all change. For you see, your outer world can only change when your inner world changes first. And your inner world can only change when you give it your undivided attention. As you begin to focus more on yourself, you will start to notice the immense power that has always been within you. You will begin to see that the circumstances of your life are not random occurrences, but direct manifestations of your inner state. This realization, my friends, is the key to unlocking your true potential. For when you understand that your inner world creates your outer world, you will naturally want to spend more time cultivating your inner garden. You will want to focus on yourself, not out of selfishness, but out of a deep understanding that this is the most effective way to create positive change in your life and in the world around you. Now let us delve deeper into what it truly means to focus on yourself. It is not, as some might believe, about indulging in every whim or desire. It is not about becoming self-centered in the negative sense of the word. No, focusing on yourself is about becoming intimately acquainted with your true nature, with the God within you. It is about understanding that you are not separate from the creative power of the universe, but an integral part of it. It is about recognizing that the same force that creates worlds and moves planets flows through you, waiting to be directed by your conscious mind. When you truly focus on yourself, you begin to see that your desires are not random or trivial. They are divine impulses, urging you towards the full expression of your true self. Each desire is a seed planted in your consciousness by God, waiting for you to nurture it with your attention and bring it to fruition. So I say to you, stop wasting your time on frivolous pursuits. Stop squandering your divine creative power on worry, doubt, and fear. Instead, turn your focus inward and tend to these seeds of desire within you. Water them with your imagination, nourish them with your faith, and watch as they grow into the beautiful reality you have always dreamed of. Remember, my dear friends, that time is the most precious resource you have. Each moment is a gift, an opportunity to create, to grow, to become more of who you truly are. When you waste your time focusing on external matters, on things you cannot control, you are essentially rejecting this gift. You are saying to the universe, I do not value this opportunity you have given me. But when you focus on yourself, when you direct your attention to your inner world, you are honoring this gift. You are saying, I recognize the power within me, and I choose to use it wisely. This, my friends, is the true meaning of gratitude. It is not merely saying thank you for what you have, but using what you have been given to its fullest potential. Now, some of you might be thinking, but Neville, I have responsibilities. I have a job, a family, obligations. How can I focus on myself without neglecting these to you? I say this: focusing on yourself does not mean ignoring your duties or isolating yourself from the world. It means performing all your actions from a place of inner awareness, from a state of alignment with your true self. When you focus on yourself in this way, you bring the power of your awakened consciousness to everything you do. Your work becomes not just a means to earn a living, but an expression of your inner creativity. Your relationships become not obligations, but opportunities to express the love that you are. Every aspect of your life becomes infused with the divine power that flows through you. This, my friends, is the secret to living a truly fulfilling life. It is the key to stop wasting your time and start using it in a way that aligns with your highest purpose. For when you focus on yourself, on your inner world, you are focusing on the very source of all creation. And from this source, all good things flow. So I urge you, my dear friends, to make this commitment to yourself today. Commit to focusing on your inner world, on the God within you. Commit to stop wasting your time on external concerns and trivial matters. Commit to nurturing the seeds of your desires with the power of your imagination. For in doing so, you are not just changing your own life, you are changing the entire world. Because as you will come to realize, the world is you pushed out. Every change you make within yourself is reflected in the world around you. Every moment you spend in alignment with your true self creates ripples of positive change that extend far beyond what you can see. This is the true power of focusing on yourself. This is the magic that happens when you stop wasting your time and start using it to explore the infinite potential within you. This is the miracle of living from the state of the wish fulfilled, of knowing that what you desire is already yours in the realm of imagination. My friends, the time for change is now. The power is within you. The choice is yours. Will you continue to waste your time on external concerns, on worry and doubt? Or will you turn your focus inward to the God within you and begin to create the life you truly desire? I say to you, choose wisely, for in this choice lies the key to your freedom, to your happiness, to the full expression of your divine nature. Choose to focus on yourself, not out of selfishness, but out of a deep understanding that this is the most powerful way to serve the world. For when you focus on yourself, when you align with the God within you, you become a beacon of light in this world. You become a living example of what is possible when one recognizes their true nature. You become a channel through which the infinite creativity of the universe can flow. And in doing so, you inspire others to do the same. You show them, through your own transformed life, that they too have this power within them. You become a living testament to the truth that I have been sharing with you tonight. So, my dear friends, I implore you, focus on yourself. Stop wasting your time on things that do not serve your highest good. Redirect your attention to your inner world, to your imagination, to the God within you. For it is here, in this inner realm, that all things are possible. Remember, the outer world is but a shadow, a reflection of your inner state. By focusing on yourself, by cultivating your inner garden, you are creating the most beautiful, the most abundant, the most loving outer world possible. This is not selfish. This is your divine duty, your sacred responsibility. As we continue on this journey together, I want you to hold this truth close to your heart. You have power and power in your life. Not your circumstances, not other people, not the world around you. You and you alone have the power to shape your reality through the focus of your attention and the power of your imagination. So let us make a solemn vow, here and now, to stop wasting our time on frivolous pursuits. Let us commit to focusing on ourselves, on our inner world, on the God within us. For in doing so, we are not turning away from the world, but embracing it in its entirety. We are not becoming selfish, but becoming the fullest, most radiant expression of our true selves. And as we do this, as we focus on ourselves and stop wasting our time, we will begin to see miracles unfold in our lives. We will witness the power of our imagination made manifest in the world around us. We will experience the joy, the abundance, the love that is our birthright. For you see, my friends, when you focus on yourself in this way, you are focusing on God. And when you align yourself with God, with the creative power of the universe, there is nothing that is impossible for you. All things become possible. All dreams become achievable. All desires become attainable. So I say to you once again, focus on yourself. Stop wasting your time. Redirect your attention to your inner world, to your imagination, to the God within you. For it is here, in this sacred inner space, that your true power lies. It is here that you will find the key to creating the life you desire and deserve. As we delve deeper into this practice of self-focus, I want you to understand that this is not a one-time event, but a continuous journey. It is a moment-by-moment choice to direct your attention inward, to align with your true self, to live from the state of your wish fulfilled. Each time you catch yourself wasting time on external concerns, Gently but firmly bring your focus back to yourself. Each time you find yourself worrying about the future or regretting the past, bring your attention back to the present moment, to the God within you. This practice, my friends, is the essence of what I call living in the end. It is about assuming the feeling of your wish fulfilled, here and now, regardless of external circumstances. It is about focusing so intently on your desired state that it becomes your present reality in your imagination. And remember, what is imagined with feeling and conviction must inevitably manifest in your outer world. This is the law of your being. This is the power that you possess. So I ask you, why waste your time on anything less than this divine practice? Why dilute your focus with trivial concerns when you have the power to create worlds within you? As you continue to focus on yourself, as you stop wasting your time on external matters, you will begin to experience a profound shift in your consciousness. You will start to see the world not as something separate from you, but as an extension of your own being. You will begin to understand that every person you encounter, every situation you face is a reflection of your own consciousness. And with this understanding comes great power and great responsibility. For when you know that the world is you pushed out, you naturally want to cultivate the most beautiful, the most loving, the most abundant inner state possible. You want to focus on yourself not out of selfishness, but out of a deep desire to contribute to the well-being of all. This, my dear friends, is the true meaning of self-love. It is not about ego or vanity. It is about recognizing your divine nature and allowing it to shine forth in all its glory. It is about focusing on yourself as an act of love for all of creation. As you practice this self-focus, as you stop wasting your time on external concerns, you will begin to notice subtle changes in your life. Synchronicities will increase. Opportunities will appear as if by magic. People will be drawn to your radiant energy. But remember, these outer changes are merely reflections of the inner change that has taken place within you. They are the natural result of your shifted focus, of your alignment with your true self. So do not become attached to these outer manifestations. Do not waste your time seeking validation from the external world. Instead, continue to focus on yourself, on your inner state, on the feeling of your wish fulfilled. For it is this inner state, this feeling, that is the true creator of your reality. The outer world, in all its magnificence, is merely catching up to what you have already created within. Now, some of you might be wondering, but Neville, what about my current circumstances? What if my reality doesn't match my desires? How can I focus on myself when the world seems to be against me? To you, I say this: your circumstances, no matter how challenging they may seem, are not your reality. They are merely shadows, reflections of past thoughts and beliefs. Your true reality is what exists in your imagination, in your consciousness. So I urge you, do not waste your time and energy fighting against your current circumstances. Do not rail against what is. Instead, focus on yourself, on your inner world, on the state you wish to embody. For when you do this, when you assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled despite all outer evidence to the contrary, you set in motion a series of events that must inevitably lead to the manifestation of your desire. This, my friends, is the true test of your faith. It is easy to believe when all is going well, but can you maintain your focus on your desired state even when the world seems to contradict it? Can you persist in the assumption that you are who you want to be, that you have what you desire, even when your senses deny it? If you can do this, if you can focus on yourself and your desired state with unwavering faith, then truly all things are possible for you. For you have aligned yourself with the creative power of the universe. You have become one with God. And in this state of oneness, of alignment with your true self, time takes on a different meaning. You no longer waste time worrying about the future or regretting the past. You no longer squander your energy on trivial pursuits or external validations. Instead, you live fully in the present moment, aware that this moment contains within it all possibilities. You focus on yourself, on your inner state, knowing that this is the point of power from which all creation springs. My dear friends, can you see now the immense power that lies within you? Can you grasp the profound implications of this practice of self-focus? Can you understand why I implore you to stop wasting your time on anything less than this divine work? For when you focus on yourself in this way, when you align with the God within you, you are not just changing your own life, you are changing the entire world. You are fulfilling your divine purpose. You are becoming who you were always meant to be. So I say to you once again, focus on yourself. Stop wasting your time. Direct your attention to your inner world, to your imagination, to the God within you. For it is here, in this sacred inner space, that miracles are born. As we near the end of our time together, I want to leave you with a powerful exercise, a practical way to implement this practice of self-focus in your daily life. Each night, as you lay in your bed just before you drift off to sleep, I want you to focus your attention inward. Close your eyes and imagine yourself as the person you want to be. See yourself living the life you desire. Feel the joy, the satisfaction, the fulfillment of your wish realized. Do not simply visualize these things as distant possibilities. Experience them as present facts. Feel the naturalness of being in this desired state. Let every cell of your body vibrate with the conviction that this is who you are now. As you fall asleep in this state, you are impressing these images, these feelings upon your subconscious mind. You are planting seeds in the fertile soil of your consciousness, seeds that must inevitably grow into the reality of your waking life. And when you wake in the morning, before you engage with the outer world, take a few moments to recall this state. Feel once again the naturalness of being the person you want to be, of living the life you desire. Carry this feeling with you throughout your day. This, my friends, is how you focus on yourself. This is how you stop wasting your time on external concerns and trivial matters. This is how you align with the God within you and become the conscious creator of your life. Remember, your imagination is the workshop of God. It is the place where all things are conceived before they are born into the physical world. By focusing on yourself, on your inner world, you are essentially working in this divine workshop. You are using the tools of creation that have been bestowed upon you. So use these tools wisely. Use them with love, with joy, with unwavering faith. For as you do, you will begin to see your outer world transform in ways you never thought possible. And as these transformations occur, do not become complacent. Do not waste your time basking in your achievements or resting on your laurels. Instead, continue to focus on yourself, on your inner world, on the next beautiful state you wish to embody. For you see, my dear friends, this journey of self-discovery, of self-focus, is never ending. There is always more to explore, more to create, more to become. The moment you think you have arrived is the moment you begin to stagnate. So keep pushing forward. Keep exploring the infinite potential within you. Keep focusing on yourself, not out of ego, but out of a deep understanding that this is how you best serve the world. For when you focus on yourself in this way, when you align with the God within you, you become a beacon of light in this world. You become a living example of what is possible when one recognizes their true nature. You become a channel through which the infinite creativity of the universe can flow. And in doing so, you inspire others to do the same. You show them through your own transformed life that they too have this power within them. You become a living testament to the truth that I have been sharing with you tonight. So, my dear friends, as we conclude our time together, I implore you once more, focus on yourself. Stop wasting your time on things that do not serve your highest good. Redirect your attention to your inner world, to your imagination, to the God within you. For it is here, in this inner realm, that all things are possible. It is here that you will find the peace, the joy, the fulfillment that you seek. It is here that you will discover your true power and your divine purpose. Remember, the outer world is but a shadow, a reflection of your inner state. By focusing on yourself, by cultivating your inner garden, you are creating the most beautiful, the most abundant, the most loving outer world possible. This is not selfish. This is your divine duty, your sacred responsibility. This is how you contribute to the well-being of all. This is how you change the world. So go forth, my dear friends, with this newfound understanding. Go forth and focus on yourself with unwavering dedication. Go forth and stop wasting your time on trivial pursuits and external concerns. For as you do, you will begin to experience the miracle of your own divine nature. You will begin to see the power of your imagination made manifest in the world around you. You will begin to live the life you have always dreamed of, not as a distant possibility, but as your present reality. And in this realization, in this living from the state of the wish fulfilled, you will find a joy, a peace, a fulfillment beyond anything you have ever known. For you will have discovered the ultimate truth that you are one with God, that you are the creator of your reality, that all power is within you. So focus on yourself, my dear friends. Stop wasting your time. Embrace your divine nature. Live from the state of the wish fulfilled. For in doing so, you are not just changing your life. You are changing the entire world. You are fulfilling your divine purpose. You are becoming who you were always meant to be. And in this becoming, in this alignment with your true self, you will find that time is no longer something to be wasted or saved. It becomes a joyous unfolding of your divine potential, a continuous celebration of your oneness with God. So go now with my blessings and with the full knowledge of the power that resides within you. Go and focus on yourself. Go and create the life you desire. Go and be the miracle you were always meant to be. For you are God's greatest creation. And in focusing on yourself, you are focusing on God. And in this divine focus, all things are possible. All dreams are achievable. All desires are attainable. Remember this truth. Live this truth. Be this truth. For in doing so, you are fulfilling your highest purpose and contributing to the evolution of all consciousness. Thank you, my dear friends, for your attention, for your willingness to embark on this journey of self-discovery with me. May you go forth and focus on yourself with unwavering dedication, knowing that in doing so, you are aligning with the very power that creates worlds. God bless you all.
Imagine waking up one day to find that your wildest dreams have become your reality. The life you've always yearned for, the abundance, you've craved the love. You've longed for all of it, manifested before your very eyes. What if I told you that this is not merely a fantasy, but a truth that lies dormant? Within you, waiting to be awakened in the universe, is not some distant, unresponsive entity. It is a living, breathing force that is constantly listening to the whispers of your soul. And once you start asking the universe in the right way with unwavering faith and conviction, your desires are not just heard, but they're already done. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to effortlessly attract abundance, love, and success, while others struggle to make ends meet? The answer lies in the power of your thoughts, your beliefs, and your emotions. They're all powerful frequencies that shape your reality. When you learn to harness this power, when you learn to communicate with the universe in its own language, you become the master of your own destiny. But here's the catch. Most people ask from a place of lack, from a place of doubt. And fear, they beg and plead with the universe, hoping for scraps of mercy. But the universe does not respond to desperation. It responds to faith. It responds to the unshakable belief that what you desire is already yours. So how do you ask the universe in a way that guarantees results? How do you tap into the limitless abundance that is your birthright? The answer lies in the power of your imagination. Law of assumption. And the inevitability of manifest your imagination is the creative force within you, the tool that allows you to shape your reality. When you visualize your desires with vivid detail and unwavering faith, you are sending a powerful signal to the universe. You are telling it that what you desire is already done. The law of assumption states that whatever you assume to be true, the universe will make real when you assume the feeling of your wish fulfilled.